Yan Xian felt that no one could be as unfortunate as herself. One day, she found herself transmigrated, and the memories in her mind revealed that she was the false daughter, who had taken over the rightful place of the true heiress in this family. The system informed her that her fate would culminate in being cast out of her home, leading to a dismal and unremarkable demise. Greetings, host. The self-sabotage system is now bound to you. Please commence your reckless endeavors against the protagonist group. Yan Xian. Self-sabotage? Ha! It seems you desire my end to come swifter. By successfully inciting the protagonist group's disdain, you shall alter the original character's fate and earn a reward of 1 billion. You may then live well in this world. Yan Xian, you truly have a keen insight into people. Unbeknownst to Yan Xian, she had bound herself to a flawed system that allowed the protagonist group to hear her innermost thoughts. She found it peculiar that, despite wielding a script of self-destruction, the very individuals she aimed to target not only did not despise her, but instead sought to draw closer to her system. Please evoke the female lead's past life to highlight the differences between you. Yan Xian, I've heard you grew up in a village? Then you must have never touched a piano. The piano virtuoso, Yan Yujin, I have never practiced and it is so impressive. Would you play for me? Yan Xian. The protagonist group, blessed with fortune, discovered that they could hear Yan Xian's thoughts. Through these insights, they resolved misunderstandings and circumvented losses, finding their paths to success increasingly smooth. Outsiders. Yan Xian is merely a self-sabotaging green tea. Nonsense. She is clearly our adorable darling, Xia Yanfei. His pursuit of love suddenly faced numerous obstacles. Chapter 001. Transmigrating as a cannon fodder false daughter, bound to the self-sabotage system for reassurance. Anan, what troubles you? Are you unwell? When Xia asked, placing her hand on Yan Xian's forehead, her expression laced with concern. The concern in her eyes was genuine, and anyone would deem her a quintessential mother. Yet, Yan Xian felt a shiver run through her as she abruptly turned to the expressionless Yan Yujin sitting across on the sofa. What's wrong? When Xia inquired, puzzled, following her gaze to meet Yan Yujin's cold, indifferent smile. Anan, there's no need to fear, and no one can take away what is yours. When Xia assumed she was worried about losing affection, offering words of comfort, you are truly mother's most cherished little cotton-padded jacket, mother. You are her biological mother. Please spare me. Yan Xian screamed internally. I am merely a false daughter who has usurped the rightful place. Today marked the first day the true heiress, Yan Yujin, returned to the Yan household. Everyone else was preoccupied, leaving only her and Wen Xi at home awaiting Yan Yujin's arrival. It was said that the female lead had grown up in a village, and although her family had brought her back, they were discontented with her, showing little warmth towards her. Actions in response. Yan Xian mused that it was truly perplexing. Why bring someone back if you do not wish to accept them? Monthly allowances were better than bringing someone home only to neglect them. According to the plot, Yan Xian was currently feigning illness to garner Wen Xi's attention, clamoring to go to the hospital, ultimately leaving Yan Yujin alone and isolated at home. The household servant, adept at discerning the nuances of human behavior, had observed that Yan Yujin was not held in high regard. With the original owner's instructions in mind, she had consistently subjected Yan Yujin to cold mockery and derision. When Yan Yujin revealed the truth to Yan Fu and Yan Zheng, she was met with a mere, dismissive response. Anan is still young, do not bully her. Yet, she was not the original owner. She was merely an unfortunate soul who had inadvertently traversed into this world after a single slumber. Despite the disdain the Yan family currently harbored for Yan Yujin, they would eventually come to realize her true worth, having been misled by the original owner's deceitful actions. This revelation would lead to a fervent pursuit of her affection, akin to a funeral pyre for the original protagonist. Yet, she alone would suffer under the oppression of the protagonist group, meeting a tragic end in the streets, forsaken by all. Indeed, it was the original owner's incessant slander that deepened the misunderstandings harbored by the Yan family against Yan Yujin. Mother, Yan Xian shivered, recalling the original owner's untimely demise, a chill coursing through her body. I am not unwell. There is nothing that belongs to others. Everything in this home is yours and your father's, Wen Xi stated. Rather than finding solace in her words, she cast a warning glance at Yan Yujin. If it is not yours, do not covet it. I hope some individuals grasp this truth.
Help me.
Yan Xian displayed a look of despair. Her mind raced as she sought to salvage the situation. Mother, you are correct. One should not covet what is not theirs. The person you speak of is not Yujin, it is I, is it not? Yan Yujin was momentarily taken aback. Yan Xian's sentence remained unfinished as a sudden cacophony echoed in her mind. Congratulations, host. You have successfully bound to the self-destruct system. Please commence your reckless endeavors to be loathed by the protagonist group. The voice abruptly ceased, and Yan Xian's expression contorted in horror. Curse this system, it seeks to bring about her demise at a faster pace, does it not? You should have witnessed the original owner's fate, solitary, tragic, perishing in the streets unnoticed. However, should you fulfill the system's tasks and become detested by the protagonist group, you can alter the original owner's fate and live blissfully in this world with a reward of 10 billion. The system has faith in you. 10 billion. Yan Xian's lips involuntarily curved into a smile, seeing the host motivated. The system brimmed with pride. Indeed. So please strive to complete the tasks. I shall provide you with a small system to query key information for precise execution of your plans. I will take my leave now and return to check on you later. With that, a luminous orb drifted away, leaving behind a small system that bore a warning in fine print. Defective product with side effects. Users will be subject to the mind-reading abilities of the current world's protagonist group. Even if unbound, the side effect remains irrevocable. Yan Xian straightened her posture, her voice resonating with conviction. If it is not Yujin, then who could it possibly be? Yan Yujin, believing she was about to defend herself, lowered her gaze, concealing the self-mockery in her eyes. Behold, this is the family she had once held hope for. A father who was indifferent, a mother who showed favoritism, and brothers who lavished love upon this little sister. Lost during her childhood, she ironically became the most unpopular person, while the one who grew up basking in her identity enjoyed lavish riches, yet became the one most in need of recompense. Even when Yan Xian uttered such harsh words, Sis' immediate reaction was not to reproach her, but rather to cast a disapproving glance at Yan Yujin, feeling even more displeased. Deep down, Wen firmly believed that had it not been for Yan Yujin inciting Xian's anger, her usually obedient and endearing Xian would never have spoken such impolite words. It was all due to her provocation. Do not fret, my dear, for your mother cherishes you above all. Wen-Si's voice grew increasingly gentle. Just wait a moment. Once I have addressed these matters, I shall take you shopping for clothes. At this, Yan Xian immediately turned her gaze toward Yan Yujin, her eyes glinting with defiance. Regarding this matter, Wen-Si surveyed Yan Yujin's attire, her finely shaped brows knitting together in annoyance. What on earth are you wearing? She exclaimed, visibly perturbed, as she waved her hand dismissively and retrieved a card from her bag. Go buy some clothes. Do not say that the Yan family has treated you poorly. Now that you are back, you ought to present yourself like a wealthy young lady, rather than parading around carelessly. I have heard you are involved in a partnership investment with friends. Withdraw from it. The Yan family's wealth is more than sufficient to ensure your comfort. Leaning back against the sofa, Yan Yujin languidly replied, What does a wealthy young lady look like? I'm afraid I am unaware. She articulated her words with emphasis. Throughout my life, no one has ever taught me. Wen-Si instantly erupted, pointing at Yan Yujin, her entire being trembling with rage. What is this attitude? Are you blaming us? Oh, dear. Has the confrontation begun? Truly the essence of the protagonist. As Yan Yujin prepared to retort, her body froze. That voice was familiar. It had just been provocatively addressing her. Had the protagonist just spoken? Why is the protagonist looking at me? Am I about to make my entrance? Wait, let me examine this card to see if it is some significant item. The corner of Yan Yujin's eye twitched, yet she quickly regained her composure and diverted her gaze. Her expression remained calm, but a tempest brewed within. She was certain that just moments ago, Yan Xian had not spoken. Why, then, did she hear the sound of her voice? Yan Yujin. Wen-Si, feeling overlooked, was seething, her chest rising and falling. I am speaking to you. Is this how your family teaches you to disregard your elders? It was exceedingly rude. Yan Yujin narrowed her eyes, lifting her gaze coldly. You have no right to speak of my family. Seeing Wen-Si on the verge of a fit, Yan Xian hurriedly patted her back. Mother, please do not be angry. My sister certainly did not mean it that way. Though she was at odds with Yan Yujin, she could not allow Wen-Si to become upset. Yan Yujin stated, I do not have a sister like you, so do not mistakenly claim kinship. Of course, calling you sister would seem rather insipid. I shall continue to call you that, just to irk you. Yan Yujin. At last, she was certain that she could hear Yan Xian's inner thoughts. As Wen-Si appeared poised to erupt once more, Yan Xian quickly endeavored to soothe her. After a moment, Wen-Si pressed her hand against her chest, took a sip of tea, and heavily placed the cup on the table. Ah, if only you possessed half the understanding that Nan has, I wouldn't have to expend so much effort. The system chimed in. Please clarify the disparity in membership card levels between you and the heroine, and boast about your mother's favoritism towards you. The task had been set. Indeed, Yan Shura nodded repeatedly. Sister, didn't mother give you a card? You should accept it, the membership of this clothing store is not easily attained. However, she waved another card pinched between her fingers, her tone slightly elevated with pride. The level of your card is nothing compared to mine. It was unexpected that this card indeed played a role in the narrative. Following the unfolding events, it was clear that the heroine would certainly refuse such a gift, perceiving it as a mere act of charity. Surprisingly, when Mother later took the original character to browse FY, they discovered the heroine was also present, occupying the premium client area. At that moment, the original character could only assume that Mother had secretly slipped her the card again. Jealousy surged within her as she summoned a staff member to expel the heroine, claiming she held a lower tier card and was unworthy of being in that area. FY, Yan Yujin's expression suddenly turned peculiar. Moreover, why couldn't she hear clearly whom when CI had brought to FY? As the situation escalated, it ultimately drew the attention of FY's area manager, revealing that the heroine indeed did not possess a premium card. Oh my goodness. Chapter 002. She went to reside in the cloakroom. It was not merely a premium card, it was a more prestigious black gold elite card, of which only 5 existed globally. Moreover, it was a brand established by the female protagonist herself. Ultimately, she was not expelled. Rather, the original occupant was the one cast out. Due to this incident, the Yan family perceived the protagonist as vindictive and held an even greater disdain for her. Yan Shian was utterly astonished. Yan Yujin could almost ascertain that she was indeed the female lead. Although she could not quite discern a particular word, she was certain that it was her refusal to accept this card that led to a subsequent clash with someone. Uncertain of the veracity of Yan Xian's words, she nevertheless despised complications. After all, who would refuse to spend the Yan family's money? Upon this realization, she raised her hand and accepted the card. Very well. When CI paused momentarily, her tone softening somewhat. No need to be polite. Buy something you truly like. To her, this was a manifestation of Yan Yujin yielding to her. After a brief hesitation, she added, choose wisely. If in doubt, let the sales associate assist you. Yan Yujin, who preferred gentleness over force, momentarily stiffened. All right. Observing her lukewarm demeanor, when CI felt a sense of discomfort wash over her. At least Inan was different. She had always been considerate and affectionate, fulfilling Wen Ci's sense of accomplishment as a mother. In contrast, Yan Yujin felt somewhat estranged, not having been raised in close proximity. However, it was not the child's fault. With time, she could still be nurtured back. With this thought, Wen Ci silently resolved within herself. Yan Xian was flabbergasted. No, this plot seems off. Is that dogged system conspiring against me again? Listening to her inner turmoil, Yan Yujin felt a hint of amusement. Yet, upon hearing the latter part of her thought, she furrowed her brow. Who would wish her harm? A bewildered Yan Xian hastily flipped through the script, exhaling a sigh of relief. It's all right. An important plot point is about to unfold. This time, I shall not falter. Indeed, the next moment, when Ci abruptly spoke. Since you have returned, consider this place your home. We will educate you well. Observing Yan Yujin's posture, she felt a dull ache in her head, thinking it unnecessary for her to learn too much. If she could embody even half of an Anne's grace, it would suffice. The directness of her tone left an unsettling sensation in the air. Yan Yujin, having just managed to ease her mood, found it deteriorating once more. Alas! With my mother's manner of speaking, constantly comparing me to the female lead and deeming her inferior, anyone would find it unbearable. No wonder their disputes escalated later on. My mother speaks too bluntly, while the other is overly meticulous. Neither is willing to concede, deepening misunderstandings and eroding the scant affection that remains. Yan Xian's mood grew heavy. After all, in such esteemed families, if the female lead lacks composure, she is bound to be ridiculed. My mother's intentions are noble, yet her manner of communication could benefit from a more measured approach. Suddenly, Yan Yujin found herself laughing unexpectedly at the last remark. Meeting the astonished gazes of both individuals, she felt her lips twitch. When Ci, accustomed to taking charge, saw nothing amiss in her words and firmly believed her daughter should heed her counsel. After all, she is a mother. Could she truly harm her own daughter? Observing that Yan Yujin did not refuse, she felt a sense of relief. Thus it was decided. Suddenly, Yan Xian seized Wen Ci's hand, her voice tinged with feigned grievance. But, Mama, there is no place for my sister at home. The only vacant room is the maid's quarters on the first floor. Mid-sentence, she theatrically covered her mouth, constricting her voice as she added, My apologies, sister. That was not my intention to imply you are the maid. Oh, with my acting skills, I surely deserve an Oscar. Wensi did not perceive anything amiss. Pondering with a furrowed brow, then let's rearrange. Such a vast space surely accommodates another room. The system interjected. Please designate a room for the female lead, emphasizing its original purpose to humiliate her. Yan Xian's eyes sparkled. Mother, why don't we give my dressing room to sister? Although it was originally meant for my clothes. I'm sure sister wouldn't mind, right? After all, I was the only one using those rooms before. Wensi frowned. Wouldn't that be too much of a sacrifice for you? Not at all. Yan Xian timidly glanced at Yan Yujin. As long as sister can stay with us. Our family reunited is worth more than anything. Oh, dear. That sentiment gives me goosebumps. However, that room is indeed quite nice. It was the master bedroom. But the original owner preferred another room and converted it into a dressing room. Is it too late for me to move back? Wensi's furrowed brow relaxed. It's thoughtful of you to offer. Then it's settled. We shall revert that room. Yujin, you will reside there. It's all right. The female lead surely want to stay. Hee. Both rooms belong to me. Is that room really so desirable? Yan Yujin glanced at the secretly pained Yan Xian. Perhaps I should take the bedroom, and she can occupy the dressing room. Her intentions were commendable. Yet, as the saying goes, do not rush to conclusions. Yan Yujin. Wensi's previously quelled anger flared anew. I just praised you, and yet you reveal your true self again. I have stated that your wandering off has nothing to do with Anan. She willingly offered the dressing room for you, and you dare to overstep? Meanwhile, Yan Xian was too preoccupied with her own turmoil to comfort Wensi. Her emotions were already set ablaze. Wait, where has this plot gone awry? I see. It's about to escalate. However, it matters not. With mother scolding her like this, she surely will not stay. As long as the conclusion remains unchanged, it suffices. Yan Xian calmly closed the system. It's all right, Mama, she pouted, quickly glancing at Yan Yujin before lowering her head, her voice trembling with emotion. As long as sister is happy. Oh dear, do not be angry, for anger brings illness, and in retrospect, why bother? Yan Yujin shook her head, dismissing the brainwashing notion of not being angry. In any case, if you wish for me to remain, then arrange the bedroom for me. Leave, get out this instant. Wensi's voice rose sharply. I have no daughter as ill-mannered as you. Yan Xian trembled. Mother, my beloved mother. She playfully swayed her arm while indulging in her charms. I truly adore the walk-in closet. Once it is completed, I shall reside there. Upon hearing this, Wensi's heart ached even more. Oh, Anan, you're always so kind. Today has been overwhelming, and Yan Yujin's worldview seemed to be subtly crumbling. Observing the situation, she rose to her feet. Very well. Once the renovations are complete, I will move back in. I must go now. She needed to investigate how all of this could be happening. Why could she hear Yan Xian's innermost thoughts? Was it due to some inexplicable presence, or perhaps? Chapter 003, You truly have a problem. Or maybe she needed to consider her own mind. After Yan Yujin departed, Yan Xian exerted considerable effort trying to convince Wensi that her fondness for the closet was genuine. Really, mother, just think about it. I spend so much time in the closet because I like it, Yan Xian asserted confidently. Wensi hesitated, then let out a heavy sigh. Then, I know your heart is kind, but you cannot let her stay in the master bedroom. After contemplating for a moment, she decisively stated, Isn't there another floor that is empty? Let us renovate that so she can reside there. Upon Yan Yujin's return, her identity was exposed far too swiftly. She had not yet prepared herself, and the revelation that Yujin was the true heiress, while An was the false one, had already spread. Those who were already waiting to witness An's misfortune would surely revel in the news of the master bedroom being usurped. In the original narrative, the original persona often hinted that this information must have been leaked by Yan Yujin, causing Wensi to grow increasingly disdainful of her daughter. From her perspective, this biological daughter seemed eager to return to the Yan family, thus intentionally exposing this matter to pressure them. She had not considered the potential ramifications this could have on the Yan family's business and stocks. However, at this moment, the one in question was Yan Xian. Without the original persona's instigation, Wensi would not perceive her daughter in such a negative light. Yan Xian was currently reviewing the narrative. That floor had originally been intended by third brother Yan Shurchio to be transformed into an esports room. It is settled then, Wensi declared. And in your father, brothers, and I are all busy. You shall oversee the renovations. Yan Xian nodded. All right, mother. This was also part of the plot. Although Yan Yujin displayed strong resistance to the idea of returning home, Wensi believed that as her own daughter, she should at least have a room. At that time, She entrusted this matter to the original persona, thinking that a girl would better understand another girl's style preferences. However, it is easy to imagine how poorly the original persona would execute the renovations. She used Yan Shurchio as an excuse, transforming a storage room in the far corner of that floor into Yan Yujin's room, a truly perfunctory effort. The Yan family had placed too much trust in the original persona, and, continually misled by her, they had never bothered to check the situation. Yet, this room was ultimately discovered. After the relationship between Yan Yujin and the Yan family had somewhat improved, she planned to return to live there, a privilege the Yan family had painstakingly fought to secure. Upon entering the room, Yan Yujin's demeanor immediately turned cold, prompting her to turn and leave, thus plunging her already tenuous relationship with the Yan family back into a state of discord. This only exacerbated the difficulties of the original host's life. Yan Xian shuddered slightly. She could not afford to follow in the footsteps of her predecessor. After sharing lunch with Wen Xi, Yan Xian returned to her room and lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. It was only now that she had the opportunity to carefully sort through the circumstances of her transmigration. According to the system, this was a real world derived from a novel, and she had become the malicious female antagonist bearing the same name. There was no returning to her former life. Her only option was to devise a way to complete her mission in order to survive in this realm. With a long sigh, she turned over, feeling despondent. She couldn't help but wonder how her original self was faring. However, if her counterpart in that world were to disappear, surely her parents, who had long since divorced and formed new families, would feel a sense of relief, wouldn't they? A wave of indescribable loss surged within her, and she took a deep breath before moving to her desk. For now, she needed to tidy up Yan Yujin's room. As she was in the midst of her work, there was a knock at the door. Yan Xian raised her voice. "Please come in." When Wen Xi entered, she found Yan Xian leaning over the desk, her expression focused and earnest. Her eyes sparkled with joy. When Xi paused, "What are you working on?" "I'm designing the room," Yan Xian replied, shaking the draft in her hand, contemplating how to make it more comfortable. When Xi didn't dwell on that, but instead brought up another matter. "Wasn't the Yan family planning to host a banquet for our partners? After discussing it with my father, we intend to publicly announce Yujin's identity at this event. Keeping it under wraps isn't conducive." She scrutinized Yan Xian's expression carefully. "Not many know about our adoption of you. So we plan to declare that both you and Yujin are our biological daughters." Yan Xian's pen halted. How wonderful! Regardless of the original host's circumstances, she had parents who loved her and were constantly attentive to her needs. When Xi felt a tightening in her chest, and this is the best course of action for now. If you're not comfortable with it, we can postpone. No need to delay, Yan Xian quickly interjected. I am not unhappy. I merely believe everyone should be made aware of the truth. For instance, that I am not your biological child. Otherwise, I fear that ill-intentioned individuals might exploit the situation. She smiled. I am serious. After extensive discussion, and upon confirming Yan Xian's genuine feelings, Wen Xi felt even more sympathetic toward her. All right, we shall proceed as you suggest. She nodded in agreement, pulling out her phone to transfer some money. Your mother has sent you some pocket money. If it's insufficient, let me know. Buy whatever you desire, and do not feel constrained. Understand? Yan Xian nodded obediently. After Wen Xi left, she opened her phone, and upon seeing the array of zeros following the incoming amount, her breath hitched. A small fortune? The numbers, units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, mother, my biological mother. She had never encountered such wealth in her life. Previously, she believed her pure heart would remain untainted by money. Now, she felt her prior stance was somewhat pretentious. Of course, it could also be due to the fact that she had not possessed such wealth before. She gazed at the string of zeros repeatedly, forcing herself to look away. It was merely a glance. None of this belonged to her, and she could not interfere. Meanwhile, Yan Yujin rushed into a hospital immediately after leaving the Yan residence. I require a full examination. She paused, then added, especially several tests for my brain. Mo Chen, who initially intended to tease her, quickly stowed away his jest upon seeing her grave expression. Is something troubling you? Perhaps you could describe your symptoms so I can prioritize the tests. Yan Yujin merely shook her head. Just arrange it for me, and then give me a hypnosis session. I suspect there might be an issue with my mental state. Mo Chen raised his eyebrows, taken aback. He opened his mouth but ultimately refrained from voicing further comments, hastily issuing instructions instead. After nearly a day of various tests, he scrutinized the results, finding them utterly absurd. So, after visiting the Yan residence, your mind has become as nonsensical as Yan Xian's, that insufferable green tea, has it? Had it not been for her normally mature disposition, he might have unleashed a torrent of curses. Fortunately, the results indicated everything was normal, with no significant psychological issues, which nearly gave him a heart attack. Yan Yujin's gaze sharpened. You must not speak of an in such a manner. Chen scratched his ear, confused. Whom are you saying I should not mention? That insufferable green tea? Why are you hitting me? I warned you not to speak of her. Yan Yujin retracted her hand, her expression earnest. She is undeniably charming. Wait, aren't you the one who mentioned her first? Chen protested, holding his head. Yan Yujin stammered and turned her head away, feeling a twinge of guilt. That was the old me. It has nothing to do with the present me. Let us not dwell on that. Tell me, is there truly an issue with my health? Chen's expression turned serious. Indeed, particularly concerning your mental state. Perhaps, she mused. I suspect Yan Xian has cast a spell on you. Yan Yujin paused, realizing understood. So, there's no issue. Could it be true that she could genuinely hear Yan Xian's thoughts? She needed to devise a method to confirm it. Suddenly, her phone rang, and upon seeing the caller ID, she raised an eyebrow. Yujin, the Yan family will host a banquet in 3 days. Remember to return a day early to stay at the old residence. We will announce your identity. When C's voice resonated on the other end, tense and urgent. After imparting her instructions, she frowned. If possible, return early and can teach you about proper etiquette. Come home for dinner today and meet your father and the others. With that, she hastily ended the call, not waiting for Yan Yujin's response. Seemingly unconcerned that her daughter might refuse. Chen's jaw dropped. Is this how she speaks to you? And you can tolerate it? Yan Yujin lowered her gaze to her phone. Ultimately, it seemed she still harbored expectations for this family, which is why she permitted them to treat her in such a manner time and again. Are you attending this banquet? Chen inquired, knowing full well she would respond affirmatively. TSK, they clearly do not regard you at all. Should we retrieve the items we prepared earlier? Yan Yujin lifted her eyes, slightly. No need. All right, I shall promptly inform them. Chen pivoted to leave but turned back halfway, scratching his ear. What? Did I mishear something? Was that a slip of the tongue on your part, or did I misinterpret? However, the evidence they have painstakingly gathered proves that Yan Xian is not the biological daughter of the Yan family. Presenting it at this moment seems the most prudent choice. Does it not? I suggested, but Yan Yujin, with a nonchalant tone, replied, I am fully aware of my actions. After a brief pause, she added, it is only temporary. Chen raised his hand to close his mouth. You call the shots. Dinner was set for 7 o'clock, and Yan Xian was already waiting at the table. Yan Yujin arrived leisurely, perfectly on time, only to discover that the dining hall contained just herself and Yan Xian. Sister, you arrived quite early, Yan Xian beamed, though she mentioned it might be a while longer before their parents and brothers arrived. Perhaps it's due to the unfamiliarity with this dining hour. She chuckled shyly. After all, I typically dine at 7:30. They have long been accustomed to accompanying me at this hour. Curse that system for insisting I report an incorrect time. Ha! I simply moved it up by half an hour, allowing the heroine to come and starve alongside me. A slight twitch at the corner of Yan Yujin's mouth indicated her disapproval. It's nothing. She sensed that this younger sister might not be particularly astute. An idea struck her, and a faint smile appeared. Better to arrive early than late, for tardiness is quite uncouth and can leave a poor impression. Wouldn't you agree? Yan Xian was momentarily stunned. Huh? Should I not report a later time, allowing you to indulge? I shall let you eat. At 7:30, the Yan family arrived punctually at the dining hall. Upon hearing the butler's report, Yan Fu and Yan Jing nodded slightly, acknowledging that Yan Yujin had arrived quite early, not entirely lacking in manners. Though arriving too early is also not ideal, it is certainly preferable to being late. Yan Yujin, having not been raised alongside them, could not be held to excessively high standards. It seems she has taken my words to heart, when Ci thought, her brow easing. Please have a seat. She assumed Yan Yujin had come to learn etiquette from Yan Xian. Among the 3 sons of the Yan family, only Yan Shurqiu was free to join them for dinner that day. As soon as he entered, he approached Yan Xian, affectionately tousling her hair. My dear Nin, did you miss your brother? Yan Xian grimaced. I do not miss you. Oh, is that so? Yan Shurqiu feigned a wounded expression, dramatically clutching his chest while producing a small gift box from his pocket, revealing a blue crystal bracelet he had specifically purchased. I do not miss you, Who would? Yan Xian promptly amended her statement. Thank you, third brother. What a good girl, Yan Shurchio grinned as he settled into his seat. Third brother. When Ci shot him a glare, is that the only gift you brought? The implication in her words was quite evident. Unfazed, Yan Shurchio lazily leaned back in his chair and cast a casual glance at Yan Yujin. Mother, I assure you, I cannot procure another one of these blue crystals. When Ci pressed her fingers to her forehead, feeling somewhat exasperated. Just as she intended to steer the conversation away from that topic, Yan Shurchio spoke again. I believe someone has already taken the reserved gaming room I booked, and thus, they ought to be too embarrassed to request another gift from me. Wouldn't you say? When Ci interjected softly. Third brother. Meanwhile, Yanzheng appeared preoccupied with responding to work messages, seemingly indifferent to the farce unfolding at the table. Mother, I apologize. It was my carelessness that led me to divulge the information to my brother, Yan Xian confessed, biting her lip, overwhelmed with guilt. I simply believed that the apartment belonged to him. Since it has been given away, he has the right to know. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. It's all my fault. I've caused everyone distress. Third brother, the female lead is willing to reside in your quarters. You should secretly rejoice. When you discover that she is the esports idol you have long admired, it will be too late for you to win her favor.
She?
Yan Shurchio's idol? Yan Yujin straightened, her gaze fixed on Yan Xian with keen curiosity. In her earlier years, she had indeed concealed her identity while participating in several unofficial online competitions. However, very few were privy to this aspect of her life. How did Yan Xian come to this realization? It appeared that she possessed an extensive understanding of both past and future events. I have expressed my desire for Yan Xian's bedroom. Her tone remained calm. The decision to relinquish that apartment was not mine to make. You ought to consult the individual who has the authority to decide. When Ci furrowed her brow. It was my decision. Do you believe I acted incorrectly? Not at all, Yan Yujin replied with a faint smile. As a beneficiary of this arrangement, I find myself in a rather fortunate position. Finally, Yan Zheng spoke. Dinner. The Yan family had always adhered to the custom of silence during meals. After finishing his meal, Yan Zheng set down his utensils and wiped his mouth. The daughters of a Yan family need not strive excessively. Such behavior is unsuitable for marriage. A hush fell over the dining table. Yan Xian dared not utter a word, burying her head in her bowl. The daughters of the Yan family? Yan Yujin raised an eyebrow. You do not think that merely giving birth to me without raising me for a day qualifies as being my parents, do you? Yan Zheng's expression remained unchanged. We will not harm you. If you desire a life free from worry in your later years, you ought to heed my counsel.
Indeed.
When celestial beings clash, it is mere mortals who suffer. Yet, if one were to argue about right and wrong, it would yield no conclusive answers. After all, although father is stern, he is still very much concerned for his children. His mention of marriage is simply to ensure that our lives are not overly burdensome. If a child is unwilling, he would certainly not impose. Is there truly no one in this household capable of conversing meaningfully? Yan Yujin found herself momentarily speechless. After uttering those words, Yanjing turned to leave the dining hall. Yujin, be obedient. When Ci's eyes reflected exhaustion, do not cause us further worry regarding your affairs. By the way, have you ceased communication with those individuals as you promised? Yan Yujin took a deep breath. I can manage these matters. There is no need for you to concern yourselves with me. The dinner concluded on a sour note, and it was not until the day of the banquet that the family gathered once more. When Yan Shurchio entered the hall, he was momentarily captivated by Yan Yujin's stunning appearance. However, upon noticing her unwavering gaze fixed upon someone, his expression shifted dramatically as he stepped forward to shield her. What do you intend to do? Yan Yujin paid him no heed and forcefully pushed him aside, her eyes locked onto Yan Xian, shining with an alarming intensity. What commotion is this?
Huh?
Why is the female lead clashing with the third brother?
What?
Yan Yujin snapped back to reality, glancing at the nearby individuals. She beheld Yan Shurchio, whose suit was stained with red wine, emanating an aura of icy displeasure. Yan Yujin gritted his teeth, yet he had to lower his voice. You mustn't go too far. The individuals who had just been exchanging compliments turned their attention towards him in unison. Chapter 005. Desire to invest, yet lacking funds. This matter was indeed my fault. I apologize. Yan Yujin is not one to shirk responsibility. I did not anticipate that you would suddenly confront me. Initially, upon hearing the first half of the statement, Yan Shurchio's expression softened slightly. However, upon hearing the latter part, his anger surged. How dare you say that? Tell me. Have you been eyeing Enen with ill intentions? Midway through his retort, he was abruptly interrupted. Third brother, Yan Yujin raised his glass calmly. If your clothes are soiled, go change them. If you make a mistake, don't lash out in anger. This single remark seemed to nullify all the disputes between them. Oh, the elder brother has arrived. Observe the eloquence of the elder brother. Others ought to learn from him. Let us not blame the female lead when things go awry, shall we? Yan Yujin met Yan Yujin's gaze directly, finding it rather ironic. Indeed, she was not blamed. After all, she had never been mentioned, completely overlooked, clearly considered inconsequential. His intervention was merely to prevent the situation from escalating and to spare the Yan family from becoming a laughingstock. Yan Yujin evidently grasped that this was not the time for internal strife that would amuse outsiders, and he closed his eyes momentarily. All right, elder brother. I shall go change my clothes. After uttering this, he apologized to those around him and ascended to his room. The farce ended before it even began. Out of respect for the Yan family, no one pressed further. They dispersed, resuming their previous conversations. Yan Yujin looked around before fixing his gaze on Yan Yujin's earlier focus, and in Yan Shian, who was absorbed in the gossip, turned around in confusion. What does she want? Isn't she merely a backdrop today? It was only today that she realized the system allowed her to observe not just significant figures. She could also inquire into the affairs of others. You look splendid today, Yan Yujin's voice softened, his gaze lingering on the necklace adorning her chest. It suits you perfectly. Yan Shian felt a bit shy. It is your discerning eye, elder brother. Yan Yujin nodded, seemingly casually glancing at Yan Yujin, lowering his voice. Do not wander about, nor get too close to Yan Yujin. She has been watching you intently, her gaze akin to that of a predator eyeing its prey. I wonder what scheme she harbors. Thanks to the original's excellent disguise, coupled with the Yan family's general lack of vigilance towards their own, they had always perceived the original as a naive and simple-minded girl. After Yan Shian acknowledged him with a nod, he continued to mingle with the guests. Wait, where did the gossip leave off? Oh, I recall now. This individual was boasting about his prowess, yet he is nothing but a man living off his wife's family. Taking advantage of his wife's influential family to forge connections for his own career, ultimately achieving success. Yet he not only keeps a mistress, but also tramples upon his wife's family. What a pure white-eyed wolf. I wonder who this unfortunate soul is that is eager to collaborate with him. This individual harbors a secret affection for the wife of a so-called Phoenix man, and has remained unmarried all this time. Initially, he thought it sufficient for the one he cherished to find happiness, thus resolving not to intrude further. However, upon discovering her misfortunes and the torment inflicted by her husband, he is compelled to devise a scheme against the Phoenix man. Yan Yujin followed her gaze, her eyes glimmering with surprise. Before her stood Hu Tao, the owner of an advertising agency whose rapid ascent and stability had earned him a commendable reputation in their region. She found it astonishing that he displayed such a lack of discernment in managing personal affairs. She recalled that her own company was in the midst of negotiating a collaboration with his. With this thought, she retrieved her phone. At that moment, Hu Tao was basking in the flattery of those around him, having secured a contract with Changju Group, which granted him ample fodder for boasting. The young Hu Tao, with both familial and professional triumphs, truly was a formidable presence. Modestly, he downplayed his achievements, yet his expression radiated self-satisfaction. He gently swirled his wine glass, noting that Mr. Li had previously vied for the same contract, yet it appeared he had outperformed him. Standing nearby, Li Xiao, who had remained a silent observer, wore a despondent expression. After downing his drink, he raised his glass and remarked, "It seems my skills are lacking." They were in dire need of collaboration to secure funds to navigate their current challenges. However, Changju expressed concerns about their insufficient initial capital and the potential for subpar results. Although disappointing, such reservations were understandable, given that they were merely a small studio. After finishing his drink, Li Xiao intended to leave, but was halted by a raised hand. "Are you leaving so soon, Mr. Li?" Hu Tao inquired with a beaming smile. "Let us continue our conversation." Yan Yujin had just hung up the phone when she noticed Yan Xian's ears perk up as he leaned in closer. After a moment's hesitation, she followed suit. "Let me see. Oh, Changju is the company established by the heroine. TSK, Hu Tao is about to be ensnared by his wife's admirer. If Changju collaborates with him, it could lead to ruin. Wait, Li Xiao's company is actually quite impressive. Their creativity is commendable, and they are willing to invest. Although they are currently a bit financially constrained. If Changju partners with him, the returns could multiply exponentially. Missing out on this collaboration with Changju might lead to a period of decline for him, but he only needs 2 years to recover, which is quite remarkable. Should I attempt to align myself with someone influential now? Is it too late? Wait, I lack the funds to invest, Yan Xian lamented. Yan Yujin promptly dialed a second number. She remembered Li Xiu's studio, and the funding they sought was but a mere trifle for her. She was willing to take a chance for the sake of potential returns, while also seeking to validate whether Yan Xian's foresight held any truth. Meanwhile, those sycophants surrounding Hu Tao continued to mock. Wasn't Mr. Li quite proud before? He looked down on our modest projects. I initially thought our project was lacking, but it seems. His voice trailed off, deliberately rising in pitch, insinuating that Mr. Li's studio was failing. A chorus of derisive laughter erupted around them, thick with scorn. Li Xiu clenched his fists, his temples throbbing with tension. It is imperative that he refrains from acting impulsively. He was never meant to be present at such a grand gathering, but a colleague had kindly facilitated his entry. To cause a disturbance would only undermine the earnest efforts of others. Li Xiu managed to force a smile, stating, I shall endeavor to elevate my own standards and present superior content. There are matters I must attend to, so I shall take my leave for now, and we can converse another day. The individual beside him expended no effort in showcasing his sardonic wit, remarking another day? Who knows where Mr. Li will find himself in such a setting next time? The commotion grew louder, attracting an increasing number of onlookers. Feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him, Li Xiu lowered his gaze, remaining silent. Yan Xian furrowed her brow. Were these individuals not exceeding the bounds of decency? Just as she contemplated intervening, a ringtone echoed from among the group. Upon hearing the tone, Hu Tao's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly retrieved his phone. Everyone, please be quiet, he gestured to his device. It's a call from Changju Group. They must be confirming our collaboration. The crowd fell into a collective hush. What an impressive display, Mr. Hu, a sycophant chimed in. Why not put it on speaker, so we can all listen? Hu Tao's lips curled into a smug smile. Of course. Pressing the answer and speaker buttons, he instantly donned a fawning demeanor. Hello, yes, this is Hu Tao. Wait, what did you say? Chapter 006. I must embarrass her today. In the suddenly quiet hall, a clear male voice emanated from Hu Tao's phone. I apologize, Mr. Hu, but after careful consideration, we have decided to terminate our collaboration with your company. The pride Hu Tao had displayed moments ago was now replaced with a pained expression. Why? He struggled to suppress his growing anger, with no time to ponder whether he would become the subject of ridicule. Forcing a smile, he asked, could you perhaps share the reason? The voice on the other end remained silent for a moment, before responding, I'm sorry, but that is our decision. Laughter began to ripple through the crowd, and Hu Tao stood rigid, growing increasingly anxious. Is there truly no way to disclose any information? The other party was clearly growing impatient. After receiving news from his own sources, he had promptly investigated the matter's validity. Some details were well concealed, yet not entirely elusive. Particularly given their clear intentions, Hu Tao's situation had been thoroughly scrutinized. The prospect of a near collaboration had already vexed him, and now this person continued to prattle on. Eyeing the documents spread across the table, he spoke coldly. In our partnerships, we prioritize the character of our collaborators. Based on your demeanor towards your wife, we believe you are not a suitable candidate for collaboration. With a resounding click, the line disconnected. A burst of laughter erupted, the first to chuckle unknown, igniting a wave of mirth amongst the spectators. The sycophant who had previously urged Hu Tao to activate the speaker turned pale, wishing he could vanish into the ground as if he had never been present. Yan Xian stepped forward, applauding. Indeed, we ought to have listened together. I have never witnessed such a spectacle. Hu Tao was left flustered, his complexion oscillating between shades of green and white. Upon hearing the taunts, his initial reaction was not one of anger, but rather to assess the identity of the mocker. He had never met Yan Xian, but he had seen her photograph. Aware that she was not someone he could provoke, he wore a smile that was more painful than tears. Miss Yan is indeed correct, he chuckled bitterly. What an immense loss of face. Had he known, he would have refrained from prying further with his incessant questions. If news of today's debacle spread, and he failed to manage the public relations effectively, solidifying the impression of him as a bully towards his wife, he could only imagine how many deals would slip through his fingers. He cast a fierce glare at the sycophant nearby, intending to turn away, when a melodious tune suddenly filled the air. The previous ringtone had reverberated too strongly, causing everyone to instinctively search for the source of the ringing phone. Ultimately, It was Li Xiao who fished out his incessantly ringing device from his pocket, looking utterly bewildered. It seems our general manager Li also has business to attend to? Hu Tao, momentarily forgetting the earlier embarrassment, mused aloud. Why not let it play out? Perhaps Changju Group has declined my offer in favor of yours. Though he spoke casually, anyone could discern the mockery in his tone. At least he had been selected at some point. That was better than being dismissed outright from the beginning. Moreover, in the realm of business, strength undeniably reigned supreme. What of his questionable character? Once he secured a few major contracts, those individuals would be clamoring to curry favor with him, and who would remember today as events? Even if they did, who would dare to bring it up in his presence? The phone rang again, then hung up, only to ring once more with an unwavering persistence that suggested a refusal to relent until its purpose was achieved. Why not answer? Hu Tao taunted. Could it be that you fear losing the collaboration and thus hesitate to respond? What a significant deal it must be to weigh on our general manager, Li's mind. Li Xiao, as if awakening from a dream, flustered, finally answered the call, his voice trembling. Hello? Hu Tao raised a hand to quiet the crowd. Everyone, please be silent. Otherwise, we won't be able to hear. Hello, is this Mr. Li from a studio? I am the head of Changju Group. We have confirmed our collaboration on the project previously discussed with your company. When would it be convenient for you to come to our office to sign the contract? Li Xiao's eyes welled with tears. Yes, I can come tomorrow morning when you're back in the office. The person on the other end spoke with a cheerful tone, their attitude impeccable. All right, I'll be waiting for you at the office at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Once the call ended, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Hu Tao stood frozen, utterly dumbfounded, convinced he must have imagined the entire exchange. What did I just hear? He stammered, his complexion pale. Did I hear that Changju Group wants to collaborate with him? What a resurgence! Yan Xian felt a surge of joy within. How exhilarating! This dramatic turn of events, who among the family could fathom its thrill? She beamed with genuine delight. Mr. Hu truly is a prophet. Thus, the best jester of the evening was born. Li Xiao, suddenly regaining his senses, strode purposefully toward Hu Tao. What are you doing? Hu Tao retreated cautiously, warning. I advise you not to act recklessly. This is the Yan family, so do not overstep. He continued to back away, but he was no match for Li Xiao's speed. Just as onlookers braced for a confrontation, they were taken aback as Li Xiao opened his arms and embraced Hu Tao tightly. Good brother, he exclaimed, tears brimming. Thank you for your blessings. Once, I dismissed your words as mere nonsense, and I am truly grateful to you. Upon uttering these words, Hu Tao's complexion shifted to an alarming shade of blue and purple. You. Hu Tao fainted. Quickly, someone call for help. Yan Xian contentedly withdrew his gaze. Now, let me see how this unfolds. Hu Tao's wife's suitor intends to take advantage of this opportunity, subtly striking when Hu Tao is cornered, threatening him with investment to force a divorce from his wife. How utterly devoted. Yan Shishuan did not anticipate that in just a brief absence, such chaos would ensue. He promptly arranged for a family doctor to examine Hu Tao and planned to permanently remove him from the guest list of the Yan family banquet. Though referred to as a family doctor, the examination equipment was comprehensive, comparable to that of a small private hospital. Fortunately, Hu Tao had merely fainted from anger, with no other complications. When Wen Xi heard the news and called for Yan Xian, she had not yet sought to settle accounts with him before being pulled into a warm embrace. Mom, let me tell you what just happened. Wen Xi's eyes widened. What? I never imagined Hu Tao, who seemed so promising, would turn out to be such a person. What? Changju just terminated their contract with him and immediately reached out to the despised Li Xiao. Before this, Hu Tao had been so arrogant, believing the collaboration with Changju Group was as good as secured. How utterly ridiculous. Having consumed the entirety of this scandal, Wen Xi had forgotten her intent to confront him. Meanwhile, Yan Zheng, who had quietly listened to the entire ordeal, subtly retracted his neck and opened his phone to contact his assistant. Cancel any collaborations with them immediately. The unexpected farce did not significantly dampen the spirits of those present. Sated by the unfolding drama, the guests dispersed, choosing not to dwell on the incident any further. After all, this was a banquet hosted by the Yan family. It was best not to be too unruly. As the banquet was about to commence, Yan Xian was preparing to proceed to the stage as per Wen Xi's instructions when a girl in a wine-red gown hurried towards her. She exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Everything is ready. Just wait and see. Today, I must ensure that Yan Yujin makes a fool of herself. Yan Xian was taken aback. Wait, what embarrassment? What is ready? Why has no one informed me of such a significant matter? The girl hurried away in her high heels before she could grasp her. Why is it that even the role of the malicious female antagonist is being contested? Yan Xian attempted to reach out but was restrained by Yan Shurqiu, who grasped her wrist. It's time to go on stage, he said reassuringly. Regardless of blood ties, you will always be our dearest sister. In the blink of an eye, the girl had vanished. By the time she sought her again, it was too late. At this moment, Yan father and Yan mother had finished their speeches, and Yan Shurqiu stood on stage, prepared to reveal their lineage. Upon spotting Yan Yujin, less than 50 meters away, she exhaled a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, as long as she could see her, she would be able to intervene when necessary. Oh, protagonist, be more cautious. There are many who wish to see you humiliated, and I wonder what Xiaowan intends to do. Yan Yujin's movements momentarily paused. Yan Shuren felt an overwhelming headache. The girl in the red dress was Xiaowan, a wealthy heiress and a close childhood friend of the original protagonist. Despite being a stunning beauty with a fiery spirit, her loyalty to the original protagonist led her to be used as a pawn. Time and again, she charged ahead while the original protagonist concealed herself behind. When the truth was revealed, only she bore the blame. While she felt noble for sacrificing herself for her friend, the original protagonist merely saw her as a foolish pawn. Anxiously, Yan Shuren took the stage, standing behind Wen Ci alongside Yan Yujin. Yan Shurqiu observed the distracted Yan Shuren, his brow furrowing. To him and others, it appeared that Yan Shuren had suffered a significant blow and was now plagued by insecurity. A pang of sympathy welled within him. To eliminate potential risks, Yan Shuren insisted on announcing that she was not the biological daughter of the Yan family, demonstrating a maturity that was heart-wrenching. Yan Shuren declared, "Wait a moment. Xia, one is playing such a dangerous game. I shall have her head." Yan father spoke with a tone of official seriousness. Today, in addition to welcoming everyone, we have an important announcement. All eyes turned toward the two girls of similar age standing behind him. Our Yan family has two daughters. Yan Yujin is our biological daughter, while Shuren is our adopted one. Yan Yujin's eyes narrowed in shock. However, the Yan family will treat both daughters equally. Yan Zheng took a document from Yan Shursun's hands. I will transfer 3 of Yan Corporation's shares to Shuren. After a brief moment of astonishment, a clamor erupted. 3. It was known that the Yan family was still under Yan Zheng's control, and the other 3 sons held only 5 of the shares each. Yet, this non-biological daughter was granted 3, indicating the Yan family's considerable regard for her, a privilege that the biological daughter did not enjoy. Moreover, this percentage may sound modest, but given the current momentum of the Yan family's growth, that 3 would suffice to ensure a life of comfort for any affluent family in the latter half of their lives. Yan Shuren widened her eyes in disbelief, and then donned a mask of anguish. Another portion of money I can see but cannot touch. How delightful. My anxious heart can finally rest. Yan Yujin, however, was not particularly concerned about the shares, as she did not lack funds. She was astonished that the Yan family had revealed their true identities. Upon hearing Yan Shuren's inner thoughts, her brow furrowed tightly. What did it mean to see but not touch? The shares had been granted, and dividends would naturally follow. Could it be that the Yan family, in pursuit of a good reputation, was merely feigning generosity before so many, yet would not actually distribute the profits? Understanding the implications, Yan Yujin regarded the Yan family's expressions with a cold gaze. She had thought they cherished Yan Shuren greatly, but it seemed otherwise. No matter. If others did not appreciate her, she would. The spectators below felt overwhelmed, unable to take in the unfolding drama. As Yan Xian observed, alas. Look at the child's forlorn expression. Even the prospect of sharing the inheritance fails to bring joy. It appears they genuinely cherish the Yan family and regard it as their own home. Turning her gaze to Yan Yujin, she noted, "Ah." The fleeting flicker of discontent in their eyes is unmistakable. Having been acknowledged by the Yan family, soaring to new heights, yet still feeling unsatisfied, such greed is remarkable. Yan Xian paid no heed to the convoluted thoughts of those around her. Following the revelation of their identities, the members of the Yan family were preoccupied with their respective affairs. When Ci looked at her 2 daughters and remarked, "Anan, since you dislike socializing, you may go and enjoy yourself. Yujin, what about you? Do you wish to present yourself before these individuals?" "Not for now," Yan Yujin politely declined. "You go about your business." She genuinely did not care, nor was she interested in the Yan family's wealth. Over the years, She had maintained a consistently aloof demeanor, which her friends had grown accustomed to. Very well, Wen Ci acquiesced with a nod. Then off you go. The young people over there should have plenty in common. After a brief moment of contemplation, she turned to Yan Yujin, stating, the Yan family treats all children equally. You are one of us, and you need not endure any disrespect. Should you encounter anyone who is insolent, feel free to respond accordingly. We can handle it. Both Yan Yujin and the eavesdropping Emo-chun were taken aback by Wen Ci's words. Once she finished speaking, she was whisked away by other affluent ladies. Though they seldom engaged in company operations, the exchanges among women often served as a means of fostering business relationships. Upon turning to face Emo-chun, she hesitated for a moment before raising her glass in greeting. Sister, this is your first encounter with so many prominent families, isn't it? Yan Xian beamed. Why not join me? Otherwise, if you run into someone you do not recognize, it could lead to an awkward situation. Yan Yujin's voice was soft, and although her words carried a hint of sarcasm, they were difficult to detest. Quite melodious. Emo-chun responded. Ah. So there is but one bad apple among the Yan family. He seemed eager to provoke a reaction from Yan Yujin. With confidence, he turned to her, only to find her expression gentle. Very well, I shall accompany you. Emo-chun and Yan Xian exchanged bewildered glances. Has she lost her senses? Yan Xian sensed something amiss. Surely my intent was obvious. Why is the heroine not offended? Wait, could it be she is unable to discern right from wrong? What is that term again? Never mind. Yan Yujin, Montakchen? Did that insufferable green tea just speak? His gaze was too blatant, and Yan Xian immediately caught on. Why is he staring at me? Oh, Emo-chun, one of the heroine's esteemed allies. She once saved the patriarch of the Emo family, thus earning their favor. She also provided him with strategies to secure his position as the heir of the Emo family, although he possesses considerable prowess himself.
Montakchenes pupilsvidend in Schock.
Trembling, he stammered. Why, you said what? Yan Xian inquired. What? Young Master Emo. I said nothing at all. Perhaps you misheard? Hearing things at such a young age, perhaps too engrossed in his phone. Montakchen. He truly had heard her. Just as he was about to speak, Yan Yujin pressed her hand firmly on his head. His mind seemed a bit unsettled. She gestured towards Emo-chun, indicating that he needed to calm down. After speaking, she lowered her head, her voice dropping to a whisper as she spoke rapidly. I don't care what you've heard. Just be quiet, understand? Soon, she released her grip and looked at Emo-chun with concern, asking, Are you calm now? Emo-chun nodded frantically, unable to utter a word. Help! Yan Yujin must have heard as well, and he finally understood why she suspected him of having a mental issue. He was beginning to doubt his own sanity. Yan Xian gave the two a suspicious glance, nodded slightly, and without further thought, handed a drink to Yan Yujin, saying, Drink this. You probably haven't had such a fine beverage before. Hee, I truly am a dutifully malicious supporting character. But the plot never mentioned anything about Emo-chun's mental state. Perhaps the storyline has overlooked some details. Let me see where that rascal Wan has gone. Wait a moment. Ah. She startled, causing both Yan Yujin and Emo-chun, who could hear her inner thoughts, to jump. Yan Yujin, still processing the situation, accidentally knocked over the orange juice in her hand. The glass, already precariously held, fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. Yan Xian's expression stiffened as her mind raced. Stay calm, don't panic. What should I say now to align with my pretense of being a delicate and seemingly innocent character? Eureka! Chapter 008. The Mutual Disdain of Two Individuals. A sister? Yan Xian stared blankly, pouting in grievance. Even if you despise me, you shouldn't have spilled the juice I gave you. Mid-sentence, she abruptly halted, her expression flustered.
No.
What I meant was, I didn't hold it properly. It wasn't your intention to knock it over. The onlookers cast furtive glances their way. The matter of the true and false heiresses was already a spectacle, and this display of discord between the two was even more captivating. That was close. I almost lost my grip on the script. In front of so many affluent families, if I tarnish the heroine's reputation, she should surely dislike me now. When did Siawan arrange for someone to deliver the spilled orange juice to me? The heroine almost drank it. Ah. And she even set up a debauched young master to ruin the heroine's reputation. Emo-chun thought, how is it that this person can act so well? He knew she was a scheming green tea. Infuriated, he failed to notice the mention of a script. Yan Yujin's gaze deepened. If Siawan succeeded in this endeavor, these people would not regard the Yan family favorably. They would only see her, Yan Yujin, as a sycophant, a lowly creature unworthy of the stage.
Meanwhile,
Yan Xian discreetly assessed the expressions of those around her, her inner self exulting with glee. I am simply too clever. I must be cautious, as there are surely many people here who will notice the truth, but they won't dare speak up given my current favor. Soon. My parents should be arriving, right? They will surely reprimand the heroine fiercely. Afterward, when they realize their misunderstanding of her, they will undoubtedly compensate her handsomely. She had incited the heroine's disdain while simultaneously mending familial bonds. Truly, she was a little genius. What on earth is happening? As Yan Shurchio approached, he heard Yan Shuren's words, and his expression instantly darkened. What trouble had emerged this time? He had known from the outset that this newly found sister was far from being a docile character. How long had it been since her return? Every occasion she graced was fraught with calamity, a bane to the household, stirring discord and inviting ridicule upon the Yan family at such an inopportune moment. The gazes of those around them were laden with meaning. Brother, Yan Shuren's tears cascaded down her cheeks as her body swayed precariously. No, it's all my fault. I was clumsy and didn't hold the orange juice steady when I handed it to my sister. Her tone was replete with grievance, as if she feared others might overlook her plight. Vile green tea.
Montag chen fumet, exasperated.
It was you who knocked it over. Why feign innocence? Yan Shuren trembled slightly. Stepping back a few paces behind Yan Shurchio, her voice tinged with sobs. Yes, it's all my fault. Hee, just perfect for raising Mo Chen Estes-like level. Hurry up and loathe me. The best would be if you felt nauseous at the sight of me. Where's my Oscar? Arrange it immediately. Yan Shurchio's complexion darkened ominously. Mo Xiao, this is a family matter. If you harbor strong discontent towards my sister, you may choose not to attend our gathering. Though the Mo family excelled in the medical field, they could not rival the Yan family. Mo Chun regarded him coldly. Oh, your family just claimed that you treat all children equally. Is this your version of equality? Yu Jian and Yu Yan are your sisters too. Precisely because she is my sister, Yan Shurchio retorted assertively. This statement, though lacking context, was understood by all astute listeners present. Had Yu Jian not been a member of the Yan family, she would have already been expelled from the gathering, her dignity shattered. Mo Chen's face darkened further, and as he prepared to speak, he was restrained by an elder from his family. Just as he intended to struggle, he noticed Yu Jian subtly shaking her head. His pent-up rage dissipated, and he ceased his resistance, dejectedly being led away. It was I who knocked it over, Yu Jian spoke calmly. I was lost in thought and didn't react in time. I'm sorry, Anan. Yan Shuren. Has the female lead finally lost her mind? The onlookers, aware of the truth, gasped. Whoever claims these two sisters have a poor relationship shall face our wrath. Yan Shurchio paused, his expression softening slightly. Since this was an accident, you should quickly change your clothes to avoid catching a chill.
Yu Jian nodded. All right.
Can Anan take me? I may not have spare clothes. Yan Shuren. Yes. Before family, she could not refuse. She trudged ahead in silence, leading the way. Upon ascending the stairs, just as Yu Jian was about to speak, she heard Yan Shuren's silent lament. Why does the female lead take the blame? Now I'll be haunted in my dreams tonight, feeling utterly wretched. Feeling guilty? A flicker of compassion and sorrow crossed Yu Jian's eyes as she grasped Yan Shuren's hand. And I know the Yan family does not treat you well. Indulged to the point of becoming a societal burden, Yan Shuren queried. What is the female lead even saying? I can't comprehend. However, Yan Yujin believed that she was astonished by her own knowledge of the truth. Others thought the Yan family indulged her. But who could fathom that she merely appeared glamorous on the surface? The more Yan Yujin spoke, the angrier she became, asserting that their lack of kindness was their loss.
No, what are you talking about?
Yan Shuren replied, bewildered. My parents treat me very well. Even if things are not perfect, I must speak well of them. I cannot tarnish my parents' reputation. What if the heroine forms a negative impression of them? A person as wonderful as her deserves a complete and blissful family. Let's not dwell on misunderstandings. Did she truly perceive herself in such a light? Did she believe herself to be admirable? Yan Yujin's heart softened in turmoil. From this series of heartfelt confessions, she had already surmised that Yan Shuren was compelled to confront her, although the reason eluded her. It solidified her resolve to keep her ability to read minds a secret from Yan Shuren. After all, this matter could lead to unforeseen consequences. She had to be exceedingly cautious. I understand, she sighed, refraining from further rebuttal. But Anan, I can thrive on my own. I do not require such superficial familial affection. Yan Yujin's eyes widened in shock. No, my parents truly care for me. You must not harbor ill feelings towards them. The cold words interrupted their conversation. Is this how you perceive us? Yan Yujin strode out from around the corner, his expression frigid. Superficial? Hypocritical? Yan Yujin remained unperturbed, positioning Yan Yujin behind her, exuding confidence. Is it not? A flicker of surprise crossed Yan Yujin's eyes. Those seasoned individuals who often dealt with him would typically be dwarfed by his imposing presence. Yet, this sister, recently retrieved from the countryside, matched his intensity. How intriguing. Yan Yujin's interest piqued. What led you to this conclusion? Outsiders claim you pamper Anan, yet you do not even provide her with pocket money. Yan Yujin regarded him directly. What kind of affection is that without even the most basic of provisions? Yan Yujin raised an eyebrow. Did Anan say this? Yan Yujin, who possessed millions in pocket money, was taken aback.
No.
When did she ever say she had no money to spend?
Ah?
I see. The heroine is seizing this opportunity to defame me, aiming to ruin my image in the eyes of my brothers. She must truly despise me. I am succeeding splendidly. Yan Yujin's expression transformed from astonished to perplexed. No. How did Anan arrive at this conclusion? It was not her words, but my own observations, Yan Yujin hastily clarified. The clothes she has been wearing lately are not the latest styles. She did not take Yan Yujin's claim of having no money at face value. Rather, she had carefully reflected on prior details and discerned subtle hints that led her to this belief. For instance, the styles of her clothing. Yan Yujin narrowed his eyes. Yan Yujin quickly realized her blunder, inwardly lamenting her misstep. Indeed, the seasoned Yan Yujin swiftly articulated his doubts. Chapter 009. Are we on the brink of prosperity? You claim to have grown up in this village, knowing nothing, yet you can discern whether Anan's attire is of the latest fashion? Yan Yujin's tone was laced with ambiguity.
What?
Is it impossible to recognize such garments simply because one hails from a rural background? Yan Yujin's expression remained unchanged. For the sake of appeasing the Yan family and avoiding any disgrace, she had taken the effort to learn. Yan Yujin elongated his tone, slightly raising it, choosing not to dwell on the matter further. Instead, he reached up to ruffle Yan Xian's hair, suggesting that if she did not like it, they could send for more. As a new batch had just arrived, perhaps they would suit her fancy. Previously, as the sole daughter of the Yan family, Yan Xian had no need to venture outside. Each month, representatives from various prestigious brands would come to take her measurements, delivering the latest pieces directly to the Yan residence. Countless garments lay untouched in corners, gathering dust. As the original owner had never even glanced at them. Yan Xian's expression was one of confusion. Have they gone out of season? I merely wore the clothes that the original owner had previously unpacked. She reasoned that since the original owner had been coddled since childhood, her taste must surely be impeccable. Her only concern was that her own sense of style might invite ridicule. Moreover, if her style diverged too drastically, would others begin to question her identity? No. Yan Xian shook her head. I truly like them. I've just been too busy lately to peruse the garments that others have sent. Yan Yujin nodded, choosing not to press the issue further. After casting a deep glance at Yan Yujin, he turned and descended the stairs. Yan Yujin silently ground her teeth. What a cunning fox she was. It seemed she would need to be more vigilant moving forward. She almost forgot the matter at hand. About the orange juice. It's of no concern, she said with a light chuckle. I understand. My sudden return may not have been to your liking, and I can comprehend that. It's over. I truly should have been more cautious. Isn't the protagonist supposed to be strong? Surely she won't let guilt consume her and fall into despair. Suppressing the laughter that threatened to bubble forth, Yan Yujin lowered her head, her demeanor somber. It's all right. I've grown accustomed to handling things on my own since childhood. However, now that my career is finally beginning to show promise, I still find myself without assistance. Each time I review contracts, I worry about falling into traps set by others.
Sigh.
Yan Xian felt a stir within her heart. It seems the protagonist is indeed at the nascent stage of her career, but if I were to assist her, it would surely contradict my persona. Yet the desire to help lingers. What if I encounter a future magnate and invest a little? I could eventually sit back and count my riches. You seek funds, do you? I originally thought that if someone were willing to accompany me, I could offer them a 3-profit share from my collaborative projects. Yan Yujin forced a smile, yet she knew that for others, this would likely be an empty promise. Who would be willing to join her? Profit share? Yan Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. To liken it to anything, it felt akin to a wage earner receiving their paycheck, only to discover a bonus just before the end of the workday. Pure elation. All I need to do is accompany you to gain profit? She inquired. Indeed. Yan Yujin nodded with a smile. Just accompany me and offer your encouragement. Yan Shian was overwhelmed with enthusiasm. If it were anyone else, this would surely be an empty promise, but this is the protagonist. What percentage of a project would require me to recruit a certain number of 185 athletic students to exhaust? She appeared contemplative, stating, Since no one else will accompany you, I shall reluctantly oblige. After all, you are considered part of the Yan family. I cannot allow anyone to mistreat you. With a chuckle, she exclaimed, I am on the verge of earning my very first pot of gold through my own efforts. It seemed the reason she insisted on merely observing the money was that it did not belong to her. Yan Yujin pondered the crux of the matter and responded with a smile. After exchanging contact information, they proceeded to change into their gowns and descended the staircase together. Upon witnessing the two girls changing outfits and descending without any apparent discord, Wen Xi let out a sigh of relief. She had heard from the leader that Yujin had previously felt they were being unkind to Wen and had stood up for her. Meanwhile, upon catching sight of a striking red figure amidst the crowd, Yan Xian snapped back to reality. Sister, you and Mo shall chat for a while.
I will find a friend to speak with.
Mo Chen, being the protagonist's ally, would certainly not cause any trouble. After delivering this statement, she lifted her skirt and confidently strode over to Xia Wan's side. Wan, my dear, she said through gritted teeth, her gentle voice laced with a hint of menace. It has been quite some time since we last met. Shall we have a little chat? Xia Wan shivered slightly and nodded weakly. The two found a quiet room, and Xia Wan spoke first, and in, Why did you knock over that orange juice? Before Yan Xian could respond, she instinctively scanned the room with her system, her pupils widening in shock. There is someone in this room. Oh, they were just about to exit the restroom as we barged in. The individual initially intended to speak, but upon hearing Xia Wan's words, felt a sense of foreboding and cleverly began recording the conversation on their phone. This segment was also part of the original storyline. The two believed they had successfully concealed their intentions and were freely discussing matters, only to be recorded, with the outcome being predictably disastrous. Yan Xian regarded her friend, taking a deep breath. It could be said that Xia Wan's tragedy was a direct result of the original character's influence. A once prominent young lady, she was incited by Yan Xian to take a stand, ultimately facing retaliation from the protagonist, disdain from her family, and a fate that was far from favorable. Of course, I had to knock it over. Yan Xian raised her voice, asserting, the Yan family's possessions, be it orange juice or even mineral water, are beyond her worthiness to consume. She is merely a rustic girl returned from the countryside, foolishly attempting to vie for my parents' affection without considering her own standing. The portrayal of the malicious female antagonist was thus successfully established. She pulled Xia Wan to the farthest corner from the restroom and lowered her voice. Our initial plan was for our parents to announce that we are both genuine heiresses, and then we would, discredit her. However, circumstances have changed. Our identities have been swapped, which signifies how significant Yan Yujin is in the eyes of the Yan family. Looking at Xia Wan, her tone grew somber. What would happen if we were to act now? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xia Wan shivered, her burgeoning doubts about Yan Xian dissipating. If we were to act, given your parents' regard for her, they would undoubtedly notice something amiss and initiate a thorough investigation. After all, Yan Yujin is the legitimate young lady and does not need to degrade herself by associating with a worthless fool at such a time. Even if Yan Yujin is somewhat naive, her actions with and will undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of the Yan family. If discovered, the consequences for the two of them would be dire. Have you considered this carefully? Yan Xian, seeing the opportunity to persuade, felt a slight relaxation in her heart and continued her fabrication. It is not that I am unwilling to deal with her, but at this moment, harming the enemy while inflicting damage upon oneself is not a strategy one wished to engage in. Xia Wan nodded fervently. I understand now, and you are truly clever. Indeed, Yan Xian thought her little mind was remarkably agile. In any case, without my command, do not act rashly. After all, you are my trump card. With just a few words, she had Xia Wan thoroughly befuddled. Satisfied, she opened the door, only to find a man standing at the threshold. Clearly taken aback by the sudden opening of the door, he paused for a moment, his heart racing. I'm sorry, I must have entered the wrong room. Watching him hurriedly depart, Yan Xian felt an unusual sensation arise within her. She intended to investigate further, but Xiaowan's interruption caused her to forget about it entirely. Meanwhile, the man hastened his steps, reaching a deserted balcony around the corner, where he took out his phone and made a call. Chapter 10. What if he has ulterior motives? Mr. Yan Xian indeed harbors a strong dislike for Miss Yan and is constantly scheming against her. He recounted the details of the situation thoroughly, ultimately sending the complete recording over. On the other end of the line, Yan Yuan's voice remained calm. Well done. After hanging up, he held the recording he had just received and turned to knock on the office door. I have something to report regarding Miss Yan. After confirming that everything was fine, Hu Tao had already been arranged to be sent to the hospital. As the ambulance wailed, he slowly opened his eyes, only to learn that he had been removed from the guest list of the Yan family's banquet, causing his eyes to roll back in disbelief. Inside the ambulance, the medical staff exclaimed, "The patient has fainted again." With the troublemaker out of the picture, the latter half of the banquet proceeded without any further incidents, concluding smoothly. Almost everyone achieved the collaborations they desired, leaving with smiles that indicated their satisfaction with the event. After bidding farewell to the last guest, Yan Shishuan patted Yan Shiqiu on the shoulder. You worked hard today. Their second brother, Yan Shirin, due to work commitments, rarely appeared at home. At such times, only the two of them could assist with the finishing touches. Yan Zheng had long since returned to his study to handle affairs. While when Ci hurried back to her room for her beauty sleep, Yan Shiqiu shook his head. It was nothing. You should also get some rest, elder brother. The remaining tidying up was left to the servants, and the two brothers, ensuring nothing was overlooked, returned to their respective rooms to wash up. Yan Xian looked around, realizing there was nothing more for her to assist with, and turned her attention to Yan Yujin, who was reading in the living room. The female lead is truly beautiful, with a cool and ethereal demeanor. I wonder if I will ever have the chance to get closer to her. Yan Yujin paused in her reading. Alas, the script I possess surely does not permit such actions. Wait, the script? I almost forgot. It is indeed the time to maintain my character. She cleared her throat. Just as she was about to commence her roleplay, a cup of hot water was placed before her. Is your throat uncomfortable? Yan Yujin inquired with a hint of concern. Drink some water first. Would you like some anti-inflammatory medication? If not, I can fetch a doctor to examine you. As she spoke, she began to rise. Her demeanor hurried and seemingly anxious. Yan Xian, caught off guard, quickly reached out to grasp Yan Yujin's arm. No, I merely wish to cough. I am perfectly fine. Just needed to clear my throat. Yan Yujin displayed a look of discontent. You mustn't cough indiscriminately. It could harm your throat. If you don't wish to summon a doctor, I won't call one, but you must drink more water, all right? Yan Xian was utterly flabbergasted. It was not that she could no longer contain herself. She raised her voice. Don't you despise me? I have tarnished her reputation and slandered her, yet she still gazes at me with such affection. Heavens above. Could the protagonist truly be such a person? Yan Yujin's expression darkened momentarily. However, she quickly composed herself, gently shaking her head.
How could that be?
I can comprehend your concern that familial affection might be diverted. Rest assured, I am not here to disrupt this family, she stated, offering a considerate smile. I am here to join you. Yan Xian thought, this plot is irretrievably lost. She opened her mouth, contemplating collapsing onto the sofa in defeat. Yet in the next moment, she sprang upright from the sofa, brimming with resolve. If the salary is 3,000, I shall make the system aware that cheap goods are of no worth. But if it amounts to 10 billion, I will demonstrate to the system what it means to be a diligent worker. The impoverished wage labor shall never yield. What book is my sister reading? Yan Xian inquired, pinching the pages and smiling lightly. All the books at home are quite specialized. Do you comprehend them, sister? It's quite all right. If you don't understand, just ask me and I can explain. Her words trailed off abruptly upon glimpsing the title on the cover. Yan Xian stared rigidly at the bold letters spelling quantum computing and quantum information. What is this? Yan Yujin earnestly sought guidance. What will you give me? Are you going to explain it to me, sister? Yan Xian hesitated, her voice tinged with guilt. I'll get you a different book. Yan Yujin was momentarily taken aback. Yan Xian leapt from the sofa. Sister won't be angry, will she? After all, I am more familiar with the household. You can ask me for any book you wish, and I shall retrieve it promptly. Very well, Yan Yujin nodded. Then thank you, sister. Yan Xian fled in haste. How much longer must I endure this? Yan Yujin concealed her smile, lifting her eyelids slightly. In the corner, Yan Shiqiu, clad in a black silk nightgown, glanced towards the direction Yan Xian had departed. Lowering her voice, Anan is still just a child. Do not employ your vulgar and malicious tactics against her. As long as you behave and do not create chaos, the Yan's possessions will naturally include your share. Vulgar and malicious? Yan Yujin responded with a half-smile. What have I done to warrant such an evaluation from the third young master of the Yan family? Yan Shurchio curled her lips slightly. Anin is straightforward in her actions and cannot withstand provocation. If you intend to provoke her into wrongdoing and create misunderstandings, then your calculations are fundamentally flawed. We have grown up together, and I know my sister better than anyone else. His warning became increasingly evident, urging her not to overstep. After uttering this statement, he turned and departed. In the past, Yan Yujin might have felt anger or sadness. However, now, watching Yan Shurchio's retreating figure, a smile graced her lips. You claim to know her so well? Recalling Yan Shian's heartfelt words, her smile blossomed. That is not necessarily the case. The following day, after waking up naturally and resolving her breakfast and lunch in one go, Yan Xian's phone suddenly chimed with a WeChat notification. Yan Yujin, are you free at 3 this afternoon? Come accompany me to sign the contract. It's a 3-profit. Yan Xian's eyes brightened, but she replied with restraint, Of course, sister. Her first fortune was finally within reach. At Changju Group, Jiang Fong, responsible for the front, expressed confusion. Are we really having Yan Xian help us select the contract? By the large floor-to-ceiling window, the soft light illuminated every detail of the individual seated in the office chair. Upon hearing this, the person looked up. Do you have any objections? With a perfectly exquisite face and a perpetual expression of indifference, who else could it be but Yan Yujin? Few knew that she was, in fact, the true authority behind Changju Group. Yet, Yan Xian was aware. Jiang Fong hesitated for 2 seconds before shaking his head. I have no objections to you. At such a young age, she displayed extraordinary business acumen, transforming a company on the brink of bankruptcy into its current stature, personally rescuing those mired in despair. He would suspect anyone but would not doubt her. However, her unique status made Jiang Fong frown. What if she disclosed the situation to the Yan family? Although the fields involved were different, who could guarantee that no one would ever entertain ulterior motives in the face of immense profit? Oh, are you referring to Yan Xian? Yan Yujin set down her pen, assuring him, Rest easy. She lacks the intellect for that. Just as Yan Xian reached the entrance of Changju, she sneezed heavily. A bit dazed, she quickly brushed off the feeling. Oh yes, the delightful money is here. Chapter 011. The wicked female supporting role is quite enjoyable. Hello. May I ask if you have an appointment? The receptionist flashed a polite smile, her voice exceptionally sweet. Yan Xian, looking perplexed, shook her head. No, your boss summoned me. Boss? A girl passing by the front desk hesitated momentarily. The receptionist, startled, furrowed her brow. I'm sorry, miss, but without an appointment, I cannot allow you in. Perhaps you could contact the boss? If it were someone else, she might assist in reaching out. But this was the boss. She dared not. She did not perceive Yan Xian as a fraud, merely judging by her adorable and demure appearance. Yan Xian understood, recognizing that the receptionist was simply a diligent worker. Lacking Yan Yujin's number, she could only send a message, yet no response came after a considerable wait. The boss might be busy. The receptionist pointed to her left. If you're not in a rush, you can wait over there. The girl who had been listening to their conversation smirked. Huh? Our boss is looking for you? Surely you don't mean to suggest you're here for business? Yan Xian's messaging paused, and she turned her head in confusion, sensing an inexplicable hostility. Manager Ren, the receptionist greeted quietly. As the front desk attendant, her gaze needed to be astute. Run Jing lifted her head, exuding an air of arrogance. Do you really believe someone claiming to summon the boss? She steps forward, her tone increasingly acerbic. At such a tender age, you're already dabbling in such dubious pursuits. A large question mark appeared above Yan Xian's head. She pointed to herself. Me? Are you referring to me? Who else could it be? Ren Jing scoffed. I've encountered many like you, relying on a modicum of beauty to forge connections. Do your parents know their daughter engages in such behavior? The receptionist, visibly uncomfortable, interjected. Manager Ren, please don't say more. My parents? Yan Xian opened her phone, displaying a family photo. Are you looking for my father? That might be difficult. He oversees the vast Yan group and is quite busy. Ren Jing rolled her eyes, her gaze sweeping over the picture. What Yan group? You. In the family portrait, Yan Zheng and Wen Xi's faces were prominently displayed, with Yan Xian beaming as she linked arms with them. Cold sweat trickled down Ren Jing's back. This person is the heiress of the Yan family? Of course. My parents are aware of my visit, Yan Xian waved her phone. But they certainly did not anticipate encountering someone like you. What dubious pursuits. What kind of person do you think I am? She smiled sweetly. Why the silence? Are you not fond of conversation? Ren Jing's breath quickened slightly. But she quickly regained her composure. Just because you claim to be the Yan heiress. Does that make it so? How can we be sure you're not merely showcasing a fabricated image to deceive? Yan Xian glanced at her name tag. Ren Jing. Is it? What do you intend to do? Ren Jing instinctively raised her hand to shield her name tag. Stepping back, retaliation is illegal. Yan Xian's phone vibrated twice. She glanced at a message from Yan Yujin and raised an eyebrow. Sister, she pressed the voice message button. There's someone named Ren Jing in your company who has offended me. Can you have her dismissed? Sister? Ren Jing, who had just been anxious, suddenly relaxed and laughed. Who doesn't know that the Yan family has only one daughter? Where did you find this sister of yours? This is hilarious. You come out to deceive without even gathering proper intel. You were just acting the part well enough. She wiped away tears of laughter. And have me dismissed? Do you think you're in a position to dictate that? Suddenly, a melodious ringtone pierced through, interrupting her train of thought. Ren Jing's expression shifted slightly. She hastily retrieved her phone, cleared her throat, and after pressing the answer button, her voice took on a tone that was soft and alluring. Hello, General Jiang? Jiang Fang's voice remained calm. You are terminated. I will have HR contact you. You will receive every penny of your compensation. With that, he hung up, indifferent to whether Ren Jing could process the news. The receptionist, close by, heard every word clearly, her eyes widening in shock. Ren Jing's face turned ashen, and after a long moment, she attempted to call back, but the line was dead. She had been blocked. Yan Xian felt a wave of satisfaction wash over her. The malevolent antagonist, reveling in her tyrannical demeanor, appears to embody her role with remarkable authenticity. Furthermore, it is evident that Yan Yujin summoned her without prior notice to the front desk, clearly intending to assert her authority. Thus, it seems only fitting for her to retaliate against Yan Yujin. However, upon confirming that the protagonist still harbors disdain for her, a sense of relief washes over her. You vile creature. Ren Jing screeched. What have you done? I shall scratch your face. With her sharp nails poised threateningly, Yan Xian grinned radiantly. Miss Ren. If I were in your position, I would refrain from such actions. Ren Jing's gaze fell upon the photograph in Yan Xian's hand, her pupils narrowing. Currently, you have merely forfeited your opportunity at Changju Group, but should you lay a hand on me, your prospects at any other company will vanish as well. Ren Jing stood there, ashen-faced and utterly despondent, lost in her thoughts. The front desk staff, now too intimidated to intervene, suggested, Miss Yan, this elevator leads directly to the president's office. Would you like to proceed? Just as Yan Xian was about to respond, the president's elevator opened, revealing a man stepping out in haste. It seems I shall forego that, she remarked with a shrug. The front desk watched as Jiang Fang escorted the hurried man away. Their expression a mix of complex emotions, tinged with schadenfreude as they glanced at Ren Jing. Ren Jing had long wielded her connections to dominate the company, always suspecting any attractive female of attempting to seduce the boss. Now, she was finally facing her comeuppance. Inside the elevator, Jiang Fang remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Miss Yan, you are indeed no ordinary individual. Your arrival has caused quite the upheaval in our company, garnering much attention. Yan Xian retorted, you have judged too soon. The upper floor had already prepared an office for her, a coffee table laden with a towering stack of contracts. Yan Xian stared in disbelief. After signing all these, will I even have hands left? Have you arrived? I am curious about what transgression that Ren Jing has committed to displease you, Yan Yujin inquired. Yan Xian huffed. I simply dislike her. Is that not sufficient? Yan Yujin paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. Of course, it is. Come, sit here and assist me with these contracts. Jiang Fang gazed at the smiling Yan Yujin, his eyes wide in astonishment. She is smiling. In truth, Yan Yujin was capable of displaying a range of emotions. Yet, this moment of genuine joy starkly contrasted with her previous facade. What is it about Yan Xian that earns her such regard? Yan Yujin opened the first contract. Shall we review it together? The contracts to be signed would not be so numerous. Most were mere decoys. Only a select few contained the pertinent details she sought. Yan Xian nodded slightly. Very well. Since you have asked, I shall reluctantly assist you. Jiang Fang hesitated, torn between speaking up and remaining silent. ultimately choosing the latter. With financial gain at stake, Yan Xian was determined to examine them thoroughly, as these contracts would influence her future prosperity.
What?
The first contract reveals such a significant flaw. Yan Yujin's hand paused momentarily, pen in hand. This was a project they had painstakingly fought to secure, a commercial development in a designated area, and they wished to partake in the profits. She had conducted her research, and while the location appeared desolate, a subway line had already been confirmed. Once the subway was operational, the land's value would undoubtedly soar. This was clearly a lucrative venture. Could there be unforeseen complications regarding the subway? Meanwhile, Yan Xian, ever mindful of her persona, disdainfully pinched the contract. What sort of project is this? No, let us find another. Yan Yujin furrowed her brow. Miss Yan. Jiang Feng's expression darkened. This is a project our company holds in high regard. What is wrong with it? Of course there is something wrong. It's all wrong. Yan Yujin perked up her ears. This, and this, none of them are to be signed. I recall that the subway will be operational in the later stages. The economy will develop rapidly and foot traffic will increase significantly. Yan Yujin raised an eyebrow, aligning with the information she possessed. Yet, the prospects for development appeared promising. Why the refusal? However, during the excavation of this land, artifacts were unearthed. After appraisal, they were deemed ancient relics from thousands of years ago, and that area has been cordoned off, prohibiting further development. This delay is both time-consuming and costly. It will surely entrap us. A tempest of emotions surged within Yan Yujin, her grip on the pen tightening. Yan Xian rolled her eyes. What does it matter to you? Sister, we cannot sign this contract. How can the heroine's finances be squandered on such ventures? They should be preserved for investment in other projects, allowing me to profit alongside. Jiang Feng's expression darkened. Miss Yan, if you do not understand the project's intricacies, please refrain from speaking out of turn. I have already dismissed Renjing as per your instructions. Could you not take a moment to compose yourself? Yan Xian's voice was resolute. I cannot. Yan Yujin subtly raised her gaze. Jiang Feng. He, well acquainted with her, instantly sensed her displeasure, a precursor to her impending wrath. Cold sweat cascaded down as Jiang Feng sealed his lips, retreating to the side, choosing silence. Yan Xian made a face at him. I didn't expect to encounter unexpected rewards on this trip. With such a commotion, Jiang Feng will surely harbor a dislike for me, and I can expect to be the subject of his future conversations with the heroine. Is this truly the president of Changji Group? Clearly, she is a benefactor aiding me in securing $1 billion. Yan Yujin pieced together the situation with a fair degree of accuracy. So, by antagonizing her and inciting her disdain, Yan Xian could secure $1 billion as a reward? Who harbored such animosity towards her, compelling Yan Xian to act in this manner? Suppressing her tumultuous emotions, she resolved to investigate who sought to undermine her. Lurking so deeply and possessing knowledge of future events. Heeding An's words, Yan Yujin placed the contract aside, suggesting, let us review the next document. Seeing her compliance, Yan Xian was somewhat taken aback. In light of this, she decided to examine a few more contracts. This one is also unacceptable. Too many words, surely riddled with pitfalls. No signing. The leadership of this company has all ascended through nepotism while pretending not to know one another. The process of purchasing a mere box of tissues necessitates the approval of 5 managers, and one can only ponder the potential complications that may arise when it comes time to execute the contract.
With a sigh,
Yan Yujin set the contract aside and reached for her phone, sending out 2 messages. Naturally, she harbored doubts and sought assistance in verifying whether Yan Xian's claims held any truth. Reflecting on her choices, she regretted not having summoned Emochin earlier. However, the company's name was rather unappealing, and partnering with them would be quite embarrassing. This company's finances were on the verge of collapse, yet their owner remained blissfully unaware. A truly unfortunate soul. As Yan Yujin closed the contract and placed it aside, she subtly reminded her partner to scrutinize the company's financials. She dismissed yet another proposal. Deeming the number of floors unlucky, how could one expect to profit from such an association? Old Deng was still fabricating projects to deceive people. Even as the company's funds teetered on the brink of failure, it was no wonder the protagonist fell for their ruse. Considering they had just developed a new technology, who could predict their imminent bankruptcy? That new technology lacked endurance and posed a risk of explosion once applied practically. Its impending shortcomings would soon be revealed. Old Deng was merely trying to siphon off one last wave of cash before fleeing the country. Yan Yujin inhaled sharply. If Yan Xian's assertions proved accurate, signing that contract would result in significant loss for her. Yan Xian found the pace too sluggish and decided to stack a pile of documents on her lap. With a cursory glance, she inquired whether Yan Yujin intended to sign. And soon enough, the table was divided into two substantial heaps. The excessive chatter left Yan Xian parched. She glanced at Jiang Fong, who stood in silence in the corner, and remarked sarcastically, "Haven't you noticed our busy state? Not even a glass of water, lacking any initiative. Sister, if this continues, perhaps we should replace him. He seems more inclined to collect a paycheck than to work." Jiang Fong's lips twitched slightly. "It was my oversight. I will have someone bring water immediately." Just as he pressed the call button, Yan Xian's voice cut through, refusing the offer. "No, I wish to drink what you pour. After all, you seem to serve no purpose here. Go fetch us some water." Jiang Fong remained rooted in place, visibly reluctant. "Not willing, are we?" Yan Xian teased. "Collecting a salary without contributing, if Changju Group operated like some individuals, would it even survive?" Yan Yujin, observing the unfolding dynamics, admired Jiang Fong. Otherwise, she would not have entrusted him with managing the company. She realized her antagonism towards him might not sit well with the protagonist. And he likely harbored similar sentiments towards her, considering her unkind remarks. A silent vibration from her phone drew Yan Yujin's attention to the data returned from her inquiries, causing her breath to hitch. "Miss Yan," Jiang Fong steadied himself, maintaining his composure. "It matters not who serves the water. I am not one to concern myself with such trivialities. Moreover, I only heed President Yan's directives." After speaking, he glanced at Yan Yujin, who was absorbed in her phone, a hint of hope flickering in his eyes. In deference to her, he chose not to hold the whims of this spoiled and oblivious young lady against her. Surely, President Yan would lend him a hand after hearing his plight? Having swiftly perused the contents on her phone, Yan Yujin's expression turned grave. "Jiang Fong, please pour 2 cups of water and then step outside." "All right, what?" Jiang Fong, realizing her intent, hesitantly inquired, "Am I to pour the water and then leave?" "Yes." Yan Yujin replied without lifting her gaze. "Do not make me repeat myself." Taking a deep breath, Jiang Fong responded, "I shall do so immediately." The two continued to examine the contract. Among the documents, some presented low risks with high returns, causing Yan Xian's eyes to light up as she fervently urged Yan Yujin to ensure those contracts were signed. Acutely aware of Yan Xian's financial inclinations, Yan Yujin naturally invested greater attention to her earnestness. In the interim, Jiang Fong returned with water, pushing a cart laden with various teas and beverages, leaving Yan Xian astounded. Jiang Fong placed Yan Yujin's preferred coffee beside her and offered a gentle smile to Yan Xian. "I wasn't certain of Miss Yan's preferences, so I brought a selection. Is this satisfactory?" Faced with such hospitality, Yan Xian could not utter insincere words. "It's fine. Quite thoughtful indeed. My salary is well deserved." Yan Yujin glanced over. "Go fetch some cake, and enjoys matcha mousse." "Understood. I shall prepare it at once." Unbeknownst to them, 3 hours had slipped by. The contracts meticulously divided into 2 piles on the table. Yan Xian exhaled deeply, leaning back on the sofa and stretching languidly.
I am utterly exhausted.
"Don't forget your promise. I'm entitled to 3 of the profits." "Rest assured," Yan Yujin nodded. "I shall not forget. The contract is being drafted. I will sign it for you once complete." After speaking, she pushed the stack of contracts on her left aside, intending to have Jiang Fong manage them shortly. Following Yan Xian's earlier remarks, she had dispatched personnel to verify all claims, and they had all proven true. With the matters resolved, Yan Yujin instructed someone to take Yan Xian on a tour of the company. However, she had barely processed a few contracts in her office when a frantic knock resounded at her door. "President Yan, President Li is here to see you." But he was struck by Miss Yan. Yan Yujin's expression darkened. Upon her arrival at the scene, she was met with the sight of Yan Xian wielding a broom, relentlessly striking President Li, who was scrambling on the floor. "How dare you insult me with your arrogance? You think you can predict my actions with that broom? I said I want to sign, and I mean it. Now take your contract and get lost." Jiang Fong stood by, dumbfounded. That was one of the projects their company had been pursuing ardently, having tried to contact them for ages without success. Now, after such a long-awaited visit, they were met with this chaos. Yan Yujin's eyelids twitched in disbelief. "Stop this at once." Chapter 013, using her to secure the project. The farce concluded promptly upon Yan Yujin's arrival. "President Jiang, I came here out of respect for your sincerity." Li Zizhou yelled in exasperation, pointing to his own face. "Is this how you treat your guests?" On the surface, the president of Chengdu was Jiang Fong, and thus, once freed from the altercation. Li Zizhou immediately directed his ire at her. Jiang Fong's left hand trembled slightly behind her back. President Li, this individual is not from our company. Indeed. I am not affiliated with their company. Yan Xian interjected, expressing her sincerity. They may possess sincerity, but what do you have? A heart of a wolf and the entrails of a dog. How can there be such a vile individual? This project is mutually beneficial, yet this scoundrel, upon seeing the female lead in Jiang Fong's office, harbored ulterior motives. He actually intended to seize this opportunity to invite her to dinner, carrying drugs with him in hopes of intoxicating her, ultimately delivering her to the bed of the head of another project he desired. Ah, how audacious. This scoundrel who seeks to take advantage of others, I shall not hesitate to deal with him. Upon arrival, he pushed Jiang Fong, causing him to injure his hand. Why hasn't he gone to the hospital? If there is a fracture, he will suffer pain with every movement. Wait, is he also a voyeuristic fiend? Yan Yujin was taken aback. Exchange her for a project? Jiang Fong's hand is fractured. She closed her eyes, inhaling deeply, attempting to suppress the fury within her. Li Zizhou trembled with rage. This is outrageous. I shall sue you for intentional injury. Just wait. Intentional injury? What are you then? Yan Xian was quick-witted. Swiftly retrieving his phone from his chest pocket, she aimed it at his face, and the screen illuminated brightly. Thank you, facial recognition, that remarkable invention. Li Zizhou's complexion changed. Return my phone. Yan Xian kicked him to the ground, opening the album to display it before the crowd. Huh. You voyeuristic pervert. The onlookers were dumbfounded. Every photo depicted women as skirts from below. Judging by the angles, they were all taken surreptitiously. How did this farce transform into a legal drama? Yan Yujin summoned the nearby driver. Immediately take General Manager Jiang to the hospital. I will handle this. Jiang Fong hesitated. I'm fine. I am needed here. You must go to the hospital at once. Yan Yujin's tone turned serious. I said, listen to me. It's merely a bump. Jiang Fong attempted to persist, but the driver forcibly pulled him away. The driver, unaware that Yan Yujin was the true authority, simply perceived Jiang Fong as submissive. Li Zizhou's face flushed crimson, then turned pale. You slander me. I shall send you a lawyer's letter. General Manager Li, Yan Yujin stepped between them, asserting that there was no need for matters to escalate. I have a better solution. Li Zizhou, though fierce in demeanor, relented. Fine, for your sake, I shall overlook this. Let us resolve this promptly. As he spoke, he extended his hand, glaring intently at Yan Xian. Yan Yujin smiled slightly. Of course. Yan Xian's eyes widened. If the female lead were to let him off so easily, I would surely have my parents dismantle his company in private. Smack. In front of everyone. Li Zizhou's face was slapped aside. The crowd was astonished. Where are the security guards? Yan Yujin pulled out a piece of paper, methodically wiping her hands clean. Restraining him. I shall call the police. I will report him for voyeurism, and also, her sharp gaze swept over him. He is in possession of prohibited substances. Li Zizhou's expression shifted slightly, and he attempted to flee. The security guards reacted swiftly, pinning him to the ground, disregarding his foul-mouthed protests. The police arrived promptly, not only seizing evidence from his phone but also discovering the illegal substances in his pocket. This medication has the propensity to induce hallucinations and foster addiction. The police observed Yan Yujin with grave expressions, indicating the perilous situation. Yan Yujin clenched her fists and replied, I understand. Thank you. The farce concluded, yet the class still awaited attendance. A group of individuals returned to their respective duties, and Yan Yujin turned to Yan Shuren, taking a deep breath. Follow me. She uttered these words through gritted teeth, her eyes aflame with suppressed fury. Yan Shuren trailed behind her into the office like a defeated rooster, head hanging low. How difficult it is. When will I ever sign the contract? This is clearly a splendid opportunity to be loathed by the protagonist, but at this moment, she is the benefactor. Will I still receive my payment? Yan Yujin let out a laugh tinged with exasperation, producing a contract and placing it before her. Here. For you. Sign it. Hooray. Swiftly signing her name, Yan Shuren tossed her hair back. Sister, I intend to sabotage your project. I envy your profits. He scolded me. Seeing you so furious, you must want to chastise me thoroughly. Yan Yujin pinched the bridge of her nose, her tone laced with reproach. Why did you rush in alone? The next time such an incident occurs, call security. Do you understand? After all, there is a disparity in physical strength between men and women. What if he had harmed you? The soft-hearted Yan Yujin fell silent. That man had already been drained by indulgence. Even I, with my prominent nose, could not withstand him. How could he possibly injure me? I am not afraid. Yan Yujin raised her chin, embodying her spoiled and audacious demeanor. I am the daughter of the Yan family. What could he possibly do to me? Yan Yujin replied, indeed. The Yan family boasts a long-standing heritage and substantial wealth, a presence that all leading enterprises in the country would do well to avoid. Nevertheless, safety must come first. And she felt quite helpless. When Jiang Fong returned, he found Yan Yujin seated on the sofa. The nearby shredder was whirring ominously, seemingly on the verge of smoke. How could this notoriously restless drama queen be so obedient? Jiang Fong approached with a skeptical expression. Upon discerning the cover of the document being shredded, he was taken aback. Yan Yujin. He hurriedly rushed over and yanked the shredder's power cord. What are you doing? His voice was rapid and urgent, startling the daydreaming Yan Yujin. Recovering her senses, she rolled her eyes. Did you not see? I was shredding documents. You're back? Your hands are still intact? Jiang Fong's eyes were red from the failed salvage operation. He suppressed his anger, enunciating each word with emphasis. I have not become a cripple to disappoint you. Do you have any idea how long we have negotiated that project in the market? This is an opportunity we painstakingly secured. Miss Yan, I implore you. Will you spare us? Yan Yujin kicked the shredder aside. No. Jiang Fong, what is your status that you dare shout at me? Do you believe that with a mere word from me, your company, Changju, could cease to exist? Hearing the commotion, Yan Yujin emerged from her office, exuding a sense of ennui. What is happening now? Observing the two with heavily bandaged hands, she felt perplexed. Were you not instructed to rest properly? President Yan. Jiang Fong's face turned ashen, his voice trembling. The contract for the market project has been shredded. It was my oversight. I shall promptly reach out to the other party to see if a replacement can be arranged. He uttered these words as he rose to leave. Jiang Fong and Yan Yujin spoke in a rather indifferent tone. That was my doing. Jiang Fong halted in disbelief, turning his head with narrowed eyes. Chapter 014. She led Yan Xian astray. A competent supporting character must ignite the flames and then swiftly retreat. Sensing the situation was amiss, Yan Xian seized her bag and fled, fearful of being pursued. Miss Yan, are you leaving? The receptionist, upon seeing her, beamed with a radiant smile. We hope to see you again soon. After indulging her in such a plethora of gossip, she had scarcely attended class. Moreover, that face was indeed captivating. Yan Xian smiled brightly and waved. All right, I shall return next time. In the office, Jiang Fong sat silently on the sofa, setting aside the matters regarding the commercial project. Yan Yujin placed the neatly organized materials on the table. Please look at these. Jiang Fong raised his eyes. And based on the trust he had cultivated over the years in Yan Yujin, he extended his hand to take them. His initially defiant expression transformed into one of utter astonishment upon glimpsing the first page of the information. A company with nepotistic ties? Nearly bankrupt due to financial misappropriation? A new technology fraught with risk, with the boss intending to abscond with the funds? Upon examining the names of these companies, he realized they were all projects he had previously endorsed. Have you finished reading? Yan Yujin sipped her coffee. Do you understand now why I chose not to sign? Jiang Fong's expression became complex. I apologize, Ms. Yan. These were my oversights. I failed to conduct a thorough investigation. Such a situation will not arise again. This cannot be laid at your feet. They concealed themselves too well. Yan Yujin gazed intently into his eyes. What I wish to convey is that all this information came from Yan Xian. Jiang Fong was momentarily taken aback, filled with remorse. I am sorry. I should not have doubted you, nor should I have harbored biases against Miss Yan. His preconceived notions had led him to view Yan Xian as a restless individual, causing him to perpetually perceive her through a distorted lens. Jiang Fong had not given it much thought, presuming that Yan Xian had unearthed this information through the Yan Corporation. There is more. Yan Yujin observed his hands. What did the doctor say? Did they not warn you that if you delayed any longer, you might suffer lasting damage? Jiang Fong responded in astonishment. How did you know? At the moment of impact, he indeed felt a sharp pain, but subsequently, it had improved significantly. He believed there was no substantial issue. However, upon visiting the hospital, the doctor informed him that had he delayed any further, his hand could have sustained permanent damage, rendering him incapable of lifting heavy objects, or worse. Another miscalculation. Yan Yujin sighed. Next time you encounter such a situation, remember to visit the hospital first. Nothing is more vital than your health. At that time, It was Yan Xian who urged him to seek immediate medical attention. She opened another contract. You owe her a word of thanks. Jiang Feng's mind was a whirlwind of confusion. Thus, Yan Xian was not there to create chaos, but rather had already investigated the circumstances surrounding these projects to help them avert losses. She had not intentionally acted against Li Zhizhou to sabotage their project, but had discerned his ill intentions. All along, he had misunderstood her and had spoken to her with disdain. Then, what about Ren Jing? He instinctively inquired. Ren Jing? Yan Yujin shook her head. I have dispatched someone to investigate. She has been exerting her influence in the company, disregarding its regulations and driving away numerous talented individuals. Jiang Feng, it is imperative to pay closer attention to the well-being of employees. Jiang Feng felt a wave of shame wash over him. I will be more vigilant. This will not happen again. Unbeknownst to her, Yan Xian had inadvertently exposed a hidden parasite, and at that moment, she had already returned home. She was indulging in a delectable cake prepared in the kitchen when Yan Shurqiu stormed into the living room. Sister. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Did you purchase that set of equipment for me? The equipment, from the display screen to the main unit, was something he had long coveted. The Yan family traditionally indulged their daughters while raising their sons with greater restraint. As for Yan Shurqiu, most of his funds had already been allocated, leaving him without the means to procure such luxuries. What? You can buy jewelry for your sister, but cannot afford the equipment? Yan Shurqiu protested, asserting that they were not comparable. It was me, Yan Xian replied with a smile. Did you not desire it for so long? You truly are my sister. Yan Shurqiu exclaimed, leaping in joy. I haven't wasted my affection on you. Yan Xian swallowed a mouthful of cake. This is compensation for taking over your gaming room. Having just returned home, their parents also wished to provide her with a sense of belonging, fearing that outsiders might perceive favoritism and look down upon her. Thus, they decided to allocate that floor for her residence. Yan Shurqiu paused, biting his lip. I know, but I wasn't truly angry. I was merely concerned that you might feel your family was being divided. How could that be? Yan Xian shook her head. Such matters cannot be weighed in that manner. Besides, if we were to pursue it, I have enjoyed the benefits of her identity for many years. Oh, by the way, your sister also contributed to acquiring that equipment. She grinned, but she wishes for you to remain unaware of this, so do not let it slip. Yan Yujin also assisted? Yan Shurqiu's expression stiffened. I do not require her apology, but I appreciate her nonetheless. Today has been another splendid day for nurturing the protagonists' familial bonds. Yan Xian felt delighted. However, this pleasant mood was short-lived, lasting only until dinner time. You got into a fight today? After the meal, Yan Sun suddenly spoke up. Someone recorded a video intending to post it online, but the second brother intercepted it. Yan Xian, who had been happily munching on post-dinner fruit, suddenly froze. What fight? When Ci was perplexed, following her son's gaze, she raised her voice slightly. Fight? And then, did you get into a fight with someone? Yan Xian pouted, attempting to feign innocence. It was a misunderstanding. That person was a voyeur, and I acted in the name of justice. Yan Sun interrupted her. What were you doing at Chongju Group? Without waiting for her response, he continued, you went there with Yan Yujin, did you not? When Ci turned pale. Voyeur? Such individuals harbor dark intentions. How could you have engaged with someone like that? Yan Zheng furrowed his brow. In the future, ensure you take a bodyguard when going out. Yan Xian waved her hand dismissively. No, I wasn't injured. There's no need for a bodyguard. If you prefer not to take one, that is your choice. Yan Sun wiped his mouth, his tone turning cold. But do not spend time alone with Yan Yujin in the future. Initially, he had believed that their closer relationship would foster emotional bonds and enhance Yan Yujin's sense of belonging to the Yan family. In just a few days of returning, so many troubles have arisen, and my once obedient and gentle sister has been led astray. At this moment, my disdain for my dear sister has reached its zenith. Yan Xian was taken aback. No, if I cannot meet Yan Yujin, she will surely suffer on the streets. No, Yan Xian abruptly stood up, asserting that today's matters were solely her responsibility, and her sister had expressed genuine concern for her. I promise I won't tear again. You cannot prevent me from seeking her out. Yan Shurqiu's expression darkened, and Yan Xian trembled. Ever since Yan Zheng gradually relinquished authority and Yan Shurqiu began to assume control of the Yan family, he had surpassed Yan Zheng and become the person Yan Xian revered the most. What was happening? Was Yan Yujin discussing today's events? Yan Xian suddenly raised her head. Today's incident was my fault. I took her out, yet failed to keep a watchful eye on her. I assure you, Such a situation will not occur again. Yan Yujin's words were laden with regret. It was entirely my fault. Anticipating tonight's predicament, she had hurried to the Yan residence. After all, at this moment, it was not an exaggeration to say that Yan Shian was her golden goose. Yan Yujin's manner of speaking was remarkably sophisticated. She initially lowered her stance, emphasizing Yan Xian's contributions while continuously offering praise. Anin was even lauded. The police department would surely present her with a commendation. Yan Yujin's eyes crinkled with a smile. She was splendid. A torrent of compliments left the Yan family feeling utterly elated. After a candid discussion, Yan Xian was finally spared from the risk of being grounded.
Yujin.
Yan Zheng stood up and gestured for her to follow him to the study. Oh dear, the female protagonist should brace herself. She is likely to be questioned about her company matters. Never mind, I don't understand these matters. I won't watch any longer. Chapter 015. Patients and criminals are the same. In the study, the father and daughter sat facing each other across the desk. Here are your shares, Yan Zheng said as he produced a stock ownership contract. Review it for any discrepancies. If none exist, please sign. After speaking, he lowered his head to attend to his tasks, uttering no further words. Yan Yujin, not one to be polite, raised her hand to flip open the contract. She meticulously examined the document, instinctively tightening her grip on the paper. 3% of Yan's shares?
Me?
Yan Zheng did not lift his gaze. Do you have any other in-depth questions? The implication being, such a straightforward matter did not warrant further confirmation. Yan Yujin lowered her eyelids. What are the conditions? Do you expect me to remain obedient at home, engage in a marriage alliance? To be a docile and sensible lady? Her voice was calm, yet left no room for refusal. Should this contract bear additional stipulations, I shall decline. Finally raising his head, Yan Zheng's eyes glinted with intrigue. Do you perceive us as tyrannical parents? Yan Yujin refrained from responding. I wish for you to consider a marriage alliance. But I will not coerce you. Yan Zheng set down his pen. I will allow you to see the benefits of such an alliance, enabling you to make your own choice. The Yan family does not require a marriage alliance to ascend to greater heights. I have stated before, I treat all my children equally. He tapped the documents on the desk. Of course, if you are willing to assist with company affairs like your brothers, I shall grant you 5% of the shares. Yan Yujin swiftly signed her name. No need for now. After signing, Yan Zheng merely glanced at the document and nodded. Very well. If there is nothing else, you may leave. Yan Shuren, remaining in the room, continued to indulge in her gossip. Upon confirming that Yan Zheng was merely dividing shares without any further matters, she sighed in relief. In the days that followed, she languidly occupied her time at home while overseeing the completion of Yan Yujin's bedroom. On the day of its final completion, she gazed at the room before her, nodding in satisfaction. Although she had spent a considerable time at home, she had not neglected her primary responsibilities. The lengthy dialogue box brimmed with messages exchanged between her and Yan Yujin. She felt her provocations were rather well placed, yet Yan Yujin exhibited no signs of anger, which was rather peculiar. She texted, Sister, how do you find this bed? I think it's just mediocre. Nothing compared to the one Mom bought after running around various furniture stores for me. But then again, you probably haven't slept on such a fine bed, have you? Yan Yujin, discerning that the bed was crafted from solid wood and quite costly, replied, Indeed, I have not, but no bed compares to one shared with you. Shall we indulge in a sisterly night chat? She sent a picture of some jewelry as an accompaniment. These pieces aren't as expensive as the one my brother bought for me, but they suit you just fine. Ugly and unappealing. With her background in a jewelry company, Yan Yujin responded, You do not fancy these? What style do you prefer? I shall have someone prepare it for you. Such exchanges left Yan Shuren somewhat dazed. However, after careful contemplation, she surmised that the protagonist had indeed been driven to madness by her antics. Appearing light-hearted and unconcerned, she was likely shedding tears beneath the covers in secret. It must be so. Every beginning is challenging, yet Yan Shuren found that being disliked was rather effortless. She had made a commendable start. Consequently, with nothing pressing on her agenda, she resolved to seek out Mo Chun and significantly increase his disdain for her. After all, the protagonist circle in this world was quite extensive. After informing the butler of her plans and bringing along a driver, Yan Shuren confidently stepped outside. The Mo family hospital's headquarters was vast, primarily catering to individuals of considerable wealth. After all, even a casual doctor here held a notable reputation in the medical field. She lowered her hat's brim and strolled leisurely into the hospital. Approaching the front desk, she inquired of the lovely nurse, "May I ask where I might find Imo-chan?" The nurse perked up, asking, "Do you have an appointment?" Yan Yujin replied, "No, never mind, I shall just wait for him here. That detestable Imo-chan better realize I'm here, otherwise I might just sneak into his office and pour hot water on his money tree." Yan Yujin? Imo-chan looked at her, at a loss for words. How did she know about the money tree in his office? And what was this about pouring hot water? Such a malicious business rivalry. Mo Xiao, Yan Yujin quickly turned around. "I'm here to inspect your work on behalf of my sister. Please take me to your office. As long as I play the role well enough, I'm certain to earn Imo-chan's disdain, and once the protagonist learns that I'm causing trouble under her name, she will surely despise me too. Could it be that I am truly a genius?" Yan Yujin and Imo-chan had long since communicated regarding the matter of hearing Yan Yujin's thoughts. He was aware that Yan Yujin was deliberately acting recklessly, aiming to provoke their disdain. Although he was curious about her motives, he refrained from probing further. Through her thoughts, he could seize the opportunity to glean information advantageous to him. Since he had no pressing matters at hand, Imo-chan was quite willing to observe her antics. "All right." He nodded, "Come with me." As they walked, taking advantage of the absence of others, Yan Yujin pointed out various things. "This chair is hideously colored. Is it a sign of financial constraint? It clearly does not belong here. It ought to be in my home. I can only imagine how comfortable it would be to sit on. I must acquire one upon my return." Imo-chan replied, "Let us prepare a set to send to the Yan family. This corridor feels excessively spacious. Doesn't it seem like a waste of space? I cannot fathom how you designed this. Such a corridor seems quite suitable for a twisted crawl." Imo-chan remarked, "Is she prone to madness? Perhaps I should recommend a few carpet stores. They would certainly provide comfort." Yan Yujin chattered animatedly, and upon entering the office, she raised her chin slightly. "Why am I the only one speaking? Do you have anything to say?" Imo-chan pondered seriously for a moment before nodding yes. Yan Yujin's eyes brightened. "Reprimand me with fervor. Spare me no consideration." After speaking, Imo-chan rummaged around and eventually produced an unopened pack of paper cups. He tore open the packaging, took out a cup, filled it with water, and extended it toward Yan Yujin. "After all that talking, you must be thirsty. Drink some water to soothe your throat." Yan Yujin looked puzzled. Could this person, like the female protagonist, also be a... Heavens above, am I inciting their ire or rewarding them? Imo-chan took a deep breath and forcefully placed the cup on the table. "Drink if you wish." His sudden elevation in volume startled Yan Yujin. Indeed, this is the right approach. Before she could respond, a frantic knocking echoed from the door. "Dr. Mo, are you in there? Someone outside is looking for you." The voice from outside was familiar, presumably that of the nurse at the front desk. Sensing urgency in her tone, Yan Yujin abruptly stood by the door. "What could be more important than me? Quickly report your findings." Outside, the nurse's voice grew increasingly frantic. "It's a patient you operated on previously, surnamed Liu. A heart patient. Do you remember him? It seems he is having an episode." Imo-chan's expression changed subtly. He approached the door, his demeanor serious. "Miss Yan, I cannot afford to indulge you right now. Please allow me to leave." Life and death were at stake. He had no time for her frivolities. "No." Yan Yujin instinctively used the system to scan the situation. Raising her voice, "I said you cannot go, so you shall not." Imo-chan felt an eruption of anger, his expression turning colder. He had intended to act decisively, but Yan Yujin's thoughts left him momentarily stunned. "How could I allow you to leave? That so-called patient outside harbors ill intentions." Imo-chan was taken aback. Chapter 016, Watering the Money Tree, No One Can Endure. "What are you dawdling for?" Yan Yujin pushed him back a step. "Return to your seat. I am truly amazed. Being a doctor has become a perilous profession indeed. The Mo family hospital typically does not admit guests without proof of assets. However, Imo-chan, moved by the man's tragic circumstances, decided to extend medical treatment. All costs were clearly outlined, and the man had agreed and paid. Yet, now that the surgery had succeeded, he lamented his destitution and the crushing burden of debt. Feeling utterly hopeless, after much contemplation, he absurdly blamed Imo-chan for his plight, questioning why someone so affluent could not waive his medical expenses. In a fit of despair, he concealed a knife, intending to strike Imo-chan. Imo-chan stared in disbelief, his eyes wide open. He stumbled slightly but felt no anger. His mind was blank, as if he had lost the ability to think. Yan Shian, oblivious to his disorientation, raged inwardly. If he strikes, Mo Chen's hand will be rendered useless, forever unable to wield a scalpel. But there's a poor little boy waiting for his life to be saved. This infuriates me. Fortunately, the assailant appeared focused, showing no intent to harm innocents. Yan Xian took a deep breath, masking her urgency with a facade of authority. What? Can you replace the machine? Using your eyes to scan him? Did he pay you? I suspect he is here to cause trouble. She frowned, her expression impatient. Is he trying to seize this opportunity to evade the cost of his examination? Security. Restrain him and take him for a checkup. Outside, the nurse was nearly shouting. Dr. Mo?
Montag Chenstu guckt swirled chaotically.
He was filled with disbelief and dread. Having experienced the ordeal with Yan Yujin, he did not suspect Yan Xian was lying. He merely found the situation absurd. He had acted out of kindness, even waiving many of the man's fees, only to be met with the man's intention to harm him. Stop shouting. Yan Xian abruptly flung the door open. Mo Chen was still preoccupied with his duties. Bring him for examination, do you hear me? Enough of this fuss. Get a few security guards to restrain him and take him to the examination room. Remember to call for more guards. The nurse widened her eyes in shock.
Control him?
Are we treating a patient or a criminal? This seems inappropriate. The nurse was momentarily thrown off, murmuring to herself. Is there really a difference? The patient can quickly become a criminal. Mo Chen swallowed hard. I suspect he is armed with a knife. Send security to take him down when he is not paying attention. Yan Xian turned abruptly, her eyes filled with astonishment. A knife. The nurse instinctively raised her voice, then quickly covered her mouth. All right, I'll go right away. The recently arrived head of security, having heard everything, wore a serious expression. Understood. I'll take a team right away. How did Mo Chen know the man was trouble? Mo Chen recalled visiting him after the surgery, swallowing hard as he concocted a hasty excuse. I felt uneasy at the time. I have great confidence in my skills. There should be no issues. Yet, I suspect he is here to stir up trouble. He was boasting. Even the most skilled surgeon cannot guarantee that their procedure will be flawless. After a discussion between him and Yan Xian, they resolutely decided that they must not reveal their ability to hear Yan Xian's voice. Thus, this matter had to be cleverly glossed over. In truth, Mo Chen was already at a loss for words. However, he was faced with the indifferent Yan Xian, who seemed disinclined to engage her mind. Oh, he appears quite perceptive, he mused, acknowledging that, after all, he was a member of the protagonist group. Not just anyone could befriend the heroine. Before long, the nurse who had knocked earlier returned. Upon opening the office door, Yan Xian noticed her eyes were red and swollen, clearly indicating she had just wept. Startled, she gently patted the nurse's shoulder, speaking softly, "There's no need to rush." "Thank you," the nurse replied, suppressing her fear and slowing her pace. That person really had a knife. After it was discovered, he completely went mad, claiming he would kill Dr. Mo, blaming him for his overwhelming debts. As a member of the hospital staff, she was well aware of the circumstances and scoffed at the notion of repaying kindness with malice. Yet, she was filled with dread. If Dr. Mo had truly gone over, the consequences would be unfathomable. "We have already called the police. They will arrive shortly," the nurse said, wiping away her tears. No one was hurt. As she spoke, her eyes turned toward Yan Xian, filled with gratitude. Previously, she had thought of this person as spoiled and unreasonable, throwing a tantrum even when lives were at stake. Now it was evident that she was Dr. Mo's savior, as well as the potential savior of others at risk. "Thank you," Mo Chen stammered, pouring himself a cup of hot water. "If it weren't for your timely reminder, I might not have reacted in time." Yan Xian felt utterly disillusioned. "This is a disaster. Everything is ruined. I didn't come here to assist you. Why are you thanking me?" She rolled her eyes. "I merely came to stir up trouble, simply because I found that patient intolerable. Regardless, thank you." Mo Chen managed a strained smile. "I might have to go to the police station to give a statement, so I cannot accompany you. Would you like to return home first? It's a bit chaotic here, and not very safe." Having finally ventured out only to encounter trouble, Yan Xian touched her nose. The last time she sought out Yan Yujin, an incident had occurred, and she had barely secured the opportunity to leave alone. If today's events became known, she feared she wouldn't be able to step outside for a month. Yet today, she had gained nothing. "No. I must do something to make him despise me before I leave." Mo Chen blinked. "I truly adore this money tree," he said, glancing towards the corner. "If it were to be doused with the hot water I just boiled, I would be quite upset." Yan Xian's eyes sparkled with mischief. She quickened her pace, swiftly seizing the kettle from the table and pouring it over the money tree with a flourish.
Ha!
This is the consequence of your attempt to drive me away. With a forceful thud, she placed the kettle back on the table and shot Imochen a fierce glare before grabbing her handbag and darting away. The nurse delivering documents looked disapprovingly at Imochen. Dr. Imo, she came all this way to see you and helped us immensely. How could you send her away? Imochen, aware that Yan Xian had come to cause mischief, felt more wronged than Do-yi. Upon leaving the hospital, Yan Xian found herself in a shopping mall, reveling in the joy of retail therapy. She ascended through the levels, thoroughly enjoying her excursion. As she passed a particular store, a familiar voice reached her ears. You, don't go too far. That dress was clearly my first choice. So what if it was your first choice? This one belongs to me. Even if you've already paid for it, I can snatch it right from you. Yan Xian's ears perked up, and she paused in her tracks. The scent of gossip wafted through the air. It was Xia Wan's voice. Approaching the entrance, Yan Xian raised her hand to halt the store attendant who was about to greet her. The attendant, noticing her furtive demeanor, glanced at Yan Xian's ensemble of limited edition haute couture and broke into a broad smile. Are you hoping to browse incognito and not disturb them? Yan Xian was momentarily taken aback, then turned to the attendant. As she caught the knowing smile in the attendant's eyes, she gave a thumbs up and whispered, exactly. What a masterful display of communication. Under the attendant's guidance, Yan Xian discreetly circled into the store from behind a display, avoiding detection. The attendant even thoughtfully brought her juice and cake. Please feel free to relax, and when you're ready, you can peruse our new catalog. If you wish, I can also have a model of similar stature try on the outfits for you. After placing the brochure beside her, the attendant withdrew, leaving her undisturbed. Meanwhile, the argument between Xia Wan and Yu grew increasingly heated. Yan Xian finally pieced together the situation from their exchange and the system notifications. Essentially, Xia Wan was shopping, and Yu, who had a contentious relationship with her, sought to annoy her by stealing her clothes. What? I can't believe you actually stole Xia Wan's boyfriend. And now she's targeting her too? Oh, it gets even more outrageous. Xia Wan's ex-boyfriend, despite having wealth, pretends to be poor just to siphon more money from Xia Wan. However, the store manager, observing the escalating conflict, felt a headache coming on. Neither of these women was someone she could afford to provoke. I said, wrap this dress for me. Yu waved her card. I'm a premium member. Can you handle this? The manager internally lamented while maintaining a polite smile. Certainly, Miss Yu. I will wrap it up for you. Turning to Xia Wan, she inquired, Miss Xia, would you like to explore other styles? Xia Wan's eyes were red with frustration. Was this about the dress? No, it was about pride. If you lack the means, don't pretend otherwise. Yu taunted. Do you know who provided this card? That's right, it's my dear boyfriend. Xia Wan's complexion drained of color. She trembled with rage, her lips moving but failing to form any words. The man she had been with for 3 years had given her the most extravagant gift, a cake from a roadside bakery costing 35 yuan.
Yet,
with Yu for less than 2 months, he bestowed upon her such a lavish card? Is that so? Yan Xian rose and approached Xia Wan. Then perhaps your taste in boyfriends leaves much to be desired. Enin? Xia Wan was momentarily taken aback. What are you doing here? Upon speaking, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. It was disheartening to be seen in such an embarrassing predicament by her closest friend, leaving her feeling both wronged and on the verge of tears. Noticing her distress, Yan Xian gently pinched her cheek, asserting, I've come to defend you. I used to think your taste was poor for choosing such a peculiar partner, but it seems there are those with even worse judgment. The discarded remnants of others were treated as treasures by her, paraded around in a futile attempt to evoke jealousy, when in reality, we only felt revulsion. Yu nearly ground her teeth in frustration, a cold smile gracing her lips. Isn't this the counterfeit daughter of the Yan family? Why are you here instead of seeking the approval of your family? Yan Xian was taken aback by the remark. Xia Wan widened her eyes in disbelief. Yu, have you lost your mind? Their combined wealth pales in comparison to the Yan family's resources. Am I mistaken? Yu retorted, her chin raised defiantly. One could not deny that Yan Yujin's poise was indeed unmatched, a true daughter of the Yan family, unlike a mere impostor. Suppressing the impending outburst from Xia Wan, Yan Xian nodded. Is there more? Speak louder. What's the matter? Yu rolled her eyes, raising her voice. You are nothing but a counterfeit. A filthy rat from the gutter, pretending to be something you are not. Xiaowan was rendered speechless, her anger evaporating. She was utterly dumbfounded. The Yu family had instilled proper values in their daughter, and Yan Xian, shaking her phone, stated, "My father will reconsider our family's partnership with yours." Yu doubled over in laughter. "What are you pretending for? Do you truly believe you are the pampered daughter of the Yan family?" Just then her phone rang, and with a smirk, she answered. "You wretched girl. Apologize to Miss Yan at once. If you cannot earn her forgiveness, the Yu family will sever all ties with you." After receiving a fierce reprimand from her father, Yu Yu's expression turned vacant. The establishment, previously quiet, now bore witness to the unfolding drama. As the patrons attentively absorbed her father's words, their expressions shifting subtly. "Is Miss Yan nearby?" her father surmised, immediately softening his tone. "Yu is thoughtless and has offended you. I will ensure to prepare a gift and personally come to apologize. I shall not intrude upon the gathering of the youth any longer. Yu, do not forget what I told you." The call ended abruptly, leaving Yu clutching her phone, feeling as though she had been slapped across the face. Yan Xian maintained her smile. "What was it you just said? I didn't quite catch that, could you please repeat it?" With a tightening grip on her phone, Yu inhaled deeply, suppressing her rage and trepidation. Without the identity of the Yu family's daughter, she was nothing. "I apologize." She closed her eyes briefly. "I spoke out of turn." Unmoved, Yan Xian insisted. "Repeat what you just said." "I am a filthy rat from the gutter, pretending to be something I am not." Yu spat out the words through clenched teeth. Then turned to Xiaowan. "Are you pleased? A Jian does not love you at all, you pitiful creature. As long as she doesn't direct her ire towards Yan Xian, the Yan family will refrain from troubling her, correct?" Yan Xian turned her gaze towards the manager, stating, "I must report that someone is using a counterfeit membership card to impersonate a genuine member." The manager, who had maintained a pleasant smile, suddenly changed her expression. She approached Yu and inquired, "Miss Yu, may I see your card?" Yu, feeling intimidated, handed over her membership card, exclaiming, "This can't possibly be fake. My boyfriend loves me dearly and would never give me a counterfeit card." The manager quickly scanned the card with a machine, her demeanor growing grave. "This card is indeed unusable, Miss Yu. Here it is back." Yu's mind went blank. Impossible. Have you made a mistake? How could it be fake? Of course, it was fake. Her boyfriend had specifically used it to show off, and all those cards were likely counterfeit. He probably never anticipated they would be stolen. At long last, feeling a sense of vindication, Xiaowan felt invigorated. Although my membership level is not high, it is undeniably genuine. Some individuals should not be so vain. Do not awkwardly force yourselves into circles you do not belong to. The manager, with a serious expression, responded, "I'm sorry, but we will no longer serve you in this store." Yu felt the gazes of bystanders piercing her like fiery chilies, leaving her utterly humiliated. "Who even cares to come to your store?" she retorted, her voice trembling with anger. "There are plenty of other shops. I'm sorry, but from today onward, you will be placed on a permanent blacklist across the entire mall." Yan Xian was taken aback. That voice sounded so familiar. Chapter 018. Capturing the female lead, achieving twice the result with half the effort. The manager exclaimed, "Mr. Jiang?" Jiang Fong strode into the store, casting a cold glance at Yu, stating, "Not only this store, but all publicly branded venues under Changju will also blacklist you." Xiaowan felt exhilarated. Yu's face drained of color. Having offended both the Yan family and Changju in a single day, she feared being torn apart by her father. "No, Mr. Jiang, please let me explain." Jiang Fong disregarded her plea and turned to Xiaowan, saying, "Miss Xia, I hope our service today has met your expectations and has not disturbed your shopping experience. As such, I will have the staff assist you in upgrading your membership card. Today, you may select a few items at your leisure, and I will cover the expenses." Xiaowan was astonished. "Thank you." "You're welcome," Jiang Fong replied with a smile, then turned to Yan Xian, asking, "Miss Yan, may we have a word?" Xiaowan, adept at reading the room, recognized that the two had matters to discuss and gracefully excused herself, while Yu had already been forcibly escorted out of the store. That Jiang Fong had not involved the authorities was a sign of his mercy. Otherwise, even if Yu was unaware, she could not escape responsibility for the counterfeit card. Inside the store, there was a designated room intended for viewing how garments fitted on models, ensuring ample privacy. "What do you wish to say?" Yan Xian furrowed her brow. "Surely we are not yet familiar enough for such a conversation?" Jiang Fong spoke plainly. "I apologize." An ominous feeling stirred within Yan Xian. "Previously, I harbored biases against you, having prematurely judged you as troublesome and unreliable with an air of entitlement. He pressed his lips together, his eyes filled with remorse. Only later did I come to realize that your intentions were genuinely for our benefit. Regardless of whether it is my hand or your obstruction of our investment in the mall project, I am immensely grateful. After they withdrew from the project, it was taken over by their rivals. Ultimately, they indeed discovered artifacts beneath. How arrogant the rivals were at that time, and now they are enveloped in despair. Yan Xian attempted to salvage the situation. No. In fact, I am quite arrogant and possess the temperament of a spoiled young lady. You are not mistaken. I have also targeted Yan Yujin, cannot you see that? Jiang Fong was taken aback. He felt he might not fully comprehend the intricacies of female friendships. If this can be considered targeting, he smiled slightly, then I rather hope you would target us a bit more. It's ruined. Yan Xian was in a daze. Even during mealtime, her mind was elsewhere. Xie Wan, who was invited to dinner with her, vaguely sensed something was amiss, but did not dwell on it. Chang Ju was developing rapidly, yet it still could not be compared to the Yan family. She was not worried about Yan Xian being bullied. After dinner, Jiang Fong arranged for the driver to take the two of them home. Miss Yan, the person in charge, has brought the design plans. All the rooms have been designed according to your specifications, and they are nearly complete. Would you like to inspect them? Yan Xian went upstairs to take a look. As expected of the Yan family's dedicated construction team, their efficiency and completion were commendable. Yet, she felt discontent. The person in charge cautiously inquired, "Is there something that does not meet your expectations?" "No." Yan Xian's expression grew heavier. "It is quite satisfactory." The person in charge hesitated to speak further, and quietly withdrew with the list. The thoughts of the wealthy are beyond his comprehension. Back in her room, Yan Xian collapsed onto her bed, only to spring up suddenly. She could not allow herself to descend into such a state any longer. The entire main cast revolves around the female protagonist. As long as she despises her, others will naturally follow suit. Winning over the protagonist will yield significant results. Through the system, she learned that Yan Yujin would soon participate in a variety show to promote her new drama. Indeed, Yan Yujin relishes acting and has already garnered a certain fan base. However, the most pressing matter at hand is her upcoming negotiations with a partner from afar. The system indicated that the partner would arrive early the next morning. They had scheduled a dinner to finalize details and sign the contract the following day. Most importantly, this project had not been secured by the protagonist, and Yan Xian was unaware of the reasons for its delay, nor did she scrutinize it closely. But she did not care. Her focus rested on the failure of the project. After all, it was Yan Yujin personally attending to the guest, which indicated the guest's significance. This project was bound to fail. If I were to stoke the flames, they would surely believe I was the one who sabotaged it. She would not even need to worry much, just create a little chaos and let nature take its course. Her confidence grew with each thought. Surely, this time it could not possibly go awry again. The partner from afar was a delicately beautiful woman named Zheng Yi. She had just returned from abroad and rushed over to meet Yan Yujin. The room had been reserved in advance, and Zheng Yi entered with her luggage in hand. In the depths of slumber, she faintly heard someone knocking at the door. However, overwhelmed by fatigue, she merely stirred briefly before sinking back into a haze of sleep. As the appointed hour approached, an alarm roused her from her dreams. After hastily changing her attire, she rushed to the dining location. Passing by the front desk, she contemplated inquiring about any afternoon room services, yet thought better of it, deeming it inconsequential. The restaurant was in close proximity to the hotel, and upon her arrival, Zheng Yi was already present with Yan Yujin and Jiang Fong. The nature of their conversation was of little concern to Yan Xian, who was solely focused on indulging in her meal. She had meticulously devised a perfect plan. After confirming Zheng Yi's room through the system, Yan Xian intended to create a disturbance by knocking on her door after she entered, ensuring her rest was disrupted. Ultimately, she would inadvertently reveal that she was sent by Yan Yujin with the sole purpose of disturbing Zheng Yi's sleep, hoping to cause her to falter during contract negotiations the following day. This time, Yan Xian had gone to great lengths to disguise herself, ensuring she would remain unrecognizable. What could be more reprehensible than such an act? Finishing her meal swiftly, Yan Xian stealthily followed Zheng Yi as she departed. Upon witnessing her return directly to the hotel, she breathed a sigh of relief. Completing the task early would allow her to return home to the comfort of her own bed. Meanwhile, after settling the bill, Jiang Fong observed the solemn expression on Yan Yujin's face and asked, "What's wrong? Is something amiss?" The conversation seemed to flow smoothly. "I can't shake the feeling that something is off," Yan Yujin replied, furrowing her brow. "I booked Zheng Yi at a chain hotel I am well acquainted with. They do not provide room service in the afternoon. Moreover, I specifically instructed them not to disturb this guest unless absolutely necessary due to her need to adjust to the time difference. At the time, when Zheng Yi mentioned someone knocking at the door, she had thought little of it. Yet now, in her calmness, the situation seemed increasingly peculiar. No, Jiang Feng.
I am uneasy.
We've reached the underground parking, but my heart is racing. We must check on Zheng Yi. Jiang Feng nodded with resolve. All right, I'll contact Zheng Yi and also reach out to the staff to investigate. On the other end, the staff, upon receiving the call, promptly proceeded to Zheng Yi's room. Knocking on the door, the staff inquired brightly, Miss Zheng. Are you inside? Yes. What is it at such a late hour?
Zheng Yi respondet verile.
The staff exhaled in relief. It's nothing, just checking in. If you require anything, please feel free to reach out. I have no needs. Very well. Within the dimly lit room, Zheng Yi's face bore the marks of tears. She was held by the neck, a sharp dagger pressed against her waist. As the staff retreated, the last shred of hope within her shattered. You are truly beautiful, a coarse male voice rasped in her ear, as rough hands slowly caressed her delicate cheek. Her expression turned ashen. Chapter 019. Have you two been fighting? Knock, knock. The knocking once more interrupted the room, and a glint of malice flickered in the man's eyes. He advanced the knife's tip, lowering his voice. Speak. Zheng Yi shut her eyes, forcing herself to remain calm. Who is it? Yan Xian whispered menacingly. The one who won tea let you sleep. Upon concluding her words, she slammed the door with a resounding bang. Fortunately, this floor was sparsely populated, otherwise, she would surely have been caught. The two individuals in the room were taken aback. The man, veins bulging on his forehead, growled that she should leave immediately, or he would drag her in to keep him company. Zheng Yi's pupils constricted. No, please, I'll let her go right away. Yet, despite her desperate pleas, the person outside remained silent, seemingly fixated on their persistent knocking. Damn it, the man cursed. I'll pull her in and ensure you two can accompany each other on your journey to the underworld.
No.
Zheng Yi was shoved aside, and she lunged forward, clutching the man's pant leg, her voice rising in urgency. Run. Call the police. The man flung her off, and as he reached for the doorknob, a thunderous bang echoed through the air. With a powerful shove, the door swung open, and the man could not maintain his grip, colliding heavily against the doorframe. The impact sent him staggering back, and he collapsed to the ground, the dagger slipping from his grasp and clattering onto the floor. Zheng Yi was left in shock. Yes. It was I who was sent by Yan Yujin to disturb you. How did the door open? Outside, Yan Yujin remained poised, having just kicked the door. Her expression was frozen, unable to articulate a single word for an extended moment. Oh no, she couldn't have knocked Zheng Yi unconscious, could she? Just as she contemplated rushing in to assess the situation, a disheveled Zheng Yi burst from the room, swiftly shutting the door behind her. Call the police. Call the police. Zheng Yi's voice trembled violently. There's someone inside who followed me. He has a knife and intends to kill me. Yan Yujin's pupils widened in shock.
Zheng Yi.
Are you alright? A panicked voice and hurried footsteps echoed from the far end of the corridor. Recognizing the individual, Yan Yujin felt even more frantic than Zheng Yi. She instinctively turned to flee, only to have Zheng Yi grip her wrist tightly. Meanwhile, the other person called out loudly, I'm fine. It was this young lady who saved me. The man is still in the room. He has a knife, but I just kicked it away. Staff members burst into the room alongside security personnel, and at the same time, police cars arrived at the hotel's entrance. Fortunately, the man, rendered unconscious by the door, remained unresponsive, allowing the staff to subdue him with relative ease. It's a relief you're unharmed, Mississippi. Thank you, Anin. Yan Yujin raised her voice. What are you doing here? Yan Yujin tightly covered her face with fabric, lowering her voice. What Anin? I don't know who you're talking about. Yan Yujin replied, I've seen you wear that outfit before. What? Yan Yujin swiftly removed the fabric from her face. Is it wrong to be frugal? Yan Yujin nodded. I was joking. How could I possibly remember what you've worn? Yan Yujin was left speechless. Isn't this young lady the one you sent, Yujin? Zheng Yi instinctively tightened her grip on Yan Yujin's hand, recalling that she had just mentioned her name. The lingering panic of surviving the ordeal made Zheng Yi subconsciously rely on the person who had rescued her. I came to disturb your sleep. Not to wait. Let me see why the heroine didn't T-sign this project.
Ha!
Upon entering the room, the assailant promptly attacked Zheng Yi with such decisiveness that by the time the staff arrived, it was already too late. Zheng E had succumbed to the project. And it was a miracle they did not harbor any resentment towards the female protagonist. How could they possibly collaborate further? Upon further reflection, this man, afflicted with cancer and nearing death, sought to squander his remaining days in a hotel, and upon encountering the striking Zheng Yi during the day, he plotted to stalk her that very night? Such a person deserves to meet their end swiftly. Yan Yujin stepped forward and delivered a fierce kick to the man, then draped her coat around Zheng Yi. I apologize. It was my lack of foresight. We will likely need to visit the police station for a statement. If you don't mind, would you like to come home with me afterward? Zheng Yi was more than willing. Yan Xian initially intended to flee, but the police officers regarded her with grave expressions. Miss Yan, you also need to provide a statement. By the way, where are your family? Do they need to come to pick you up? Yan Xian pointed to Yan Yujin and weakly stated, she is my sister. Is that acceptable? Not permissible, the officer replied, shaking his head. We require family members who are not involved in this incident. At the training base, Yan Shurchio's phone rang incessantly. He glanced at the darkened screen, irritation knitting his brows. However, this was his personal phone. Logically, a stranger would not know it, yet he had never seen the incoming number before. Hello? Is this Mr. Yan Shurchio? A voice inquired. This is the Municipal Public Security Bureau. With a sharp click, Yan Shurchio abruptly ended the call. What's wrong, Brother Chio? A team member asked. Yan Shurchio coldly raised his gaze. It's a scammer. They dare to target me? Just wait, I'll contact someone tomorrow to handle this. The phone persistently rang again. The team member leaned in for a closer look, uncertainty lacing his voice. Brother, it seems to be a call from the police. Aren't you going to answer it? Yan Shurchio lifted his eyelids and answered the call, preparing to unleash a torrent of scorn, only to hear a familiar voice on the other end. Brother, it's Sinan. Can you come to the police station to pick me up? Yan Shurchio's pupils constricted. Upon arriving at the police station, his expression was as dark as the bottom of a pot, filled with anxiety. Are you the brother of Yan Xian? This way, please, an officer directed him. After hearing the officer recount the situation, the knot in Yan Shurchio's heart finally loosened. Then, are you alright? He turned her around, checking for injuries. Yan Xian shook her head.
Em fine.
1,000 admonitions lodged in his throat. Yan Shurchio sighed. We'll discuss it at home. Wait. Yan Xian pulled him back. There's someone else. My sister is here too. Yan Jin? Yan Shurchio felt he might explode. Is it her again? This time, it's unrelated to her. We'll talk about it when we return, Yan Xian whispered. Yan Shurchio took all 3 girls away, leaving Jiang Fong to handle subsequent matters. Zheng Yi, shaken from the ordeal, returned to the hotel to gather her belongings with their company. Yan Shurchio pinched the bridge of his nose. I have an apartment that is unoccupied but well-maintained. The security is excellent. You 3 should stay there tonight. I will assign a bodyguard to watch over you. It is far too late today, and the young lady has just experienced a fright, undoubtedly leading her to feel averse to the proximity of men. Matters must await the morrow for resolution. Yan Yujin's expression was grave. Thank you. It is too early for gratitude, Yan Shurchio replied, her countenance devoid of emotion. Tomorrow, you and Enin will return to the Yan residence together. Your room has been prepared. However, at the break of dawn the following day, before Yan Xian could awaken, she received a call from Xiaowan. Enin? Did you get into a brawl with Yan Yujin and end up in the police station? Did you injure someone else inadvertently? Chapter 020. Can you withstand a single blow from her? In a daze, Yan Xian responded, What do you mean by setting up a golden frame? Xiaowan was at a loss for words. Sleep. Who can possibly sleep more soundly than you? She shouted. You and Yan Yujin have made it to the trending topics. Yan Xian jolted awake, finally roused from her slumber, and found the situation utterly surreal. What brawl? She chuckled. With my petite frame, could I possibly withstand a single punch from her? And with all those admirers of the female lead, wouldn't they just flatten me? The more she pondered, the more amusing it became, causing her to erupt into a fit of laughter. Wake up already, Xiaowan said, exasperated. Your uncle and aunt must have already learned of your visit to the police station. You should prepare for the consequences. Yan Xian shivered. And in Yan Yujin, having overheard her end of the call, knocked on the door. We must return to the Yan residence immediately. Yan Xian thought to herself, her time has come. While in a car on the way home, she opened her phone and was dazzled by a barrage of trending topics.
Shock.
A rising star enters and exits the police station late at night for what reason? Breaking. A certain actress was taken from a hotel to the police station late at night. What hidden truths lie behind this? 3 women fought over 1 man, all ending up in the police station. Who is this extraordinary individual? Plastic sisterhood? In a case involving 3 women and 1 man, it turns out 2 of them are sisters. After sifting through the news for a while, Yan Xian finally grasped the unfolding events. The police car's arrival at the hotel was already a significant spectacle. Moreover, with Yan Yujin having gained a modicum of fame, she was recognized right at the hotel. Following that, there was Zhang Feng. Although not captured in a frontal shot, he exuded an undeniable charm. Celebrities, hotels, police cars, and the affluent, all elements were present. These entertainment journalists yearned to publish a book on the incident. The instigator of the situation had been taken away due to injury, disappearing from the spotlight. Yan Shurqiu, who should have been the one to explain the matter to the Yan family, was whisked back to the training base shortly after dropping off Yan Xian and her companions, and had not communicated with the outside world since. Thus, the Yan family, upon learning through the internet that Yan Xian was in the police station, erupted in chaos. I truly thought they would discover my relationship with the female lead as sisters. It turns out they merely sought sensationalism to garner attention. What a shock. After all, in my view, these entertainment journalists cannot be that capable. Perhaps I should consider how to fabricate a story upon my return. In the grand hall of the Yan residence, the family sat in an orderly fashion. Even Yan Shirin, who had not been seen in a long time, had surprisingly cancelled his engagements to return. Explain. Yan Zheng continued to peruse the contract, his head remaining unraised. Just those 2 words conveyed an immense pressure felt by all present. Is it too late for me to kneel down and admit my mistakes? Yan Xian's face contorted in distress. She understood that her father was not angry about her being taken to the police station, which had brought shame to the Yan family, as very few recognized the muddled photographs. Rather, he was frustrated with her repeated recklessness in placing herself in perilous situations. Yan Zheng nodded, proposing a solution: to always go out with bodyguards, report her whereabouts, and prioritize evasion in times of danger, saving the reckoning for later. As Yan Xian spoke with increasing fluency, her words brimmed with self-assurance. Yan Zheng remarked, "You've been spoiled," his tone calm yet tinged with an undertone of helplessness. "Think more about your mother and brother." Was this his way of saying he wouldn't pursue further consequences? Yan Xian immediately rushed to Yan Zheng's side, exclaiming, "I still think of you. My heart and mind are entirely occupied with you all." "Flatterer," Yan Zheng retorted. This incident was momentarily brushed aside as he turned to Zheng Yi, saying, "Miss Zheng, feel free to treat this place as your own. And then Yan Yujin will ensure you are well taken care of." With that, he closed his laptop and, assisted by his aide, hurriedly exited.
Zheng Yi, unperturbed.
Shifted her gaze to Yan Shurqiu, asking, "Mr. Yan, do you have a moment? I am here today to express my gratitude to Yan Yujin, and also to discuss a business opportunity." Yan Shurqiu raised his eyes, replying, "There is no need for gratitude. It is not a matter of thanks. I have already conveyed my appreciation to Yan. This collaboration is intended for mutual benefit," Zheng Yi said with a smile. After a brief rest, her demeanor had significantly improved. "I have heard that the Yan family is negotiating a government project that requires a guarantor. I can fulfill that role." Yan Shurqiu nodded slightly and stood up first, saying, "Let us discuss this in the study." Once assured there were no further issues, Yan Shurqiu energetically departed. Intent on resuming her training, Yan Shirin placed 2 gifts before the sisters, saying, "These are for you. Let me know what you like." He then turned to Yan Yujin, adding, "If you need anything in the entertainment industry, feel free to reach out to me." Yan Yujin nodded in acknowledgement. "Thank you." Yan Shirin shook his head. "I will have someone handle the public relations aspect. The specifics will remain confidential. Leave it to me." In the blink of an eye, only 2 individuals remained in the hall. Yan Yujin glanced around, feeling somewhat disoriented. What is the female lead pondering? Is she reflecting on why she hasn't been reprimanded? Indeed, that was her thought. Overthinking it, as she is truly innocent in this matter. And I have also performed a commendable act. What a disaster. Could the female lead genuinely be trembling? Yan Yujin hesitated to voice her thoughts. Just as she was about to speak, she received a call from her manager. "What did you say?" she asked, slightly taken aback. "The city bureau has invited us to shoot an anti-fraud promotional video?" "Yes, since they could not reach anyone from the Yan family, they contacted me. The manager is aware of the relationship between our artists and the Yan family due to the recent events and your public image, and wishes to invite you both. I will send you a draft proposal. Please review it and also consult your sister's opinion." Yan Yujin perused the proposal sent by her manager before handing it to Yan Xian. Yan Xian's eyes were wide with bewilderment. The city bureau has invited me and you to shoot an anti-fraud promotional video. There's a monetary incentive, though not substantial, but the impact could be significant. Are you interested in participating? Yan Yujin inquired.
Huh.
Disinterested in filming, I find myself enveloped in a profound lethargy, yearning merely to recline upon my expansive 500 square meter bed and indulge in a life of delightful languor. Seizing this opportunity, I resolutely decline the female lead's invitation and embrace my persona. Yan Xian's voice booms. I shall not participate. You may keep the prize money. And I shall even provide an additional 500,000 as a subsidy. Who would participate? Leave it to me, rest assured. Yan Yujin can hardly suppress a chuckle. After her agreement, her manager promptly initiates arrangements for the project. By the way, your floor has been renovated. Would you care to take a look? Yan Xian inquires. This is simply my magnum opus. Yan Yujin, accustomed to her sardonic remarks, instinctively braced for some mischief, thus held no expectations. However, as she ascended the stairs and surveyed each corner before her, she found herself astonished and momentarily halted. Every room was adorned in a supremely comfortable palette of beige and soft green, embodying a modern minimalist aesthetic. It was evident that the furnishings had been meticulously curated. The layout was both sensible and tailored to her preferences. Do you like it? Yan Xian crossed her arms. Oh, how silly of me. I forgot that you possess no sense of aesthetics. You merely appreciate what is visually appealing, correct? It must be to my liking. This design was crafted during sleepless nights. Everyone at home contributed to its construction. Yan Yujin's eyes sparkled with amazement.
Did you design this? What?
I don't comprehend your words. If you desire my design, perhaps in another lifetime. I have a friend in need of an interior designer, offering an annual salary of 10 million. I believe this design would undoubtedly secure you the position. By the way, who designed this floor? Yan Xian swiftly glided in front of Yan Yujin, her expression earnest. In my past life, I misjudged people, betrayed by my boyfriend, and ensnared by my best friend. Now reborn, I vow to tear apart scoundrels and trample on treacherous friends, swearing to become a 10 million a year interior designer. Can you grant me this opportunity? Chapter 021. Thrown out by him. The speaker, fervent, while the listener ponders. Yan Yujin gazed at the earnest face before her, her grip subtly tightening. She contemplated whether this individual truly was the original Yan Xian. Earlier, she had recognized that this pretender held animosity towards her, constantly creating obstacles and disturbances. The previous tactics had been filled with genuine malice, unlike the present, which seemed more like harmless pranks, albeit inadvertently aiding her on numerous occasions. Yet, if this person was not the original Yan Xian, then who were they? Was their affection genuine, aimed at her well-being, or simply a subconscious attempt to ingratiate themselves due to her status? The smile on her face dimmed slightly, and she softened her tone. Of course, I will have them contact you. However, I do not guarantee that you will secure the position. Yan Xian patted her chest. I understand. Your opportunity is merely my stepping stone. Rest assured, I shall strive diligently and not bring shame upon you as my recommender. Since she wished to partake in the anti-fraud promotional video, it was imperative to inform her family beforehand. Their family had a group chat, and Yan Yujin had already been included. Shian, the municipal office has invited my sister and me to film an anti-fraud promotional video. If I participate, will there be any implications? Yan Yujin is a celebrity, and for her, the positive influence will undoubtedly be greater. Moreover, she herself harbors a passion for acting. Long hair will allow people to see your beauty, she mused. Subsequently, when CI addressed Yan Yujin, stating, the Yan family can reveal your identity at any moment, should you wish for it. Yan Yujin remained silent, and they naturally would not take any unnecessary actions. Previously, the media had only disclosed that the Yan family had 2 daughters, without elaborating further. Oh, not for now, thank you, she replied. Yan Shishuan remarked, a positive influence, indeed, could warrant participation. Meanwhile, Yan Zheng had just concluded a meeting and was about to depart when he heard someone pose a question. Mr. Yan, it has come to light that the 2 young ladies of your household are at odds, even causing a scene at the police station over a man in the dead of night. The surrounding crowd fell into a hushed silence. Such discord at home. Surely this won't adversely affect our company's stock and reputation? Yan Zheng lifted his chin slightly, signaling to his assistant to pause the work report. The individual who had spoken was an elder figure, Lu, who had toiled alongside the previous generation. Now advanced in years, his judgment had dulled, and he often indulged in provocation, considering himself a pillar of the company. Yan Zheng felt hesitant to confront him directly. It is true that they went to the police station, Yan Zheng replied slowly. Just then, the screen illuminated, and he opened the group chat, a smile flickering in his eyes. The expressions of the other shareholders shifted subtly. They were not concerned about the squabble between the two women. Their sole worry was ensuring their financial gains remained intact. Lu Shi laughed heartily. Every family has its own troubles. We all understand that. However, Mr. Yan, it appears you will need to manage family affairs for the time being. Perhaps it would be better to focus on the park development project in the east? His tactic of blackmail was rather despicable, yet he was unconcerned as long as it served his purpose. Yan Zheng methodically rolled up his sleeves. The Municipal Bureau believes my two daughters possess admirable character and image, and thus wish to enlist them for anti-fraud promotional filming. The timing may not be ideal. Yet, as law-abiding citizens, we must respond to the nation's needs at any moment. Observing the sudden pallor on Lu's face, a broader smile crept onto his lips. However, you have reminded me, I shall assign this project to the person Lu detests the most. Lu's most despised rival, Yang Lin, was utterly captivated by this substantial opportunity.
Ha ha ha.
My dear Lu, after all this time working together, you have finally accomplished something worthwhile. Yang Lin laughed heartily. Rest assured, Mr. Yan, my proposal will surely meet your expectations. Yan Jing stood. If you are, then so am I. Lu Shi was rendered speechless. He turned to the other shareholders, only to find that they had already vanished without a trace. Who would dare oppose Yan Zheng at such a juncture? With a governmental organization stepping in, it was a matter of pride for the group, signifying greater financial rewards. Meanwhile, Yan Xian had received the script for the anti-fraud promotional video. She felt puzzled. Why would they approach me? Ms. Yan, your character is highly reliable and astute, the police officer beamed. Previously, there were incidents involving prohibited substances, a hospital dispute, and recently, the hotel affair. You have made significant contributions in all these matters. As for Yan Yujin, our investigation has confirmed that she is a down-to-earth celebrity. Collaborating with celebrities proves advantageous, allowing them to leverage the star effect and enhance the visibility of promotional videos. With this in mind, the Municipal Bureau intends to invite the two individuals for the filming of a promotional clip. Yan Xian. Am I truly that capable? Considering Yan Xian's lack of prior filming experience, the promotional video was not designed to be overly challenging. After a day of smooth shooting, they awaited the final product. Miss Yan, officers called out to them, indicating that they might need the two to assist with some promotional work later, such as sharing the video. This was a trivial matter, and both women nodded in agreement. The Municipal Bureau operated with remarkable efficiency, releasing the final product 3 days later and promoting it on their official account. Municipal Public Security Bureau, stay vigilant, beware of scams. Resist temptation, starting from you and me. At first, the video's popularity was modest. However, with the two women sharing it, the video rapidly ascended the trending charts, landing in the top 5. The reason was simple. Their striking faces were simply too captivating. The content of the video was straightforward, focusing on the tactics of online scams. Yan Xian and her co-star played the roles of crime pursuers. Though their lines and screen time were limited, their stunning presence made a lasting impression. Yan Yujin had already garnered a small fan base, and the timing was perfect for her to wholeheartedly promote her idol. Meanwhile, it was the moment for Yan Yujin's live broadcast. And this incident brought considerable attention to the variety show. As for Yan Xian, she was not particularly active on social media. Her account was verified, so people were aware of her identity. Yet, despite their fervent calls for her attention, she remained oblivious to their pleas. At that moment, she was disguised. Squatting outside the Gu Group building, the bodyguards exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of their young mistress's intentions, but they decided to simply observe her. Yan Xian's objective was straightforward. Although she had no interest in variety shows, she was determined to garner dislike points from the main cast. Having exhausted her efforts with Yan Yujin and Mo Qin, she planned to shift her focus to a different target, directly confronting the male lead. Meanwhile, Gu Su was seated in his car, engaged in a conference call with his assistant. He had an important meeting looming and couldn't afford to be late, so he decided to set off early. However, just as the vehicle exited the underground parking lot, it abruptly came to a screeching halt. His body lurched forward violently, colliding against the seatbelt. Gu Su's expression darkened. What just happened? The driver, still shaken, stammered, Mr. Gu, it seems someone staged an accident. I think I hit someone. A large figure had been sent flying. Chapter 022. Grateful for Heaven's Gifts. Upon uttering these words, the driver, along with the bodyguard, exited the vehicle. They circled around, and the driver returned with a bag of cotton, looking bewildered, perfectly achieving the goal of delaying their meeting. Gu Su was momentarily taken aback. Who spoke? Why did it sound like a girl's voice? Yan Xian confidently emerged from behind a flower bed. Indeed, it was me. With her chin slightly raised and a playful smile, she teased, "Running late for your meeting? My sincerest apologies." Gu Su recognized the individual and her expression darkened. How did she know that a meeting was imminent? Had the Yan family already infiltrated her affairs, or was there a traitor among her ranks? Wait a moment, that voice. If he delays the meeting, he despise me? Hee, I might as well take this opportunity to be a bit arrogant. At this moment, Gu Su dared not take action against the Yan family. In the later stages, when she had become despised by all, provoking her would indeed be akin to kicking a cloud. What kind of meeting was this again? Wait, someone tampered with my car's brakes. If I continue driving, the brakes could fail mid-journey, leading to an accident? My broken system, could you please convey everything in one go? Having learned from the previous incident, she believed that it was wise to assess the situation before engaging in endeavors destined for failure. If it were merely a car accident resulting in a few months of recovery, she would have preferred to stay at home. I might as well watch the female lead's variety show debut from the comfort of my home. The instigator had already drifted away. Yet Gu Su was left astonished by the resonance of her thoughts. Tampering with the brakes? Without pausing to ponder why, she could hear Yan Shuren's inner voice. Gu Su's expression hardened. Have someone inspect the brakes of my car immediately and arrange for another vehicle to take me to the meeting. When the car abruptly stopped earlier, I sensed something was amiss. Conduct the inspection at once. A new vehicle arrived promptly, and Gu Su nodded at Yan Shuren. Proceed without me. We shall discuss further on another day. Fortunately, he had left early, and there was ample time for him to reach his destination. Yan Shuren watched him leave in bewilderment, scratching his head. The male lead was surprisingly polite. Regardless, the objective was accomplished. Time to wrap things up. Meanwhile, Gu Su received a report from her confidant en route. The brakes had indeed been tampered with. The perpetrator had been cautious, and the damage was not immediately apparent, but it was likely that an incident would occur mid-journey. I have already dispatched individuals to investigate. All of this was spot on. Gu Su inquired further regarding the details and contacted her assistant. The amusement park project in Beifong was assigned to the Yan family as a token of gratitude for Miss Yan. The assistant was puzzled but refrained from asking further questions, merely relaying Gu Su's message. When Yan Shuren received a call from Yan Yujin, he was at home preparing for an interview. Yes, the very interview for the interior designer position. Before crossing over, she had already made a name for herself in her original world. While she was aware that the reported annual salary was likely exaggerated, she was determined to work hard and earn more money. Yan Yujin was direct. Did you go to see Gu Su today? The electronic drawing pen clattered onto the desk as Yan Shuren's eyes widened in shock. Wait, wasn't Gu Su supposed to be a domineering CEO? Was this akin to a schoolchild's quarrel, seeking parental intervention? Yes, I did go to see him, she replied weakly. Yan Yujin took a deep breath, his tone growing increasingly serious. What did you do? The Beifong amusement park project was all but secured by the Gu family. Although they regretted the lost opportunity, they understood that prying any advantage from the other side would be difficult, so they ceased their scrutiny. Now, however, the opposition had directly served this juicy morsel to them on a platter. Like Gu Su, he was a person who would not rise early for mere trifles. If there wasn't a greater benefit at stake, the other party would not relinquish such a substantial prize. He investigated, and there was not a single issue with the project. Yan Yujin's mind was in a state of disarray. He understood that Yan Yujin's return had profoundly impacted Yan Xian. He was concerned that Yan Xian might resort to actions that would compromise her own dignity in a bid to attract their attention. Yan Xian, being honest, had thrown a bag of cotton in front of their vehicle, causing him to miss a meeting, but she insisted it was unintentional. Yan Yujin raised an eyebrow, unable to suppress a rub of his ear. Could you repeat that? Assuming he had seen through her little scheme, Yan Xian earnestly recounted the events once more, bracing herself for reprimand. Well done, Yan Yujin replied, his mood considerably brightened. I bought something for you and Yujin. Let us see if you like it. Until the call ended, Yan Xian remained somewhat bewildered. She shook her head and sent the completed designs to the person who had initially contacted her. Primarily due to Yan Yujin's recommendation, she was not overly concerned about the possibility of being scammed. The recipient acknowledged the file promptly. She had expected to wait longer, But no sooner had she turned on Yan Yujin's variety show than she received a call. Is this Miss Yan? Your work is exceptional. May we arrange a time to meet? The remote slipped from her hand and fell to the floor as Yan Xian leaped 3 feet high. Of course. I am available right now. The person on the other end paused momentarily before chuckling softly. No need to rush. Would tomorrow at 9 a.m. work for you? I will send you the address. After hanging up, the caller turned to the person seated behind the desk, their demeanor respectful. Boss, Miss Yan has agreed. Good. Xia Yanfei nodded. I will personally meet her tomorrow. Although the subordinate was curious, they refrained from asking further. Yan Xian shared her plans with her family. When Xia expressed surprise. When did you learn interior design? She was aware that this design studio was highly reputable, catering to a high-end clientele. The owner, Xia Yanfei, had an impeccable eye and top-notch design skills. Being under his tutelage could indeed impart valuable knowledge. Having previously expressed interest, Yan Xian vaguely mentioned it, attributing her skills to her exceptional talent. Yan Yujin nodded. Indeed, I saw the room you designed for Yujin. When will you consider renovating mine? Yan Xian pinched her fingers together. That's agreeable. Yan Yujin, speechless, remarked, money grubber. Although he said this, he promptly took out his phone and transferred 5 million. Pocket money. Yan Xian clasped her hands in gratitude. Thank you for the heavenly gift, amen. That was for me, he clarified. Indeed, brother, you are my savior. Flatterer. After dinner, the group surprisingly did not disperse. The television in the hall was turned on, showing the very variety show featuring Yan Yujin. This show employed a live, unscripted format, emphasizing authenticity. Yan Yujin lifted his teacup, acknowledging Yan Yujin's good judgment and capabilities. When CI observed Yan Yujin's effortless familiarity with the family dynamics on screen, pursing her lips. We owe her so much, she said softly. Let's send her resources and allow her to choose. Yan Yujin nodded. Mother, leave this matter to me. Yan Xian stood up, capturing photos of everyone present. After a brief moment of reflection, the variety show concluded and the participants gradually dispersed. Once the recording ended, Yan Yujin pulled out her phone and was momentarily taken aback. Displayed prominently on the screen was a message from Yan Xian. Don't think everyone stayed behind after dinner to watch your show and praise you just because they like you. Their true favorite is me. Accompanying the message was a photograph of the Yan family seated before the television, joyfully watching her performance. Following the message, Yan Xian sought out the butler and requested, please procure some gifts for me. I wish to present them to others. In the room, although the show had wrapped up, a camera remained on the table to facilitate interactions between guests and fans. At that moment, Yan Yujin's fans observed her lost in thought, gazing at her phone. What is you looking at? One commented. I don't know. She seems to be experiencing a whirlwind of emotions, both happy and unhappy, another added. Huh? Has she been abandoned by her benefactor? With her level of fame, how could she even afford to be on this show? Upon reading the disparaging remarks, the fans swiftly rallied to defend her honor. The barrage of comments surged as Yan Yujin, still seated on her bed, snapped back to reality. Unbeknownst to the guests, who could not see the comments, she softly uttered a good night and switched off the camera. The following morning, Yan Xian rose early from her slumber. Following the butler's suggestion, she donned a light gray suit, complemented by a white silk blouse adorned with a large bow at the collar. She tugged at the bow, questioning its formality. The butler shook his head, assuring her, it suits you perfectly, Mississippi. With his reassurance, she cheerfully grabbed her bag and made her way to the designated meeting place. Scanning her surroundings, she felt a sense of familiarity wash over her. The building was a newly constructed property, completed not long ago. As she surveyed the area, she finally spotted a figure standing in the shadows. The height and clothing matched her expectations, but to avoid any misidentification, she decided to make a phone call. The melodic ringing echoed from the direction of her intended target, prompting her to hang up and jog toward the individual. Hello, Mr. Xia. I am Yan Xian. The person you scheduled to meet today, she introduced herself, extending her hand. Thank you for this interview opportunity. Xia Yanfei paused momentarily before smiling and reciprocating the handshake. I didn't expect it to truly be Miss Yan. I thought it was merely a coincidence of names. I am Xia Yanfei, the head of the studio. Yan Xian scratched her head, taken aback by his striking appearance and evident capabilities, yet she realized she hadn't heard of him among the main cast. However, given that Yan Yujin was the protagonist, it was reasonable she would have many friends. Shall we step inside? Xia Yanfei suggested, pointing towards the new complex behind him. This property will be under our management. May I inquire what prompted Miss Yan to seek employment? Yan Xian replied candidly, I wish to earn money. Clearly taken aback by such a straightforward answer, Xia Yanfei chuckled lightly. That is splendid. It appears that Miss Yan and I share the same aspirations. If our design proposal is chosen by the property manager, you could potentially earn this amount, he said, raising 5 fingers. Yan Xian's mouth fell agape. 500,000? Xia Yanfei's eyes sparkled with deeper mirth. No, it is 5 million. The amount is inconsequential. What truly matters is that I find this property quite appealing.
Wait.
Are you implying that I have successfully passed the interview and can now officially commence my employment? Xia Yanfei nodded affirmatively. Indeed. After we tour the property, I shall escort you back to the studio to sign the contract. We warmly welcome your joining us. However, it is essential for you to consider this decision thoroughly. Miss Yan, working alongside me may prove to be quite demanding. Of course, he understood that as a member of the Yan family, Yan Xian had not necessarily led a life devoid of challenges. However, work was a different matter altogether. It would require her to engage her intellect, venture outdoors, design, and communicate with clients, with the understanding that effort does not always yield reward. Yan Xian's delicate face grew serious. Rest assured, Mr. Xia, I am not one to shy away from hard work. Under the guidance of the property manager, the two explored all available models, followed by an on-site tour before departing from the community. Yan Xian hesitated. Is it true that this project has yet to be finalized? Yes, Xia Yanfei confirmed. Do you have any reservations, Miss Yan? Please, just call me by my name. There is no need for such formality, Yan Xian gestured dismissively. I do have a slight concern. The promotional theme for this community is centered on escaping the city and embracing tranquility, however. She glanced around and lowered her voice. The adjacent land does not belong to the same developer. Furthermore, I have received intelligence that it is slated for commercial development. Given its focus on seclusion, this community south location is relatively close to the suburbs. The transportation here is not particularly convenient for the average person. How could it possibly be developed into a shopping center? Pointing to the construction site next door, she added, that is where the shopping center is being erected, and it has already been confirmed that a subway line will soon be constructed here. However, the shopping center may commence operations a bit later. She finally realized why this area seemed familiar. It was the shopping project that Yan Yujin had previously sought to acquire. Upon hearing her insights, Yan Yujin opted against pursuing the land, which subsequently fell into the hands of their arch-rivals. When they unearthed artifacts during excavation, their adversaries were filled with regret. To mitigate their losses, they begrudgingly proceeded with the acquisition of the land, yet they would likely find it challenging to recoup their investment in the short term. Upon uttering these words, she felt a twinge of anxiety. Although her external identity was that of a Yan family member, it was their first encounter, and she could not guarantee that he would trust her claims. Xia Yanfei remained silent for a long moment before suddenly breaking into a smile. It appears that bringing you on board is indeed a stroke of fortune for our studio. Yan Xian was taken aback. You believe me? Is he not concerned that she might be speaking without basis, risking a significant loss? In our line of work, we place our trust in our hires, Xia Yanfei remarked as he retrieved his car keys. Though he felt a pang of regret over the potential loss of funds, it was an unavoidable circumstance. Their commission was based on the property sold, and if Yan Xian's assertions held true, their future income would scarcely offset their initial investment. Such a transaction was one that Xia Yanfei was unwilling to waste time on. Let us depart, Miss Yan, he said, as he opened the passenger door for Yan Yujin. As a token of gratitude, allow me to treat you to lunch before we return to the studio. The studio, though modest in size, occupied an entire floor in the bustling heart of the city. Perhaps due to the need for designers to concentrate, the studio was meticulously organized into quiet zones, with each individual enjoying their own private office. This is the prepared contract, Xia Yanfei said, leading her to his office. He produced 2 copies of the agreement. Please take a look. If everything is in order, you may sign. You will officially commence work tomorrow. We do not require you to be present in the office at all times. As long as you are able to respond during working hours, that suffices. Seeing no issues with the contract, Yan Yujin waved her hand and affixed her signature. Just as she shared this news in the family group chat, the long quiet system in her mind erupted with a notification. System. Please confirm the rumor of the female lead being kept. Yan Yujin. She had merely signed a contract, who was spreading rumors about her job being usurped. Utilizing the system, Yan Yujin swiftly unraveled the unfolding events. Being a member of the Yan family, Yan Yujin received numerous gifts from the butler upon returning home. for those who genuinely cared for her welfare. She never turned down their kindness, albeit with a sense of helplessness. Although she had endeavored to maintain a low profile, those watching the live stream were like hawks, quickly uncovering that the items she used were far beyond her financial means. Coupled with her meteoric rise, the topic soon trended, with the phrase a certain Yan celebrity being kept soaring to prominence. Xia Yanfei observed the sudden change in expression of the previously joyful Yan Shuren. His brows slightly arched. He spoke in a gentle tone. "Is there an issue with the contract?" "Mr. Xia," Yan Shuren replied gravely, "do you believe I am a good person?" Xia Yanfei paused for 2 seconds in silence. "You're a good person." Yan Shuren nodded in agreement. "I concur." She first placed a call to the butler, and then swiftly opened her verified account, posting the first message from this account. "Yan Shuren, I confirm that Yan Yujin indeed could not afford such fine items in the past." Those following the matter erupted in astonishment, directly naming names. Was this the prelude to a public confrontation? Hadn't he the two just collaborated? Chapter 024. All my money is gone. Though reluctant to believe it, I find no counterarguments against the young lady's words. The disparity in status was evident. Onlookers unanimously believed that Yan Shuren would not lie. Could it be true that she is being kept? I had finally begun to like a star. Could you refrain from overinterpreting? She merely stated she could not afford such things before. Does that imply she is unworthy now or in the future? I refuse to believe it. Yu has only just collaborated with the municipal bureau. How could there be a problem? The detractors sensed an opportunity. Haha, they only collaborated once. And now they have forced the young lady of a prominent family to take action against her. Does Yan Yujin's character even need further discussion? The Weibo post exploded with fervent debate, rapidly elevating Yan Shuren's response to trending status. 3 minutes later, yet another topic surged to the forefront. In the midst of confusion, the crowd exclaimed, "Sister, you are my biological sister." I've only seen people gasp for breath while speaking, but never while posting on Weibo. I understand now. The young lady is deliberately creating a stark contrast to deliver a resounding slap in the face. Shortly thereafter, Yan Xian released a lengthy post, indicating that those brands were investments of the Yan family, still unlisted, and that they had selected a few celebrities to try on their products. The purpose was twofold: to gather feedback on the fitting experience and to promote the brands. Attached to the screenshot was her transfer to Yan Yujin, accompanied by the phrase, "I am delighted. How many zeros? Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, father, ancestors. In my past life, I was betrayed by thieves and subordinates. In this life, I have been reborn. May I serve as the security for the young lady's household?" The incident garnered significant attention, but the swift and powerful clarification followed closely behind. Yan Yujin seized the opportunity to respond, stating that she had not mentioned it during the program due to the early stage of trying on the clothes, which left her experience unclear. She was determined to seize the opportunity presented to her. After the clarification, she gained a new label of being meticulous and serious, further enhancing her appeal to the public. Simultaneously, luxury vehicles arrived at the production team. "Miss Yan, these are sent by Miss Yan as instructed," said the lead representative respectfully. "If there is anything you dislike, please let us know, and we will replace them." The director, who had hoped to gain publicity at Yan Yujin's expense, found himself smiling awkwardly as the situation backfired, inadvertently propelling her into the limelight. After her series of maneuvers, Yan Xian slumped in her chair, her gaze vacant. Beside her, Xia Yanfei, who had learned of the unfolding events online, poured a glass of water and placed it next to her. Yet, she remained motionless, her lips moving as if murmuring something. After a moment of hesitation, Xia Yanfei leaned in closer. "My money is gone, all of it." Though the money had never truly belonged to her, the stark difference between seeing it vanish and having an empty pocket was palpable. Xia Yanfei chuckled softly in disbelief. The Yan family was affluent, and given their affection for Yan Xian, it was likely that her monthly allowance exceeded $1 million. Why then did she appear so pitiful? He thought this and voiced his inquiry. "The Yan family must cherish you. Surely they wouldn't shortchange your allowance?" As if to affirm his words, Yan Xian's phone chimed repeatedly, each notification signifying a transfer from the Yan family. Yan Yujin had not kept her money. Rather, she had returned a substantial sum. Xia Yanfei expected her to be elated, but to his surprise, her expression grew more despondent. Sighing deeply, Yan Xian lamented, "I still prefer spending my own money. It provides a greater sense of security." Although she craved that 10 billion, she understood all too well the potential harm such rumors could inflict on women. She cherished money, Yet she had her own principles. Ultimately, the system merely instructed her to solidify the matter. It did not prohibit her from clarifying afterward. Fearing potential penalties for failing to complete the task, she opted for this approach. In her actions, she not only fulfilled her obligations but also assisted Yan Yujin in dispelling the rumors surrounding her. However, it seemed as if an illusion had manifested before her eyes, with a multitude of billions flitting about like ethereal wings. Never mind. After all, Yan Yujin had introduced her to such a splendid job. And this could be considered her token of gratitude. Moreover, perhaps Yan Yujin no longer harbored any animosity towards her, and she might not be targeted by her suitors in the future. It didn't seem like a loss at all. Yan Shian, accustomed to being carefree, swiftly cast aside the recent events. Once this matter was behind her, she felt an invigorated sense of purpose in her work, promptly rolling up her sleeves and resolving to produce 10 initial drafts for Xia Yanfei within the week. When an assistant, intending to report on the progress, entered and caught sight of her, they displayed an expression of sheer terror. True to her word, after a week of seclusion at home, she submitted her work to Xia Yanfei. Xia Yanfei was exceedingly pleased with her results, rewarding her with a week of paid leave. Observing her friend's exuberance over this development, Xia Wan could not help but feel distressed. You have been thoroughly brainwashed by those despicable capitalists. The Yan family practically indulged Yan Xian, to the extent that even if she did nothing but laze at home all day, they would still find her utterly delightful. And now, she was elated over a week of paid vacation. Despicable capitalists? Yan Xian blinked in confusion, pointing to herself. Are you talking about me? Xia Wan replied, Indeed. It seems that compared to Xia Yanfei, both the Xia and Yan families are rather capitalistic. What prompted you to seek employment? Xia Wan inquired, puzzled. If you want to experience life, why not work at your own family's company? Yan Xian responded ambiguously, I just wanted to try a different environment. It's a rare opportunity for me to take a vacation. Let us not dwell on such dreary topics. Let us go shopping and indulge. And so she embarked on a shopping spree, acquiring an assortment of tobacco, alcohol, and jewelry. Observing the gold adornments, Xia Wan wore an expression that spoke volumes. Aren't you a bit young for this? This is the aesthetic of someone much older. What do you know? Yan Xian retorted, shaking her head. In my 20s, I already possess the taste of someone in their 40s, which means my aesthetic is ahead of yours by 20 years. The following day, after her purchases, Yan Xian loaded herself with bags and entered the vehicle arranged by the butler. Will the young lady be joining us for dinner tonight? The butler inquired. I probably won tea, but I will definitely return today. Yan Xian waved her hand dismissively. Once in the car, she promptly dozed off. Approximately 2 hours later, the driver roused her. Miss, we have arrived. Yan Xian blinked awake, lightly patting her face to invigorate herself. She had brought along 2 bodyguards, and together with the driver, they comprised a party of 4, all disembarking with their numerous bags. This was a residential area far from the bustling city center, resembling a quaint little town rather than the vibrancy of the metropolis. Following the directions provided by the system, she finally reached her destination, a restaurant that served breakfast, lunch, and dinner. It seemed that everyone here was familiar with one another. Upon her arrival, she noticed a woman vociferously addressing the proprietress. Oh, where is your obedient daughter?
Oh,
I've heard that she has been recognized by a wealthy family. How could she possibly remember you? Jean is not that kind of person. Buying paused her kneading of the dough, her expression turning cold. You should not tarnish her reputation. This individual seems either ignorant or deliberately provocative. They've gone on to become a big star and do not extend their hand to you for a life of comfort. You have raised another daughter to such an extent, yet gained nothing in return. With a resounding crash, the chair was lifted and slammed back onto the ground, startling everyone into a shiver. Yan Yujin grasped the chair, her face devoid of emotion, and retorted, What is there to gain? Will you follow in your son's footsteps? Living off others? Chun Fong erupted in fury. What nonsense are you spouting? Yan Yujin scrolled through her system and rolled up her sleeves. Prepare to meet your demise, loudmouth. Chapter 025. Was it truly you who saved her? Your son, Li Hao, had a penchant for petty theft in his youth. He bullied a girl in middle school, prompting her parents to confront you. Knowing you could not afford to offend that family, you moved away, seeking a fresh start. Yet in the new locale, your son's nature remained unchanged, and he was soon met with a fractured leg, finally learning a lesson. Ah, how being beaten can indeed foster growth. Yan Yujin scoffed. Your son began to feign politeness and a gentle demeanor in front of others. Over time, some genuinely began to believe he was a decent individual. With his sweet talking, he ensnared his girlfriend's unwavering devotion. Tell me, if she were to discover that he was not only lazy but also a deceitful misogynist, would she continue their relationship? The breakfast establishment was bustling with patrons, all of whom were familiar with one another, and they gravitated towards the commotion. Little did they expect to hear such a scandal. Chen Feng's face turned ashen as she shrieked and lunged forward. You little wretch, what nonsense are you spewing? I'll tear your mouth apart. The vigilant bodyguard stepped forward, a single glance rendering her hesitant to advance further. Good heavens, could this young lady's words be true? She spoke with such conviction. It almost seemed plausible. Chen Feng's lips trembled as she recoiled, her brows furrowing. Raising her voice, she proclaimed, Do not listen to her fabrications. You all have lived alongside Ah Hao for years. Do you not understand what kind of person he is? Do not forget. Ah Hao once took a knife for you. That scar remains on his body. You vile girl, should you continue to spout such nonsense, I shall sue you for defamation. Upon hearing this, the surrounding neighbors began to react. Indeed, Ah Hao is a child we have watched grow. How could he be such a scoundrel? This young lady speaks with such seriousness, we instinctively followed her lead. Her words are so articulate, they almost seem credible. Indeed, Ah Hao and Yu share a wonderful relationship. It was a life-saving bond that brought them together. If mere words were to tear them apart, it would be a grave injustice. Chen Feng quickly seized upon a key phrase. I see. You fancy my son, don't you? Yan Yujin. Oh heavens! How can there exist a young girl with such a malicious heart? Chen Feng clasped her hands together, letting out a sorrowful sigh. Unable to win the heart of my dear Hao, she resorted to such despicable tactics to ruin his relationship with Yaya. The atmosphere grew increasingly chaotic, and the onlookers cast dubious glances at Yan Yujin. Buying took a deep breath and raised her voice. If the young lady's words are false, Chen Feng, why do you appear so guilty? Why the urgency?
What?
You can slander my aunt, but when others accuse your son, it is defamation? Then I shall sue you for defamation as well.
For slandering my aunt.
Chen Feng was undeterred by Bai Ying's words. Upon hearing this, she slapped her thigh and began to scream. Yet, Yan Yujin's voice rang out calmly. Chen Feng, are you certain your son truly rushed to save Jiang Yaya? Of course. Chen Feng replied, her eyes flickering. If it weren't for him, why would he have charged in front of Yaya? Yan Yujin crossed her arms, a smile gracing her lips as she regarded her. You can deceive your sister, but don't deceive yourself. Li Hao had been drinking that night, hadn't he? He was intoxicated, his mind clouded, and he failed to notice someone blocking Jiang Yaya in the alley. Only upon approaching did he realize that the alley was crowded. He hadn't intended to stir trouble and planned to turn and flee, but who could have foreseen that his injured leg would give way, causing him to fall and attract the attention of those ruffians? Naturally, when they heard the commotion, they would investigate. Jiang Yaya seized the opportunity to escape the alley and call the police, returning with a few kind souls to rescue the nearly unconscious Li Hao. Chen Feng's mouth fell agape, unable to utter a single word for a long while. Facing Yan Yujin's piercing gaze, she instinctively took a half step back, terror evident in her eyes.
Why?
How did this person know the truth of the matter? Every detail was laid bare, as if she had been present at the scene. Why the silence? Yan Yujin stepped forward, her presence commanding. Utilizing this fortunate yet unintended act of salvation, you have manipulated Jiang Yaya's guilt, exerting your influence over their family. Reveling in your triumph, haven't you? The crowd stood in stunned silence. Before they could recover from the weight of this revelation, a heavy thud resonated in their ears, reminiscent of a thermos falling to the ground. Instinctively, they turned toward the sound to see a girl standing there, bewildered, her expression vacant. At her feet lay the fallen thermos, its contents spilled across the ground. The soup, seemingly freshly prepared, still emitted faint wisps of steam. Oh, dear. An elderly woman hurried forward. How careless of you. Is it hot? Jiang Yaya shook her head in a daze, struggling to form a smile. It's all right, Grandma. I'm not burned. Chen Feng's eyes widened in terror, her voice sharp and piercing. Yeah? Is what that girl just said true? Jiang Yaya softly inquired. Did Ah Hao's rescue of me happen merely by chance? Rationality dictated that she should not trust an outsider and instead question her boyfriend and his family. Yet, Yan Yujin's confident assertions, filled with intricate details, ignited a flicker of doubt within her that she could not suppress. Moreover, she could discern that Yan Xian hailed from an extraordinary family, rendering such fabrications unnecessary. Chun Fong gripped her palms tightly, donning a fade of feigned amiability.
Hey,
Do not heed the nonsensical ramblings of this deranged woman who seems to have appeared from nowhere. She has taken a fancy to a Hao. But our Hao remains steadfastly devoted to you. How could he possibly entertain her affections? Consumed by jealousy, she plotted to sabotage your bond. Yan Xian remained speechless.
hey,
Pay her no mind, Chen Fong insisted, tugging at Jiang Ye's hand. Let us depart. We shall return home and enjoy a joyful family meal. Yet, Jiang Ye stood still. In recent days, she had been completely overwhelmed by the demands of Chen Fong and her family, due to her feelings of guilt towards Li Hao. Her parents had also been compelled to endure Chen Fong's whims. Throughout their courtship, she had sensed that certain behaviors of Li Hao's left her feeling uneasy. Yet, during those moments, she would reassure herself that everyone possesses their own flaws. How many men in this world would risk everything for their girlfriends? Besides, at that time, she was merely a passerby in Li Hao's life. Yet now, someone had informed her that everything was a misunderstanding and there had been no act of saving. Merely a serendipitous occurrence. What happened, Yaya? Did I not ask you to bring the soup home? Why is it spilled? Mom, what are you doing here? Why are there so many people gathered? The farce had persisted for so long that emotions had reached a boiling point. Everyone turned to the tardy male protagonist, displaying expressions that were difficult to articulate. How? Jiang Ye turned to him. Tell me, back in the alley, did you truly intend to save me? The sudden mention of this matter caused an unnatural flicker to cross Li Hao's face. What is the point of discussing this? His gaze darted, avoiding Jiang Ye's eyes. In any case, the outcome was that I saved you, was it not? Jiang Ye was taken aback. Indeed, whether intentional or not, he had saved her. She bit her lip, about to speak, when someone shouted a scathing insult. Turning in astonishment, she realized that the one hurling insults was the very girl who had just delivered a lengthy tirade. Is that so? Did you truly save her? Yan Xian's expression turned slightly frosty. Chapter 026. For the sake of Auntie. It seems your family has indeed concealed this matter quite thoroughly. Yan Xian smiled slyly. Li Hao felt an ominous premonition stir within him. He stepped forward, gripping Jiang Ye's arm firmly. Why engage in conversation with this lunatic? Come, let us go home. Jiang Ye hesitated. Meanwhile, Yan Xian took a sip of water offered by a bodyguard to clear her throat. Why the rush? After all, I am merely spouting nonsense. Why not allow me to finish my thoughts? She gazed at Li Hao. Those individuals were specifically waiting for you because you defaulted on a loan. Jiang Ye was dragged into this because of you. By the way, that money was for gambling, wasn't it? Li Hao's eyes widened, and his facial muscles began to twitch uncontrollably. What absurdity are you spouting? Jiang Ye turned to him incredulously. You borrowed money and didn't pay it back? You were gambling? Do not listen to her nonsense. Li Hao hastily waved his hand, his face flushed with indignation. I don't know where this crazy woman comes from to slander me.
Yeah.
Do not fall for her tricks. Look, those people behind have not come to find me, have they? Yan Yujin nodded in agreement. You have already involved yourself with them. Naturally, they would not seek you out again. Wasn't that money, over 200,000, repaid by Jiang Ye? How could you have the audacity to bring it up? Jiang Ye stood in stunned silence, as if struck by a bolt from the blue. Her body swayed slightly, on the verge of collapse. Over 200,000? Didn't you say that was money you were using for investment? Li Hao was genuinely panicking now. He was baffled by how Yan Yujin knew so much and from where she had emerged. However, he was acutely aware of Jiang Ye's affluent background, which he could manipulate to his advantage. Losing her would mean he could never find another gullible benefactor so easily. Let us go. Ignoring Jiang Ye's resistance, he pulled her along with greater force. I can explain all of this to you. Yan Yujin nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, an explanation is warranted. Since we are discussing explanations, why not clarify everything else as well? For instance, how many girls are added to the other WeChat account on your phone? Or how, just a few days ago, you disregarded Jiang Ye, who is suffering from a fever, to go on a date with another girl.
Oh.
And I almost forgot to mention the most crucial point. Kindly explain to Jiang Ye why you belittled her in front of others, claiming she clings to you like an inextricable piece of chewing gum. Jiang Ye's complexion shifted from pale to furious. Shaking with rage, she exclaimed, Is this how you speak of me to others? This is all a fabrication. I have not acted in such a manner.
Yeah.
Li Hao's expression darkened. You would rather believe an outsider than trust me? Jiang Yeye took a deep breath. I will believe you, she said, if you show me your phone right now. There was no way Li Hao would hand over his phone. I never anticipated you to be such an unreasonable woman, he retorted, his voice rising in frustration. It's one thing for others to slander me, but you actually side with them. You have truly disappointed me. Indeed, Yeye. Chen Fang's tone was laced with reproach. We have been so good to you. How could you suspect us? Yan Yujin clapped her hands, the sound ringing sharply. What a clever tactic of turning the tables. As long as you are angry, no one can point out your faults. As the two remained locked in confrontation, the flicker of hope in Jiang Yeye's heart was extinguished. She vaguely realized that the situation might indeed be as the unfamiliar girl had described. Taking several deep breaths, she shook off Li Hao's grip and issued her ultimatum. Either show me your phone or we part ways. In the past, she had been enveloped in the situation, unable to discern the truth, blinded by Li Hao's so-called benevolence. But now, with the filter of her affection for him removed, the previously overlooked doubts resurfaced. Li Hao was thoroughly panicked. Break up? That cannot happen. He knew how envious his friends were of him for having found a wealthy and compliant girlfriend. He could no longer bear to endure those arduous days of the past. Yeah, please allow me to explain, he said, his voice trembling as he grasped Jiang Yeye's hand and sank to his knees. I deceived you before, and I acknowledge my faults. However, I had my reasons, and I have changed for you. I can clarify all those misunderstandings. My heart truly belongs to you. Yan Shian interjected, what you truly cherish is her wealth. Jiang Yeye was taken aback by his actions. What are you doing? Stand up and speak properly. I refuse. Li Hao shook his head. If you do not forgive me, I shall remain here. Jiang Yeye's expression was one of turmoil. Her mind was in disarray, and she found herself instinctively wanting to acquiesce to his plea. Despite her discomfort with his kneeling, Yan Xian raised his voice. Are you resorting to moral coercion? Do you enjoy kneeling? Perhaps we should break his legs, so he can kneel for a lifetime. The bodyguard nodded, menacingly advancing towards Li Hao. Startled, Li Hao jumped in fright. What do you intend to do? Oh, your legs seem quite agile, Yan Xian remarked with a wink. I am merely fulfilling your desires. Liu. A furious male voice erupted from the outskirts of the crowd, swiftly bringing itself before him. You scoundrel! How dare you bully my sister? With a flurry of punches, Li Hao could only cower, clutching his head as he groaned on the ground. Jiang Yeye rushed forward to intercept the newcomer. Brother, please calm down. He is not worth it. The family has arrived, Yan Xian observed, feeling a sense of satisfaction as he watched the scoundrel wail. Chen Fang jumped around in agitation, but no one paid her any mind. Ultimately, the scene concluded with the police escorting Li Hao away, while Chen Fang hurriedly followed to the station. After expressing her gratitude, Jiang Yeye was taken away by her brother. Thus, the farce came to an end. Young lady, who might you be? Bai Ying inquired, her expression puzzled. Yan Xian signaled to the bodyguard and driver to bring forth the items, placing them before her. She raised her voice deliberately. These are all for you. Part of it was entrusted to me by my aunt, who is currently recording a program and cannot attend. The rest is a gift for me, she said, flashing a polite smile, elegant and composed. You have raised her splendidly. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Such items were far from inexpensive. Even a single portion could sustain an average family for half a year. Who would dare to claim that Yan Yujin was ungrateful, when clearly she held her adoptive mother in such regard? Moreover, it appeared that her biological family was reasonable as well. Bai Ying's eyes widened. You are from the Yan family. In mid-sentence, she hurriedly grabbed a cloth to wipe her hands. I apologize. Had I known you were coming, we could have prepared better. Please, do not stand on ceremony, Yan Xian replied with a smile. If anything, we are the ones lacking in courtesy. I truly apologize for not informing you in advance. Bai Ying quickly waved her hands. Not at all, not at all. With esteemed guests arriving, business shall pause for the day. She led the four back to her home, intending to prepare a sumptuous meal for them. Yan Xian would certainly not impose upon her. He directly ordered a feast and had it delivered to their location. Bai Ying felt a sense of trepidation within her. This was not the first time the Yan family had visited. After much contemplation, she cautiously inquired, Miss Yan, is there something you wish to discuss? Please feel free to express your needs. I will assist in any way I can, if only for the sake of my aunt. Chapter 27. The Two Families' Origins. Yan Xian waved his hand, reassuring her. There is no need for you to be anxious. I merely came to check on you. The Yan family had previously visited when they learned of Yan Yujin's identity, but at that time, Yan Yujin was absent, leaving only Bai Ying and Yan Shouyu at home. Faced with the imposing presence of the Yan family, the two felt somewhat restrained, especially since they were kin to Yan Yujin. Bai Ying exhaled softly and smiled. Miss Yan, you need not be so formal. How is my aunt faring? During their previous visit, the Yan family had offered them 10 million as compensation for their years of care for Yan Yujin, but the couple had declined the sum. After a lifetime of toil, they exhibited no hint of greed in the face of such a substantial check that could have secured their future comfort. Yan Shouyu had pushed the check back to Yan Zheng, stating, "We cannot accept this. My aunt is someone we raised since childhood, and this is simply our duty. We have but one humble request. Could you alleviate some of the pressure on my aunt?" Although they were merely an ordinary family, they understood the intricacies and expectations of affluent families, especially with a daughter like Yan Shian, who had been pampered since childhood. They feared that the Yan family might draw comparisons between the two. Declining the check, they worried that Yan Yujin would feel inferior within the Yan household. Yan Zheng, who had navigated the business world for many years, fell silent. He recognized their sincerity, and a newfound respect illuminated his previously composed demeanor. "Rest assured, we will treat both children equally," he assured her. Though the money was not given, Yan Zheng undertook many other gestures of goodwill. For instance, he purchased a local breakfast establishment, using various pretexts to reduce Bai Ying's rent. He also financed renovations for their community and replaced the property management, thereby enhancing their living environment. The Yan family owed a debt of gratitude to the Yan family. Years ago, when Yan Yujin was young, a nanny, incited by opposing forces, attempted to abduct her. Despite the truth being revealed, the nanny remained oblivious to Yan Yujin's whereabouts. After the culprits were apprehended, they refused to divulge any information, only claiming that Yan Yujin had been sent to a remote village to serve as a bride when she grew up. However, the individual responsible for delivering Yan Yujin to the mountains had a change of heart. He defied his employer's orders and took Yan Yujin to an orphanage, where she was subsequently adopted by a childless couple from the Yan family. In time, when Ci often found herself engulfed in the sorrow of losing her daughter. Concerned for her well-being, Yan Zheng, after discussions with his sons, decided to adopt Yan Xian. This name was chosen by Wen Ci, signifying peace and safety, an expression of her hopes for her daughter. However, time has a way of healing most wounds. Under the influence of the original family, they gradually moved past their previous grief, truly embracing the original child as their own daughter. Until Yan Yujin's appearance, she was in a state of great confusion, committing a series of errors that only served to push her beloved Yan family further away. With her thoughts racing, Yan Xian shook her head and nodded emphatically. "Of course, she is wonderful. You have no idea how remarkable my sister is." She recounted several tales about Yan Yujin, reiterating, "She truly is exceptional. She's just a bit preoccupied at the moment. Once this variety show concludes, she will come back to see you all." Seeing her earnest expression and sincere tone, Bai Ying felt a heavy weight lift from her heart. "I know that Jiayi is thinking of us," she sighed softly. "She is now able to pursue what she desires, and that brings us great joy." Yan Xian, however, felt somewhat perplexed. Bai Ying did not appear particularly cheerful. Moreover, ever since entering the room, she had been clutching a card, seemingly torn over whether to reveal it. After contemplating for a moment, Yan Xian consulted the system and chuckled in disbelief. Previously, when Yan Yujin embarked on her entrepreneurial journey, she had kept it a secret from Bai Ying and the others, not wanting them to worry about her. Consequently, even after acquiring wealth, she hesitated to spend it, as Bai Ying and Yan Shouyu had advised her to save. Now that she had been accepted back into the Yan family and could explain the source of her funds, she wanted to send more money home to enhance their quality of life. Unexpectedly, Bai Ying and her husband were even more reluctant to spend. In their minds, they believed Yan Yujin must have suffered greatly to accumulate such wealth, undoubtedly having paid a hefty price. Furthermore, they feared that if they accepted financial assistance from Yan Yujin, it might upset the Yan family. Out of concern for her, they had chosen not to spend a single cent, instead saving it all on that card, intending to use it for Yan Yujin in the future. Yet, now faced with Yan Xian, Bai Ying hesitated. Should she give the money to Yan Xian to take back? Would that lead to a kinder treatment of Yan Yujin? "Aunt Bai, dinner is ready," Yan Xian said, glancing at the message on her phone and smiling. "Let us eat first." Meanwhile, Yan Yujin, having found a moment's respite during the show, received the news. "What did you say?" "Yan Xian brought people to my house. concerned about being too busy to attend to her family and worried that the Yan family might come over and say something nonsensical. Yan Yujin had arranged for some people to keep watch around their home, just in case. With a slight grip tightening on her phone, she took a deep breath. What had she done? The person on the other end suddenly chuckled, recalling, "Do you remember Chen Fong, the one who loves to gossip?" Miss Yan gave her a good dressing down, and her son was imprisoned for online gambling. Yan Yujin certainly remembered. This individual was quite sharp-tongued and relished provoking others. Bai Ying, with her gentle heart, was often left speechless in their exchanges. "And how is everything at home?" she inquired. "Things should be fine at home. We are keeping watch outside, and I can faintly hear conversations coming from inside. Aunt Bai seems to be in good spirits. By the way, Miss Yan ordered a splendid feast, and Uncle Yan just arrived home." Yan Xian's choice of dishes was impeccably timed. Yan Yujin tugged at the corner of her mouth. Did she go empty-handed? Although she had no desire for such items, they nonetheless represented the Yan family's attitude towards the Yan clan. The items she brought, though numerous, were not particularly valuable in the eyes of the Yan family. The list of items included many well-known brands. Yan Yujin was momentarily taken aback, her emotions somewhat complex. She was aware of the worth of these items. Frankly speaking, given the Yan family's wealth, there were few possessions that could be considered precious to them. The things selected by Yan Xian were all from highly esteemed brands, yet their prices were not exorbitant, falling within a range acceptable to the Yan family, making it impossible for them to decline. "I understand. You've worked hard," Yan Yujin said, calming the tumult within her heart. "If there is any further news, please let me know at any time." Meanwhile, Yan Xian rambled on, ultimately delivering a decisive statement. "In any case, my sister is remarkable. She learns swiftly. You can rest assured about the items she purchased and the money she provided. Our family is fully aware of this. It is her way of showing filial piety towards you. Consider the positive side. If my sister were to become wealthy and then disregard you, would she still be your beloved daughter? If she truly were such a person, no matter what you did, our family would not hold her in esteem. Moreover, if you are well-fed, well-clothed, and well-cared for, it reflects positively on both my sister and the Yan family. You must stand tall." Yan Xian's confidence grew with each word, asserting that they could become his sister's strongest support. Yan Shouyu and Bai Ying exchanged glances, their expressions shifting from uncertainty to resolve. "You are right." Bai Ying nodded earnestly. Chapter 28. Even the desk is masculine lunch was delightful. In the afternoon, Yan Shouyu had class and hurried back to school after expressing his apologies. Yan Xian remained at home, listening to Bai Ying recount stories from Yan Yujin's childhood. Jin has always had her own opinions. Look. This is a picture from the innovation and technology competition she participated in during middle school, where she won first prize. Bai Ying said proudly. The school Yan Yujin attended combined both middle and high school levels. That year, she was only in the first year of middle school. Yet with her own abilities and the cooperation of her group members, she stood out in the competition. Bai Ying laughed joyously. That was Jin's first real appearance in the public eye. Yan Xian, looking at the serious-faced girl in the photograph, couldn't help but chuckle. Just as she was about to speak, she turned her head and noticed Bai Ying's worried expression. "What's wrong?" she asked, taken aback. "Now that I think about it, sometimes I feel that we owe this child quite a bit." Bai Ying sighed heavily. "She learns quickly and possesses great talent, yet we lack sufficient funds to support her dreams. If we were wealthier, would Jin's path be even broader?" This thought intensified after discovering that Yan Yujin hailed from a wealthy family. Yan Xian shook her head vigorously. "How can you think like that? Consider this. If it weren't for you and Uncle Yan back then, my sister would have faced unimaginable hardships. In comparison to those children who struggle to find nourishment and warmth, it is truly remarkable that my sister can engage in appropriate pursuits at her age. Countless children have never even had the opportunity to attend school, let alone graduate from university." Bai Ying chuckled softly, shaking her head in resignation. "Though you may appear youthful, your eloquence is impressive and your philosophical musings are abundant. It is difficult to counter your arguments." As the afternoon unfolded, the atmosphere between the two grew increasingly harmonious. Bai Ying discerned that Yan Xian genuinely cherished Yan Yujin, and the Yan family treated her well, which eased her mind considerably. Time flew by, and soon it was time for Yan Xian to take her leave. Having already disrupted their business for an entire day, she felt it was time to refrain from further inconveniencing them. After exchanging polite farewells, she pressed her bank card into Bai Ying's hands. "This is not from my parents," Yan Xian insisted, linking her arm with Bai Ying's. "It is a small token of my appreciation." See, I can be quite resourceful too. The amount was modest. Merely 100,000. If you refuse, I shall simply use it to top up your phone. Buying was taken aback by her words. 100,000 in phone credits. How long would that last? Oh dear. She laughed, exasperated. All right, Auntie will hold on to it for you. When you come back, we shall use this money to prepare some delightful meals for you. Yan Xian nodded vigorously, proclaiming, yes, yes. Consider it my meal expense for visiting. Otherwise, if my parents find out I came here to indulge without offering anything, they will surely think me impolite. Yan Xian's itinerary was not concealed from her family. Yet they did not pry further, for their character had already been revealed through the previous incident with the check. When Ci, however, was somewhat curious, what prompted you to visit them all of a sudden? Having nothing else to occupy her time, Yan Xian diverted her gaze from the tablet, contemplating a visit to the place where her sister once lived. This way, we will have shared experiences to discuss in the future. Yan Yujin glanced up at her words before returning his focus elsewhere. My daughter is growing up. By the way, there is a charity gala this evening. Yan Yujin suddenly recalled. Would you accompany me if you are free? Such events typically see many attendees bringing a partner. Upon hearing this, when C's expression soured, gala after gala, there are endless soirees. Your sister has her own matters to attend to. Can't you find someone else? Oh, I had forgotten. She retorted with a cold laugh. Your office is filled with men. Even your desk. Yan Yujin responded, Mother, desks do not possess gender. When Ci nodded, I am aware. But I am pointing it out. Previously, she took pride in her son's integrity, never straying from propriety and showing ample respect towards women. Yet now, it had become evident. Her son harbored a distinct aversion towards engaging with the female gender. Yan Xian stifled her laughter. Sensing her brother's silent plea for assistance, she contemplated nodding in agreement, but hesitated momentarily. Brother, why not take sister along? She suggested. Since the last gala, she has not appeared in any public setting. I worry others might think we do not value her. Yan Yujin frowned slightly. Indeed, in the marketplace, individuals adeptly navigate the shifting winds, and with Yan Yujin yet to change her surname, it is conceivable that some may inadvertently draw her ire. They had broached the topic of name alteration, contingent upon Yan Yujin's own inclinations. When Ci, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement. Indeed, if it were previously, I would have worried that she might feel constrained and be subject to ridicule. You should inquire if she has the time. If so, take her along. Having watched Yan Yujin's variety show, she was well aware of her past accomplishments. On the program, Yan Yujin exuded grace and composure, never faltering even in the presence of high society young ladies. Yan Yujin nodded. That could work. Yan Yujin patted his chest, taking it upon himself to communicate with Yan Yujin. After a day of filming, Yan Yujin received a message from Yan Yujin. Do you have time the day after tomorrow? There's a charity gala. And my brother wants to take you. I'll send you the address. Upon seeing the venue, Yan Yujin felt a stir in her heart. She recognized the gala, as the organizers had also sent an invitation to Jiang Feng. She had been contemplating how to attend. There was a coveted female role she desired, and the director would also be present at the gala, presenting her with a potential audition opportunity. However, attending with Jiang Feng would be inconvenient. Given the recent incident at the police station involving Jiang Feng, their joint appearance would undoubtedly invite speculation and could jeopardize her identity. Although others, including her friends, had received invitations that could grant her access, none were as convenient as the arrangement with Yan Yujin. Before she could respond, a flurry of messages followed. Don't think that my brother taking you to this gala means he likes you. He usually takes me, and this time it's only because I'm unavailable. Ha! Don't dream of things that aren't yours. For instance, the role being cast by director Li Qiao. While he has a penchant for fine tea and values martial prowess in actors, don't get your hopes up. Even if you return to the Yan family, what difference does it make? You still cannot surpass me. By the way, you may not know, but I visited your home today. Soon, I will replace you as the only daughter in Aunt by S. Heart. Just wait and see. After sending those messages, Yan Yujin reviewed them twice. Perfectly executed. With no issues. She had successfully provoked Yan Yujin while also conveying information about the director. Receiving the messages, Yan Yujin remained silent, swiftly dialing another number. Did you acquire a rare blue crystal recently? Give it to me. I'll trade you something in return. After finishing her variety show, Yan Yujin returned home. She retrieved her salary card as usual. Mom and Dad, I've saved quite a bit of money. You shouldn't hesitate to use it. Buying nodded. Rest assured. We wouldn't neglect our own. You need to take good care of yourself out there, ensuring that you have the best in food, clothing, and necessities. Surprised that they did not refuse her, Yan Yujin was taken aback. You must be quite surprised, aren't you? Buying chuckled, attributing her cheerful demeanor to the encouragement from that child. And then, now that they had money, it was only natural to indulge in a more relaxed lifestyle. After all, one should seize the joy of life while they can. Yan Yujin smiled, affirming, exactly. On the day of the banquet, Yan Yujin hurried back to the Yan residence. After a series of makeup preparations, Yan Shian's mouth was agape in astonishment. What on earth? Yan Yujin felt a stir of curiosity within. What could she possibly say? To her utter surprise, Yan Shian mentioned a name that completely caught her off guard. Which stage? The wedding stage where I will be united with you. This outfit is sure to leave Gu Shui utterly enchanted. Gu Shui? Yan Yujin's mind went blank, unable to comprehend how swiftly Yan Shian's thoughts had leaped ahead. Noticing the absence of any Yan family members nearby, Yan Shian waved away the makeup staff. She then adjusted her facial expression, commenting, "It's decent enough. I can barely pass for the occasion." What stage? The wedding stage where I will be united with you, hee. Imagine him whistling with a rose in his mouth. I can't fathom how blissful Gu Shui will be. Yan Yujin remained silent. Observing her quietness, Yan Shian felt a flicker of doubt. Yet, she quickly suppressed it, adding with a chuckle, "Don't think that if I don't attend, my friends will spare you." She then rattled off a list of names. Had she not been concerned that Yan Yujin might forget, she would have enumerated their entire genealogies. However, she warned, when you see them, remember to head toward the eldest brother. She glared at Yan Yujin, emphasizing that in such situations, they must not bring shame to their family. In the narrative, Yan Yujin attended the charity banquet with Mo Chen. Upon entering the venue, she and Mo Chen separated. Beyond a few minor characters, the Yan family, spurred on by the original protagonist, also targeted her, believing she had gained entry through dubious means. The banquet was attended by numerous prominent families, and the Yan family's actions nearly nailed Yan Yujin to the pillar of shame. Although later on, after Yan Yujin achieved success in her career, the rumors were proven false. She endured the slander for a long time thereafter. Dear protagonist, I have warned you sufficiently. You must be vigilant today. Tonight. There will be all sorts of schemes, spilling wine, changing clothes, drugging, framing, stealing, so do not stray even a step away from the eldest brother. The corner of Yan Yujin's mouth twitched. Why was her life always so vibrant and colorful? Acknowledging this, she nodded. I will take good care of myself. Yan Shian scoffed coldly. Taking care of yourself won't suffice. They will undoubtedly seek an opportunity to settle scores with you. So you must remain extra cautious. I have worked hard to change my family's impression of you, and you must not waste my efforts. A warmth spread through Yan Yujin's heart as she replied.
All right.
Yan Shian asked, are you nervous? Despite her harsh words, Yan Yujin still appeared content, as if she were grateful for her concern. Yan Yujin's expression darkened. You need not worry about that. If your friends approach me, I will not let them off easily. Indeed. This is the spirit that the heroine should possess. Yan Xian thought to herself, yet an uncontrollable fury surged within her. If you dare to bully them, I shall not let you off easily. Having uttered her fierce words, she turned and departed. The manuscript from yesterday remained unfinished, and today she would have to work overtime. She truly was a beleaguered worker. Yan Yujin had learned of Yan Xian's employment and, after some consideration, contacted a good friend who had previously been involved in the hiring process. How is my sister faring at work? I must tell you. Do not bully her or overload her with tasks. Offer her a higher salary. Charge it to my account, understood?
What?
The person you recommended is your sister? Lady Yan. Why didn't you mention this sooner? The person on the other end lamented, as at that time, someone from Xia Yanfei had already taken notice of her work and sent someone to negotiate. If all went as expected, your sister should be working under Xia Yanfei by now. Yan Yujin nearly lost her grip on the phone. Who? Xia Yanfei? That workaholic? Yes. The voice on the other end replied, sounding distressed. We had a collaboration at that time and I thought he was interested in her work, so I wanted to put in a good word for you, since you mentioned introducing someone for a job. If he had known it was your sister, he surely wouldn't have dared to bring her on. Yan Yujin's mind was in a state of chaos. She had not anticipated such a blunder when she had given the instructions. The reason she had withheld her identity was to assess whether Yan Xian's skills could earn her selection. Now, not only had she been chosen, but she had been directly recruited. With some time remaining before the departure for the evening banquet, Yan Yujin sighed and made her way to the study where Yan Xian was. When she knocked on the door, Yan Xian was still somewhat dazed.
Come in.
Upon seeing Yan Yujin enter, she froze momentarily, her eyes brightening with excitement. Was she genuinely that happy to see her? A smile flickered in Yan Yujin's eyes. But before she could speak, she heard Yan Xian's anxious thoughts. Here it comes. She's definitely here to scold me. Let the storm rage even fiercer. Yan Yujin? She took a deep breath. Anan, I have something to discuss with you. After accounting the mix-up, her expression turned serious. Your recruitment by Xia Yanfei indicates that your abilities are indeed commendable. However, he is notoriously known in the industry as a workaholic. And working with him will be quite exhausting. If you would prefer to join my friend's company, the salary would be increased and the work would be considerably lighter. Would you be willing? If so, I will personally negotiate with Xia Yanfei. The pen in Yan Xian's hand fell with a clatter onto the desk. She incredulously pointed at herself. Are you implying that I was hired based on my own merit?
Ah.
I genuinely thought I was just a favored candidate, fearing the boss praised me merely because I am the protagonist, but it turns out I truly possess talent. In the midst of her exclamation, she suddenly recalled something and dialed Xia Yanfei's number. Shian? Xia Yanfei sounded slightly puzzled. Is there something on your mind? Yes.
Boss.
So, my designs these past few days have indeed secured those contracts? You weren't merely flattering me with your eyes closed? Is it because I am a member of the Yan family? Xia Yanfei chuckled softly. No, there are no external factors at play. They are unaware of your existence. Merely familiar with your designs. For convenience's sake, only the character Yan is marked on Yan Xian's designs. Even when he personally beheld Yan Xian, he found it somewhat unbelievable. How could anyone guess that the eldest daughter of the Yan family would venture into the workforce? Having confirmed her suspicions, Yan Xian ended the call, her eyes brimming with uncontainable joy. This was the first time since her arrival in this world that she felt a sense of recognition. And then, Yan Yujin was taken aback. What's wrong? Why are you crying? What crying? Yan Shurchio, who had just reached the door, was startled. The door was ajar, so he stepped inside, his brow furrowed in concern. What's going on? His gaze fell upon Yan Xian, whose eyes were red-rimmed, and his expression darkened. No. It's just that I'm too happy. Yan Xian wiped her tears. Third brother, I've earned money. Thank you, sister. She turned to Yan Yujin. I appreciate you informing me of this news, but I truly like my current company, so I want to be changing. Yan Shurchio patted her shoulder. Change companies? Yan Yujin. What are you plotting now? His impatience was palpable as he turned to Yan Yujin. I'll say it once more. Do not bully Anan. Since you're here today, you might as well take back the equipment you previously gifted me. I have no need for it. Yan Xian gasped. Yan Yujin looked bewildered. What equipment? Chapter 030. Does her boss have mind-reading abilities? Yan Shurchio scoffed. Do you think that by feigning ignorance, I would accept your gifts? You're quite clever. Catering to my tastes. Knowing I enjoy gaming, you presented me with the electronic devices I've long desired. It must have taken considerable effort on your part. His anger intensified, his eyes growing cold. But no matter what you do, I will never harbor affection for you. My heart holds only Anan, my dear sister. Yan Xian was taken aback. Oh no. I intended to ease the tension between them by sending those items in the name of the female lead. I meant to compensate third brother for the occupation of his esports room. What has transpired? Their relationship seems to have deteriorated further. Heavens, earth. Who will rescue me? As they confront each other, it will become evident that those items were not sent by the female lead at all. Perhaps I should let it go. Yan Xian felt despondent. I didn't feign anything. Those items were indeed not sent by me. Yan Yujin heard her unspoken thoughts but chose not to acknowledge them. Perhaps you should inquire of the person who delivered those items to you. Still, she reiterated, she lacked affection. Nor did she require a familial bond that was artificially maintained. The Yan family owed her what was rightfully hers. She would not take less, nor ask for more. Perhaps Yan Xian acted out of goodwill, but she did not wish to claim the kindness of others. As both individuals present turned their gazes upon her, Yan Xian understood she could not evade the situation any longer and steeled herself to speak. It was I who sent it in the name of my sister. I apologize, third brother. I should not have overstepped into your affairs. The situation has become quite dire. Both the protagonist group and the supporting cast have been offended. Can I request the system to assign me an additional task? Yan Shurchio clearly did not anticipate this outcome. However, he quickly regained his composure. letting out a cold chuckle, remarking on the improbability of such kindness from someone like her. Eager to mend the rift between the two, fretted over the matter, while you merely took pleasure in tormenting her. Yan Xian was taken aback. What kind of reasoning was this? Her scalp prickled as she suddenly stood up. Third brother, sister did not bully me. I was simply overwhelmed with joy at the recognition of my work. Yan Shurchio exhaled a heavy sigh. All right, no bullying. You were just overly elated. What was with that condescending tone? It was evident that he did not believe her. Yan Xian wanted to say more, but Yan Shurchio turned his attention to Yan Yujin. The departure time is approaching. Are you not leaving yet? Yan Yujin glanced at Yan Xian, nodded at her, and then exited the room. Yan Shurchio was incensed. Not even a hint of courtesy. Yan Yujin remained unperturbed, as if she had not heard him. Yan Xian silently critiqued the situation. When others were present, he found them bothersome, seeking attention, yet when they left, he resented being ignored. Oh, third brother. When will you finally acknowledge your latent sister-con tendencies? As Yan Yujin reached the doorway, she stumbled slightly before hastening her pace. Yan Xian was bewildered. Was this not a flat surface? How could one trip on level ground? She shook her head, dismissing the thought. After confirming that Yan Xian had not been bullied, Yan Shurchio breathed a sigh of relief. He intended to turn and leave but suddenly halted at the door as a thought struck him. What is it, third brother? Yan Xian diverted her gaze from her tablet, recalling, did you come to find me for something? Yan Shurchio seemed to come to a realization. I almost forgot something. I have a competition the day after tomorrow. Will you come to watch? Yan Xian was momentarily taken aback. Among the males in the family, Yan Shurchio was the youngest. He had no desire to engage in business and did not pursue a career in the entertainment industry like Yan Shurin, opting instead for the esports realm. Fortunately, the Yan family was progressive and did not interfere with his decision. However, that was the extent of their support. The family's approach to raising boys was simply to ensure their survival, with each member occupied with their own demanding schedules. Finding time to attend Yan Shurchio's competition was a rarity. Only Yan Xian had somewhat more free time. She recalled a similar scene from the narrative. Yet at that time, the original character was consumed with thoughts of disparaging Yan Yujin and driving her from the household, leaving no room for consideration of Yan Shurchio. With this in mind, Yan Xian flipped through the plot, her eyes widening in realization. Third brother lost despite facing an opponent significantly weaker than him? I must see how this unfolded. How could these people be so despicable? Rest assured, third brother, Yan Xian declared, patting her chest with a serious expression, I will definitely attend. The day after tomorrow, correct? I will bring binoculars. Yan Shurchio replied, that may not be necessary. Are you certain you can make it? His words were gentle. The day after tomorrow is Thursday. You should be working, right?
Wait.
Thursday? Yan Xian flipped through the calendar, a pained expression crossing her face. A leave of absence? A pay deduction? Gritting her teeth, she resolved, it's merely work. I will take leave. Don't worry, third brother, I will definitely be there. Yan Shurchio was profoundly touched. I knew you were the best, and when the room was left with only her, Yan Xian cautiously tapped her WeChat to message Xia Yanfei. Xia Yanfei? Question mark. Yan Xian. Boss, in my previous life, I was just one step away from claiming the National Esports Championship, but I perished from exhaustion. If given another chance, I wish to reclaim everything that rightfully belongs to me. Would you support me? Yan Xian. This matter is extremely urgent, and it can only be executed the day after tomorrow, as the timing will be perfect to fulfill my wishes. Xia Yanfei. So, you're taking leave the day after tomorrow?
Approved.
Yan Xian stared at the screen, her eyes widening at the unsent message regarding her request for leave. Could it be that her boss possessed mind-reading abilities? Yan Xian. Boss, you are truly kind. If anyone dares to call you a workaholic or a skinflint again, I will be the first to disagree. Meanwhile, Xia Yanfei gazed at the company report that showed a week's revenue surpassing that of the previous month. His expression growing increasingly soft. Money. Money breeds money. Upon seeing Yan Xian's reply, he raised an eyebrow. Xia Yanfei. Why not tell me who said that right now? Yan Xian. Are you going to scold them, boss? Truthful words may be harsh, but they are beneficial.
Xia Yanfei, no.
I just think they have a keen eye for people. The boss was truly humorous. Yan Xian was overjoyed, feeling that Xia Yanfei was so amiable and kind. She never considered that it was because she had already earned her salary back for him. It was unclear how long she had been working, but eventually, she paused under the butler's persuasion. It was now 8 in the evening. The banquet must have already commenced. After a brief rest, she busied herself again, submitting her work for the day. She intended to relax by watching a variety show, but just as she turned on the television in the living room, she saw Yan Shurchio descending the stairs with a grim expression. Yan Xian was taken aback. "Third brother, what's wrong? Are you going to the company at this hour?" "No." Yan Shurchio shook his head. "There's been an incident at the banquet. Do you want to come with me?" "An incident?" Yan Xian sprang from the sofa. "Let us go." Time was of the essence. She hastily grabbed a formal dress for the banquet and pulled her long hair into a bun before swiftly leaving with Yan Shurchio. It wasn't until they got out of the car that she had the chance to inquire about what had transpired at the banquet. Upon seeing the feedback from the system, Yan Xian felt her head spinning. Chapter 031. Like a student called to the front. This evening's charity gala was conducted in one of two formats. One involved directly donating money or goods, while the other entailed auctioning a valuable item, with the proceeds being donated in full. Nearly everyone opted for the latter. This approach is sufficiently conspicuous, allowing them to garner a more favorable reputation. After all, the monetary value is negligible to them. Their primary intention for this charitable gala is to serve as a platform for positive publicity. However, tonight, Yan Yujin is accused of shattering the priceless artifacts brought by the Mo family for auction. Furthermore, the check that Yan Shurchio had urged her to deposit into the donation box has been revealed to have been replaced with a counterfeit. Yan Xian cautiously glanced at Yan Shurchio, inquiring, "Third brother, do you believe that sister would engage in such actions?" Yan Shurchio, driving with a grave expression, believed that regardless of whether Yan Yujin committed these acts, she should not be unjustly branded with such accusations. This evening's charity event, in addition to numerous affluent attendees, has attracted a considerable number of journalists. If this matter remains unresolved, Yan Yujin will forever find it difficult to hold her head high, both among the elite and ordinary people alike. The importance of the situation is not merely about the accusations. Rather, it lies in the fact that she has unwittingly provided her detractors with an opportunity to criticize her. As the recently acknowledged daughter of the Yan family, countless individuals are poised to revel in her misfortune. Yet, she displays no vigilance, potentially dragging the Yan family into disrepute alongside her. In retrospect, she should never have been permitted to attend this soiree. Observing his brother's mounting frustration, Yan Xian refrained from speaking. She believed in Yan Yujin's innocence. After all, as the protagonist, she could not be so easily deceived. Only by encountering the pivotal items could she extract information from the system. Additionally, a sense of unease stirred within Yan Xian. Clearly, this turn of events was absent from the previous narrative. Had her presence and actions altered the course of events, akin to the flutter of a butterfly's wings impacting the present? Confounded, Yan Xian could only hope that Yan Shurchio and Yan Yujin would endure until their arrival at the scene. When she and Yan Shurchio hastily reached the venue, they were momentarily taken aback by the sight before them. The expansive hall, which should have been filled with lively conversation and laughter, was instead filled with a tense stillness. The guests sat rigidly, their expressions marked by trepidation, reminiscent of students in middle school, anxiously awaiting their names to be called by the teacher. Yan Xian observed Yan Shurchio at the forefront, addressing the gathering with a deep, elegant voice that resonated throughout the venue. "I see that you all spoke with such conviction earlier. Now, I ask you to take your seats in an orderly fashion according to your knowledge of the situation. I trust that you have all settled in and will not change your positions, correct?" The crowd nodded fervently. Yan Xian cast a glance at those seated at the front, her eyes widening in surprise. Apart from one girl weeping inconsolably and another fidgeting with unease, she recognized none of the others. This could only imply one thing. There existed a disparity in status between these individuals and the others. How could such individuals possibly step forward to further complicate matters for Yan Yujin? There was only one plausible explanation. These individuals had been thrust forward as scapegoats. What Yan Xian could perceive, Yan Shurchio could undoubtedly discern as well. He needed little time to unravel the crux of the situation. Regardless of whether Yan Yujin had indeed committed those acts, he and Yan Shurchio shared a common sentiment. They could not allow the blame to rest solely upon Yan Yujin. "Very well." Yan Shurchio raised his chin slightly and declared, "Let's begin from the last row. Please recount what you witnessed." A group of individuals, who had just stirred up confusion and chaos, now found themselves at the back. Yan Xian chuckled softly. Standing beside him, Yan Yujin felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth upon hearing his words. Indeed, cunning knows no age. The collective wit of these individuals could hardly rival that of Yan Shurchio alone. Yan Shurchio raised his gaze, surveying the silent assembly. What is the matter? Do I need to call upon names? Yan Xian interjected. That would be entirely unnecessary. She turned to her brother, Yan Shurchio, and whispered, I sense that our elder brother does not require our presence. Why has he summoned us? Yan Shurchio looked at her in surprise. Who said that our elder brother called for us? It was my own desire to attend. What are we here for? Yan Xian was taken aback. To witness the spectacle. Of course, Yan Shurchio asserted boldly. Do you not enjoy watching this group face their comeuppance? Yan Xian hesitated, realizing that his earlier seriousness stemmed solely from a fear of missing the show. In the front row, Mo Yan's voice trembled, her tears flowing like rain. Let it go. Miss Yan surely did not intend this. She must have been overwhelmed by the sight of such a precious item and accidentally shattered it. As she spoke, her eyes brimmed with tears. Let us consider today's incident forgiven. Yan Yujin, seated nearby, coldly interjected, I have stated that I did not touch that object. Mo Yan nodded repeatedly. Indeed, Miss Yan did not come into contact with the box containing the auction item. Had she not uttered those words amidst her tears while cautiously glancing at Yan Shurchio, her credibility might have been bolstered. Yan Yujin took a deep breath. She found herself at a loss for a defense. Firstly, that group had placed the box containing the treasure at her feet when she was distracted. Secondly, someone had deliberately pushed her, causing her to bump into the box, thus making it impossible for her to authenticate her fingerprints. Thirdly, the location was a blind spot for surveillance. Fourthly, someone fortuitously captured the moment she collided with the box from the front. At this juncture, both witness and evidence were decidedly against her. It is not up to the two of you to determine whether I made contact, Yan Shurchio stated coolly. It is I who will decide. Hadn't they just spoken with such conviction? Now, repeat everything you said. Those who cannot articulate their account may step aside and rest until they can. Yan Shurchio, this is not your family's territory. You are being excessive. Someone shouted in anger. Yan Shurchio glanced at him. Very well, then you may begin. Ha. Elder brother is truly manipulating the crowd's psyche. Those who could genuinely stand up to the Yan family had no need to engage in such petty antics. If the individuals present wished to continue collaborating with the Yan family and avoid being targeted, they had no choice but to comply. With the pressure having failed, everyone recounted what they had seen. The faction that had previously conspired with Mo Yan to bring Yan Yujin down could now only avert their gaze from her. Originally, they were meant to condemn Yan Yujin, but her significance to the Yan family surpassed their expectations. They had no desire to wade through such murky waters. Aside from the Mo family, who resolutely accused Yan Yujin, others adopted an attitude of indifference. Mo Yan was seething internally, yet her face remained adorned with tears, presenting a facade of delicate fragility.
Did you not see?
Yan Shurchio inquired, casting a glance at Mo Yan. And what of Miss Mo? Mo Yan merely shook her head through her tears. It's all right, brother Yan. If things are broken, then so be it. I do not mind being scolded by my family. Beside her, fidgeting with unease, was her cousin Gu Xinyu, as the daughter of Mo Yan's father's sister. Their bond had always been strong. Observing her cousin rendered speechless, Gu Xinyu could no longer contain herself. Why must young master Yan be so aggressive? My sister is already heartbroken. Yan Shurchio's gaze flickered momentarily, as if stirred by her words. After a brief pause, he sighed. It was my oversight. Mo Yan's eyes glimmered with a hint of hope. Chapter 32. It was indeed Yan Yujin who damaged the collection. Would Yan Shurchio feel pain for himself? A flicker of anticipation grew within Mo Yan. Yan Shurchio turned his attention to Gu Xinyu, his voice remaining calm and steady. I only remembered to deal with her. Forgetting to address you. Gu Xinyu was taken aback, her complexion alternating between shades of pale and flushed as she opened her mouth, yet no words emerged. Yan Shurchio stifled a laugh, feeling an ache in his belly. Mo Yan clearly did not anticipate the situation's turn. Her expression twisted momentarily before she quickly composed herself. Reminded of her meticulously laid plans, she repeatedly urged herself to endure. She must prevail. Today, the blame must fall upon Yan Yujin. If they could accuse Yan Yujin of deliberately shattering their family's treasured antique and further deny the incident, regardless of the truth, her reputation would undoubtedly suffer. After all, rumors only grew more absurd with time. Who would seek the truth? This way, Mo Chen's attention would be diverted from Yan Yujin. After all, Mo Chen was poised to be the next heir of the Mo family, and he could not associate with someone like Yan Yujin. Even if she were the eldest daughter of the Yan family. A wild daughter returned midway could never compare to a cultivated young lady from a prestigious family. To lend authenticity to this scheme, Mo Yan had intentionally spent over 30 million to acquire the antique vase from another party, only to shatter it in pain. This was all to solidify Yan Yujin's guilt. Moreover, Gu Sinu's slander about Yan Yujin replacing a check was also part of their orchestrated plan. They had long prepared counterfeit checks, and once Yan Yujin disposed of the check into the donation box, they would switch the genuine invoice during the registration of the check amount. When surveillance was reviewed later, everyone would discover the authentic checks hidden away by Yan Yujin in her resting room or elsewhere. Mo Yan had meticulously arranged all these details, ensuring that neither personnel nor surveillance could reveal any flaws. After today, a series of undesirable adjectives such as greed, short-sightedness, and petty theft will become synonymous with Yan Yujin. What was initially a well-laid plan has taken a turn. Mo Yan gritted her teeth in frustration. According to her investigations, Yan Yujin had not changed her name since her return and did not reside often with the Yan family. She still needed to earn a living in the entertainment industry. All this information indicated that Yan Yujin was not favored within the Yan household. Little did she know that the Yan family respected Yan Yujin and honored her wishes. Instead, she believed that the Yan family merely acknowledged her for the sake of title, without any genuine affection. Had Yan Yujin been cherished, the Mo family might have considered a union. Thus, the Mo family orchestrated today a series of events based on the conclusion that Yan Yujin was unloved. They thought this plan would serve multiple purposes. It would sever any potential between Yan Yujin and Mo Chun, while also providing the Yan family with an excuse to rid themselves of Yan Yujin. The initial stages went smoothly, but unexpectedly, Yan Yujin was not as unfortunate as the intelligence suggested. Yan Shishuan's unwavering determination to uncover the truth left Mo Yan feeling trapped. However, with the situation having progressed this far, she had no means of retreat. Elder brother Yan, Mo Yan whispered, "Let's just let this matter rest. Miss Yan did not break our collection or replace the checks. It was merely an oversight on my cousin's part." Upon hearing this, Yan Xian finally regained her composure.
No.
No, we cannot simply overlook this. Regardless of her position, she felt compelled to exonerate Yan Yujin. Yujin would never do such a thing, Yan Shishuan replied. His tone calm, yet tinged with disdain, for the sum involved was too trivial to warrant such concern. Mo Yan nodded eagerly. Yes, that must be the case. Regardless, we must navigate this situation. Gu Xian, slow on the uptake, only recognized what the Mo family had instructed her, and in discontent, retorted, "Who knows? After all, some people have just returned from outside, and might covet what they see." Mo Yan was incensed, ready to lash out. Xian, what are you talking about?" Yan Yujin observed the scene with cold disdain, remarking, "I am not so desperate as to seize what is not mine." Meanwhile, Yan Xian's gaze fell upon the box containing the collection. Through her system, she had already discerned the nature of the evening's events. The fragments within the box were neither too large nor too small, likely shattered by a careless kick. Yan Xian sighed in resignation. If these items were meant for auction, they would hardly be left so carelessly unprotected. Was this not a blatant attempt to target Yan Yujin? She yearned to see the original form of the item. When the system revealed the true nature of the collection, Yan Xian was momentarily stunned, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. What? At this moment, Mo Yan locked eyes with Yan Shishuan and forced a smile. Elder brother Yan, Xian is simply naive and speaks without thought. For my sake, could you overlook her indiscretion? Her outward appearance was pitiful, but internally, joy surged within her. Although the Yan family's influence is considerable, the charity gala is certainly not solely their domain. Time has elapsed, yet the Yan family has not cleared Yan Yujin's name. Furthermore, there can be no further delays. This round, she has triumphed. Yan Shishuan scoffed. What face do you have to demand from me? I will grant you one more opportunity. Whoever framed Yujin must step forward. The crowd, observing with bated breath, dared not utter a sound. Miss Mo, is it? Yan Xian emerged from the back of the group, her gaze fixed on Mo Yan. Are you implying that this artifact, valued at 30 million, was shattered by my sister? Mo Yan's eyes brightened upon seeing Yan Xian's arrival. She knew these two impostors could not coexist harmoniously. Upon learning of Yan Yujin's predicament, Yan Xian rushed to seize the opportunity to attack. If the Yan family were to acknowledge this matter, suppressing her excitement, Mo Yan nodded gently. Indeed. For the charity gala, I personally visited the antique street. This piece is a relic from nearly a millennium ago, of great significance. The owner was compelled to sell it due to financial difficulties, and I happened to encounter it. Considering the owner's plight, I did not haggle, she added with a soft smile. Perhaps this could be seen as a good deed. The crowd regarded Mo Yan with expressions of approval. Very well, Yan Shian nodded. So, my sister is responsible for shattering this artifact? Mo Yan hesitated, her lips moving as if she wished to speak, but was hindered by some unspoken concern. Everyone understood that she feared Yan Shishuan. Yan Shian encouraged her. It's all right. Speak boldly. Everyone here will testify for you. Furthermore, I will certainly stand by the side of the just. This was precisely the affirmation Mo Yan desired. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Since you have said so, Miss Yan, I shall not disappoint your goodwill. After a brief pause, as if finally summoning her courage, she raised her voice. It was Yan Yujin who damaged my artifact. Claps echoed through the room. Well said. The crowd was left speechless. Chapter 033. She had underestimated this impostor. As everyone looked at Yan Xian, who was receiving praises and enthusiastic applause, they thought her quite mad. The journalists permitted to photograph the gala had eyes sparkling like the most dazzling lasers in the city. They needed only to capture a few ambiguous images. And those who read the reports would naturally draw their own conclusions. Wouldn't the fervor ensue? What? The Yan family is to blame? They were invited to photograph openly and did not explicitly state Yan Yujin's identity or any other information. Should others speculate, they cannot hold them accountable. Enraptured by excitement, the journalists and the Mo family failed to notice Yan Shishuan's eerily calm demeanor. He even took a moment to glance at Yan Yujin. Observing her composed and self-assured expression, the irritation he previously felt began to dissipate. However, it was of little consequence. As the atmosphere had been sufficiently heightened, Mo Yan, with a hint of grievance in her voice, admitted that it was ultimately her failure to safeguard the item, thus absolving the other party of any blame or obligation for compensation. Yet, Yan Xian chose to disregard the pleasantries exchanged. To avoid wasting anyone's time, she succinctly stated her intentions, moving towards the collection. Since it has already been unveiled, where are the appraisers for the banquet? Let us ascertain its authenticity. If all goes as anticipated, this item is likely a counterfeit. How could the situation diverge so drastically from her expectations? Mo Yan suppressed her shock, exclaiming, Miss Yan, I purchased this for 30 million. How could it possibly be fake? In a flash of insight, she grasped Yan Xian's true intentions, her pupils widening in disbelief. Tears that had just begun to dry now spilled forth again. I know you trust Yan Yujin, but you cannot tarnish my reputation merely to vindicate her. If Mo Yan had indeed spent 30 million on a forgery, both she and her family, the Mo clan, would become the laughingstock of high society. Yan Xian appeared to employ this strategy to divert attention away from Yan Yujin. Mo Yan's breath caught in her throat, and she instinctively clenched her fingers. Ah! How she had underestimated this counterfeit heiress of the Yan family. The audacity to utilize such a tactic to shift the focus of the crowd was remarkable. Yet regrettably for her, the vase was indeed genuine. Upon Mo Yan's declaration, the expressions of the onlookers varied widely as they too found her argument compelling. After all, how could anyone believe Yan Xian's assertion of forgery when she had not even scrutinized the item closely? Even seasoned appraisers with decades of experience would hesitate to declare authenticity at a glance. When the young lady of the Yan family spoke, several appraisers dedicated to the banquet gathered at a table, and a designated individual carefully extracted the item from its box, placing it upon the velvet surface. The crowd, unable to suppress their curiosity, followed suit. They then observed as the renowned appraisers exhibited surprise, followed by confusion, and ultimately, grave expressions. Whispers of discussion ensued among the appraisers, causing the audience to instinctively quiet down in an attempt to catch snippets of their conversation. After thorough evaluation, the appraiser reluctantly announced the outcome. The item brought by Miss Mo was indeed a counterfeit. Impossible. Mo Yan sprang to her feet, her voice trembling. You cannot, in good conscience, declare an erroneous result. The appraisers, previously awkward, now wore serious expressions. While they could be blamed for undermining the event, their professionalism could not be called into question. Miss Mo, one appraiser replied sharply, if you doubt our findings, you are welcome to seek a second opinion from another source. Should we be mistaken, I will compensate for your loss. Mo Yan was rendered speechless, a chill creeping from her feet to envelop her entire being. It was inconceivable for all the appraisers to err simultaneously. Thus, the antique she had purchased for 30 million was indeed a forgery. Miss Yan. The appraiser turned to Yan Xian, curiosity and a hint of respect glimmering in their eyes. May I be so bold as to inquire how you discerned its authenticity at a glance? Surely, Your youthful appearance belies your expertise in appraisal. Yan Xian nodded. Indeed. I recognized it as a counterfeit because the genuine article resides in my home. The appraisers were left in stunned silence. Yan Xian had spoken no falsehood. Upon first encountering the restoration image of this collection, she felt an unmistakable familiarity. Upon further reflection, she recalled that it was during the time she had asked her steward to prepare gifts for her. The steward, discerning that those gifts were intended for middle-aged individuals, had deduced that the style of this collection would suit such an identity and thus procured it from a private seller. However, at that moment, Yan Xian deemed it too extravagant. The Yan family would never accept such a valuable item, so she chose not to take it. The steward, filled with regret, relegated it to the storage room. Indeed, Yan Xian had used the system to confirm that their family's piece was genuine, while Mo Yan had purchased a counterfeit, which emboldened her certainty. The appraiser could never have anticipated that the truth would be so starkly simple. There were still lingering doubts. Yet they had no time to ponder them, as the pressure had shifted to Mo Yan. She felt a scorching humiliation on her face, and the glances from those around her seemed to brim with mockery. The item she had purchased for 30 million was, in fact, a forgery. At this point, Yan Xian had approached Yan Yujin's side. She presented a video extracted from the system to her elder brother, lowering her voice. Brother, this is for you. I entrust the remaining matters to you. Though she was not well-versed in the intricacies of the situation, the video featuring Mo Yan's instructions to shatter a vase, along with footage of someone discreetly replacing a check, should suffice for Yan Yujin to handle. As Yan Yujin viewed the video, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes, followed by a nod of acknowledgement. If you wish to leave, you may return to rest. Do not overexert yourself. Yan Xian nodded in agreement.
Ah.
Thankfully, I have the system. This matter seems to be resolved. The female protagonist ought to feel gratitude towards me. Speaking of which, if I manage to avoid the disdain of the main character group, might I not share a different fate than what the original plot dictates? Yan Yujin's gaze shifted slightly. What fate? That would be too tragic. I should strive a bit harder. With this thought, she seized the opportunity when others were distracted to cast a fierce glare at Yan Yujin. The look conveyed dissatisfaction, disdain, and a profound unwillingness, suggesting that were it not for the Yan family, she would not have intervened. Her expression conveyed the sentiment perfectly as she pulled out her phone and furiously typed a series of messages. Feeling her phone vibrate, Yan Yujin opened the screen. Yan Xian, raised in a humble household, you truly cannot hold your own. All you know is how to embarrass yourself. Yan Yujin, if you do not think of yourself, you ought to consider the Yan family. Yan Xian, forget it. What can one expect from someone like you? After all, mom and dad favor me most. Yan Yujin, 1. Yan Xian. She was uncertain if she had managed to infuriate Yan Yujin, but she herself was certainly vexed. Yan Yujin's eyes sparkled with amusement as she sent a few more messages. Half an hour later, Yan Xian returned home alongside Yan Yujin, her eyes widening in astonishment at the array of items displayed. Each gem, crystal, and jade piece, each individually expensive, was piled before her as if they were mere trinkets from a roadside stall. Trembling, she extended her hand and inquired, who sent all of this? The butler smiled faintly. This is a gift from Mr. Jiang of Changju Group for you and Mississippi. He expressed his heartfelt gratitude for the assistance you both provided earlier. Money. It is all money. Since she earned it through her own merit, she shall not be modest. Yan Xian rubbed her hands together. Let me ponder where to place this appropriately. The butler observed the spark of excitement in the young lady's eyes, feeling a pang of sympathy. In the past, Yan Xian had not been so obsessed with wealth, nor had she felt such a lack of belonging towards the Yan family's possessions. Ultimately, the return of the eldest miss had indeed influenced the youngest miss in some way. Young miss, the butler maintained his smile. If it pleases you, I could arrange for a cabinet to be crafted for these items. We could use glass for the doors and install LED lights inside. Would that suffice? Imagine being able to gaze upon your wealth every day. Yan Xian nodded enthusiastically. Yes, of course. Meanwhile, after a series of maneuvers by Yan Yujin, Mo Yan and Gu Xinyu were expelled from the venue. Yan Yujin looked at Mo Yan, filled with resentment, and found the situation rather tedious. A flicker of amusement crossed her face upon receiving news that the items had been delivered to the Yan household. If they had been sent solely to Yan Xian, she might have refused them, and the Yan family would have remained vigilant towards Jiangfang. However, since both received gifts, the Yan family would likely conduct a cursory inquiry without further probing. The latter part of the charity gala concluded smoothly. The following day, the scandal surrounding the counterfeit goods, influenced by the Mo family, went unreported. Those who came across the news merely remarked on the abundance of wealthy individuals and then swiftly moved on. On the third day, Yan Xian arrived at the competition venue under the butler's arrangements. Yan Yujin was participating in a renowned domestic shooting game esports competition. Prior to this, he and his 3 teammates had battled through numerous challenges to secure their tickets to the finals. The competition took place at the largest local event center, capable of accommodating 50,000 spectators. With Yan Yujin present, Yan Xian secured front-row tickets without the need to queue outside. And then, Yan Yujin greeted her, escorting her to the players' lounge. "Please rest here for a moment." The other 3 teammates, aware of Yan Yujin's identity and that Yan Xian was his sister, approached her amicably. 2 of them stepped closer to greet her. Yan Xian reciprocated, her gaze lingering momentarily on the silent teammate before shifting away. "Old 3, why are you in a daze? The captain's sister is here. At least say hello." The 4 members of their team were arranged by age, with Yan Yujin being the eldest, thus holding the title of captain. The 3rd member, Fong Wenzhou, was known for being taciturn yet skilled. Upon being called out, Fong Wenzhou nodded slightly, "Hello." The one who had just called him out was Gutai, who smiled apologetically, "Sorry, little sister. You know how he is." The last teammate, Chen Jiajun, sported a head of rainbow-colored hair and cheerfully approached. "You mustn't say that. These days, the younger girls adore this style. A cool, talented young genius, combined with that handsome face, surely captivates the fans." The 2 most vivacious individuals were playfully teasing each other, while Fong Wenzhou pursed his lips, lost in contemplation. Yan Yujin sensed something amiss. "Third brother, the competition is about to commence. What is with your current state?" Gutai and Chen Jiajun exchanged glances and promptly fell silent. "It's nothing," Fong Wenzhou replied, his voice hoarse. "I'm just a bit too nervous. Apologies, Chiu Ge." "Nervous?" Yan Yujin found it preposterous. With a steady ascent to the finals, Fong Wenzhou had always been the embodiment of both ferocity and steadiness. Among them, he was the sharpshooter. Gutai was tasked with scouting the surroundings and monitoring the teammates' conditions, while Chen Jiajun provided cover. Fong Wenzhou excelled in close combat. In a one-on-one scenario, few could match his prowess. The most composed and perpetually calm Fong Wenzhou. "Nervous?" Chiu Ge. Gutai softened his tone. "Perhaps third brother is simply too excited. After all, clinching the championship is his dream, and ours as well. With success just a step away, a bit of anxiety is only natural." Yan Yujin reluctantly accepted this notion. "Third brother, the competition is about to begin. Do not burden everyone with so much pressure," Yan Xian added with a smile. "If anyone has concerns, they will surely express them, right?" She emphasized the phrase, "has concerns," causing Fong Wenzhou to look at her with uncertainty, his heart seemingly skipping a beat. Observing Fong Wenzhou, who was steadily seated, Yan Xian felt a flicker of disappointment. Prior to the competition, in consideration of their performance, they had refrained from snacking. When thirsty, they sipped the water they had brought. "Come on, let us go check out the surroundings," Gutai urged, pulling the trio along. "I've never been in such a large venue. I must capture a few photos to make that bunch of rascals envious." Chen Jiajun nodded. "A few photos won't suffice. I need to take dozens." The 5 of them laughed and joked as they stepped outside. Each team had its own designated lounge, with the door codes chosen by themselves, alleviating any worries about intrusions. The venue was expansive, and since it was not yet time to enter, they wandered around. Aside from the staff, other teams were also milling about. "Look at them. As if they've never seen the world," a blonde boy scoffed, glancing at Gutai, who was taking selfies. "It's just a venue. Is it worth all that fuss?" Gutai paused mid-pose, awkwardly retracting his phone. Who was talking?" Chen Jiajun glanced around, wondering if he had heard the vanquished barking like a dog. Yan Yujin assessed the blonde boy's attire. Fake shirt, counterfeit pants, imitation shoes, and silver-plated necklace and earrings. After enduring 2 consecutive jabs, the blonde boy's eyes narrowed, and he raised his voice. "What nonsense are you spouting? Fake? Ha, look at you in your imitation gear. And you dare to criticize me?" Only the teammates knew Yan Yujin's true identity. She tugged at the hem of her garment. "This one piece of mine is worth more than your entire outfit." The blonde boy inhaled deeply, sharp-tongued. "Just talking doesn't prove anything. Let us see who prevails in the competition." The victory had left Gutai and his companions in high spirits. However, as they regained their composure, A sense of unease crept in. Where have the third and the sister gone? They were just here, weren't they? Meanwhile, Fong Wenzhou had returned to the lounge, standing beside a table, tightly gripping a small packet of powder. On a nearby cabinet, a camera, obscured beneath a heap of clutter, silently captured every moment within the room. Chapter 035, The Closest Encounter with the Championship. As the door swung open, Gutai revealed a knowing expression. See? I told you he had returned long ago. It seems our third has become dispassionate towards everything except for the game. Not necessarily, Yan Xian interjected with a smile. He might simply lack interest in this particular matter. Fong Wenzhou, momentarily lost in thought, let his gaze linger on Yan Shurchio's water cup before averting his eyes. You've been out for quite a while. You must be tired. Here, drink some water. Don't overexert yourselves. Yan Yujin was the first to seize a cup. Enough talk, I'm parched. Sister is right. Gutai added with a playful squint. Aside from the game, our third still cares about us, his 3 teammates. Yan Shurchio accepted the water cup handed to him by Yan Xian. For reasons unknown, Fong Wenzhou turned his gaze away. Yan Xian observed as the 3, unsuspecting, drank from their cups, silently sighing. After all, the 4 had been collaborating since the establishment of their team. They shared an unparalleled synergy, understanding each other's thoughts with a mere glance. With teammates like these, why would they ever harbor doubts? It was no wonder that, in the original storyline, during a crucial moment in the competition, Yan Shurchio's sudden stomach trouble led to their downfall, as he never once doubted his companions, believing only that he had consumed something unclean. As the time for the match approached, the 4 refrained from wandering outside. The audience began to trickle in, and they could faintly hear the fans' murmurs from backstage. After rallying the team, Yan Xian prepared to take his position. Adjusting his mask, Yan Shurchio pulled his hat down slightly. Ever since the promotional video aired, he had garnered a modest fanbase. Yan Xian, mimicking his actions, adjusted his own hat and smiled. Got it, third brother. The match is about to begin, so you and the team should avoid eating anything. Rest assured, I won to eat, Yan Shurchio thought warmly, contemplating the victory feast to come. Yan Xian remained silent, wishing, I hope that after this, you'll still have the heart to celebrate. Meanwhile, upon arriving backstage, Yan Yujin paused abruptly. Hearing a familiar voice, she looked up in surprise, scanning her surroundings. What's wrong, Teacher Yan? A staff member queried, following her gaze, bewildered. Did you see someone you know? Yet there was no one in sight. Yan Yujin shook her head. It's nothing. I must have misseen. Today's appearance was unexpected. This shooting game was currently the most popular, and the Yan family had conveniently placed the endorsement right in front of her. The agent was left astounded by this delightful surprise. Yan Yujin had never been one to shy away from advantageous opportunities. After completing the audition process, the client, who had initially expressed some dissatisfaction with the casting, remarked that such backdoor opportunities should be more frequent. It was primarily due to that remarkable face. Once the endorsement was finalized, they coincidentally encountered the finals of a competition. Yan Yujin's agent immediately decided to bring her to the venue to gain some publicity.
Ajin?
The agent said, flipping through the script, you've memorized the questions for later, right? Today's interview aims to help the competitors relax, and we've already informed them in advance. Just follow the procedure. Yan Yujin nodded, indicating her understanding. As she followed her agent forward, her gaze lifted, and she spotted Yan Shurchio standing at the door of the room. Yan Yujin thought to herself, I almost forgot that the third son of the Yan family is an esports player. I just didn't expect him to reach this level. I had assumed that this young master, like others, was merely dabbling in the esports scene. After all, training is truly arduous, and reaching the finals requires more than mere talk or innate talent. Thus, the heartfelt words she had just overheard were indeed accurate. Yan Yujin? Yan Shurchio glanced at her and the camera following her, realizing that she was the one conducting the pre-match interview today. The agent, aware of their relationship, was not particularly surprised. Moreover, Yan Shurchio's identity had always been kept under wraps. The staff carrying the camera merely thought they were acquaintances within the industry and did not ponder further. It's me, Yan Yujin gestured. I didn't expect to run into you all. Upon seeing her gesture, the staff quickly understood and promptly turned off the camera that was still recording. Congratulations on successfully advancing to the finals. I hope to have the opportunity to personally present you with the championship trophy later, Yan Yujin said with a smile. Yan Shurchio's expression softened slightly as he raised his chin. No need for you to say it. This championship is already in our grasp. Sister? Yan Xian also greeted her sweetly. Yan Yujin recalled something. Did you like the gifts I sent you? If you did, I can have more delivered. If not, I'll send different ones next time. However, Yan Xian displayed no joy at the prospect of receiving gifts and instead took a half step back in fright. She forced a smile that was more grotesque than tears. Haha, no need to send more, sister. It would be too wasteful. Oh my, why send more? Heaven. You must dislike me. I don't want to meet a tragic end on the streets. Yan Yujin's expression darkened abruptly. The previously cheerful atmosphere turned heavy in an instant. The others present looked on in confusion. What's wrong? Wasn't everything fine just a moment ago? What was this oppressive feeling, as if a torrential downpour was imminent? Realizing her emotions were spiraling out of control, Yan Yujin quickly composed herself, her tone turning slightly frosty. If you don't like them, then I won't send any. The agent, unaware of what had transpired, quickly stepped in to ease the tension. It's about time. There are many other competitors who need to be interviewed. Mr. Yan, do you and your team have time now? Yan Shurchio frowned and nodded. Yes. Yan Xian let out a sigh of relief, waved to him, and cheerfully made her way towards the audience area. Judging by her earlier demeanor, the female protagonist must certainly dislike me. This trip wasn't in vain. The system has certain temporal limitations regarding queries. By the time she noticed something amiss with Fong Wenzhou, the roster of participants for their team had already been finalized. In such competitions, altering the lineup is strictly prohibited. And more importantly, Yan Shurchio's team lacked substitutes. There was no time left to assimilate a newcomer. Furthermore, Fong Wenzhou had not acted overtly, leaving no traces behind. She possessed no evidence. Yan Shurchio trusted her, but that did not guarantee that the others would as well. Revealing this matter at such a juncture would only dampen their competitive spirit. Currently, Fong Wenzhou intended to administer a laxative to Yan Shurchio, allowing himself to compete earnestly. Thus, if they were to lose the game, blame would fall solely upon Yan Shurchio for her reckless consumption prior to the competition. Meanwhile, he could exert his utmost effort to excel in this final professional match, as this was the closest he had ever been to the championship. He yearned to savor the experience. Knowing Fong Wenzhou's true intentions infuriated Yan Xian, yet this line of thought granted her some maneuvering space. She compelled herself to remain composed and opted for the most prudent course of action. Chapter 036. The competition commences. Yan Xian carried a water cup identical to Yan Shurchio's. After administering a laxative, Fong Wenzhou exited the room, destroying any incriminating evidence. Seizing this opportunity, she stealthily entered their players' lounge and swapped out Yan Shurchio's cup. Thanks to Yan Shurchio's trust in her, acquiring the access code to the players' resting area was effortless. After carefully replacing the cup, Yan Xian slipped out and returned to join Yan Shurchio and the others. The backstage interviews proceeded smoothly. The manager sighed in relief and turned to Yan Yujin, who had just finished the last interview, looking somewhat perplexed. What is going on? It's one thing for others to be ungrateful, but why did you suddenly change your demeanor? This isn't like you. Yan Yujin, who could remain expressionless even when confronted by haters, was indeed acting out of character. The manager shook his head in resignation. I see it now. You truly care for your sister. That's why you feel disheartened when others fail to appreciate your goodwill. Indeed. Yan Yujin nodded graciously. I do prefer her personality. The manager found this perspective somewhat odd, but refrained from probing further. Let us head to our seats in the front row and watch the match. As the time approached, the participants took turns to enter the stage under the host's guidance. Among all the competitors, Yan Shurchio's striking visage garnered considerable admiration, eliciting numerous cheers. The girl beside Yan Xian covered her mouth tightly, her eyes wide with astonishment. After a while, she managed to regain her composure. The girl glanced around before leaning closer to Yan Xian. You're a fan of Yan too, aren't you? Sure, no need to hide it, she whispered. I can tell, your gaze is practically glued to him. Yan Xian blinked. I am indeed his fan. Encountering a kindred spirit. The girl was clearly delighted, right? Handsome and exceptionally skilled, how splendid indeed. What is your name? I am Qiao Mumu. And I am Shian. Your surname is quite melodious, Qiao Mumu exclaimed with admiration.
Huh.
Why didn't you bring a support sign to pursue your idol? Yan Shian fell into silence, having never considered such a matter. No worries, Qiao Mumu waved her hand grandly. I have plenty. I shall share with you. 3 minutes later, Yan Shian found herself adorned with a glittering headband atop her head and a glowing stick in hand, engulfed in a perplexing silence. The headband featured 2 springs connecting circular pieces, each emblazoned with a large photo of her brother, Yan Shurchio. How abstract. Yan Yujin promptly seized her camera for a beautiful selfie, limited edition fan attire of the third brother. Following the player introductions, the commentators on stage began to share their insights regarding the forthcoming matches, while the competitors returned to their designated areas. Directly in front of Yan Yujin loomed an enormous screen, displaying the pre-match conditions of each player. Over there, the four members of Yan Yujin's team were still cheering each other on. Yan Yujin felt her heart tighten with worry. She was concerned that Fang Wenzhou might notice something amiss and deliberately underperform. However, she deemed this likelihood to be low, for Fang Wenzhou was determined to play earnestly, unwilling to bear the shame of ruining the match. The finals featured 16 teams competing simultaneously. Yan Yujin fixated on the large screen, her palms clammy with anxiety. Fang Wenzhou better take this seriously. If he dares to throw the match, I shall ensure his disgrace. Just as Yan Yujin settled into her seat, her eyes widened incredulously. She recognized Fang Wenzhou as the sharpshooter of Yan Yujin's team. Could he truly be contemplating throwing the match? Yan Yujin's already sour mood darkened further. Gaming was one of her few cherished pastimes, and as a player, she detested such unfairness and abhorred unprofessional conduct. Her manager appeared bewildered, unable to comprehend why the previously composed individual had suddenly turned irritable. "What's the matter?" she inquired. Yan Yujin replied, "I suddenly recalled something unpleasant." Yan Yujin continued to berate inwardly, her brows knitted tightly. Eventually, she propped her chin on her hand and sighed silently. Fortunately, there's only this match. Fang Wenzhou had intended to play well. Let us hope no unforeseen incidents arise. Yan Yujin was utterly perplexed. What did it mean to throw a match, yet still intend to play well? Once the match concludes, I shall not spare the one who dared to sabotage my third brother. Upon hearing this latter sentiment, Yan Yujin instantly understood. Her gaze towards the screen focused on Fang Wenzhou, now tinged with disdain. It was clear, he sought both the rewards for throwing the match and the accolades for his reputation. A quintessential case of wanting it all. Originally, Yan Yujin and her manager had planned to discuss collaboration with Fang Wenzhou after the game. After all, setting aside rankings, Fang Wenzhou possessed both formidable skills and appealing looks. They had even urged their company's legal team to draft a contract immediately following the recent interview, intending to broach the subject with him post-game. Yet, unexpectedly, such a situation had arisen. Yan Yujin leaned closer to her manager's ear and said, "Let us hold off on finalizing the collaboration with Fang Wenzhou for a moment and observe the situation." The manager was taken aback. Their urgency to secure this partnership stemmed from the fact that others were also vying for the opportunity to work with Fang Wenzhou. A slight delay could result in someone else seizing the chance. What had transpired? The manager furrowed her brow. It couldn't be related to Miss Yan and her companions. Could it? The peculiar behavior of Yan Yujin offered no prior indication. After much contemplation, the manager concluded that Yan Yujin must harbor a dislike for Yan Shian and Yan Yujin, which extended to her feelings toward Fang Wenzhou. Yan Yujin quickly discerned her manager's thoughts and helplessly pinched the bridge of her nose. "You're overthinking it. I just received news from a friend that Fang Wenzhou's character is questionable." She glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping before leaning in closer, ensuring only her manager could hear her words. He might be involved in match fixing.
What?
The manager, relying on her formidable self-control, refrained from leaping from her seat, though her heartbeat inevitably quickened. "Are you serious?" she asked rapidly, confusion evident in her voice. But what would motivate him to do such a thing? Setting aside the matter at hand, Fang Wenzhou was undeniably talented and possessed striking looks. Even if he chose to leave professional gaming to pursue streaming, he would still have a substantial following. What temptation could lead him to jeopardize his illustrious career, risking the ire of the Yan family? "It's rather complicated," Yan Yujin replied ambiguously. "In short, he is not a suitable candidate. I trust that Yan Xian would not make baseless accusations. Even if Fang Wenzhou appears unproblematic this time, what about next time? Or the time after that? One can never expect those of low integrity to maintain boundaries. Collaborating with such individuals is akin to carrying a ticking time bomb." The manager nodded decisively. "I'll heed your advice." The competition officially commenced. Chapter 037. Indeed. In the finals of the competition, particularly in the last round, teams rarely opted for high-risk engagements in populous areas. Thus, the early stages might prove somewhat uneventful. Wait, no. The commentators erupted as Yan Yujin's team parachuted in. What were they planning? Commentator 1 was left speechless. They too have chosen to engage in a direct confrontation. Commentator 2 was equally astonished. It's understandable. They likely have little expectation of claiming first place, given they nearly missed the finals. They just want to play freely this time. But this is one of the favored teams for the championship. In the next moment, the already boisterous venue became even louder. Wait. Commentator 1's eyes widened further, and his voice cracked. They jumped as well. Two favored championship teams had coincidentally chosen to land in St. Martin for a direct confrontation. The crowd's cheers reached a deafening crescendo, and Yan Shian felt a surge of excitement. Though I know my brother will win, I'm still so nervous. Yan Yujin clearly hadn't anticipated such a turn of events. She paused for a moment, and then came to her senses, an indescribable sense of exhilaration surging through her limbs. Although she was aware that this might seem somewhat reckless, she could truly feel the joy of esports emanating from it. Wait, they did not land in San Martin, but rather flew in the direction of the flight path. In the game, Yan Yujin and her team were unaware that another championship team had also descended in the same location. Their objective was not San Martin. At this moment, most of those who had landed with them were likely teams heading to San Martin. Subtracting their number, one could roughly estimate how many were headed there. Once they jumped from the plane, they soared towards the wilderness, immediately surrounding any weapons they found. Typically, when a team lands, one member would choose to float high and observe their surroundings. However, Yan Yujin's squad descended into 4 nearby residential areas, and after gathering weapons and armor, they swiftly converged toward San Martin. Commentator 1 was utterly bewildered. What are they planning to do? Aren't they afraid someone will land before them? They actually split up? Aren't they concerned about being picked off one by one? Commentator 2 quickly regained composure. No, they truly aren't afraid, for there is no one over there. From the remaining numbers in the plane at the moment of the parachute drop, it was evident that everyone had opted to jump during the latter half of the flight path. Hence, this series of teams could be considered among the earliest to land. Moreover, who else would employ such a daring tactic as jumping back? The 4 swiftly regrouped outside San Martin. By this time, a series of gunshots had erupted within San Martin, the atmosphere as vibrant as a celebration. Changing strategy, we will not enter. Yan Yujin observed the kill reports on the left side of the screen, listening to the gunfire in her ears, her eyes shining with intensity. Those who should be paying attention were likely inside. Fong Wenzhou and his companions displayed expressions of astonishment. Yan Yujin opened the map, recalling the flight path in her mind. After they exit, they will certainly head towards Lion City. You 3 should ambush them along the way. She shook the gun in her hand. I will take the high ground to snipe them. Understood. No problem. Fong Wenzhou pursed his lips and spoke slowly. Chioge. I want to engage them in a fight. No problem. Yan Yujin nodded, not sensing any recklessness in this approach. You quietly position yourself nearby. And once I take someone down, you all rush in. Her grip on the mouse tightened slightly as Fong Wenzhou responded softly. All right. Yet. The excitement and eagerness to meet an opponent sparkled clearly in his eyes, reflected vividly on the large screen. Anyone could see the unrest within him. That anticipation brightened his features, eliciting gasps from numerous fans in the audience. The manager clicked his tongue. Does he truly want to throw a match? That doesn't seem likely. Of course, if Fong Wenzhou's expression is an act, he might as well forego competitions and debut directly. Yan Yujin nodded firmly, without hesitation. Exactly. The manager, disappointed, withdrew his gaze but quickly came to a realization. Perhaps Fong Wenzhou was concerned that starting with a match-fixing appearance would be too obvious, planning to drop hints at a critical moment instead. The gunfire within San Martin soon quieted down, yet Yan Yujin remained attentive to the reports. From the recent commotion, he deduced that there were a total of 4 teams involved. The other teams had been completely annihilated, yet none had been eliminated. Gutai felt a pang of jealousy. These youngsters were truly formidable. Although the 4 members of the team each had their designated roles, the fact that they all survived in such a dire situation could only attest to their exceptional prowess in direct confrontation. This was a hidden strength they had not revealed in previous games. Brother Chio, Gutai suddenly pondered if their actions were too reckless. With only one person left on the 3rd team, was it truly wise to engage them head-on? Fong Wenzhou expressed his confidence. I believe in our capabilities. Yan Yujin waved his hand decisively. Then let us get to it. The 4 swiftly positioned themselves for an ambush. Yan Yujin stealthily ascended a nearby hill, directing his scope towards the direction of St. Martin. Soon enough, as anticipated, The sound of vehicles echoed from within St. Martin, growing ever closer. The roar of engines reverberated in their ears, causing Gutai and Yan Yujin to instinctively break into a sweat. What were they planning? Commentator 2 stood up, nearly pressing his face against the screen. He can't possibly intend to use those two pieces of equipment to take down people from a speeding vehicle, can he? It's inconceivable. Even if the individuals inside were unaware of an ambush, their extensive gaming experience would compel them to instinctively maneuver their vehicle to avoid being targeted or shot down. Commentator 1 shook his head. I doubt he could succeed. After all, those in the vehicle had parachuted in and would surely notice the discrepancy in numbers between those inside St. Martin and those they had eliminated. Indeed, the team had noticed. However, they had thoroughly searched St. Martin, confirming that the city was devoid of any threats. Moreover, before exiting, they had surveyed their surroundings. For the opposing team to ambush them while they exited the city, they would need to take out the driver. But how could that be feasible? Upon leaving St. Martin, each of them was fully equipped, and the time for airdrops had not yet arrived. One shot could not defeat them. Accelerating. The captain of the opposing team looked on with disdain. Such a level of opponent hardly sparked his interest.
Bang, bang, bang.
3 consecutive shots rang out, and the driver, a Qing, was struck down, falling from the vehicle. Simultaneously, the bomb in Chen Jiejun's hand was launched. The co-driver, a C, reacted swiftly, maneuvering the vehicle to turn around, only to inadvertently finish off the fallen A Qing. A Qing, furious, exclaimed, "What the hell are you doing?" Before he could finish, a barrage of gunfire erupted around him. He turned sharply to see a character with an explosive hairstyle and dark skin emerge from behind a wooden crate, unleashing a relentless hail of bullets upon their vehicle. And that damned captain, his face contorted with rage. He frantically repositioned himself, gritting his teeth as he made a decision. Find cover and jump out. Chapter 038. Who fell? The vehicle had returned to St. Martin. Yet Fong Wenzhou, steady and precise with his threefold scope, unleashed a torrent of bullets, sending yet another teammate tumbling from the vehicle, only to be swiftly eliminated by Yan Yujin as timely intervention. The captain's expression was dark enough to appear as if ink could drip from it. The triumph of recently conquering St. Martin had barely faded, only to be overshadowed by the loss of 2 team members upon exiting the city. The words, "Such a level of opponent cannot even pique my interest in battle," felt like a resounding slap across his face. Beside him, A Qing, who had long since gone silent, finally dared to speak up. Yes, indeed. Another team, also attempting St. Martin, turned out to be their rivals. A team of comparable skill had chosen to ambush them outside instead of engaging in direct combat after jumping St. Martin. Another eliminated teammate cursed, "They are utterly shameless." "Why are you healing me, AC?" A Qing exclaimed in frustration. "Enough," the captain interjected, his impatience evident. "In such a situation, your anger cannot salvage you. The priority now is to find a safe location to recover and replace this battered equipment. This area is vast, and they won't be able to catch up," he stated. "Quickly apply your healing items, and let us depart from here." The commentators were left speechless by the dramatic scene that had just unfolded. After a brief silence in the audience, a wave of excited screams erupted. Yan Xian's companion, Qiao Mumu, wildly waved her support stick, exclaiming, "My husband is so handsome." Yan Xian nodded vigorously, her pigtails flailing. "Indeed, your husband is truly handsome." "What do you mean, my husband?" "He is our husband," Qiao Mumu generously replied. Yan Xian shook her head fervently. No, he is your husband." Qiao Mumu teased, "This sisterhood is rather polite." She delightedly returned her attention to the big screen. Meanwhile, as the captain had anticipated, Yan Yujin and the others indeed refrained from pursuing. Knowing when to retreat was one of their team's principles. Having successfully dealt a crushing blow to their most formidable opponents, all 4 of them were in high spirits. The other 3 were particularly animated, with Gutai and Chen Jiejun chattering incessantly. Although Fong Wenzhou remained silent, the mirth in his eyes was unmistakable. However, in the next moment he seemed to recall something, pursed his lips, and the smile faded slightly. "All right, let's all calm down," Yan Yujin interjected appropriately. "There are still many teams left. We must remain vigilant and not let our guard down." The 3 responded in unison, "Understood." With the sudden elimination of 2 teams, the tactics of the remaining teams grew exceedingly conservative. Yan Yujin and his group made their way towards the direction of gunfire. In the event of a chaotic skirmish, they would take advantage of the confusion to claim a few more eliminations. If the gunfire was sparse, they would maintain their distance, avoiding unnecessary entanglements. In essence, their primary focus was on preserving their team's strength. Before long, only 8 teams remained in the arena, including their own. The toxic zone had already consumed 2/3 of the map. At this juncture, the central area of the safe zone was a villa district conveniently encompassing St. Martin. After a roundabout journey, they found themselves back at the city. Yan Yujin decisively commanded into the city. The others anticipated some sort of ambush strategy, only to find the 4 of them each carrying a shotgun, motionless as they lay in a room. Fans watching the live stream were momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Alright, so we're playing the old trick again, are we? Despite possessing the remarkable capability to triumph against 4 opponents single-handedly, they opted to play the role of the underdog. This reminds me of a previous moment when a certain team was infuriated to the point of expletives. It must be said that this was indeed a prudent decision. Entering the circle early allows one to seize the initiative, avoiding the predicament of being trapped outside. However, the fans of the underdog had a different perspective. Upon witnessing all 4 players lying low, they immediately seized their keyboards and charged forth.
Oh.
So, you're playing the underdog in the finals? Is this how you showcase your prowess? One derided. That ambush was merely a stroke of luck. True strength is understood by those who possess it, another retorted. I truly cannot fathom how they made it to the finals. Engaging in such antics at this juncture shows a blatant disrespect for the competition and their rivals. The supporters of the underdog, incensed, quickly retaliated. What's your name again? Why don't you try making it to the finals yourself? What prowess are you speaking of? Our champion could single-handedly take down 3 opponents. Had it not been for the last-minute escape, your master would have been eliminated long ago. I'll turn that moment into a gif. How is it disrespectful to the game? It's your captain's remarks that lack respect, but he'll soon be proven wrong. This is hilarious. The barrage of comments filled the screen, yet the players and audience remained undeterred, immersed in the tense and exhilarating atmosphere of the match. As the 4 appeared resolute in their stillness, the commentators, caught between laughter and disbelief, redirected their focus to the other teams. It seemed they were opting for a cautious yet victorious strategy. Let us observe what the other teams are currently undertaking. Commentator 2 casually switched the screen. Let us see what they are preparing. Indeed, we could observe a full roster as they drove with a clear objective in mind. With no gunfire surrounding them, it appeared they too aimed to enter the circle. They parked and, like their counterparts, chose to head towards St. Martin. Suddenly, as commentator 2 was mid-sentence, he stumbled, incredulously raising his voice. They've entered the building. No sooner had the words left his mouth than 4 gunshots rang out. In the chaos, all were equal. Before they could comprehend the situation, their screens abruptly blackened. Well played. If she were one of them, she would surely be infuriated. Successfully ambushing the 4, Yan Yujin promptly decided, change of location. Yet, the surrounding teams evidently caught wind of the commotion and refrained from approaching. As the circle continued to constrict, it soon shrank to the size of St. Martin. A fateful circle. Yan Yujin lifted his sniper rifle, declaring, "Brothers, let's engage." At that moment, 7 teams remained. Following a fierce exchange, only Yan Yujin and Fang Wenzhou were left standing. Yan Yujin glanced at the broadcast, noting, 6 remain. The duo from their team has also survived, alongside 2 lone wolves. Earlier in the match, few had paid attention to the internal team communications, hence, many were unaware of Yan Yujin's unique talent, his photographic memory. Now, as the second-to-last poison circle loomed, it was evident that the building at the center was occupied. The situation for Yan Yujin and his companion was precarious. Foes lurked within the building, and threats approached from behind. Moreover, it is highly probable that those within the building have found themselves ensnared in the midst of a precarious situation. Commentator 2, brimming with excitement, noted that the captain has evidently recognized their inability to advance or retreat. Inside the building are 2 team members, flanked by 2 lone wolves. What decisions might they make? Nevertheless, with their sharpshooter still in play, their chances of victory remain significant. Outside the building, the 2 lone wolves could no longer restrain themselves. Positioned at the outer edge of the toxic zone, they are unable to withstand its detrimental effects. The 2 players outside opted for the very building they find themselves near, with one aiming to enter precisely where Fang Wenzhou is positioned. As he climbs through the window, he will be met by the ominous sight of a dark muzzle pointed directly at him. Commentator 1's voice, laced with intrigue, mused whether the psychological burden he bears was greater than that of being recently eliminated by Team 6.
Bang! Boom.
The sequential sounds echoed. And as commentator 1 beheld the fallen individual, his eyes widened in shock. Wait, what just happened? Chapter 039. Who is the champion? The crowd's attention remained fixated on the two lone wolves, oblivious to the subsequent sound of a grenade explosion. The report on the left side of the screen read, "Knocked down by grenade. Knocked down." Good heavens! Commentator 2 sprang from his seat in disbelief as Ah-Si was taken down. What on earth transpired? Following the elimination of one lone wolf by Fong Wenzhou, he heard Gatai's voice explode in his ear.
Wow.
Brother Chiu is incredible. It's now 211. Gatai's excitement flushed his face with color. In such a scenario, rescuing anyone is utterly impossible. Chun Jiejun also shouted hoarsely, "Finish him, Brother Chiu." Yan Yujin, clutching tightly, dashed downward. In the final circle, the sniper rifle held little utility, and he had long since switched weapons. When the two lone wolves approached, he keenly sensed a third set of footsteps, immediately suspecting that another player was creeping closer. Upon discerning the direction of the third set of footsteps, Yan Yujin, gripping a flashbang, promptly eliminated Ah-Si, who sought to take advantage of the chaos. As Yan Yujin leaped out the window, he shouted, "Cover the lone wolf." Fong Wenzhou, momentarily lost in thought, witnessed Ah-Si fall below. Yan Yujin unleashed a volley of bullets to finish him off, just as the sound of a .7.62 caliber round rang out above him. He swiftly vaulted back into the room, narrowly evading the fate of being taken down by the captain, and began administering medical supplies. He could not allow Ah-Si to remain on the ground, or the opposing team would undoubtedly relay their position to their teammates. He had no choice but to take the risk and eliminate him. Fortunately, he was clad in level 3 armor. The audience, nearly oblivious to his almost imperceptible health bar, felt a shiver of fear run down their spines. The tension was palpable. Xiao Mumu clutched her chest, exclaiming, "I can't take it anymore. I'm so nervous. I can hardly breathe." Yan Yujin was also shaken, the intensity overwhelming as her palms grew clammy and a cold sweat formed on her back. Ah-Si had been eliminated, and the captain of Team 1 failed to down the captain of Team 2. A commentator 1 exclaimed in a frenzy, "It's 2-1 to 1. Could the champion of this tournament be on the verge of being decided?" The audience erupted in cheers, their collective anticipation palpable as they watched this scene unfold, as if the championship was already a certainty. However, Yan Yujin's expression betrayed her discontent. If Fong Wenzhou truly intended to engage in match-fixing, this would indeed be his final opportunity. Yan Xian clenched his palms tightly, his eyes wide as he fixated on the screen. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Commentator 2 shouted in a falsetto, "The sharpshooter has fallen." Yan Yujin, amidst administering his medication, watched in dismay as Fong Wenzhou's health bar shifted to crimson, his expression darkening.
What?
He actually failed to contend with that lone wolf? It was over. The lone wolf likely surmised that two players were present in the building. Instead of reviving his comrade, he headed straight toward Fong Wenzhou, whose health was now perilously low. The situation had reversed with alarming swiftness. What had once been a position of dominance had suddenly morphed into one of vulnerability. Just at that moment, Yan Yujin had finished his medication. Yet the lone wolf was about to storm in, while outside the room stood his ever-watchful captain.
No.
The final safe zone was closing in, and the room Yan Yujin occupied was the last bastion of safety. Hearing the sounds of someone jumping from the upper floor, his pupils constricted. The captain was coming. Commentator 2, nearly losing his voice, exclaimed, "The poison is closing in. The location is the final safe zone, and the captain has jumped down, right between the two players." Just moments ago, they had been the team most likely to claim victory, and now they were on the brink of becoming mere casualties in another's battle. This sequence of events seemed prolonged, yet transpired in the blink of an eye. Without a moment's hesitation, Yan Yujin dashed toward the direction of the lone wolf player. Simultaneously, thick smoke enveloped the entire room, completely obscuring the vision of the three combatants. Commentator 1 remarked, "What a clever maneuver." Although professional players often possess the ability to discern positions by sound, there will always be some discrepancies in the game's audio. Yet, the lone wolf is acutely aware of his precise location. Moreover, he is positioned further away. Adrenaline surged through Yan Yujin as he switched to a different weapon and burst forth from the room. The captain did not opt to leap directly into the room but instead circled around to the other side. Currently, the lone wolf had entered the room Yan Yujin had just vacated, while the downed Fong Wenzhou lay in another room, and the captain. Commentator 1 shouted in excitement, The captain is about to spot him. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Fong Wenzhou startled the captain, who instinctively raised his weapon and eliminated him, swiftly exiting the room to evade Fong Wenzhou's line of sight. Should he reveal his position, he would be at a significant disadvantage. Commentator 2 kept a close watch on the captain. We can see that the captain, wary of giving away his position, eliminated the player and did not linger. He immediately switched to another room. He has entered the very room where Fong Wenzhou was. Just as the captain peered out, he was met with a direct shot from a 686, resulting in his demise. Frustrated, he cursed loudly at his screen. Yan Yujin didn't bother to save his teammate and is now just lurking around. Meanwhile, the lone wolf, hearing the gunfire, brightened with anticipation and swiftly headed toward the source of the sound. The 686 had only 2 rounds left, and there was no time for Yan Yujin to reload. Yet, he held a 686 loaded with shotgun shells. The lone wolf charged forward. Commentator 1's voice reached a breaking point.
Boom.
The competition venue fell into a profound silence. The live broadcast's chat devoid of activity. All minds were blank, as if stunned into silence, struggling to comprehend the unfolding chaos. 3 seconds later, a fervent cheer nearly lifted the roof off the building, accompanied by the exuberant voices of 2 commentators. Let us congratulate the champions of this match. As she gazed at the screen displaying victory, winner winner chicken dinner, Yan Yujin blinked her swollen, tear-filled eyes. Brother Chiu, Chen Jiejun exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. Ah, we are the champions.
Champion.
The simplicity of those 2 words carried boundless joy and bittersweet emotion. The 2 embraced, laughing and crying. A scene reminiscent of the historical moment of Fan Jin's success in the imperial examination. On the other side, the lone wolf player, who had failed to outgun Yan Yujin, found his composure shattered. How could he possess 2 shotguns? Where did that come from? Yan Yujin had managed to wield 2 shotguns with such precision. It must have been a weapon switch from the back. His teammate rushed in to embrace him tightly. That was inconsequential. The crucial point was that they had secured second place. Their prowess was merely average among the 16 teams. Yet, they had surpassed expectations to claim the runner-up position. In the audience, Yan Xian was nearly suffocated by the exuberant Xiao Mumu, who was bouncing with excitement. Ultimately, it was Yan Yujin beside her who heard Yan Xian's quiet distress and rescued her from Xiao Mumu's grasp. How close? Yan Xian was left with lingering dread, almost becoming a casualty of the third brother's triumph. After her murmured thoughts, she made a phone call. Make the move. Backstage. Yan Yujin and Chen Jiejun had finally managed to calm down, while Gutai, who had been in a daze, finally regained his senses. Brother Chiu, you are my idol. I adore your skills. Chen Jiejun, bemused, replied, your reflexes are quite slow, aren't they? No, wait, the third brother's reflexes seem even slower. The third brother? What was this despondent expression as if the sky had fallen? They had just won the championship. Fong Wenzhou suddenly snapped back to reality, leaping from his seat and rushing out of the room. The third brother? Where are you going? Yan Yujin blocked his path at the doorway. Fong Wenzhou appeared extremely agitated. Get out of the way. His eyes were red, fiercely pushing Yan Yujin as if driven mad. But Gutai and Chen Jiejun, observing Yan Yujin's serious demeanor, realized something was amiss and moved to restrain Fong Wenzhou. What are you doing, third brother? Are you out of your mind attacking Brother Chiu? No, calm down, third brother. Brother Chiu just led us to victory. What else with this attitude? Upon hearing the word champion, Fong Wenzhou's anger intensified. Who cares about the championship? I couldn't care less. Let me out. The astonishment on Gutai and Chen Jiejun's faces was palpable. What did he mean by not caring about the championship? Third brother, what's wrong with you? Trapped in the room, returning home was no longer an option. Fong Wenzhou despondently squatted on the floor, gripping his hair tightly. What championship? Why did we even aim for it? Yan Yujin, I should have just forced you to drink a bottle of poison. Fong Wenzhou. Gutai's fury surged as he shouted, what on earth are you saying? You've truly lost it. Yan Yujin stood still, closing her eyes, while Fong Wenzhou continued to exchange heated words with Gutai. She listened but found herself unable to utter a single word. After a prolonged period, he seized the arm of Gutai, who was eager to take action, and through gritted teeth uttered, Fong Wenzhou, I ask you. With a fierce glare, he enunciated each word. Do you intend to engage in a match today? Midway through, he suddenly regained his senses. This was the competition room, not a venue for conversation. You wish to leave?
Go.
Yan Shurchio erupted, abruptly grasping Fong Wenzhou's collar and dragging him out of the competition room. Yet, he did not relinquish his hold. Instead, he directly pulled him back into the players' lounge. Gu Tai and Qin Jiejun quickly followed, realizing what was unfolding. Commentator one chuckled. Their team's expression of joy is indeed rather unique. They could only observe the surveillance footage, unable to hear their conversation. Absolutely, commentator 2 interjected hastily. We can inquire about this peculiar celebratory method during the interview later. What could be the reason behind it? Meanwhile, the audience and viewers began to sense that something was amiss. Is that truly a celebration? It appears rather desperate. Why is that? Did they not just clinch the championship? To be honest, I always thought he was the type of sunny and cheerful boy, just like his appearance. But what he just displayed was quite terrifying. Haha, many present a facade while harboring a different reality. They may seem cheerful, but who knows? Beneath it lurks a potential violent temperament. Regardless, I find his treatment of his teammate rather excessive. Although that last misfire was regrettable, it hardly warrants such a response. Am I the only one focused on the sniper? I always believed he was solely a marksman, yet I was astonished by his prowess in close combat. Xiao Mumu snapped back to reality from her shock. Just as she intended to discuss the matter with her companions, she noticed that Yan Shuren had mysteriously risen and departed. Meanwhile, Yan Shurchio had dragged Fong Wenzhou back into the players' lounge, and after Gu Tai and Qin Jiejun entered, he forcefully slammed the door shut. Fong Wenzhou, tell me, do you intend to throw the match? Throw what? What match? Gu Tai was nearly petrified with fear. Qiu Ge, this matter is far too serious to speak lightly of. Lao San must simply be in a bad mood. It cannot be so severe. Qin Jiejun fervently nodded. Yes. Qiu Ge, there must be some misunderstanding. We can clarify it. However, before Yan Shurchio could respond, Fong Wenzhou abruptly lifted his head, incredulously staring at him. You know? When did you find out? No? Now what? Gu Tai and Qin Jiejun were left dumbfounded. What are you two playing at, speaking in riddles? Let us communicate clearly. Please refrain from discussing things we cannot comprehend. Fong Wenzhou scoffed, his tone dripping with derision. Are you unable to understand, or simply unwilling to accept? At this juncture, you two are still deluding yourselves. Indeed, I do wish to throw the match. Does that clarify matters for you? Gu Tai exclaimed in disbelief. Fong Wenzhou, what nonsense are you spouting? He swiftly advanced to the door, flinging it open with great force. Seeing no one outside, he let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly closed the door. Such matters should not be carelessly spoken of. Does one still wish to retain a career? If those reporters were to overhear and embellish the story, what would become of us? A rumor is easily spread, yet dispelling it requires great effort. Fong Wenzhou laughed heartily. A career? What career do I still possess? No wonder you have remained unscathed thus far. It appears you have long suspected my scheme. Yan Shurchio, since you were aware of this matter from the beginning, why did you not expose me sooner? Oh, were you afraid that no one would compete? He could not help but admire Yan's cunning and resourcefulness. How foolish of him to believe he could deceive such a master. As he spoke, laughter turned to tears. You drugged me? Yan Shurchio stared in disbelief, his eyes wide. Although he had sensed something amiss during their earlier time in the competition room, he never anticipated that Fong Wenzhou would go to such lengths. They had been partners for so many years. You didn't know? Fong Wenzhou observed his expression and suddenly felt that something was amiss.
How could that be?
I slipped a laxative into your drink. If you were unaware, how could you possibly be unscathed? A chill ran through Yan Shurchio's body. Born into a prominent family, he was all too familiar with such underhanded tactics. You wish to fix a match, yet do not want to bear the stigma of it, so you drugged me, hoping my condition would prevent me from continuing the competition and leave me open to public scorn. Is that it? Fong Wenzhou. He strode forward, seizing Fong Wenzhou by the collar, nearly roaring, what have I ever done to wrong you, that you would treat us this way? Just as Yan Xian arrived at the players' room, she was confronted by an approaching reporter, and she felt overwhelmed. Unsure of how to concoct an excuse to redirect the interview, she noticed Yan Yujin hurrying over with her manager. Somehow, the manager managed to negotiate and the reporter took a different route. I've taken on the task of interviewing Yan Shurchio, Yan Yujin spoke rapidly. I sensed something was off during the match. Did Fong Wenzhou throw the game? Yan Xian's eyes widened in surprise. As expected of the lead, you noticed that? In truth, Fong Wenzhou's methods were not particularly sophisticated. However, Given that Yan Yujin and his team had secured first place, even if others sensed something was amiss, they would not suspect Fong Wenzhou of match-fixing. Yes. I worry that when the reporters come to interview, they
Bang. Kia.
The muffled sounds and exclamations resonating through the thick security door made the sisters' faces pale. Chapter 041. I have wronged my fans. Are they fighting? Yan Xian rushed to the door, frantically calling upon the system in her mind. Open the door. I am Yan Xian. The manager beside her was already preparing to call for the staff to find someone with a key. Although Yan Yujin had brought them here with the intention of resolving matters privately, if a brawl were to break out, it would be impossible to keep it under wraps. The manager was already contemplating tomorrow's trending topic. Fortunately, the door to the players' room opened swiftly, and Gutai caught a glimpse of Yan Xian through the crack, letting out a heavy sigh of relief before hastily speaking. Shian, you need to persuade Xiaoge. There are no staff members here. How about you two? Yan Yujin, being part of the Yan family, could be trusted. Yan Xian's expression turned serious. Let us in. Gutai quickly stepped aside. Thankfully, the interior was not as chaotic as they had imagined. Fong Wenzhou lay beside a resting chair, gasping for breath. Meanwhile, Yan Yujin wore an incredulous expression. I didn't push you at all. He admitted to being angry, yet he had not lost his composure. Just moments ago, he merely intended to grasp Fong Wenzhou to clarify matters, but unexpectedly, as soon as he loosened his grip on the collar, Fong Wenzhou had retreated violently and crashed against the wall. Gutai and Qinjiajun did not think there was anything wrong with Yan Yujin's actions. If they did not secure the championship today, they might have been even angrier than Yan Yujin. Didn't he see that coming? Fong Wenzhou is quite the stubborn one. Yan Yujin's lips twitched slightly as she hurried forward. If we don't commence the pre-match interview soon, the audience will begin to suspect. However, Fong Wenzhou's current state resembled a ticking time bomb. If he spoke before the audience, chaos would surely ensue. Otherwise, it would be a waste of his disheveled appearance. The others shared the same concern, their expressions growing increasingly grim. Yan Xian dialed a number. Is it secured? Good. Fong Wenzhou, your intent to rush out during the match was solely for your only relative, your sister, wasn't it? Fong Wenzhou's expression shifted abruptly as he fixed a fierce gaze upon Yan Xian, akin to a wild beast trapped in a cage for far too long, longing to pounce and tear apart. Yan Xian remained unfazed. You were meant to miss the opportunity to seize the championship, but you failed. Now you wish to tarnish my third brother's reputation, ideally to expose your match-fixing in front of the media, which would lead to the annulment of your results. But have you considered this? She shifted her tone. Match-fixing is illegal. I recall your sister is in her third year, preparing for civil service exams, correct? Fong Wenzhou's body trembled violently. Yan Xian spoke rapidly, outlining the pros and cons for him. If this matter leaks, how will your sister, who has idolized you since childhood, perceive you? Her relative having a criminal record would render all her efforts for the civil service futile. Fong Wenzhou, I have already dispatched bodyguards to protect your sister. Ultimately, the decision rests with you. After concluding her words, she initiated a video call with the bodyguard. On the other end of the line appeared a delicate, pale face. Still shaken. Why you? Thank you for helping me. It was his sister's voice. A spark of hope ignited in Fong Wenzhou's eyes. You're welcome. Yan Xian glanced at him. Your brother has something to say. Fong Wenzhou nearly leapt from his spot, eagerly snatching the phone. Brother, Fong Wenxin managed to smile. Don't worry, I'm fine. Thankfully. Your friends rescued me. They said they would bring me to you soon. The siblings exchanged a few more words before Fong Wenzhou, trembling, pressed the end call button. I am cooperating with you, but you must ensure my sister's smooth examination for the civil service. Help me free myself from the control of those individuals. And refrain from exposing my involvement in match-fixing. Yan Xian answered the phone. I believe you have misunderstood a critical matter. At this juncture, you lack the standing to negotiate terms with us. If you seek our assistance, you must first demonstrate your worth and capabilities. Her voice was icy, devoid of the usual charm and playfulness. Furthermore, will your sister be sent here, or to another location? At the commentary desk, the two commentators received instructions through their earpieces to stall for time, causing them to perspire profusely. Ever since the surveillance indicated discord within the team, they had been striving to delay proceedings. However, the other two teams ranked in the top 3 had already delivered their remarks, yet the individuals in question were conspicuously absent. They were merely ordinary commentators. Why should they endure such pressure? As the online skepticism grew louder, Yan Yujin finally brought her team onto the stage. After completing the post-match interview, Yan Yujin gazed at Yan Xian's profile beside her, her eyes reflecting an awe she was unaware of. Prepared in advance, she adapted swiftly, advancing methodically, seizing the initiative with absolute mastery. Yan Xian executed each step with remarkable precision. She possessed far more capability than she had anticipated.
What?
Why is the female lead looking at me? I don't believe I have offended her in any way. Yan Yujin snapped back to reality. This matter was handled exceptionally well. Overwhelmed by praise, Yan Xian felt a bit dazed. Yet, she did not exhibit the usual delight. Instead, she appeared troubled. I can't shake the feeling that I have underestimated the complexities of this system. Yan Yujin furrowed her brow. What complexities? Why did she seem to hear an inaudible static? Both individuals in the audience harbored their own concerns, while the atmosphere in the competition venue reached a crescendo following Yan Shurchio and her team's arrival on stage. After concluding the interview process, the host jokingly turned to Fong Wenzhou. We noticed you seemed quite excited after the match. Is it because you clinched the championship? After all, you lingered backstage for quite some time. The microphone was positioned near Fong Wenzhou's lips, and although Gutai and Qin Jijun were aware they had done nothing, they were still tense, beads of cold sweat forming on their backs.
No, Fang Wenzhou replayed.
The host, taken aback by such a response, blinked in surprise, her smile faltering. She was offering Fong Wenzhou an opportunity to explain. It would be best if he grasped her good intentions. Their performance following the team competition was already thought-provoking, and the prolonged stay backstage only added to the unease. If they failed to seize this opportunity to clarify the ambiguity surrounding today's events, it could potentially be misconstrued when it spread later. The host quickly regained her composure and shifted her tone, bravely redirecting the conversation. Do you have anything you would like to say to your fans? Yes. Fong Wenzhou cleared his throat and bowed deeply. I owe everyone an apology, especially to my loyal supporters and fans who have always stood by me. Gutai's legs weakened, nearly causing him to collapse to the ground. Is it still possible to seize the microphone now? Qin Jijun wore an expression of despair, his hands trembling, even more anxious than when Yan Shurchio was in the finals at the 12th round. Yan Shurchio closed his eyes. Chapter 042. Do you have any objections? I am truly not in my best condition today. Fong Wenzhou spoke earnestly. I lost focus at the most critical moment because I was deeply worried about my sister. The specifics pertained to family matters, making it inconvenient for him to elaborate. It was due to his own state that the captain was so eager to assist him in resolving the issue. This was the phrase Yan Xian had taught him, allowing him to distance himself from the team while also drawing some attention to his sister. As long as there was attention, those individuals would not dare to act so recklessly. Gutai and Qin Jijun felt as if they had come back to life. So that's how it is. The host sighed with relief, offering words of comfort. Such incidents were unforeseen, and no one could have anticipated them. Your performance earlier today was commendable. Do not place too much pressure on yourself. The post-match interview concluded successfully, and they joyfully took home the championship trophy that rightfully belonged to them. Yet, no one mentioned the celebration. Fong Wenzhou and Fong Wenxin successfully met, with Yan Shurchio assuming responsibility for the subsequent matters, allowing Yan Xian to worry no more. However, she surely realized that Fong Wenzhou was about to retire. The manager expressed deep sentiment. I never expected Fong Wenzhou would genuinely consider throwing a match. But I do not understand, if he was being threatened, why didn't he seek Yan Shurchio's help? Regardless of his identity, Yan Shurchio would surely not turn a blind eye to him. Moreover, those individuals were precisely targeting Yan Shurchio. Yan Xian rolled her eyes.
Huh?
He thinks he is quite clever. He believes that third brother 1T always come to his aid. It's better to rely on oneself. He doesn't want to become a victim in the conflict between both sides. He just wants to complete this job, earn some money, and take his sister away from here. His aspirations are rather grandiose, displaying a certain beauty in disregarding the lives of his teammates. Yan Yujin clearly did not expect Fong Wenzhou's thoughts to be so peculiar, her expression reflecting her incredulity. Perhaps he thought Yan Shurchio would not assist him. Yan Yujin mused, feeling speechless. In any case, he had no understanding of his teammate.
Shian.
Yan Xian turned around in bewilderment, looking around. Who
called me?
It's really you. Xiao Mumu patted her shoulder. I thought you had left. How come you're here? She was the girl who had sat beside her during the match. Just a little something. I was about to leave. Yan Xian did not clarify much. What brings you to the backstage? Xiao Mumu's face lit up with excitement. I was waiting for you to say that. I won a fan privilege from the team and can take photos and get autographs with them. If it weren't for the concern of exposing Yan Shurchio's identity, Yan Xian would have loved to join Xiao Mumu in her pursuit of fandom. Congratulations. She smiled. You should hurry. Don't waste time, or else they might leave soon. Xiao Mumu's heart raced. Yes, you're right. I can't let them wait for me. It was only halfway through her dash that she remembered she should have asked Yan Xian for her contact information. However, by the time she returned to her original spot, Yan Xian and the others had long vanished without a trace. A sense of regret washed over her as she sighed softly. I must return, Yan Xian remarked, glancing at Yan Yujin. Shall we go together? Suddenly, Yan Yujin felt something amiss. Previously, for reasons unknown, Yan Xian had consistently conversed with her in a sarcastic manner, either provoking her or engaging in sharp retorts. Although it was not her intention. It was indeed the first time she had witnessed Yan Xian speaking to her with such tranquility. Moreover, apart from her, there was only a single manager present. This was clearly the opportune moment to express her disdain. Why, then, did she refrain? I still have work, Yan Yujin replied, shaking her head. You should go back. The driver is already waiting. Please be safe. Yan Xian smiled nonchalantly. Then I shall take my leave. Calmly, she settled into the car driven by the chauffeur. It was not until the vehicle had traveled a considerable distance that she finally released her tightly clenched hands, gazing at the flickering neon lights that blurred past her. Yan Xian's eyes glazed over, her focus drifting away. Today's encounter with Yan Shurchio served as a wake-up call. The system could only perceive events that had been predetermined. Regarding the unknown, there seemed to be a certain delay in its awareness. Thus, even after she had discarded the laxative, it was still possible for Yan Shurchio to be harmed due to Feng Wenzhou. The process that could lead to such harm remained uncertain and shrouded in ambiguity. Even though the matter concerning Feng Wenzhou appeared to have concluded in the public eye, who could guarantee that another Chen Wenzhou or Li Wenzhou would not emerge? As long as Yan Shurchio wished to compete and their team remained understaffed, the events of today could very well be repeated. Rubbing her aching temples, a wave of weariness washed over Yan Xian. Ever since she obtained the minor system, she seemed to have never truly valued her tasks. Particularly in recent times, the system had scarcely made an appearance, and all actions directed at the protagonist group were self-initiated. Consequently, she gradually overlooked the initial words of the system, treating it merely as a tool of foresight, which led to her tasks being executed in a haphazard manner. Yan Xian gradually straightened her posture. Her tragedy stemmed from the original character's reckless actions, which had incited retaliation from the protagonist group. If she refrained from reckless behavior and maintained a safe distance from the protagonists, would she not have the opportunity to alter her own fate? Noticing the host's doubts regarding the task, the system now provides the following explanation. The frequency of task allocation by the minor system is correlated with the host's willingness to complete the tasks. It has detected that the host has consistently maintained a negative or even resistant attitude towards the tasks, resulting in a decreased frequency of task assignments. The host should not harbor any notions of luck. It is imperative for the host to diligently complete the tasks to strive for an early resolution. The minor system can actually speak. Yan Xian felt a surge of excitement and hurriedly initiated a mental dialogue with it. But I have questions. You've seen that I have been diligently fulfilling my tasks, yet for so long, few have proceeded as we anticipated. Shouldn't you provide me with an explanation? Or perhaps you're not a subpar system, are you? The system spoke. This system is a product of the advanced plane and has been bound to the small world. Thus it will not malfunction. Concerning the previous anomalies, this system has collected all relevant data and reported it to the main system. Please be patient, host, as we await the results. Yan Xian found herself at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, she ventured to ask again. So, as long as I align my intentions with those of the female lead, you will assign me tasks, and upon their completion, I will be able to alter the original outcome, correct? The system replied. In theory, that should be the case. The host has already squandered considerable time. It is imperative to expedite progress to achieve success before the original character meets a tragic end. The thought of the original character's fate as described in the book sent a shiver down her spine. What should I do? Do you have any recommendations? The system responded. Indeed. Chapter 43, A Longing for the Unattainable, detected a significant disparity between the host's professional trajectory and that of the original character. An adjustment is advisable. Yan Xian abruptly raised her head. Are you suggesting that I enter the entertainment industry like the original character? The system clarified. That is merely one suggestion. Furthermore, the host has been engaged in actions that help the female lead avoid risks. It is recommended to cease such behaviors. Yan Xian tightened her grip on her clothing. You have always known. Why did you not stop me? The system's voice was cold and unyielding, because this task does not pertain to the outcome of the system. If the host herself cannot recognize the significance of the task, there is no need for the system to emphasize it. After delivering the statement, the system fell silent once more. A profound sense of emptiness enveloped Yan Xian, as if a gaping hole had formed in her chest, chilled and pained by the air conditioning. Young miss, we have arrived home, the driver said, glancing at Yan Xian through the rearview mirror, his tone tinged with concern. Young miss? Having watched Yan Xian grow up, the driver regarded her as his own daughter. He wanted to inquire further, but felt constrained by his position. Everything had seemed well upon their arrival. The third young master had even won the championship. Why, then, did she appear so discontent? The driver paused, suddenly remembering Yan Xian's companion, Yan Yujin. Young miss, he scratched his head, I am not good at offering comfort. But I want to say that everyone likes you. You need not feel anxious. Yan Xian returned to her senses, her eyes softening with a hint of a smile. Thank you. After dinner with her family, Yan Xian retreated to her room. When Ci noticed her distracted demeanor but refrained from speaking up, fearing she might exacerbate her wounds. I will go inquire about the situation, when Ci said, wiping her mouth. You should focus on the meeting for now. If it is something significant, Anan will surely inform us. Hearing this, Yan Zheng withdrew his gaze, taking Wen Ci's hand gently. You have worked hard. His voice was tender, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor in front of children. When Ci shot him a playful glare, after all these years of marriage, you still resort to this? What can I do? Yan Zheng sighed. After all, my wife appreciates this approach. The butler, standing nearby, gazed up at the sky and down at the ground, pretending he had heard nothing. Butler, when Ci called out, please summon the bodyguards and driver who accompanied Anan today. I wish to ask them about the situation. An hour later, a knock sounded at Yan Xian's door. She shook her slightly sore hand and said, please come in. Anan, darling, when Ci entered with a slice of cake. Are you feeling tired from work? Would you like to take a moment to enjoy some cake? This is specially prepared by the housekeeper for you, your favorite chocolate mousse. Upon hearing the mention of dessert, Yan Shuren's eyes immediately sparkled. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, Mom. After inquiring about her recent work, when Ci gently touched her head, her voice soft. Aranin has grown up. I heard about your impressive handling of matters at the competition today. You did remarkably well. However, she pinched Yan Shuren's cheek, adding, in my heart, you will always be my adorable little treasure. So, my dear, could you share with me what happened? Yan Shuren was not one to hide her emotions, yet she was acutely aware of her own feelings. Thus, when Ci quickly sensed something was amiss, Yan Shuren paused in her action of holding the cake. Although the system did not prohibit her from discussing its matters with outsiders, she naturally refrained from speaking of such incredible occurrences. Yet at that moment, she desperately needed someone to confide in. I feel conflicted, Yan Shuren murmured. It's about third brother. I thought I could help him avoid danger, and that he wouldn't suffer from this matter anymore. Yet the reality is that he still faces damage to his reputation due to his teammates, perhaps even worse than before. I just don't understand whether I should intervene in this situation. Had events unfolded as originally intended, Yan Shiqiu would have faced public censure for poor performance and may have even lost the championship. However, this would have been temporary. Once Yan Shiqiu realized something was amiss, with his skills and resourcefulness, he could swiftly form a new team. But after her intervention, Yan Shiqiu was not hindered and successfully claimed the championship title. Yet, if Fang Wenzhou did not act as she anticipated, Yan Shiqiu would bear labels such as bully and violent individual, and the results might be annulled due to teammates' match-fixing. Today I was fortunate, Yan Shuren said with a heavy tone. Had I made any misjudgment in my decision, third brother would face circumstances far worse than being sabotaged.
Wenqi,
Grasping that Yan Shuren was referring to today's events, quickly deduced the two potential outcomes. She gazed intently at Yan Shuren and remarked, I believe that, compared to winning the competition only to be stripped of his title, third brother values the process of the competition more. He has always desired to compete in a championship match rather than merely win the title, for his aspirations extend far beyond that. You have fulfilled his wish. Wen Ci's voice was gentle. The situation has not worsened. Yan Shuren's mind was a blank canvas. What if, she hesitantly began, what if the cost of preventing this situation is my own injury? Wen Ci's expression shifted dramatically. She closed her eyes, took several deep breaths, and studied her astonishment. If merely for one event I must endure injury, I would certainly say it is not worth it. She forced a smile, but Anin, I will never dictate your thoughts. You are an independent individual. There is no concept of worthiness, only the question of willingness. She grasped Yan Xian's hand, expressing a hope that, when making her choice, she would not forget the family that stood behind her. Yan Xian gazed at their intertwined hands, her lips pressed together. Yet, according to the narrative, those who loved her most would eventually come to resent her. Yan Xian nodded in acknowledgement, understanding. Once when Ci departed the room, she tossed and turned in bed. Unable to find sleep, humans often exhibit a profound longing for that which they have never possessed. Before arriving in this world, she had been an orphan, devoid of affection and care, with every kindness offered to her stemming from ulterior motives. Perhaps the Yan family's overwhelming kindness had fostered an intense sense of identity within her, causing her to hesitate regarding matters that profoundly influenced her life. She needed the insight of another, someone untouched by the narrative's constraints.
Who could that be?
Clutching her pillow, she scrolled through her contacts, her gaze ultimately landing on the top entry, the magnanimous boss, Xia Yanfei, her eyes brightening. This individual was scarcely depicted in the narrative and might provide valuable counsel. Yan Xian texted. Boss, are you there? Xia Yanfei, observing the contact he had labeled as minion of the exam king, chose to overlook her manner of inquiry. He replied, If you're not busy, get up and work. Yan Xian responded. Actually, boss, I have something concerning world salvation that I wish to discuss. Do you have time for a call? After a moment of silence, Xia Yanfei replied, I'm not interested in saving the world. I only wish to make money. To which Yan Xian countered, Then I have a proposition for quick earnings that I'd like to discuss. In the next instant, a voice call request from her generous boss appeared on her screen. Yan Xian, 6, Chapter 044. There are no such benevolent bosses in this world. So, boss. Yan Xian cleared her throat. If completing a task could earn you 10 billion instantly, would you do it? Instantly? Xia Yanfei pondered for a couple of seconds. Make it 2 tasks, otherwise I wouldn't feel secure about that money. Aren't you curious about what the task entails? Now that you mention it, what is the task? This task is quite extraordinary. Yan Xian slightly altered the details based on her own experiences, explaining that the task required one to be universally disliked by those around them. If successful, they could avert a fate of untimely demise and despair, along with the 10 billion. However, failure would lead to a predestined outcome. Xia Yanfei raised an eyebrow. Does it also have a backstory? Nevertheless, this task is exceedingly difficult for me. He regarded his reflection, a weighty tone in his voice. With this face, I am destined not to be hated by everyone. Am I fated to miss out on that 10 billion? Yan Xian earnestly inquired. Boss, is there no limit to your self-love? There is, Xia Yanfei replied with a slight smile, but there's no limit to making money. Yan Xian felt a sense of disillusionment. A muffled chuckle emerged from the phone. Are you feeling any better? Yan Xian was momentarily taken aback. On the other end, Xia Yanfei's voice continued to resonate. Although I am unaware of the peculiar nature of your inquiry, nor do I comprehend if your discontent is related to it, as your most generous employer, I am willing to ponder this matter earnestly. Xia Yanfei contemplated for a moment. I shall choose neither, as my essence lies in rebellion. Given that my fate is already sealed, I shall engage in pursuits that truly resonate with me while simultaneously attending to my responsibilities. Should I alter my destiny, it would be a remarkable gain. If not, I shall accept it as it comes. While those around me may deem this task trivial compared to the value of life itself, for me, the completion of the task remains uncertain. It is possible that despite my efforts towards this endeavor, which I find distasteful, the outcome remains unchanged. In such a case, I would be unable to enjoy even the fleeting moments that remain, and that would be an unfortunate loss. Yan Xian's grip on her phone tightened. She rose from her bed, her eyes gradually illuminating with an unprecedented brilliance. You are right, she murmured softly. Alteration is my profit, and stagnation is my due. Compared to the numbness and relentless struggle of the past, she now possesses boundless resources and a caring family. What is there to fret about? It is as if all her good fortune has been granted in advance. She is willing. You speak wisely, dear boss. Yan Xian proclaimed with exuberance. Life is fleeting. So one must seize joy in the moment. No one shall dictate my path. She harbors no regrets for aiding the protagonist and her companions, especially regarding the incident with Sheng Yi. Within the limited span of her existence, unburdened by financial worries, freely indulging in life's pleasures, pursuing her passions, and assisting others. She feels she has already reaped considerable rewards. Xia Yanfei furrowed his brow slightly. What is with that tone of yours? Suggesting you are on the verge of liberating yourself from your duties? Enough of this. He stifled his heartache. I shall grant you a 3-day paid leave, arranged for you to travel abroad, departing tomorrow morning to allow you to rejuvenate. Do not underestimate this brief holiday. You'll have Friday, Monday, and Tuesday off. In addition to the weekend, rejoice in your fortune. Just as Yan Xian was about to express her commitment to her work, she swallowed her words. Boss, she said, tears of gratitude brimming in her eyes. Let me reiterate, others, you, and I, shall not agree. Xia Yanfei, who said that? Tell me, do you understand? Yan Xian joyfully ended the call and, prior to drifting off to sleep, bestowed a warm embrace upon both Yan Zheng and Wen Xi. I am sorry, dear parents, for causing you worry. I shall not do so again. She also informed them of her intention to travel abroad for a couple of days. Half an hour later, she received the flight tickets and accommodation details sent by Xia Yanfei. Having made a significant decision, Yan Xian was so exhilarated that she could not sleep all night. And she promptly organized the essentials for her trip. Free travel is an opportunity not to be missed. The following morning, Yan Xian received a call from Xia Yanfei bright and early. Bewildered, she answered the phone. Hello? I am waiting for you outside your house. And I want to be coming in. It would be a waste of fuel. Xia Yanfei glanced at the seemingly endless expanse of the estate. You have 2 hours to pack your belongings. Half an hour later, Yan Xian boarded the car, dragging her small suitcase. Xia Yanfei raised an eyebrow. So quick? I thought it would take a girl longer to prepare. Really? Yan Xian caught a pivotal phrase. By the way, boss, do you not have a partner? Xia Yanfei responded. I kindly granted you paid leave, and you attack my character? My mother takes a long time to prepare when she goes out, burdened with an array of bags. Yan Xian waved dismissively. If it were the old me, I might have done the same, but I am different now. Xia Yanfei inquired curiously while starting the car. In what way are you different? Yan Xian waved goodbye to the butler who was seeing her off at the door. Now, I have already arranged for the butler to send my luggage ahead. Xia Yanfei opened her mouth in admiration. That indeed is a difference. You've become lazier. 2 hours later, they arrived at the airport punctually, with nearly 3 hours remaining before departure. Thank you, boss, Yan Xian said as she alighted from the car, bowing deeply. I am truly grateful for you taking the time out of your busy schedule to drop me off at the airport. There is no one as kind-hearted as you in this world. Xia Yanfei shook his head and stepped out of the vehicle. You are mistaken. There is no such kind-hearted boss. He walked to the rear of the car, opened the trunk, and retrieved a black suitcase, smiling slightly because I am going too. Yan Xian pointed at herself in disbelief. Huh? Are you traveling with me? That seems rather inappropriate for a man and a woman alone. Xia Yanfei extended the handle of the suitcase. How could that be? I have a client over there. Oh, I see. Yan Xian sighed in relief. Where's the client? Shaking his phone with the check-in information, Xia Yanfei smiled. Where you are traveling? Yan Xian was left speechless. She cautiously took a step back, her tone grave. Boss. You know I have always respected and cherished you. Please tell me the truth. Pointing at their suitcases, are you truly sending me on vacation? You are not attempting to make me work overtime, are you? Shoo. Xia Yanfei raised his index finger to his lips. Let us not discuss such pragmatic matters. It might sadden you. And what about you? Does your conscience not ache? What nonsense! Xia Yanfei shot her a disapproving glance. The first rule of being a boss is to abandon one's conscience. Impossible. I absolutely refuse to work overtime. Everyone is right. You are merely a leech, paying your employees 3 times the salary while stripping others of warmth. Chapter 045. Our son is getting married. After completing the check-in process, the two of them rested in the VIP lounge until it was time to leisurely make their way to the boarding gate. Just as they reached the entrance, a girl in a red dress, wearing sunglasses, hurriedly entered while on the phone. Yan Xian had stayed up too late the night before and, upon arriving at the lounge, had fallen into a deep slumber. Now waking up, she was still somewhat dazed. As the girl brushed past her, nearly colliding with her, Xia Yanfei quickly pulled her back. Be careful. Startled, Yan Xian instantly became alert. No more late nights. I will never stay up late again. Indeed, at least hold on until retirement and earn me a bit more money.
Boss you.
As the two continued their playful banter and walked away, the girl who had just entered the VIP lounge turned back, watching their departing figures with surprise. What happened, Dai Dai? I was speaking to you. Did you hear me clearly? After a prolonged silence, the voice on the other end erupted in frustration. Xia Qingdai. Xia Qingdai observed her instinctive motion of pulling the phone away from her ear and silently commended herself. I'm listening, she replied slowly. What do you think the relationship would be if a pair of appropriately aged individuals appeared at the airport, playfully tugging at each other, engaging in intimate gestures? The person on the line responded with confusion. Isn't that quite normal? They're probably a young couple off to travel somewhere. Don't change the subject. A young couple? Xia Qingdai repeated the phrase, her eyes suddenly brightening. Hold on, I need to call my parents. As the call connected, she excitedly exclaimed, Mom, it seems like my younger brother has a girlfriend. The voice on the other end sounded remarkably indifferent. Oh, I already knew that. What's so surprising about it?
No.
It's not about his money. Xia Qingdai burst into a series of peculiar laughs. It's a girl, a woman, a living person.
What?
Lao Xia, come quickly. Our son is getting married. Xia Qingdai was momentarily taken aback. Is this how rumors start? Just as she attempted to clarify, her dear mother abruptly hung up. It was not her concern. She was merely a curious gossipmonger. Humming a tune, Xia Qingdai sauntered back to the lounge. After an extensive 5-hour international journey, Yan Xian and the others safely landed. Is it all right for you to go to the hotel alone? Xia Yanfei inquired. Someone from the hotel will come to pick you up shortly. Make sure to rest well and adjust to the time difference. I need to head straight to meet a client. Yan Xian nodded. No problem, boss. Good luck. Xia Yanfei acknowledged with a grunt. Call me if you need anything. Once Yan Xian boarded the car heading to the hotel, he turned to leave. The country, situated at the northern tip of the continent, was characterized by Tudor-style architecture, featuring pointed spire roofs, exquisitely detailed reliefs, and refined interior decorations that exuded solemn grandeur. Yan Xian was captivated, inspiration surging forth as she immediately took out her tablet to sketch. Half an hour later, she arrived at her destination. Miss Yan Weivei arrived. The driver spoke in precise Mandarin. You may enter your room. Someone will bring your and Mr. Xia's luggage shortly. Yan Xian looked up, rubbing her slightly sore and tired eyes. All right, thank you. After a refreshing nap, she awoke to find it was already 8 in the evening. The dimly lit room was devoid of light, and she fumbled to find the switch. Her phone was fully charged, and she promptly responded to her family's messages before finally opening the chat with Xia Yanfei. Generous boss, if you're hungry, press the service bell. Dinner is ready. Yan Xian, I plan to go out for dinner. You should rest early, boss. Having quickly freshened up, she opened the door and spotted Xia Yanfei leaning against the wall, seemingly waiting for her. Good evening, boss. Yan Xian greeted. Are you going out for dinner as well? Xia Yanfei turned off his phone. Yes, I'm a bit hungry. Let us go. Nearby was a street renowned for its domestic snacks, with flavors modified to suit local tastes, creating a unique culinary experience. Yan Xian indulged from start to finish, ultimately sighing with satisfaction. I never expected this to be so delicious. It was evident that it was indeed delectable. Xia Yanfei's lips twitched slightly as he remarked, with such a petite frame, where does all that food go?
Oh.
My dear, what brings you here? A voice laced with a rich local accent resonated beside them. Yan Xian turned to see a blonde-haired, blue-eyed man approaching them. Good evening, Xia Yanfei said, glancing at the newcomer and introducing him. This is Chris. I came here to discuss a collaboration with him. Upon seeing Yan Xian, Chris's eyes instantly sparkled as he exclaimed in a clear, articulate manner, Beautiful lady. Stunning beauty. Love you to bits. Thank you, Yan Xian replied politely, leaning closer to Xia Yanfei and whispering, who taught him that? It feels awkward as if he's pretending not to speak English in front of an acquaintance. Xia Yanfei chuckled softly. Meanwhile, Chris, observing their interaction, widened his eyes and began to chatter away rapidly. His words came forth in a flurry. And since Yan Xian assumed he was discussing work, she paid little attention. No one should dare to discuss work during her leisure time, unless they were offering extra compensation. You two chat, I noticed a stall selling grilled squid over there. I'll go grab a couple of skewers, Yan Xian announced. Xia Yanfei, momentarily dazed by Chris's remarks, instinctively nodded at her. All right, don't wander too far, and don't overindulge. Chris exclaimed, Xia, you've fallen in love. We haven't seen each other in just a few months, and you've already found someone special. She must be your girlfriend, right? She's truly adorable. That sweet and lively charm unique to people from your country. Does she have any sisters or younger siblings? Xia Yanfei swallowed hard. You've misunderstood. She is not my girlfriend. She is my subordinate.
Subordinate?
Chris blinked in surprise, his eyes brimming with skepticism. Do bosses in your country still dine with their employees? We parted ways at 6:30. And it's barely past 8. You can't possibly be hungry again. Xia Yanfei suddenly felt a throbbing headache. It seemed that any explanation would only lead to further misunderstandings. He sighed helplessly. She is truly not my girlfriend. Please refrain from making such comments in front of her. Chris gestured with his right hand. It's incredible that such a beautiful girl works under you, and you have no thoughts about it. No wonder they say you might end up alone. Where did such rumors even originate? Xia Yanfei rubbed his temples. I simply prefer to let relationships unfold naturally. Why did it sound as if he were on the verge of becoming a monk? Chris chuckled. Since she isn't your girlfriend, I shall boldly pursue her. A wave of inexplicable discomfort surged within Xia Yanfei as Chris strode towards Yan Xian. Wait! Suddenly intercepted, Chris came to an abrupt halt. What's the matter?
Oh.
Since she's not your girlfriend, you can't stop me from pursuing her. I do not wish to deter you from pursuing her, Xia Yanfei remarked earnestly, gazing at the delightfully feasting Yan Xian. In truth, everything I do is for your own good. The last suitor who sought to confess his feelings was dismissed by her as though he were merely handing out flyers. The one before him was outright rejected. And the one prior to that, due to his excessive enthusiasm, is still being evaded by her to this day, failing even to secure a friendship. With a breath, Xia Yanfei concocted a myriad of reasons, fixing his serious gaze upon his friend. I fear for your dignity. Chris halted, his eyes widening in alarm. What? But she does not appear to be that fierce of a person. He values his reputation highly. To be rejected in front of a crowd would be immensely embarrassing. Is that so? Xia Yanfei pondered for a moment, feigning realization. Perhaps it is because she currently has no intentions of engaging in a romantic relationship. Her focus remains steadfast on her career. Chris seemed profoundly disheartened. So that is the case, I understand now. She is indeed the type of girl who is very career-oriented. And such individuals typically do not wish to engage in romance. Since she harbors no such inclinations, he naturally would not seek to make a fool of himself. I have suffered heartbreak, Chris lamented, clutching his chest with a sigh. After finally encountering a girl who stirs my heart, it turns out she is uninterested in romance. Xia Yanfei maintained a stoic expression. The last time you encountered Vivian, you expressed similar sentiments. That was the past me. What relevance does it have to my current self? Chris retorted defiantly. His eyes flickered with a sudden thought, and they sparkled with newfound hope. My dear brother. He stepped forward, seizing Xia Yanfei's hand before he could react. Promise me, if she ever considers a romantic relationship, you must inform me at the very first opportunity, all right? If we can be together, I shall reward you with a generous red envelope. Xia Yanfei smiled as he gently pushed his hand away. Thank you. But there is no need for the red envelope. Chris was touched to the point of tears. Truly, he is a good brother. So considerate as to spare him the expense. After finally bidding Chris farewell, Xia Yanfei turned to find Yan Xian staring at him, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. A sense of foreboding crept into his heart.
Boss.
Yan Xian trotted over, lowering her voice conspiratorially. Is Chris your girlfriend? His worst fears were confirmed as Xia Yanfei's brow twitched in dismay. He ground his teeth, retorting, Chris's male. What do you mean girlfriend? Yan Xian nodded vigorously, quickly adjusting her statement. So, he is your boyfriend? What on earth? Xia Yanfei nearly gasped in shock. Boss, do not be embarrassed. I am quite open-minded. She gestured with her hand as if zipping her lips. I assure you I will not speak of it indiscriminately. I will only chirp quietly from behind. She had witnessed Chris's desperate expression filled with longing. It seemed her boss was reluctant to make their relationship public. How unfortunate, truly unfortunate. Yan Xian sighed. Boss. You must treat him well. He is neither my girlfriend nor my boyfriend. Xia Yanfei nearly spat the words through clenched teeth. He is merely a business partner. Yan Xian nodded. I understand, I comprehend, I grasp it well. In the ensuing days, Xia Yanfei toiled away at his job, while Yan Xian, having engaged a local guide, reveled in unrestrained joy. After meeting with a business partner, Xia Yanfei, upon glimpsing the travel photographs Yan Xian had posted on social media, emotionlessly placed his phone face down on the table. This was nothing short of malice from this world. 5 fleeting days passed, and on Tuesday, Yan Xian boarded the return flight. Just before takeoff, Xia Yanfei received a message from his family, with his dear mother inquiring about the details of his flight. Why the sudden interest in his itinerary? although Xia Yanfei found it somewhat peculiar. He dismissed it and forwarded a screenshot of his ticket details before promptly turning off his phone. A sweet voice, repeating safety instructions in various languages, filled the cabin. Having retired early the previous night, Yan Yujin was wide awake, almost bursting with energy, as if ready to sprint around the airplane. Xia Yanfei, donning an eye mask, murmured, "I'll take a short nap. Wake me if anything comes up." "Rest easy," Yan Yujin reassured him with a pat on his chest. "I'll do my best not to disturb you." The diligent boss worked tirelessly to ensure her salary, and the least she could do was maintain silence while he rested. As the plane ascended, boredom took hold of Yan Yujin, prompting her to open a small system to explore matters related to the flight. Wait a moment. Had this aircraft truly appeared in the plot? Intrigued, Yan Yujin continued reading. Let me see, it turns out the boss had also taken this flight before, coming here for a collaboration. The partnership was fruitful, elevating his studio to new heights, and then as she absorbed the subsequent content, Yan Yujin's pupils widened in shock. No wonder Xia Yanfei was scarcely mentioned in the book. That dastardly author, I shall shatter you into pieces. She had always wondered how such a diligent and capable person could remain obscure. Now, the truth unveiled itself. Xia Yanfei, a light sleeper by nature, quickly sensed the change in Yan Yujin's breathing as her eyelids fluttered open. What was amiss? Was she perhaps unaccustomed to flying? He removed his eye mask only to find Yan Yujin's complexion alarmingly pale, her spirit seemingly adrift, as if she might swoon at any moment. What's wrong? Xia Yanfei asked, a slight hitch in his breath. Are you feeling unwell? Is it the ascent that's causing you distress? Come, follow my lead. Take a deep breath and exhale slowly. Yan Yujin's mind was blank, but instinctively, she complied with his instructions. After several cycles of breathing, she finally regained her composure. Feeling any better? I'll fetch a flight attendant immediately. Just hold on. As Xia Yanfei attempted to raise his hand, Yan Yujin seized his wrist firmly.
No.
She managed to force a smile that was more pained than reassuring. I'm fine. I merely needed time to adjust after takeoff. Are you truly all right? A concerned passenger in front turned to glance back. If you're feeling unwell, it would be prudent to inform the crew. Xia Yanfei felt the grip on his wrist tighten abruptly. A sense of unease washed over him, and he instinctively leaned forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Yan Xian. We will. The individual in the front seat offered a slight smile, remaining silent as he turned away.
Boss.
Yan Xian's lips trembled. I feel unwell. I wish to take a nap. As she spoke, she gestured towards her phone. Xia Yanfei followed her motion. Upon discerning the content displayed on the screen, his pupils constricted sharply. Chapter 047. Yan Xian is on that plane. The person in front of me intends to blow up the aircraft. Yan Xian's eyes reddened, wide with disbelief, yearning to gauge Xia Yanfei's reaction. Her sudden revelation was bound to be met with skepticism and incredulity. Aircraft undergo rigorous security checks. Under normal circumstances, how could anyone smuggle a bomb on board? Moreover, they were seated in first class, a privilege typically reserved for those of considerable means. Why would someone jeopardize their own life to exact revenge on society? Additionally, the very individual who had just turned to express concern for her appeared to be an amiable and courteous young man. He bore no resemblance to a would-be terrorist. Yan Xian lowered her gaze to type once more. Once the plane stabilizes, he will take advantage of the crew's inattention to place a timed bomb on the food cart. When the crew reaches the economy class, he will activate the remote and detonate the plane. Boss, please believe me. Xia Yanfei found the scenario preposterous. He opened his mouth, intending to dissuade Yan Xian from such grim jesting. Yet, upon meeting her bloodshot gaze, his heart sank. Time was of the essence. He too began typing. How large is the bomb, and where is it located? Where is the remote? Does he have accomplices? Yan Xian responded swiftly. The bomb is small, hidden in his breast pocket. The remote is in his suit pants. He has accomplices, but they are not on the plane. Xia Yanfei's expression darkened. The urgency of the situation weighed heavily upon him, and Yan Xian's vague reference to accomplices left him uneasy. He instinctively surmised that they might be lurking in some corner of the airport, plotting against the next flight. However, they could not afford to concern themselves with anyone else at this moment. We will feign a quarrel to draw the crew's attention, seizing the opportunity to restrain his actions. He pondered. Could excessive force trigger the bomb?
No.
This bomb is intricately designed. It can only be detonated remotely. The bomb had been smuggled in by the man in front, concealed in his mouth. If subjected to immense pressure, It was likely he would have been obliterated by his own device before even boarding the plane. One final query lingered. If we disturb him, might he lose control and activate the bomb prematurely? This question was fraught with uncertainty, yet Xia Yanfei needed an answer. Yan Xian scrolled through the system. No. He has obsessive-compulsive tendencies and will wait until meal service to activate the bomb. Otherwise, he could have simply rushed out from first class during taxiing and condemned them all to doom. She inwardly cursed furiously. This man is utterly deranged. He thinks that when the food cart reaches economy class, he can follow behind and announce that there's a bomb on the plane, relishing the terrified expressions of everyone before pressing the remote. Xia Yanfei nodded slightly, putting away his phone. I have truly had enough of you, he exclaimed, raising his voice sharply. What on earth are you obsessing over all day? I have already stated that she and I are merely friends. Yet you insist on clinging to us. Now I've set aside my work to accompany you on this trip, and you still nitpick every little thing I do. Is it really necessary to blow this out of proportion just because you felt a little discomfort during takeoff? The airplane maintains absolute silence most of the time. Not to mention, this is first class. Even the faintest whisper can be heard distinctly. Xia Yanfei's gossip-laden words successfully captured everyone's attention. Yan Xian was momentarily taken aback. Why was the boss acting like a cad from a melodrama? However, she quickly regained her composure, tears welling up in her eyes. You think I'm overreacting? Do you have any idea how heartbroken and terrified I am? Just because you say there's nothing wrong, does that make it so? I saw it with my own eyes. She was nearly hysterical, seemingly on the verge of releasing the fears that had been brewing within her. You were not like this when we first got together. Hearing the commotion, a flight attendant at the back of first class paused for a moment, then raised her voice. Please, dear passengers, do not become agitated. The plane is still ascending smoothly, and any disputes could pose a danger. The two were intent on drawing the attention of the cabin crew, naturally ignoring her words. You keep saying I've changed, but have you looked at yourself? Xia Yanfei scrutinized Yan Xian with a critical gaze. Are you as gentle as others? As virtuous? Her fists clenched defiantly. Yan Xian unbuckled her seatbelt and seized Xia Yanfei by the collar. Comparing me to others? What are they, mere trash, to be compared with me? You think being virtuous is enough? If you want a maid, just say so. I earn 100 million a month. Can you afford to hire someone like me? Pretending to be affluent when you're not, how pathetic. Xia Yanfei was taken aback. In such a situation, he even found time to ponder. Was she truly this fearsome when angry? Yet, it seemed every time his sister watched those dramas, she would vehemently curse the male protagonists even more harshly. Even the dog passing by had to tuck its tail between its legs. Regaining his composure, Xia Yanfei promptly unbuckled his seatbelt, stood up abruptly, shook his fist, and threatened. Say one more word, and I swear I will hit you. All right, the so-called bomb guy finally could not hold back any longer. Unfastening his seatbelt and turning around to stand up. Experiencing setbacks in a relationship is normal. Merely encountering each other is already quite a fate. Besides, this is a public space. Whether it's arguing or hitting a woman, it's not appropriate, is it? Yan Xian glared at him furiously. What do you mean? Are you suggesting that being in a public place gives you the right to hit a woman? The bomb guy was momentarily at a loss. What was this absurd shift in logic? That's not what I meant, he sighed, looking quite helpless. Xia Yanfei let out a cold laugh. Why are you so concerned about my girlfriend? Have you taken a liking to her? What? Yan Xian exclaimed. I certainly do not wish to be noticed by someone like him. The surrounding passengers were left in stunned silence. The plane had yet to come to a complete stop, but under these circumstances, the flight attendant had no choice but to intervene. She approached the two, steadying herself against the seats. Ladies and gentlemen, standing in an aircraft during such turbulence is perilous. Please return to your seats and fasten your seatbelts immediately, or I will have to summon assistance. Go ahead, Xia Yanfei retorted with disdain. What can a mere flight attendant do to threaten me? I intend to cause a scene. Having little regard for the scoundrel, and now being insulted. The flight attendant promptly grabbed her intercom to contact her male colleague. The only reason anyone notices you is because of your ostentatious attire. Xia Yanfei raised his fist toward Yan Xian. Today, I shall make you suffer. Meanwhile, in the company, Yan Shishuan, having just concluded a meeting, returned to his office. Before he could even open the door, he spotted his assistant rushing out, clutching his phone, a look of panic etched on his face. Boss, your phone. Just one call. Yan Shishuan replied, furrowing his brow as he strode past his assistant into the office. Put it on speaker. The assistant hurriedly pressed the speaker button. Is this Mr. Yan Yujin? I regret to inform you that an airport in your country has apprehended a criminal who claims to have an accomplice aboard a flight from your country, armed with a bomb, intending to detonate it. Your sister, Yan Shian, happens to be on that very plane. Yan Yujin's mind went blank.
Crash.
A thermos fell to the ground, spilling its contents everywhere. Yan Yujin snapped back to reality, panic etched across his features. Mother. Chapter 048. It might already be too late. As he called for a doctor while dialing emergency services, Yan Yujin supported Wen Ci, shouting desperately towards the phone, "Is what we want to hear an apology? Since you are aware of this information, notify the crew immediately. We do not want to hear this." The voice on the other end was grave. "As soon as we became aware, we contacted the crew, but there has been no response. The criminal voluntarily disclosed this information. If his claims are valid, they should have reached the designated detonation time by now." The unspoken implication was that it might already be too late. Yan Yujin's vision blurred, his grip on Wen Ci trembling, his throat parched. He wished to articulate something, yet his mind was a blank slate, rendering him speechless. How could this be happening? They had been fine before departure. How could it have come to this? On the plane, seeing that Xia Yanfei seemed genuinely ready to strike, the bomber hesitated, quickly raising his hands in a placating gesture. Wait. If the commotion escalates, my surprise for everyone will no longer be a delight. He would not allow anyone to overshadow his moment. To facilitate his intervention, the bomber extended one leg straight while bending the other on the seat. The spacious gap between first-class seats allowed him to stretch his arms as far as possible to stop Xia Yanfei. Now was the moment. Xia Yanfei abruptly twisted his hand towards Yan Yujin, delivering a sharp slap that left the bomb man dazed. He then seized the man's wrist tightly, yanking with all his might. A crack echoed through the air as a faint sound of dislocated bones resonated, causing the bomb man to pale and instinctively emit a cry of anguish. The excruciating pain coursed through his body, and as he experienced this belated torment, his complexion turned ashen. Xia Yanfei, still unsatisfied, tightened his grip and delivered a brutal blow to the man's elbow. At this point, the bomb man was in such agony that he could hardly utter a word. A flight attendant, holding a walkie-talkie, shrieked, "A male passenger is intentionally injuring someone. Hurry!" Yan Yujin had already fixed her gaze on the pocket of the bomb man's shirt, seizing the opportunity to swiftly plunge her hand inside. Grasping a small round object, her eyes brightened and she quickly withdrew it, retreating frantically until she stood atop her seat, exclaiming, "I've got it." The attendant's voice grew even louder. "Oh no. There's also a female passenger harassing the male passenger." Yan Yujin nearly lost her footing. The moment the bomb was taken, the bomb man's expression shifted dramatically. He was bewildered by how he had been exposed, and any hope of orchestrating events as he desired seemed nearly impossible. A fierce glint appeared in his eyes as he suddenly lunged at Xia Yanfei. The force of the impact made Xia Yanfei grunt in pain. Yet he did not ease his grip as anticipated. Instead, he tightened it further. At that moment, male crew members rushed in. They regarded Xia Yanfei with a serious demeanor. But before they could speak, Yan Yujin shouted, "That man intends to blow up the plane. This is the bomb in his hand. The remote control is in his pocket." A bomb. Passengers near the bomb man, upon hearing this, hastily unfastened their seatbelts and scrambled towards the crew members in a panic. The captain's expression changed drastically. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped forward to restrain the bomb man, successfully retrieving a remote control from his pocket. Concerned about accidental activation, the remote was covered with a transparent plastic casing. The bomb man thrashed wildly, shouting, "Let me go." "Damn it, what are you talking about? I was just trying to mediate, and now you accuse me of being a criminal. I knew I shouldn't have acted kindly." His rising anger was tinged with a sense of grievance. "This is slander. I will sue you." The other crew members who had rushed to subdue the bomb man hesitated. Seizing the moment, the bomb man glared fiercely and attempted to charge at the captain to knock the remote away. However, the captain, having anticipated this move, swiftly kicked him to the ground. At that moment, the captain was drenched in cold sweat from the fear of what could have happened. Had the plane not been flying steadily, he would not have intervened, and others might have been misled by this criminal, potentially allowing the remote control to be snatched away once more. No, that's not right. If it had been anyone else, they might not have believed Yan Yujin's words at all. The captain's expression hardened, his tone resolute. "Control him. Hand him over to the authorities once we land." Following the recent events, everyone recognized the truth in Yan Yujin's claims. That man truly intended to detonate the plane, and the remote control was indeed for the bomb. The bomb man was firmly subdued, his arms dangling limply by his sides, rendering him incapable of causing any further turmoil. Meanwhile, the flight crew tended to the passengers who had just been startled. "This is a bomb." Yan Xian placed it in the captain's hands, expressing gratitude for his willingness to believe her. "Rest assured, only the remote can activate it." The captain cautiously accepted the bomb, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead.
All right. All right.
"Miss Yan, you are too kind. We must thank you for saving our lives. You are truly remarkable," he couldn't help but exclaim. Had Yan Xian not waited for their arrival, the passengers would have undoubtedly panicked upon hearing about the bomb. In such moments of chaos, the criminals find their opportunity. Moreover, these individuals might not have believed Yan Xian and could have easily been deceived by the bomb man obstructing Xia Yanfei. Yan Xian was somewhat surprised, but then understood. It turned out he recognized her, which explained his complete trust in her words. Fortunately, the commotion had not reached the economy class. They only sensed some unrest within, but due to the loud noise of the aircraft, the details remained unclear. The harrowing incident aboard the plane came to a close, and Yan Xian's taut nerves relaxed instantly. Xia Yanfei was apologizing to a flight attendant who had just been in first class, saying, "I'm sorry for my earlier act. I truly apologize." The attendant, taken aback, quickly waved her hands. "It's quite all right. We are grateful to you." Xia Yanfei smiled and refrained from further comments.
Boss.
Yan Xian leaned in and whispered, "You must watch those melodramatic CEO dramas quite often, don't you? You know, the ones where the female lead loves the male lead deeply, but he suddenly changes his heart and falls for the second female lead, all while believing he has done nothing wrong. He even portrays himself as the victim, lamenting how the female lead is overly suspicious, and ultimately breaks up with her to live happily ever after with a second female lead. Eventually, he realizes he doesn't truly love her and tries to win back the first female lead, convinced she cannot forget him." Xia Yanfei was left with several large question marks hovering above his head. Is there something wrong with such people's minds? No, wait. I've caught the crux of the matter. I don't watch them. It's my sister who does. Yan Xian understood. Then she must be venting her frustrations by criticizing the male lead. Xia Yanfei, she's quite perceptive. Boss, Yan Xian propped her chin on her hand, sighing, "Do you think we could consider this a life and death bond?" A flicker of subtle emotions surged within Xia Yanfei. Chapter 049. Successful Landing. Xia Yanfei pondered for a moment, about to speak, when Yan Xian waved her hand to interrupt. No, that wording is inauspicious. We are better suited to making money together." Xia Yanfei, indeed. It was evident that neither of them possessed any romantic inclinations. Even the phrase life and death bond sounded as though they were about to become sworn brothers on the spot. The captain managed to control the situation with the bomber, allowing him and the passengers to return to the cockpit. The communication device with the ground flickered, and without hesitation, the captain initiated contact. The personnel on the ground, clearly taken aback by the unexpected connection, perked up. "Quickly, prepare for negotiations. We must prioritize the safety of the aircraft and its occupants." At this moment, reaching out to them indicated a demand, and with the demand came the opportunity to ensure the safety of everyone on board. The lead official, with a tense expression, immediately spoke once the connection was established. "We can discuss anything, just refrain from acting impulsively." The captain, puzzled, recognized the voice on the other end.
Lao Su?
"What are you saying? Wait, do you know there's a bomb on the plane?" The official, Su Hong, was momentarily taken aback. "Lao Wu? How is it you?" "No, wait, are you all unharmed?" His inquiry was somewhat misplaced, prompting him to quickly rephrase. "What I mean is, are you all okay? Is anyone injured?" "We're fine. The individual carrying the bomb has been subdued, and both the bomb and the remote control have been securely stored." Wu Weiguang wiped the sweat from his forehead, relieved. "That's splendid," Su Hong exclaimed with laughter, the others around him visibly relaxing. "Just shortly after your takeoff, we received news that a criminal with accomplices had surrendered. Thankfully, his companion boarded the plane with the bomb, but thank heavens, you are safe." After discussing further details, Su Hong added, "However, under these circumstances, you cannot land at the airport. I will provide you with new coordinates." Wu Weiguang acknowledged this. Understood. They were acutely aware of their circumstances on the plane. What if they were being coerced by the criminals to feign safety? What if the criminals intended to detonate the bomb upon landing, along with the nearby aircraft and passengers? The criminals had previously boasted about their plans online, creating a climate of panic, especially as the authorities executed a high-profile operation. Families of passengers, both domestically and internationally, clamored for an official explanation. While the prospect of a safe landing was indeed a positive development, they could not dismiss the possibility that it was merely a smokescreen. The captain relayed this information to all passengers, prompting immediate dissatisfaction.
What?
Why can't we land at the airport? I have other meetings to attend. What if I arrive late? Indeed, they had never encountered such a scenario. Wasn't this a disruption? Voices of discontent arose, with one particularly anxious young woman named Zhong Yueka expressing her frustration. I specifically booked this flight to ensure I could deliver this document before the collaborative meeting commenced. Now you tell me we can't land at the airport? This is unacceptable. If you cannot land, it is your fault. At the very least, you must arrange for us to be transported to our destination. Wu Weiguang's expression was grave. This is not merely an airport directive. It is an order issued by the state. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. Those from abroad, finding themselves on foreign soil, had no choice but to comply. Meanwhile, the domestic passengers, though harboring discontent, chose to remain silent, well aware that such an order could only stem from a dire situation. Was there an incident at the airport? Anxiety gripped their hearts as they fervently hoped for a swift landing, oblivious to the fact that they were the very ones being concerned about. The aircraft landed smoothly, and under the guidance of the crew, passengers disembarked in an orderly fashion. Awaiting them were lines of special forces clad in bomb disposal suits, their demeanor disciplined and composed. The crowd stood in stunned silence, even more reluctant to speak, obediently gathering in a designated area. Su Hong and his team conducted thorough checks on all individuals and the aircraft itself, before waving his hand decisively. All clear. The man, still under duress, continued to curse. Yet no one paid him any heed. It was truly astounding. Su Hong excitedly patted Wu Weiguang on the shoulder, exclaiming, "This is terrifying. Please, elaborate on what transpired." Who noticed something amiss? Wu Weiguang turned with a smile. It was the youngest daughter of the Yan family and her employer. The Yan family? Her employer? Su Hong scratched his head, a look of confusion crossing his face. It must be that Yan family. They had heard the aircraft was safe and had come along, though they were ordered to wait at a distance. However, the youngest daughter of the Yan family should not be lacking in wealth. Why would she seek employment? Su Hong shook his head, unable to fathom the thoughts of the affluent. At this moment, both parties should have already met. Finally disembarking, Yan Yujin felt an immense relief wash over her. Just as she was about to speak, a voice carrying the weight of tears reached her ears. My precious daughter. Yan Yujin shivered, extending her hand to steady the stumbling Wenxiai, her heart tightening as she whispered, Mother. Wenxiai's hair was disheveled, and in mere hours, she appeared to have aged a decade, losing her usual elegance. The two embraced, weeping uncontrollably. Nearby, Yan Zheng and his companions also had reddened eyes. Yet they maintained their composure, negotiating with the officials. Gratitude filled Yan Yujin's gaze as he looked at Xia Yanfei. Although it was due to her bringing Yan Yujin abroad that they encountered this ordeal, she had evidently taken good care of her during the flight. They were unaware of the details but had learned from Wu Weiguang that the two had subdued the criminals. Prior to seeing them, Yan Yujin had remained stable in both emotion and demeanor, indicating that the incident had not affected her. I apologize, everyone. I understand your feelings. Su Hong approached the gathered crowd, but Miss Yan and Mr. Xia will need to provide a statement. If it were merely a minor issue, the Yan family could easily take their individuals away. However, given the gravity of the situation and the commendable actions of the two, a formal statement was unavoidable. Yan Jing nodded. We shall adhere to your arrangements. The tone, the demeanor, the cooperation. Su Hong felt a wave of satisfaction, then lowered his voice. Logically, such a protocol should not be permitted. However, exceptions exist in every circumstance. Given Miss Yan's current predicament, it is undoubtedly intertwined with human involvement. If anyone is available, perhaps they could accompany her to take the statement. Would that be agreeable? Yan Zheng exhaled a sigh of relief, his voice imbued with joy and gratitude. Expressing his heartfelt thanks. It has come to my attention that the airport is contemplating an upgrade of its equipment, and the Yan family is willing to contribute a portion of the funding to support this endeavor. Su Hong beamed widely, unable to contain his delight. That is truly splendid. Ah Fei. Two figures dashed towards Xia Yanfei, stumbling in their haste. Had it not been for the quick reflexes of a bystander who steadied the older woman, she would have surely fallen to the ground. Mother, sister? Xia Yanfei hurriedly took a few steps forward to steady her, exercising caution. Are you trying to scare me to death, you old woman? With her makeup in disarray and one shoe missing, Guanling was navigating uneven terrain. Xia Yanfei, exasperated, replied, Mother, it was just a false alarm. However, I must apologize for causing you concern. The three of them engaged in conversation for some time, and once Guanling had calmed her emotions, she shifted her focus to the others. She surveyed the group and inquired, By the way, which one of you is my future daughter-in-law? The others responded with bewilderment. Chapter 050. Is it paid? Xia Qingdai stepped forward, hastily covering her mother's mouth. I apologize. She managed a strained smile. My mother watched a domineering CEO drama just before leaving, and she has yet to shake off her role as the prospective mother-in-law. Yet, the expressions of Yan Zheng and his companions grew somewhat grim. Yan Yujin took a half step forward, positioning herself defensively in front of Yan Shian. Her eyes filled with hostility as they fixated on Xia Yanfei. Suddenly under scrutiny, Xia Yanfei wore a bewildered expression. Guanling instantly grasped the situation. Her son had not even begun to court yet. Oh no, could she inadvertently ruin things? She gently pried Xia Qingdai's hand away, offering an embarrassed smile. My apologies. I became too immersed in the moment. The overlooked Su Hong attempted to redirect the conversation. How about we proceed to take a statement together first? With so many people present, Su Hong directly summoned the airport shuttle. He glanced at the starkly contrasting families, his lips twitching. Despite both families being affluent, why did they appear akin to rival factions in a kindergarten? Aside from Yan Shian and Xia Yanfei, the others merely needed to respond to routine inquiries. Zhong Yuko, listening to the officer's questions, was utterly bewildered. Are you implying that there was a criminal on the plane who nearly caused it to explode? Once she received confirmation, her entire body slumped in the chair. The female officer beside her promptly offered a cup of warm water. Fortunately, you are safe and sound. Drink some water and take a moment to rest. After addressing the routine questions, Zhong Yuko powered on her device. Glancing at the time and the documents in her hand, her expression distant. In comparison to her life, this document suddenly seemed far less significant. Her phone rang, displaying a call from her boss. Preparing herself mentally for potential termination, she answered. Hello? Xiao Ku. The usually stern boss spoke with an unusually gentle tone. Tinged with a hint of caution, have you safely disembarked? Zhong Yuku's eyes glistened with unshed tears. I am safe, boss. She seldom informed her family of her detailed itinerary, thus only her colleagues at the company were aware of her flight. Listening to the concerned inquiry, her voice trembled. Yet it seemed I might not arrive in time. The boss exhaled a sigh of relief. No worries, take your time. Oh wait, where are you? I'll send someone to fetch you. The other party insisted that they must finalize the contract with us today, no matter how long it took. Zhongyi was taken aback. However, she quickly regained her composure, filled with excitement. All right, boss. The danger had passed, but life must go on. If this deal succeeded, her commission alone would amount to over 100,000. Onward. Meanwhile, the police station began to take formal statements. Miss Yan, how did you come to know that the individual was carrying a bomb? The police's demeanor was serious. They had immediately interrogated the bomber. Yet he was oblivious to when he had been exposed. Yan Xian felt a lingering unease. To be honest, I didn't know at first. I just noticed his demeanor was quite unnatural, mumbling nonsensical statements about danger while constantly touching his pockets. I initially thought he might have a knife or something similar. But when I snatched it away and heard him mutter something about a bomb, that's when I realized. The police asked a few more questions, and upon cross-referencing with Xia Yanfei's statement, found no discrepancies. They concluded that Yan Xian's sixth sense had saved their lives. After receiving the notification that she could leave, Yan Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, when they were typing on the plane, they hadn't sent out any messages, deleting them right after. Moreover, since the bomber was facing away from the camera, it was impossible to verify whether he had indeed mentioned the word bomb. Otherwise, she truly would have been at a loss to explain the peculiarities surrounding her. And in right? Guanling smiled warmly. Thank you for saving Ah Fei. I insist you allow me to treat you to a meal sometime. Yan Xian waved her hand. Auntie, you're too kind. It was thanks to the boss's quick reflexes that we managed to escape safely. Xia Yanfei finally grasped Guanling's intentions and felt somewhat speechless. He held her back. This time, I'll grant you a half-month vacation to rest properly. Half a month? Yan Xian's eyes sparkled. Is it paid? Paid? Xia Yanfei felt a pang in his heart. He opened his mouth to respond, only to be jostled sharply by Guanling at his waist. Of course, it's paid. Guanling's smile grew even gentler. Now go back and rest. Yan Xian was deeply moved. As she walked away with her family, she shared, "See? I told you my boss is very generous." Guanling, who overheard this, let out a heavy sigh of relief. "What's wrong, big brother?" Yan Xian waved her hand in front of Yan Shixuan. "Did I say something wrong just now?" Yan Shixuan snapped back to reality, gently patting her hand. His eyes filled with warmth. "Anin has grown up. She's remarkable." As he spoke, he turned to look at Yan Zheng, meeting his father's gaze, confirming his thoughts. His heart sank slightly. On the return journey, Yan Shixuan casually remarked, "By the way, what kind of person do you think your boss is?" Xia Yanfei? Although Yan Shuren did not comprehend why her elder brother posed such a question, she responded truthfully. "The boss is a person of considerable principles, diligent in his work, and quite considerate." Yan Shixuan remarked, "Oh, so he's motivated by monetary gain, meticulous, and adept at charming young ladies. Moreover, he shows great understanding towards his employees, often granting me paid leave." Yan Shixuan continued, "He seems to treat Nin with special favor, harboring ulterior motives. He also places great trust in me. To be honest, if someone else were beside me today, I wouldn't be certain I could manage the individual intent on bringing down the airplane." Yan Shixuan reluctantly categorized this as a merit. Yan Shixio, with a hint of acidity in her tone, queried, "From what you say, does he treat you better than we do, third brother?" Yan Shuren exclaimed in astonishment. "How could you ask such a thing? Although the boss is quite good, he certainly cannot compare to you all." Meanwhile, Xia Yanfei, who was also on her way home, sneezed heavily. "Indeed," Yan Yujin echoed, "people outside will not treat you well without reason. They must have their own motives. You must exercise utmost caution in your interactions with others." Yan Shuren nodded emphatically, "I understand. The boss undoubtedly has his motives. He wants me to earn him a great deal of money, which aligns with my own intentions." Yan Yujin replied. Her words were meant to draw Yan Shuren's attention to Xia Yanfei, not to categorize her as someone trustworthy. Upon returning home, everyone surrounded Yan Shuren, inquiring after her well-being before they all shared a dinner together, eventually dispersing. The emotional roller coaster of the day had left everyone somewhat drained. Yan Shixuan knocked on the study door.
Come in.
Yan Zheng closed the contract, asking, "What is it?" "Dad," Yan Shixuan carefully began, "I still wish to confirm something. You recognized that person, didn't you?" Chapter 51. This assertion seems somewhat superstitious. Yan Zheng nodded. "I did recognize him. If the Yan family is a dominant conglomerate that commands respect across various industries, with many vying for their favor in hopes of reaping even the smallest benefit, the Xia family is an entity that others in the industry dare not even aspire to. The disparity is so vast that even the desire to attach oneself seems non-existent. Not the Xia family of Xia Wan, but the exceedingly mysterious Xia family. They not only hold significant sway domestically, but also command a place on the international stage. Most crucially, they possess connections in the military, politics, and business, representing a true aristocracy in every sense. And Guanling is the wife of Xia Songjin, the head of the Xia family. The individual beside her must be their only daughter, Xia Qingdai. I never anticipated that the Xia family could conceal themselves so well. Yan Zheng mused. It is widely known that Xia Songjin is involved in politics. His eldest son follows closely in his footsteps, the second son has joined the military, and the third daughter excels in business. Yet, the youngest son rarely appears in public. Many speculate that it is due to his lack of favor. But today's revelation clearly indicates that he is, in fact, the most cherished one. Yan Shixuan pressed her lips together. "So, does Madame Guan truly have her sights set on Anin?" It would be more accurate to say that Xia Yanfei harbors a sentiment for Anin, a feeling she herself might not even be aware of. Yan Zheng set aside the contract and leaned back in his chair, asking, "What troubles you?" "Perhaps I am overthinking it." Yan Shixuan lowered his eyelids. "I shall take my leave now." Setting aside the fact that neither of the two protagonists of this matter has shown any inclination, if Xia Yanfei truly holds feelings for Yan Shixuan, it would undoubtedly benefit both families and the individuals involved. The Xia family upholds a stringent code of conduct. Xia Yanfei would never indulge in frivolities like others. Xia Songjin and Guanling are not oblivious to the nuances either. Should the two truly come together, it could indeed be a fortuitous outcome. Moreover, Guanling's attitude today also illustrated her fondness for Yan Shixuan, as it is unlikely she is unaware of their acquaintance. Viewed from this perspective, the initiative lies with them. And there is little to be overly concerned about. Yan Yujin suddenly let out a sigh. I understand you. It was akin to the frustration one feels when a flower, nurtured for over a decade, is suddenly trampled by a pig. Typically stoic, Yan Yujin's words were laced with a palpable sense of injustice. Yan Yujin felt a wave of relief wash over him. After exchanging a few more words, he exited the study, followed by Wen Ci, who entered shortly thereafter. Yan Yujin's demeanor instantly shifted to one of anxiety. He swiftly approached Wen Ci, supporting her gently. Why aren't you resting? My dear. Wen Ci raised her hand to her chest, her expression betraying a panic that she could not suppress. I am quite frightened. As she spoke, her words became somewhat disjointed. Do you recall? The last time I sought in for a conversation, she mentioned helping the third avoid being drugged during the competition, which could lead to injury. At that moment, something felt amiss, for it seemed she initially spoke of not injury but... She hesitated, and after a long pause, managed to choke out the word death. Have you noticed? She continued, gripping Yan Yujin's arm tightly, her voice trembling, whether it was regarding Gigi's company, the incident with Zheng Yi, or the matter at Mo Chen's hospital, and even concerning the third and today's events. There is a consistent pattern, and it always sustains injuries after assisting others. With a quavering voice, she added, I know this notion may seem superstitious, but think carefully. Isn't it so? Yan Yujin reflected on past events, maintaining a stoic facade, yet feeling tumultuous emotions rise within him. From the moment an accompanied Yan Yujin to the company, it seemed events had spiraled into an odd cycle, rescuing others from danger while narrowly escaping peril. A continuous repetition. Was this recent airplane incident a consequence of an aiding the third? Wen Ci was eager to validate her thoughts. Yet though An had successfully evaded danger this time, she had saved the lives of everyone aboard the aircraft. If the severity of future dangers correlates with the number of lives she saves, how could An possibly escape the next time? My love, Yan Yujin softened his tone. You are exhausted. These occurrences are likely mere coincidences. If what you propose were true, wouldn't T and possess the power of foresight? Yet if she truly did, why would she allow herself to fall into peril? Moreover, should your theory hold water, it implies that An will not encounter misfortune in the future.
Wenchi.
Swayed by his reasoning, hesitated before asking, is that truly the case? Of course, it is true, Yan Yujin nodded emphatically. However, for her safety, I shall assign a greater number of bodyguards to accompany her, if that is agreeable. At present, it seems there is no other course of action. Wen Ci nodded in agreement. You are right. I must have been overly anxious. Perhaps I am simply fatigued from recent events. I need to rest properly. After being comforted by Yan Yujin for some time, weariness washed over her, and she could no longer resist the heavy embrace of fatigue. Succumbing to a deep slumber in Yan Yujin's arms, he carried her back to her room, contemplating for a while before contacting a trusted aide. Look into these matters. I will send you the details. Yan Yujin remained at home, stable and secure, for an entire week. Firstly, she recognized that her recent troubles had caused significant distress to her family, and she did not wish to burden them further. Secondly, she sensed that Wen Ci's emotional state was off, thus she chose to remain closely by Wen Ci's side during this period. It was only when Wen Ci began to feel better that Yan Yujin reported her status, and then took Xiaowan out. Look, I specifically chose this for you. Do you like it? The two of them walked hand in hand into the wellness center, where Yan Yujin produced a bracelet. The bracelet's cord was a common red, lacking in embellishments, save for a large golden sphere, roughly the size of a thumb, that hung in the center. Xiaowan took the bracelet, touched it, and looked at her in disbelief. This can't be gold, can it? Shoo, do not speak, Yan Yujin teased, pinching her cheeks into a pout. As I have said before, my aesthetic sense has been cultivated over 20 years, do you understand? Xiaowan was rendered speechless, yet her eyes expressed clear disdain. Be grateful, Yan Yujin quipped. This was purchased with my salary. The sentiment is what matters. Do you comprehend? Upon hearing this, Xiaowan's face blossomed into a radiant smile as she donned the bracelet. With that in mind, I find this bracelet much more agreeable. In truth, the value or appearance of an item is not of utmost importance. What truly matters is that she feels cherished by Yan Yujin. It appears their seemingly superficial friendship has grown increasingly genuine. This wellness center, named Sleep Therapy, was Yan Yujin's first visit, highly recommended by Xiaowan. To be fair, the attitude and service at this establishment were quite commendable. Among the plethora of wellness centers catering to the upper echelons, this one stood out for its exceptional qualities. There were no concerns regarding privacy, as each practitioner exhibited remarkable professionalism. Most impressively, their products truly excelled. Xiaowan leaned closer to Yan Yujin, pointing to her own face. Just look, I have only been here twice, and haven't my pores diminished significantly? Indeed, they have. Yan Yujin examined her closely and nodded. I told you so. Xiaowan exclaimed animatedly. Today, I must let you experience this for yourself, and you'll see I am not exaggerating. Come on, let us go change clothes. After trying their products, you will understand. They are truly effective, with absolutely no negative reviews. Are you running a scam here? I shall leave a poor review for you. Having ruined my face like this, expect a lawyer's letter. Xiaowan exclaimed, her nose resembling a bright red sphere. Yan Yujin stifled a laugh. Let's go see what the fuss is all about. Chapter 052. The Pitiful Pawn. This wellness center, known as sleep therapy, champions the philosophy of rejuvenation through rest, complemented by various auxiliary means to assist clients in revitalizing their spirits. Perhaps it was due to the remarkable efficacy, compounded by the fact that today marks the weekend, that the wellness center was abuzz with a continuous flow of visitors.
Consequently,
the commotion quickly garnered the attention of the crowd. Upon recognizing the face of the person causing the ruckus, Xiaowan gasped in shock, instinctively grasping Yan Yujin's wrist. Heavens! Her face? Xiaowan's reaction was not unwarranted, for even Yan Yujin was momentarily taken aback by the sight before them. The source of the disturbance was a young woman clad in a striking red dress, her figure gracefully accentuated by the garment's impeccable tailoring. A glance at her exquisite features would reveal her extraordinary beauty. Yet, the lower half of her face was grotesquely marred by a profusion of black blemishes, their edges tinged with red, suggesting they were a recent affliction. This disfigurement not only obliterated her beauty, but also imparted a sinister aspect to her visage. You claim that the new product can alleviate my acne, and this is the result. Tian Chua trembled with rage, demanding, you must restore my face to its original state. The horrific appearance left newcomers to the wellness center halted in their tracks, while those who had already changed and booked treatments hesitated, uncertain. At the front desk, two women who had just completed their treatments were about to apply for membership when they heard Tian Chua's exclamation, instantly retracting their hands from the payment. Perhaps we should hold off on the membership, one woman said, her complexion pale and her tone sharp. You should address this matter first. The thought that their own faces might suffer the same fate as Tian Chua sent chills down their spines. Xiaowan nearly panicked, exclaiming, my face. Please check if my face is still alright.
Quick.
Your face is perfectly fine, Yan Yujin reassured, examining her closely. It looks flawless. Xiaowan sighed in relief, yet could not shake her anxiety. No, I must go to the hospital for a checkup later. This is too frightening. The receptionist scrutinized them attentively, her voice gentle. Dear guest, may I kindly ask if you recall coming into contact with anything unusual before visiting us? What do you mean? Tian Chua retorted sharply. Are you attempting to evade responsibility? Her companion, Tian Lin, was equally incensed. Finally, a voice from the crowd broke the tension. Isn't that Tian Chua? Tian Chua. Xiaowan murmured, incredulous. It truly is her. This certainly indicates that there is an issue with this wellness center. In their circle, everyone knew that the eldest daughter of the Tian family prioritized facial care and body management above all else. She meticulously controlled her diet, lamenting for hours over even a slight weight gain. It was inconceivable that she would come here to slander the establishment. The receptionist's expression shifted dramatically. No, if this were truly our fault, we would never shirk responsibility. However, you appear to be experiencing an allergic reaction. Do you feel any itching? Or perhaps you could recall when the anomaly first appeared, so we may better address the issue. Her words were clear and soothing, and with the doctor already en route, Tian Chua gradually calmed her rising anger. The itch was absent, yet Tian Chua inhaled deeply, uncertain as to when this predicament had arisen. By the time she comprehended the situation, her visage had already succumbed to disarray. It seems you are merely attempting to evade responsibility, Tian Lin interjected, stepping protectively in front of Tian Chua, her tone laden with reproach. Have you even tested those jars and bottles? Surely, you haven't presented us with products that lack proper testing, have you? The reception staff, poised to counter her claim, suddenly froze, recalling that according to established protocols, any skincare product must undergo numerous tests and trials before being officially released. Only after obtaining the requisite certifications could the products be utilized. The pressing issue, however, was that the items used on Tian Chihua had indeed been tested and deemed safe, yet the certificates had not yet been delivered. Logically, such products should not have been presented for customer use under these circumstances. Perhaps due to an overabundance of confidence in their own product development or an eagerness to curry favor with Tian Chihua and showcase the new product, they had recklessly proceeded. Initially, Tian Lin's remark was casual, and the reception staff's expression had only faltered momentarily. However, being adept at reading faces, Tian Lin's eyes widened in disbelief. Oh my goodness. You truly did provide us with untested products? Have you reduced us to mere lab rats? Tian Chihua, who had only just managed to regain her composure, felt her emotions erupt. You are nothing but a fraudulent establishment. Mark my words, I shall ensure you face the consequences. Yan Shian turned toward the excitable Tian Lin, inquiring. And who might that be? Oh, she is the daughter of Tian Chihua's uncle, her cousin, Tian Lin, Xiaowan recognized instantly. As you know, the Tian family is under the dominion of Tian Chihua's father, and her uncles must all tread carefully in his presence. Thus, Tian Lin has always been an obsequious follower of Tian Chihua, donning a half-smile as she charges into battle for her cousin, a mere pawn in Tian Chihua's endeavors. In the past, whenever Tian Chihua faced any form of injustice, she needed only to utter a word, and Tian Lin would rush forth, eager to cast blame elsewhere, embodying the belief that the world was at fault, and Tian Chihua was the sole beacon of righteousness. Xiaowan emphasized the term injustice, elongating the final syllable, provoking contemplation. Yan Xian appeared lost in thought. The Tian family had been making significant strides in the entertainment industry, although their wealth was not particularly vast. The allure of this lucrative sector drew many eager to partake in its bounty. Moreover, since Tian Chihua was the sole heir to her father's legacy, everyone was eager to support her, ensuring she never faced unfair treatment. The waters of high society run deep.
Meanwhile,
Tian Lin was clamoring for the testing certificates to be produced. The reception staff exchanged glances with a colleague before stepping towards Tian Chihua. Please hold on for a moment.
you may take a seat and rest.
We have already contacted the person in charge. Rest assured, all our products have undergone the necessary testing, and the scenario you described of operating without certification will not occur. With arms crossed defiantly, Tian Lin glared coldly. We are not swayed by your words. Quickly produce the testing certificates. Someone had already gone through the promotional brochures for the sleep therapy placed at the front desk. What is the name of the product you are using? Tian Chihua. Tian Chihua hesitated, evidently unable to recall. Instead, Tian Lin recited a name. It's called this. Take a look, is it here? The individual scrutinized the brochure meticulously, their complexion turning ashen. It's not here. A chorus of gasps filled the hall, and the number of people demanding an explanation from the reception staff grew, with a long queue forming for refunds. I told you their products couldn't possibly be that effective. They must have added hormones, right? When I glanced at their testing report, I saw that natural plant content accounted for 99. I thought it was reassuring to use this product, but could it all be a lie? Refund. Meanwhile, Yan Yujin, who had just finished her snack, curiously activated the system. She wanted to uncover the truth of the matter. Upon discovering the sequence of events, her eyes widened in disbelief. What? The reception staff, on their end, received both good news and bad news. The good news was that the testing certificate had been completed and was on its way, expected to arrive in approximately 20 minutes. Chapter 053. Stubbornly Resolute. The bad news was that an accident had occurred en route, resulting in traffic control. By the time it was cleared, it would undoubtedly be too late. They had already dispatched someone to locate the individual delivering the documents. However, this exchange would surely delay them by at least an hour. But could these individuals wait an hour? The reception staff were sweating profusely. The manager hurriedly arrived. But faced with such a challenging situation, she felt somewhat helpless. She composed herself. I sincerely apologize for causing everyone's unease. It is our responsibility for not updating the brochure in a timely manner, but we would never use untested and unverified products. Please bear with us for a moment. The testing certificate will arrive shortly. Once it does, whether you wish to verify its authenticity or seek a refund, we will comply. After delivering this lengthy statement, she raised her hand, asking everyone to wait while they arranged for refreshments and snacks. If our products indeed have issues, we will close the store immediately and provide 100-fold compensation. The previously restless crowd quieted instantaneously. It was not that they were enticed by the prospect of compensation. Who among them lacked financial means? They were primarily concerned about their reputations, genuinely worried that the establishment had employed non-compliant products. If their faces were truly ruined, no amount of compensation could ever restore them. Thus, seeing the manager's earnest assurance, they felt a sense of relief. After all, they had specifically cleared their schedules for this day and were not in a hurry. The manager glanced at the majority of guests who had already taken their seats, sighing heavily in relief. She then turned to the remaining guests. Ladies and gentlemen, the doctor will be arriving soon. Wouldn't you like to know the reason behind this guest's facial condition in order to avoid similar issues in the future? The others were persuaded. Other staff members kindly handed out masks. Here you go.
What do you mean by this?
Tian Lin exclaimed. Are you suggesting my sister is unattractive? What is there to hide? Concealment cannot shield you from your misdeeds. The person in charge furrowed her brow, gently patting the somewhat flustered receptionist. Miss Tian, you are one of our esteemed clients, and we sincerely apologize for this incident. She adopted a humble demeanor, fully aware of the significance of reputation among women. We are currently striving to find a resolution, she continued, glancing at a nearby staff member. Please proceed to Miss Tian's room and retrieve all the products she has recently used. Should any guests feel uneasy, they are welcome to accompany you. We have surveillance footage. Since the incident, no one has entered Miss Tian's room. Tian Chiyue abruptly lifted her head, her brow furrowed. Indeed, why had she rushed out without taking the used items? What if they had been swapped by someone else? Tian Lin tightened her grip on her bag. They speak so sweetly, but this is your store surveillance.
Who knows if you have tampered with it?
She pulled Tian Chiyue closer. Cousin, you must not be swayed by their deceit. There must be something amiss with this establishment. Soon they would claim they could not find the products you used. Just wait and see. Hearing this, the manager's smile faltered. Dear guest, this is our own store. How could anything possibly go missing? Tian Lin's voice was sharp, laced with disdain. Who knows? Perhaps you are simply feeling guilty. Xiaowan pulled Yan Xian to a nearby seat. Upon hearing Tian Lin's words, she shook her head. Tian Lin is beyond redemption. I cannot fathom why she is so devoted to Tian Chiyue. After all, who was unaware that Tian Chiyue often enjoyed tormenting her cousin. Yan Xian turned off the system, her voice low. Indeed, she is quite steadfast, rather single-minded. Xiaowan took a sip of the floral tea offered by the store, exhaling deeply before sighing. Right? One wonders what kind of enchantment Tian Chiyue has cast upon her. A singular obsession to bring her down. Yan Xian completed the thought. Ahem. A mouthful of tea lodged in Xiaowan's throat, causing her to cough violently. Who is trying to bring whom down? She set down her cup, linking her arm with Yan Xian's, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Come on and do you know some details? Do tell. Yan Xian raised her chin slightly. Oh, I suddenly feel parched. Instantly, a warm cup of floral tea appeared before her, accompanied by Xiaowan's obsequious smile. Miss, please enjoy your tea. I have much to share. Where should I begin? Yan Xian cleared her throat, glancing around before leaning closer to Xiaowan, lowering her voice. Let me tell you, Tian Chiyue's appearance has, in fact, been marred by Tian Lin. Xiaowan gasped. What? Are these two cousins not following the script where the older sister commands while the younger sister plays the pawn, but rather a plot where the seemingly naive younger sister intentionally undermines her unsuspecting older sister? Did you not notice? Yan Xian pointed out. Every time Tian Chiyue attempts to regain her composure, Tian Lin is right there, stoking the flames. Several times, she distinctly felt that the words of the person in charge were indeed reasonable. However, as soon as Tian Lin spoke, she would once again feel that the person in charge was merely dismissing her, which led to her frustration. Back and forth. Tian Chiyue's emotions were entirely manipulated by Tian Lin, causing her to lose her composure and erupt in anger. Xiaowan was astonished. Her mouth agape. It truly seems to be the case. No wonder she always found the timing of Tian Lin's remarks rather peculiar. Yet seeing Tian Lin's seemingly genuine concern for Tian Chiyue made her doubt her own perceptions. Oh my! Xiaowan was so thrilled that she nearly leapt up to run a couple of laps. Tian Lin was indeed a master of disguise. Were the rumors of Tian Chiyue bullying Tian Lin also fabricated? Yan Shi nodded. False. Although Tian Chiyue was aware of the rumors circulating outside, as the eldest daughter of the Tian family, she held her pride and believed that the truth of the matter should only be known within her family, deeming it unnecessary to explain to outsiders. The consequence of this attitude was that others perceived Tian Chiyue as spoiled and unreasonable, capable of bullying even her own cousin at will. In contrast, Tian Lin appeared magnanimous, enduring such treatment while staunchly defending Tian Chiyue. Even if her patience was to serve the family's interests, it still painted her as someone who understood the greater picture. The comparison between the two was stark, revealing how Tian Chiyue's reputation had been tarnished by Tianlin. Xia Wan lowered her voice, realizing that in such a complex familial relationship, there were always a few troublesome figures. If Tianlin genuinely cared for her sister, she ought to have taken her to the hospital immediately rather than wasting time here. Even if it turned out the fault lay with the wellness center, what if they missed the optimal treatment window? What if her face could never be restored? Xia Wan's reaction greatly satisfied Yan Yujin's desire to share juicy tidbits. She then spoke in a conspiratorial tone, but that's not all. Tianlin has done other things.
What?
What else has she done?
Do tell.
Xia Wan blinked in confusion. She hadn't spoken just now, had she?
Whose voice was that?
The atmosphere felt as though it had been muted, and the two slowly turned to meet another pair of excited eyes.
Oh dear.
Chapter 054. The test results are in. What is happening? Why is the conversation only half finished? Gu Zheng showed no awareness of the impropriety of eavesdropping, practically leaning her head between Yan Yujin and Xia Wan. She softened her tone, pleading with her close friends. I want to be able to sleep soundly tonight if I miss out on this juicy gossip. You just mentioned that Tian Chiyue's face was ruined by Tianlin. Could it be that she tampered with that product? Gu Zheng's guesses became more fervent, her eyes sparkling with excitement, like a hare leaping in a melon patch. Yan Yujin. Well, this friend of ours is quite the guesser. She's not far from the truth. However, even though Gu Zheng was part of their circle, they were not well acquainted, and she dared not speak directly.
Huh?
She chuckled nervously, turning her head away. Remember, this was your assertion, not mine. Yet, her ambiguous stance only fueled the imagination further. Gu Zheng and Xia Wan's thoughts had already soared to a scene where, after being expelled from the Tian family, Tianlin took advantage of her position to bully Tian Chiyue. Hiss, how malicious.
What?
Tian Chiyue rose abruptly, exclaiming, You say the product has vanished. Could it truly be that Tianlin was right? Tianlin instinctively straightened up, suppressing her erratic gaze. All eyes turned towards them, drawing in sharp breaths. The person in charge took a deep breath, visibly struggling to maintain composure. Have you searched thoroughly? On the table, on the floor, or elsewhere? Is it possible it was misplaced? The staff member shook their head, their expression grim.
No.
We searched everywhere and confirmed that it was indeed in the room after the project was completed. Tian Chiyue frowned. What do you mean by that?
Tianlin.
Like a volatile firecracker, snapped. Are you suggesting that we have hidden the item and deliberately disfigured our own faces to slander you? Tian Chiyue closed her eyes, her patience utterly depleted. I am truly fed up. I had hoped your earnestness would yield a valid response. She pulled out her bag, spilling its contents onto the table. Now, take a look and see if I have taken anything that belongs to you. They observed her, noting her guilty demeanor. Gu Zheng and Xia Wan exchanged whispers, speculating that perhaps it was Tianlin who had taken it. After all, how could she have guessed so accurately? Yan Xian hesitated, caught in a dilemma. This is not my assertion, she thought. Miss Tian, the doctor is on their way, the person in charge said, gathering the items that had been flung from her bag. The priority now is to ascertain the cause of your disfigurement. Other grievances can be addressed later. Given your stature, I must admit, it is rather unseemly for me to be under your thumb. The doctor has arrived. Xia Wan exclaimed, eyes wide with astonishment. Wow, this wellness center is quite extravagant. This doctor specializes in dermatology and is a renowned expert. It's surprising they were able to engage him. Tianlin's fingers trembled slightly, turning pale as an uncontainable wave of panic surged within her. She was well aware of the doctor's reputation and did not dare to offend or question him lightly. However, she knew all too well the state of Tian Chiyue's face, and the prospect of it being scrutinized filled her with dread. She shivered, casting a fierce glare at the person in charge. This is all your fault for repeatedly thwarting my plans. The doctor had begun the examination. Yet the other patrons were growing increasingly restless. I'm sorry, I want a refund. A woman stood up, her demeanor aggressive as she approached the front desk. Please expedite this. The receptionist wiped the sweat from her brow. Would you not like to wait a moment? The test results are not yet available. If it is indeed our fault, we can offer substantial compensation. The woman scoffed. I cannot continue to patronize a place that hides evidence when issues arise. No amount of compensation can restore my face. She rapped her fingers on the counter, impatience etched across her features. Hurry up with the refund. I do not wish to repeat myself. With the guests expressing such sentiments, the receptionist had no choice but to relent. In an effort to salvage some reputation, she expedited the refund process. The woman received the money and surveyed the people in the store, cautioning them, "Do not say I did not warn you. If there are indeed issues with their products, obtaining a refund will be quite difficult later. After all, if they can provide subpar items to customers, how much credibility can you expect from them?" Upon hearing her words, those who had been hesitating could no longer remain passive. A lengthy queue formed for refunds, leaving the staff in despair. To enhance efficiency, they decided to add another person to assist, and Yan Yujin strode into the wellness center, reiterating, "Customer satisfaction must come first."
Hearing this,
Another individual rushed to the front desk to help process the refunds. Yan Yujin turned to the woman who had incited the crowd to seek refunds, feigning surprise. "Mrs. Su. What a delightful surprise. Why didn't you announce your presence? Had you mentioned it sooner, I could have instructed the staff to be more attentive. After all, your visit to our establishment must signify that we possess some unique qualities, given that you left your own wellness center to come here." She smiled brightly, inquiring whether the staff had met with Mrs. Su's expectations. Su Yan, having had her identity unveiled, felt a twinge of discomfort. Yet, considering the current situation, her confidence surged. "Miss Yan, rather than exchanging barbs with me here, perhaps you should address the pressing matter at hand." Xiaowan's mouth fell open in disbelief. "This store cannot possibly belong to Yan Yujin, can it?" Disdain flickered in her eyes. If it were indeed hers, it would surely bring shame to the Yan family today. Yan Shian was equally astonished to discover that this establishment belonged to Yan Yujin. Upon checking the system, she quickly understood. It was indeed a joint venture with Mo Chen.
"Ah!"
Xiaowan exclaimed, looking at her in surprise. "What? Why is it Mo Chen again? By the way, I was aware of the events at that charity gala. I assumed their relationship was rather strained. I never imagined they would start collaborating." Joint ventures were common, especially among individuals like them who possess some assets. Leaving them idle was wasteful, so it was preferable to invest them for profit. In response to Su Yan's mockery, Yan Yujin remained unfazed. Then Mrs. Su. "Do wait and see." When the doctor finished examining Tian Chue, the front desk had finally processed all the refunds. Yan Yujin smiled, regardless. "We are grateful for the prior support shown to our wellness center." Very few recognized Yan Yujin's identity. Most customers, knowing her affiliation with the center, did not offer her a friendly disposition. Upon hearing her words, they snorted dismissively. With that, Yan Yujin looked towards the entrance. "Please bring the items in." The doctor set down the examination tools. "Miss Yan, the test results are ready." Those who had not yet left after receiving their refunds paused in their tracks. Chapter 055. Thankfully, I am not a man. A girl hurriedly entered, clutching a stack of items. Yan Yujin extended her hand to receive them. "Thank you for your efforts. Time is of the essence. I only managed to hastily print out a few copies of the certificates. I kindly ask everyone to bear with me as I distribute them." She handed the test certificates to the person in charge to share with the others. The doctor gazed at Tian Chue and said, "Madam, your condition undoubtedly confirms an allergy. Might I inquire if you are aware of any potential allergens?" Tian Chue touched her lower face, pondering for a long while before shaking her head. "I have never experienced an allergy throughout my life. This is the first time." The doctor's expression suddenly turned somewhat troubled. He glanced at Yan Yujin and spoke gently. "If we are to identify the medicinal ingredients in the product that might have caused this lady's allergy, it will require some time." Tianlin coldly raised an eyebrow and retorted, "And then? This matter will conclude with my sister's allergy, prolonged indefinitely until it fades away, correct? I initially thought your services were reliable, but it appears you are no different from those in scrupulous establishments." Yan Yujin's brows furrowed slightly. Clearly, this was not the most effective solution. The matter had dragged on too long, and she urgently needed to identify the culprit to salvage the waning reputation of the wellness center. There was only one course of action left. She looked across the crowd, locking eyes with Yan Xian. "Why is the female lead looking at me?" Yan Xian was perplexed but reminded herself to maintain her composure, staring back at her defiantly. Xiaowan followed closely, sharing her indignation. Gu Zhang was oblivious to the tangled emotions between the three. "Are you two merely engaging in a silent stare-down?" "Miss Yan, I kindly request an explanation." Tian Chue closed her eyes, thinking that even if she were in Yan Yujin's position, she would not easily relent. She deliberately obscured certain words. Yet those privy to the truth understood it was merely a reference to the Yan family's reputation. Yan Yujin offered a reassuring smile. "Miss Tian, do not fret. When I address this issue, I represent solely the wellness center. Continuing to prolong this situation serves no purpose. It merely tests everyone's patience. Surely, they would not suspect Tianlin, given her consistently impeccable image. Outsiders perceive her as someone deserving of sympathy, enduring bullying from her cousin for the sake of family interests, maintaining a composed faade even among her own kin. Little do they know that Tianlin has been envious of Tian Chu since childhood, deliberately adding pear juice to the product to induce her allergy. The item containing the pear juice is still in her bag. To protect privacy, the wellness center's private rooms are almost devoid of surveillance cameras, providing Tianlin with an opportunity. Seizing a moment when Tian Chu was distracted and there were no other witnesses, she added the pear juice to the product, ensuring to conceal the evidence within her bag afterward. Otherwise, should it be discovered, the trail would lead back to her, exposing her greatly. Is what you say to be taken as gospel? Tianlin muttered in dissatisfaction. My sister has stated she has never had an allergy. You all merely exchange words to pin the blame on her? Tianlin was prepared for Yan Yujin to retaliate, but instead, she was met with a gaze filled with astonishment, followed by something peculiar. A chill ran down her spine from the strange look directed at her. What is this odd expression? Xiaowan felt her mind was overwhelmed. Tian Chu has never had an allergy? How did Tianlin cause her allergy? Could it possibly be unrelated to Tianlin? Yan Yujin silently mused to herself. Of course, Tian Chu is unaware. In truth, it is due to her mother's allergy to pear juice, which has been inherited by her. However, since her mother is allergic, their household scarcely contains any pear-related foods. Leaving Tian Chu with no opportunity to develop an allergy, she is even oblivious to her mother's condition. Tianlin merely wished to experiment. She had inadvertently learned from her ancestors that Tian Chu's mother was allergic to pear juice, which prompted her to employ this method against Tian Chu, never anticipating it would actually work. Yan Yujin, why are you silent? Guzheng almost buried her head in Yan Yujin's embrace, pleading, please.
Oh.
You have quite a lot to offer. Yan Yujin responded, perplexed. Xiaowan, with an impassive expression, lifted her up, commanding, sit properly.
Meanwhile,
Yan Yujin's gaze towards Tianlin grew increasingly enigmatic. Miss Tian, she said, eyeing Tian Chu, may I have a word in private? Upon hearing this, those still awaiting the truth visibly expressed their disappointment. Familiar with the routine of discussing compensation behind closed doors, they had anticipated a genuine twist in the tale. Tian Chu fixed her gaze upon her. If it pertains to compensation, then it is of no concern. No, Yan Yujin's eyes lingered meaningfully on Tianlin. It pertains to your allergy, and I have some insights. A heavy jolt of anxiety struck Tianlin. Impossible. How could she possibly be discovered? Unless Yan Yujin possessed extraordinary sight, there was no way she could know what lay in her bag. She must be attempting to deceive her. Sister, you cannot go in with her, Tianlin urged, pressing Tian Chu back into her seat, her eyes filled with concern. If she applies pressure, are you certain you won't relent? Tian Chu hesitated. To be frank, she might, for if the Yan family truly sought to target them, the Tian family would not last a week. I have stated that I am handling this matter solely because I am the head of this wellness center. Yan Yujin asserted, taking a step back. Since Miss Tianlin does not wish for this opportunity, I shall proceed. With a wave of her hand, she signaled to security, detain her. The tainted product is in her bag. She wished to grant Tianlin a modicum of dignity, yet her counterpart seemed disinclined, persistently casting blame on her wellness center. One thing Yan Yujin would never do in her lifetime is repay kindness with malice. Tian Chu was taken aback. What are you doing? Tianlin clutched her bag tightly, and the moment security approached, she bolted. Her reflexes were swift, and security dared not act too forcefully. For a time, they were unable to apprehend her. As she was about to pass by, Xiaowan turned her head to the left, casually extending her foot to the right. With such a trip, Tianlin stumbled and fell to the ground. Gasps erupted around her. Tianlin closed her eyes, thinking she would soon hit the ground, yet someone grasped her, allowing her to steady herself. It's all right, a gentle voice reassured her. How could I let you fall? Now, open your eyes and face reality. Tianlin abruptly opened her eyes, her pupils widening in shock, as if she had glimpsed a demon. Yan Yujin. With a swift motion, Yan Xian yanked her bag and tossed it in the direction of the security guard. Here, as your bag. Tianlin forcefully shoved Yan Xian aside, eager to snatch the bag back. Caught off guard, Yan Xian collided painfully with a nearby chair, gasping in discomfort.
Huh?
Xiaowan's expression shifted as she noticed the incident. Where did you hit? We need to get to the hospital immediately. Yan Xian let out a heavy sigh. There's no need for a hospital. That was close. Fortunately. I'm not a man. Xia Wan looked perplexed. Gu Zheng was taken aback. Chapter 056. I gave you a chance. Gu Zheng in a daze spoke up, wait. Yan Xian, have you been secretly practicing? Just moments ago, she had been sitting right in front of her, but the instant Yan Yujin spoke, it seemed Yan Xian became acutely aware, swiftly pushing herself off the sofa and leaping across 2 rows to support the nearly fallen Tianlin beside Xia Wan. Girls should learn some self-defense, Yan Xian remarked, dismissively waving her hand. Xia Wan helped Yan Xian sit down, gritting her teeth. She should have fallen to the ground to learn her lesson. No way, Yan Xian replied earnestly. What if she decides to extort my sister later? Xia Wan opened her mouth, conceding that Tianlin was indeed capable of such antics. Meanwhile, Tianlin was unsuccessful in reclaiming her bag. Yan Yujin, she shrieked, her voice laced with venom. You will go to any lengths to slander us. She threatened, what will you do if you open my bag and find it empty? Not just you, but your family's reputation will be at stake. At this moment, restrained by the security guards, she struggled to advance. Resorting to threats in hopes of deterring Yan Yujin from inspecting her bag, Tian Chue finally regained her composure from the shock, pointing at the security guards with a furious expression. Release my sister. Do you believe I can ensure you never work here again? Yan Yujin, do not overstep your bounds. Let Linlin go now, and I will pretend this never happened. Tian Chue's grip on her clothing tightened, turning her knuckles white. She instinctively disregarded the oddity of Tianlin's sudden escape, as her first instinct would surely have been to flee if someone were after her. Yan Yujin leisurely donned a pair of disposable gloves. Tianlin, the one thing I fear least in this life is threats.
Huh?
Threats? You certainly aren't afraid. Tianlin's expression twisted with rage, her eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. You're just a pitiful creature brought back from some forsaken corner. What do you know? Yan Yujin retorted. You've never seen the wealth of the Yan family. Are you envious? That is not yours. You should remain in that hopeless mountain village for the rest of your life and marry those. A resounding slap echoed through the air, violently twisting Tianlin's face to the side. Yan Xian expressionlessly withdrew her hand and returned to her seat. Ah, that felt good. I've disliked her for ages. But that slap truly stung, Xia Wan said, cradling Yan Xian's hand with concern. Why didn't you say something? I would have given you a few more slaps. Yan Xian replied, you have a rather clear understanding of your subordinate status. Yan Yujin glared at Xia Wan's actions, her displeasure evident as she furrowed her brow before nonchalantly averting her gaze. Rather than engaging in her grandiose rhetoric here, she retrieved a small vial from Tianlin's bag and remarked, you ought to contemplate your future instead. Deliberately harming her cousin and attempting to sully our product by adding foreign substances. Tianlin, how many years do you intend to squander in prison? As Tian Chuyu froze in place, struck as if by lightning, she beheld the jar that Tianlin had pulled from her bag. The staff had specifically showcased this product to her. It bore an uncanny resemblance to what lay before her. Sister. Tianlin, heedless of her swelling cheeks, implored. She is slandering me. They placed that in my bag, when I wasn't looking. You must believe me. Yan Yujin placed the item into the hands of the supervisor, stating, Miss Tian, if my memory serves me correctly, your mother is allergic to pear juice, thus this product must contain it as well. Should you doubt this, feel free to call for verification, and we shall submit this item to the relevant testing agency to ascertain if pear juice has been artificially added. A wave of indescribable panic surged within Tianlin, causing her scalp to tingle. Furthermore, Yan Yujin's gaze fell upon Tianlin, asserting, the small pouch containing pear juice should still be with you. Tianlin, this is a case of both motive and evidence. She approached Tianlin steadily, a slight smirk playing on her lips as she lowered her voice. I had afforded you an opportunity. Originally intending to discuss the matter privately with Tian Chuyu, Tianlin had obstructed their efforts. A chill coursed from Tian Chuyu's feet to her brain, her teeth chattering as she struggled to regain her composure. After what felt like an eternity, she shakily retrieved her phone and dialed her mother's number. Tianlin's voice pierced the air, sister. Yan Yujin is deceiving you. The call connected swiftly, and Tian Chuyu regained her voice. Mother, may I ask you something? Are you allergic to pear juice? How did you know? The woman on the other end expressed mild confusion. I am indeed allergic to pear juice, though not severely. If I come into contact with it, I won't itch. But I do develop dark lumps that fade after a while. As the call commenced, Tianlin's mouth was covered by a security guard. and the lobby fell into a hush. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard, interrupted only by Mrs. Tian's gentle voice. It was all true. The most unwelcome revelation had been confirmed. Trembling, Tian Chuyu ended the call and slowly approached Tianlin.
Why?
She asked, each word deliberate. In what way have I wronged you? Perhaps realizing the futility of her situation, Tianlin's eyes brimmed with madness and astonishing jealousy, instilling fear in all who beheld her. It was evident to anyone that she was the architect of this debacle. Yet, she remained voiceless, for her mouth was still obstructed. Miss Tian. This is hardly the venue for discourse, Yan Yujin remarked, placing a doctor's medication into her hand. A girl must take care to protect her visage. Tian Chu, you was jolted back to reality. The cousins' rivalry had devolved into a family disgrace. Although the truth needed to be uncovered, now was not the time. Exhausted, she reached out to accept the medication, her voice choked with emotion. Thank you. Soon, the Tian family's bodyguards arrived from the parking lot, taking over the task of restraining Tianlin. An incident that threatened the reputation of the wellness center concluded with a fierce rivalry between sisters. The onlookers, thoroughly entertained, breathed a sigh of relief. The products they used were impeccable, and their collaboration with a trusted dermatological expert provided an undeniable sense of security. Moreover, it appeared that this individual named Yan Yujin had some ties to the Yan family. A woman, gritting her teeth, approached the counter and placed her membership card on the table, requesting, "Please charge me 1,000,000 in one go." As she uttered those words, her heart ached to the point of near suffocation. As others regained their composure, they rushed towards the counter. Those renewing their memberships and those signing up far outnumbered those seeking refunds. Madam Su, Yan Yujin smiled politely. Are you satisfied with what you see? Su Yan was on the verge of fainting from anger. Very well, she seethed through clenched teeth. Let us see how long you can maintain this arrogance. With that, she flung her hand dismissively and stormed out of the sleep therapy session. TSK, Xiaowan shook her head. That woman ISN, T cut out for the circle. Su Yan clearly struggled to fit in, yet the fact that the other party didn't even recognize Yan Shian was astonishing. The anti-fraud promotional video was still prominently displayed on the official account. Why aren't we being offered membership cards? Someone shouted indignantly. Yan Shian and her companions turned simultaneously towards the front desk. Chapter 057. Give me the card, and the shares too. I'm sorry, but the store has regulations. Once misunderstandings are resolved, the receptionist straightened her posture, exuding confidence. Those who have withdrawn their membership cannot rejoin. As she spoke, she picked up a membership card and turned it over to display it to the crowd. At the bottom of the card, in bold black font, a rule was clearly stated. This establishment does not accept reapplications for membership. It's not personal. It has been clearly outlined. The initial instigator fell silent. ISN, this policy rather inhumane? She retorted. Our staff should have informed everyone of this during the refund process. The manager smiled. This rule is also for the benefit of our guests. After all, refunds typically occur due to dissatisfaction with our services, and to prevent such situations from occurring, we prefer guests to seek services elsewhere. The individual who had previously been the most vocal about refunds now realized that, seeing the establishment thriving, she wished to return. Yet they were reluctant to accommodate her. The sleep therapy was membership-based, and without a membership card, one could not avail themselves of the services. Her expression shifted, fury evident as she turned on her heel and declared, "If you want to let me rejoin, then so be it. Who cares about spending here?" Yan Yujin approached the woman who initially sought to renew her membership, extending a card towards her. "Thank you for your support of sleep therapy. This is your special membership card." The manager watched with envy. "This card has only been given to you. With it, you will enjoy a 20% discount on future purchases, and you will be prioritized for new product trials." Really? The woman joyfully accepted the card, her eyes sparkling. Oh my, how generous! Though she feigned modesty, her hand swiftly tucked the card into her pocket for safekeeping. Others looked on with envy. How can one obtain that card? The membership card will be distributed based on circumstances, the person in charge patiently explained, stating that generally, only those who are particularly supportive of our sleep therapy will receive it. The others, upon hearing this, could only temporarily set aside their thoughts, feeling a twinge of envy. However, once they later learned of the card's true value, they lamented, striking their chests in frustration, regretting not having mustered the courage to approach the woman for the card earlier that day. As the commotion subsided, the others dispersed contentedly. Yan Yujin approached Yan Shian, her eyes curving into a smile. "Why didn't you inform me in advance that you were coming?" From now on, anyone you bring will be free of charge. Xiaowan retorted with a hint of sarcasm. Oh, how insincere. Just as she was about to utter the kind words that lingered on her lips, she felt a pinch at her waist. Haha, Yan Xian chuckled awkwardly. Wang Quan, it's a delight to have you join me for a holiday outing. Her eyes darted around. Noticing there were no other people nearby, she straightened her back and declared, since you've said that, I shall not be modest. That super membership card you mentioned, perhaps you could generously provide me with 6 or 7 of them. After all, you're part of the Yan family. Surely you wouldn't be so stingy? The person in charge was taken aback by Yan Xian's audacity. Hee, this card will be invaluable later on, if we don't seize it now. It may be unattainable in the future. 1 for me, 1 for Wang Quan, and 1 each for my parents would be perfect. Never mind whether you can give it or not. The main thing is that my character is well established. After so many days, it's time to complete some tasks. At this moment, the small system chimed in. Please ask the female lead for shares in the sleep therapy. Yan Xian perked up, her spirits soaring, and impatiently interjected. Oh right, I see your sleep therapy is quite profitable. Can I invest at 0 cost? The system will issue tasks. And I must ensure that my shameless remarks do not infuriate the female lead to the point of fury. Otherwise, it would be miraculous if she were to grant me anything. The person in charge was left baffled, multiple question marks appearing above their head. Realizing that their astonishment had come prematurely, Xiaowan quickly followed up. Indeed, Yan Yujin. It is because Yan Xian holds you in high regard that she is making this request. Do not be so ungrateful. Be sensible and grant her the investment, allowing her to become a shareholder. Gu Zheng quietly observed this scene from her chair, exhilarated to the point of nearly fainting. From the earlier incident with Tianlin, it was evident that Yan Yujin was resolute and decisive, showing 0 tolerance towards any infringement of her rights. Yan Xian's words were akin to dancing on her last nerve. Having read an abundance of novels online filled with tales of false riches, could she finally witness a real-life rendition? The person in charge, exasperated, glared with fiery eyes. You must not go too far. Everyone was left stunned. Who was speaking just now? The person in charge incredulously turned to Yan Yujin. Was that you speaking just now? It was indeed me, Yan Yujin replied calmly, and I said it is acceptable. Yan Xian, somewhat taken aback, asked, what is acceptable? Everything is acceptable. Yan Yujin replied without the slightest hint of impatience, whether it be the membership card or the shares. All is agreeable. Yan Xian remarked, I've always said that no worker is ever mentally stable. Look, another has lost it. Gu Zheng resolved to discard all those novels upon her return, as they utterly failed to reflect reality. Now go and fetch 7 cards. Yan Yujin spoke, asserting that even if the person in charge remained incomprehensible, obedience was imperative. Xiaowan nodded at Yan Xian. Your sister indeed exhibits greater understanding. Yan Xian replied, you truly possess a sense of humor. Jiang Fong strode into the wellness center, brandishing the contract in his hand. The group relocated to a different area for discussion. In the reception room, Yan Xian gazed at the sleep therapy equity document handed to her by Jiang Fong, rubbing her eyes. Damn little system, come out. Has the female protagonist's essence been swapped by you? In response to the unexpected turn of events, the little system opted for silence, choosing to remain unresponsive. The corner of Yan Yujin's mouth twitched. There are conditions.
What?
Xiaowan abruptly rose from the sofa, exclaiming, Yan Yujin, we regard you highly. Yan Xian swiftly covered Xiaowan's mouth, deeply feeling that her portrayal of the vicious female supporting character was overshadowed by Xiaowan's more dedicated performance. Dedicate 2 days each month to assist me with the contracts. Yan Yujin raised 2 fingers, and the profit remains at 3. How does that sound? What 3? Xiaowan appeared bewildered, while Yan Xian quickly seized a pen and inscribed her name on the sleep therapy document. Deal. She raised her chin slightly. At least you comprehend some matters. Now, it was Xiaowan who found herself perplexed. What sort of condition was this? After a prolonged moment of contemplation, she suddenly comprehended. Her gaze towards Yan Yujin filled with sympathy. Alas, Yan Yujin has endured hardship in the past. Perhaps her relationship with her adoptive parents was fraught, leaving her yearning for familial affection. Look, she could have simply asked Anan to accompany her directly instead of resorting to gifts and shares. Xiaowan sighed. Well, you're also a pitiable soul. I shall target you less in the future. Yan Yujin thought. What has this person conjured up? The little system interjected. Please, host. Report to Yan Zheng about today's incident, emphasizing the female protagonist's extreme rudeness and ruthlessness towards Tianlin. Chapter 058. She is indeed quite greedy. It should not have issued 2 tasks in succession, for it is a system of fate. However, Yan Yujin's series of reactions, which diverged from the plot, shattered its heart. It refused to believe that the storyline could collapse again and again. After signing the contract, Yan Yujin and Zhang Fong intended to leave when Yan Xian shouted, "Halt. None of you are permitted to move." The two paused in their tracks. Seizing the moment, Yan Xian hastily retrieved her phone and dialed Yan Zheng's number, only to hear, "Sorry, the number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later." Immediately thereafter, a sweet female voice translated the message into flawless English. Yan Xian. Before making the call, she had envisioned possible scenarios, yet she had never anticipated that Yan Zheng's line would be unreachable. The confusion lay with Yan Yujin and the others, leaving only a profound silence and awkwardness between her and the system. The little system checked and discovered that Yan Zheng was currently engaged in an important meeting, rendering any contact impossible. It remained silent, continuing to feign death. Indifferent to Yan Xian's calls. "This is not my fault. If you ignore me, I shall assume my task is complete." The small system let out a muffled sound. Upon raising her head, she noticed Yan Yujin and Zhang Fong were still observing her. Yan Xian withdrew her phone, stating, "Now we can move." Yan Yujin said nothing, leading the others away and leaving the space for Yan Xian and Xiaowan. And then, Xiaowan gave her a thumbs up. "It's all thanks to you." Yan Xian pressed a membership card into her hand. "Make sure to keep this safe. It's truly a treasure. She's wonderful for always sharing good fortune with her friends." Xiaowan accepted the card, nodding knowingly. "You can rest assured, I understand." Although she was quite displeased with Yan Yujin, she acknowledged that as a member of the Yan family, her first venture into business deserved some attention and care. Linking arms, the two warmly went to change clothes before rushing toward the activities arranged for them by Yan Yujin. Meanwhile, after Yan Yujin and her companion exited the room, they did not leave immediately. They switched to another room where freshly brewed tea awaited, filling the air with its fragrant aroma. "Miss Yan has quite the flair," Gu Su remarked as he entered, guided by the staff. "Wui Mountain de Hong Pao, exquisite taste." Yan Yujin rose, gesturing graciously, when collaborating with General Manager Gu. "One must demonstrate sincerity. I do apologize, General Manager, for discussing business in this modest office." Gu Su settled onto the sofa, sitting upright. "There is no question of being put out. My willingness to engage in business is what matters." He slightly tilted his head. "Please wait for me outside." Yan Yujin cast a knowing glance at Zhang Fong. The others promptly exited, leaving Yan Yujin and Gu Su seated across from each other. A pair of contracts laid out on the table before them. Today's schedule had been overwhelmingly packed. Yan Yuan had hardly paused for breath.
And only now could he take a moment to rest.
After consuming copious amounts of water, he confirmed the location of the restroom and turned to another floor. Just as he entered the restroom, he heard a familiar voice echoing in the corridor. After concluding a meeting, Yan Zheng noticed Yan Xian's call and promptly returned it. "What's the matter?" he inquired. With Yan Yujin currently absent and the task cancelled, Yan Xian considered for a moment and recounted the day's events truthfully. Yan Yujin's business acumen was bound to reveal itself. By informing Yan Zheng, he might pay closer attention to her and recognize her potential sooner. Yan Zheng narrowed his eyes, understood. If she possesses a talent for business, let her pursue it freely. Rather than having her depend on a husband for her future happiness, he preferred that the daughters of the Yan family stand on their own. After ending the call, he dialed his assistant. "There's a company we should consider reaching out to. I'm always apprehensive around Uncle Yan." Xiaowan shook her head. "You actually dared to report her? You're quite the brave one." Yan Xian responded. "I was merely stating facts. How did you perceive that as a complaint?" Xiaowan nodded. It was indeed a statement of truth, but regarding Tianlin, I must say, Yan Yujin's handling was excessively arrogant. Wouldn't Uncle Yan hold that against her? "I doubt it." Yan Xian scratched her head. "My dad actually appreciates it when our family members pursue their careers." She mentioned that the reason behind the matter was merely to give Yan Zheng a heads up. Otherwise, what would happen if the Tian family decided to lodge a complaint? However, she wasn't overly concerned, for their family remained united in such affairs. Yan Yuan emerged from the restroom, gazing thoughtfully at Yan Xian's departing silhouette. He remarked that the relationship between the two sisters of the Yan family was rather strained, suggesting that the previous events might have been orchestrated by them. In the reception room, Yan Yujin and Gu Su had reached a consensus regarding their collaboration. As she lifted her hand to sign the contract, Gu Su seemingly nonchalantly remarked, "Miss Yan, Your sister appears to be quite an intriguing person. His tone carried a subtle curiosity, which Yan Yujin instantly discerned. The polite smile that had graced her face moments ago vanished in an instant. She snatched the contract from Gu Su's hand and filled his teacup to the brim, stating, "You are mistaken." Gu Su chuckled at the overflowing tea, amused. "Is it not permissible to merely mention it?" "Not at all." Yan Yujin replied with a smile that did not reach her eyes. "Mr. Gu, we can discuss the collaboration, but nothing beyond that." Gu Su sighed in disappointment. Both parties were astute individuals, his intentions were evident, and Yan Yujin had likely begun to speculate. However, given his average rapport with Yan Shian, any overt approach would undoubtedly draw the scrutiny of the male members of the Yan family. He needed to navigate this through Yan Yujin. "I am rather intrigued by what I've heard. I am willing to make concessions if Miss Yan could assist me in securing some opportunities to communicate with her. The previous project is negotiable." Yan Yujin was about to refuse but hesitated, contemplating the allure of that project. Yet, her primary concern lay elsewhere. Twirling her fingers, she recalled Yan Xian's avaricious demeanor and nodded. "I can attempt to assist you, but what can you offer her in return? Dealing with astute individuals is indeed a pleasure." Gu Su leaned slightly forward. "I can offer anything. I fear only that she may not be greedy enough." Yan Yujin replied, "Oh, she is indeed quite greedy." The woman who first obtained the membership card was surnamed Su, named Su Xinqi. She was the very first to express her intent to renew her membership for 1 million after the misunderstanding was resolved. Her decision stemmed from two primary reasons. Firstly, the establishment proved effective, and she had discreetly conducted a skin condition assessment, which confirmed that her skin was indeed improving. Secondly, she recognized Yan Xian and Yan Yujin and had gleaned some information from the conversations of the Tian sisters. When that incredulous thought surged in her mind, she could no longer suppress it. She directly plunged into the investment of 1 million, harboring the intention of fostering a favorable relationship with the Yan family. If she had erred in her assumptions, it mattered little. She would undoubtedly frequent the establishment in the future, treating it as a prepayment. Yet, having spent such a considerable sum recently, she would need to explain her intentions to her husband. There should be no secrets between them. She had to articulate her thoughts. Surely, her husband would not reproach her for this decision, would he? Su Xinqi felt a twinge of guilt after her pampering session and, as she pondered how to confess, her phone rang. She inadvertently tapped the screen, and in an instant, her husband's slightly hurried voice came through the phone. "Did you spend 1 million today at the sleep therapy?" Su Xinqi's heart skipped a beat. Chapter 059. I understand. Su Xinqi hesitated before speaking. "It's like this. Please listen to me." However, her husband appeared to be lacking in patience and was not inclined to let her finish. "Just tell me, yes or no," he interrupted. Through the receiver, Su Xinqi could sense his urgency. "It was me," she said, her nose tinged with a bittersweet sensation. Choking on her words, "I charged 1 million at the sleep therapy." The husband, who had just been serious, suddenly burst into laughter. "Good, splendid. I'll transfer you 5 million. Spend it as you wish. Buy whatever you desire," he said softly. "I know you've wanted to go out for a while, but felt hesitant to ask since I've been busy. I promise, next week I will take you and the kids out for some fun." Su Xinqi was both astonished and elated. "Really? When have I ever deceived you?" He chuckled. "I won't disturb your excitement any longer. I must return to work." After hanging up, he felt increasingly delighted and waved his hand decisively. Double the bonuses for all project leaders. Heaven knows how anxious he felt when he received a call from the Yen group just moments ago. They mentioned that his wife had been taking care of the Yen family's business and had a keen eye, so they decided to explore potential collaboration. Upon hearing this, he was utterly bewildered, fearing that the Yen group had mistaken identities. It was only when Su Xinqi confirmed to herself that the heavy stone in his heart finally lifted. Although this project might not yield substantial profits, the opportunity to connect with the Yen group was far more significant than the project itself. After discussing the collaboration, Gu Su and Yan Yuan left the sleep therapy. In the car, Yan Yuan pondered before speaking. "I encountered Miss Yan Xian at the sleep therapy today." Gu Su suddenly opened his eyes wide, a rare display of shock, vexation, and regret gracing his usually stoic face. Yan Yuan shook his head, convinced he must have been mistaken. Even when faced with a dozen obstinate company heads, his boss had never exhibited such a complex range of emotions. He continued, "I learned that the two young ladies from the Tian family encountered some unfortunate events at the sleep therapy today." Reiterating the events, Yan Yuan added, I overheard her reporting to her father, attempting to tarnish Miss Yan's reputation, aiming to persuade Mr. Yan that Miss Yan is a ruthless person. Gu Su raised an eyebrow. Isn't that the truth? Does Mr. Yan truly lack the discernment to see through this? That's not the point. Yan Yuan felt as if his boss's essence had been replaced. Previous investigations indicated a rift between the two young ladies of the Yan family, including feedback from the event. Moreover, I discovered that before returning to the Yan family, Yan Shian had been tirelessly maligning her in front of the Yan family members, resulting in a negative impression of her even before she returned. Yan Yuan's expression was earnest. They are deliberately putting on a facade. There may be a significant conspiracy at play, and we need to be vigilant. Gu Su waved his hand dismissively. Let us set this matter aside for now. I must inquire about your encounter with Yan Shian during your sleep therapy. Why did you not inform me? Do you have any idea how much I have sacrificed just to meet her? Yan Yujin had extorted a considerable sum from him, agreeing only to relay a message to Yan Shian. Yet, his own assistant had just crossed paths with Yan Shian. It felt akin to striking a weight only to have it rebound painfully, as if a spring had been hidden behind it. Yan Yuan's heart jolted, and he exclaimed incredulously, "Is she truly that important to you?" "Indeed," Gu Su replied, gazing out the window, already contemplating how to harness Yan Xian's sentiments. It was far more significant than you could possibly imagine. Yan Yuan's pupils widened in shock. After a prolonged silence, he managed to regain his voice, trembling as he asked, "Are you serious?" His employer and Yan Xian had merely met once at the company's entrance, and the encounter had been brief, with Yan Xian attempting to disrupt Gu Su's timely attendance at a meeting. And yet, in that fleeting moment, had he truly fallen for her? Gu Su frowned slightly, casting a casual glance at Yan Yuan, his tone indifferent. "If your mind has wandered astray, perhaps you should find a way to retrieve it. What purpose does it serve to ask me such foolish questions?" Yan Yuan quickly bowed his head, acknowledging, "It is my oversight. Should I encounter Miss Yan or anything pertaining to her in the future, I will report to you immediately." The reference shifted from Yan Xian to Miss Yan. Nevertheless, he was merely a worker. He would act according to his employer's sentiments. The boss's attitude dictated his own. After concluding his meeting with Xia Wanmei, Yan Xian returned home and took the opportunity to distribute all the membership cards she possessed. Following dinner, Yan Yujin led Yan Xian to a secluded corridor. "There is something I wish to consult you about," Yan Yujin began cautiously. "Gu Su wishes to meet you. Would you be amenable to that?" She suspected that Gu Su could likely perceive Yan Xian's innermost thoughts, yet she dared not voice it, nor did she understand how Gu Su could hear them. This matter exceeded her comprehension, and she was uncertain whether it was beneficial, so she chose to leave the decision in Yan Xian's hands.
Huh?
"Who?" Yan Xian questioned, doubting her hearing. "Which Gu Su?" "The president of Gu Corporation, Gu Su. The one you embarrassed in front of your car by throwing a human-shaped cotton doll at," Yan Yujin explained succinctly. Yan Xian's eyes widened in astonishment.
How do you know about that?
Oh, right, it was strange that she wouldn't know. Given their relationship, it was not surprising that the female lead was aware of everything. Yan Yujin replied, "What relationship? But why would he seek me out? That incident was long past. It had been quite some time. Surely he wouldn't be so petty." Yan Xian, perplexed, shifted her gaze back to Yan Yujin, her mind racing as she wore a bewildered smile. "Oh, I see. Judging by the current progression, their relationship should still be that of mere partners. Yet, this is solely one-sided. In reality, Gu Su has already fallen head over heels for the female lead. Though he appears calm, he is infatuated, fervent, and utterly devoted." Yan Yujin responded with confusion. "Who? Who is devoted to whom?" Yan Xian suddenly understood. Perhaps he is trying to gather information about the female lead's interests and hobbies. Given my good rapport with her. Let me recall what the female lead likes.
Ah?
The female lead enjoys. Yan Yujin abruptly raised her voice. "Anan?" The tone was both embarrassed and angry, completely devoid of her usual calm demeanor. Yan Xian was taken aback. "He is doing this for you. It has nothing to do with me." Yan Yujin forced a smile, urging, "Do not disclose anything related to me to him. Please, do not expose her secrets, truly." A fleeting look of confusion crossed Yan Xian's eyes, quickly replaced by an expression of understanding that left Yan Yujin feeling anxious.
No.
What has she comprehended now? Chapter 060. Can you earn a bit more for the company? Is the female lead playing hard to get? On the surface, she forbids me from mentioning her in front of Gu Su, yet she seems to be expressing her jealousy through this rather emphatic manner. Yan Xian nodded. Yes, I understand everything. No, Yan Yujin responded weakly. You do not understand at all. Have I underestimated your comprehension skills? Rest assured. I will certainly relay everything the male lead inquires about, in meticulous detail, transforming him into your devoted companion, and I shall become a significant support in your romantic journey. Yan Yujin was utterly stunned by this statement. Who? Gu Su is the male lead? Their love story? This revelation occupied every corner of Yan Yujin's mind, to the extent that she didn't even notice when Yan Shian took Gu Su's business card from her hand. Suddenly regaining her senses, she gazed at the empty corridor, her mind still foggy, and her reaction sluggish. Wait, had she forgotten something? Had she informed N and that Gu Su would express his gratitude? Yet, she was overthinking it. Mature individuals earn their own living. Yan Xian quickly got in touch with Gu Su. Miss Yan, Gu Su mused. Yan Yujin seems to be quite swift. Has Miss Yan already conveyed everything to you? Yan Xian replied. Yes, it's all been discussed. You merely wish to meet with me. Yet couldn't you have simply asked me directly instead of insisting on a face-to-face conversation? Gu Su seized upon the key phrase. Such matters? Did Miss Yan reveal anything to you? Not exactly, Yan Xian denied, but I deduced it. It's merely that the male and female leads are awkwardly tiptoeing around their feelings, unwilling to express their affections. Youngsters, let me assist them in this endeavor. You figured it out? Gu Su expressed mild surprise. He had assumed Yan Xian was unaware that they could hear her innermost thoughts. Judging by Yan Yujin's expression earlier today, it seemed he was correct. Was there some detail he had overlooked? Subconsciously, he twirled his fingers and slowly began to speak. Miss Yan's astuteness exceeds my expectations. So, when would it be convenient for us to meet? Any time works for me, Yan Xian casually replied, as I am currently on paid leave and quite free. Gu Su gazed at his reflection in the mirror, noting that it was already 7:30 in the evening and he hadn't eaten, yet was still diligently working. Why suddenly did he feel so irritable? However, Yan Xian lowered her voice abruptly, indicating that if she wished to extract information from me, there would be a price to pay. With the male protagonist's immense wealth, surely I could extort a handsome sum. While she would undoubtedly refrain from divulging any private information, a mere hint regarding the female protagonist's preferences could yield a substantial profit. Very well, Gu Su declared, shutting his laptop. Under Yan Xian's astonished gaze, he resolved to conclude his workday, confident that the terms I proposed would certainly satisfy Miss Yan. Truly, the male protagonist would do anything for the female protagonist. All right then, Yan Xian replied with a beaming smile. I trust you. When and at what time? Tomorrow morning at 9. I shall await Miss Yan's arrival at the Gu Corporation building. 9? Could we possibly push it back a bit?
Gu Su hestita momentia.
Does Miss Yan have other plans? Plans? Yan Xian's voice, laced with astonishment, pierced through to Gu Su's ears. At such an early hour, what plans could I possibly have? Unlike you unfortunate workers, I intend to sleep. Taking a deep breath, Gu Su quickened his pace to leave work, deciding to treat himself to a vacation once these matters concluded. Then let it be 4 o'clock in the afternoon. We shall not miss each other. The following day, after awakening naturally, Yan Xian relished a delightful breakfast prepared by her butler, then strolled leisurely with Xia Wan before arriving at the base of the Gu Corporation. Yan Xian was greeted by Yan Yuan, who had received prior notice and was waiting at the front desk, drawing curious glances from others. Who is this esteemed individual? Allowing Assistant Yan to wait here for so long? Some onlookers wished to remain discreetly to catch a glimpse, but a single glance from Yan Yuan sent them scattering in fright. Assistant Yan? Yan Xian hesitated to speak. Gu Su had mentioned someone would be there to receive her. Yet she hadn't anticipated that he would dispatch his capable assistant. Such respect was truly commendable. Yan Xian mused that Gu Su genuinely cared about Yan Yujin's affairs. Miss Yan, Yan Yuan nodded slightly, stepping aside to gesture her in. This way, please. I've been awaiting your arrival for quite some time. On the 18th floor of the Gu Corporation building, the expansive conference room was enveloped in silence, with no one daring to utter a word. Gu Su sat at the head of the table, casually perusing the documents in hand, his demeanor indifferent, yet exuding a significant air of authority. The only sound that filled the room was the rustling of paper. As time passed, beads of cold sweat began to form on the backs of some attendees. What troubles you, Director Cui? Gu Su inquired, observing someone reaching for their brow. Are you feeling unwell? The summoned Director Cui stiffened, forcing a strained smile.
No.
I merely find the conference room rather stuffy. If he dared to claim discomfort, Gu Su would not hesitate to remove him from his position. under the pretense of allowing him to rest while shifting the burdens of work to others. He certainly could not afford to feel unwell. Impatience began to brew among the attendees. Gu-su, you rearranged the meeting for this afternoon, disrupting our plans, and now that it has concluded, you refuse to let us leave. What is the matter? Soon. Gu-su replied at a measured pace, offering a considerate reminder. Director Lin, only the young grow restless. At your age, you ought to refrain from indulging in youthful antics. Director Lin's face flushed with indignation. The others. Pray tell. What have you done to provoke him? Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, a sudden knock resonated at the conference room door. Yan Yuan stepped inside. Gu-su and Director Lin exchanged sardonic remarks. Did you summon us all here merely to await Yan Yuan's arrival? How grand of you. Please take your seat. Gu-su interjected, his impatience palpable. What if the meeting is dismissed? Can you generate additional revenue for the company? Director Lin responded with a scoff. Upon entering the conference room, Yan Yuan did not immediately close the door. The assembly watched, eyes widening, as a figure followed closely behind.
Gu-su.
Director Lin seemed to have seized upon a weakness, his excitement evident. This is an internal meeting. Why allow outsiders to intrude? Are we not worthy of your consideration? As Yan Yujin entered the room, she was met with a cacophony of shouts. Sporting sunglasses. Director Lin failed to recognize her at first, continuing his snide remarks. Youngster. One must learn to exercise discretion. Not every Tom, Dick, and Harry deserves entry into Gu's affairs.
Who dares to insult me?
Yan Yujin retorted lazily. What good would it do to point at me? If you possess courage, direct your ire at Gu-su, then I might respect your audacity. The assembly murmured amongst themselves.
Who is this?
Each one more audacious than the last. Are we to live in fear? Yan Yujin glared at Director Lin. Dare to insult me? Show me your blunders. If you will. The familiar inner voice resurfaced, causing Gu-su to pause momentarily. This individual apparently believes that by lacking decision-making power within Gu's, he can exploit the situation for personal gain. Once other companies expose flaws in Gu's products, he intends to step forward and cement this narrative, tarnishing Gu's reputation. How perplexing. Those companies combined amount to less than a tenth of Gu's stature. How could such foolish thoughts arise? So the owners of these companies are lacking in intellect. A flock of the dim-witted. Unfazed, Yan Yujin remarked, how could the products under the male lead's name possibly be compromised with inferior materials or relabeled expired goods for resale? Yet, astonishingly, it occurs. Gu-su's expression darkened. The previously silent assembly sensed the ominous shift, retreating into their chairs, trembling in fear of Gu-su's impending wrath. Yan Yujin gasped, her gaze toward Director Lin filled with astonishment and confusion. This product's production is overseen by this Lin fellow. Surely, he cannot be in his right mind? To produce substandard goods and then seek exposure for them, believing that detaching from Gu's absolves him of responsibility. Even Gu-su fell silent, likely overwhelmed by the audacity of such a misstep from someone once deemed capable. Gu-su did not wish to monopolize all authority within Gu's. Had these individuals possessed a sense of belonging, focusing on management rather than posturing, he would not harbor such disdain for them. Frustrated, Director Lin slammed his hand upon the table, producing a resounding thud. Where did this wild girl come from, speaking so brazenly? Security, please escort her out swiftly. Lin Dong's expression darkened as Gu-su leaned back against her chair, a playful smile gracing her lips. I have heard that you intend to withdraw from the Gu Corporation. Mr. Lin? A collective gasp echoed through the room. Surely, a mere reprimand of the girl did not warrant his expulsion from the company. Yet, Lin Dong felt a surge of panic, his face growing grave. What nonsense are you spouting? Gu-su, I have built my career alongside your father. Although he wished to distance himself from the Gu family, he was not prepared to do so at this moment. Meanwhile, Yan Yuan immediately pushed a chair towards Gu-su. Miss Yan, please have a seat. Yan Xian relished the unfolding drama. If we don't intervene, that batch of products will soon flood the market. Gu-su summoned Yan Yuan and whispered a few words into his ear. Upon receiving the message, Yan Yuan hurriedly exited the room. Gu-su adjusted her posture, a knowing smile forming. I am aware of your age. And then, Lin Dong faltered, a hint of fear creeping in. Was Gu-su merely attempting to intimidate him? Or had she uncovered something more? Yan Xian's gaze swept across the room, realizing that within this gathering, many secrets lay hidden. This individual is about to take over a construction project that initially seemed harmless. However, tempted by greed, he collaborated with someone accustomed to receiving kickbacks. Together, they indulged. And the very structure they erected will soon collapse under the slightest pressure. Gu Su observed the project she intended to hand over, her expression devoid of emotion as she placed it at the bottom of her pile. The most provocative individuals had fallen silent, and the others dared not utter a word. They watched in bewilderment as Gu Su meticulously rearranged the contracts in her hands. What was this game? Did touching a contract seal the fate of its responsible party? Moreover, was Gu Su engaging in some form of intimidation? Her fingers danced over the keyboard with such speed that they seemed to blur into shadows. Yan Xian, outwardly composed, felt an overwhelming excitement within, as if she were ready to set off a barrage of fireworks. This person is indeed diligent. The spokesperson with whom he signed will soon secure a government position. Suddenly, Yan Xian's eyes widened in realization. She instinctively turned to leave, but stopped abruptly, casting a sympathetic glance toward Gu Su. The room fell silent, and Gu Su, unaccustomed to the sudden stillness after the cacophony, instinctively looked up to meet Yan Xian's gaze. A sense of foreboding washed over her. That fellow with the surname Foam appears rather upright, yet harbors feelings for Yan Yuan, and he dares to draw close to him, flaunting his status. Although he has not succeeded, does Yan Yuan know that the Foam family possesses numerous photographs of him? I wonder if Gu Su is aware that her assistant is being pursued. Initially intending to observe Yan Yuan, she suddenly recalled he was absent and turned her attention to his superior, as if summoned by fate. Just then, Yan Yuan entered, only to be met with the sympathetic gazes of both Yan Xian and Gu Su. What's with that look? Yan Yuan asked, bewildered. Yan Xian hesitated, words unspoken. Understanding the value of her capable assistant, Gu Su felt a pang of compassion. Please take Miss Yan to rest. He is well aware of what he needs to know, and the remaining matters he can resolve himself. It is best not to let Yan Yuan make too many appearances before that situation. Very well. Call me if you need anything. Compared to before, Yan Yuan seems to have accepted Gu Su's unconventional behavior quite well. As one of Gu Su's special assistants, it is simply unacceptable to be constantly startled. As everyone watched Yan Xian enter and subsequently leave, they were still curious about her purpose when they heard Gu Su's light laughter. Goosebumps immediately surfaced, and everyone turned to look at Gu Su, holding their breath.
What are you looking at?
Gu Su smiled slightly. Get comfortable and line up for your fate. Yan Xian was seated in the reception room, where a row of cakes and pastries was laid out on the table, enticingly inviting. Are they to your liking? Yan Yuan clapped his hands, and another large cart was wheeled in. If that's not enough, there's more here. The car was laden with layers of cakes and various flavors of milk tea. Yan Xian gave him a thumbs up. Jiang, you should learn more. Not wanting to waste any, she took a large bite, suggesting if we can't finish it, let's share with everyone. Yan Yuan nodded in agreement. Then I shall arrange afternoon tea for everyone. Yan Xian was unaware of the storm that had transpired in the meeting room. After indulging in a delightful feast, Gu Su arrived fashionably late. Thank you, he said as he sat across from her, pushing a contract towards her. This is for you. He had initially considered giving a check, but upon reflection, he believed this approach would foster stronger ties. Yan Xian flipped through the contract, revealing an expression of disbelief. What are you thanking me for? She asked, leaning back slightly, asserting, let me make it clear, I will not engage in any illegal activities. Gu Su raised an eyebrow. What illegal activities? Yan Xian regarded him with suspicion. Oh, please. The members of the main cast are all astute. If there weren't any significant matters at hand, how could such generous terms be offered? This is a 3 stake in Gu Corporation. Gu Su found her reaction perplexing and finally grasped the misunderstanding. Miss Yan, what do you think I called you here for? Isn't it obvious? Yan Xian countered, equally baffled. Aren't you seeking information about my sister? She straightened her back. Ordinary hobbies are acceptable, but nothing beyond that. I am a person of principles. Gu Su was momentarily at a loss for words. What? I rarely find myself out of the loop. What does Guan Yan have to do with this? Still pretending, are we? You might deceive my sister, but don't try to fool yourself. Yan Xian replied dismissively. That has nothing to do with me. Since you aren't curious, I won't reveal that her favorite flavor is matcha, whether it's milk tea or cake. She adores it. She loves acting, capable of perfectly presenting a piece of work that brings her joy for a long time. Oh, and, by the way, she is quite talkative and has a strong desire to share. You wouldn't expect that, would you? I wonder if you know what kind of clothes she likes best? Gu Su instinctively asked, what kind of clothes? The moment the words left his lips, he realized the impropriety of his inquiry. Indeed, Yan Xian's gaze grew increasingly peculiar, laced with a knowing certainty. Oh, 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 unable to contain yourself any longer, are we? Just a little bait and you've eagerly bitten. What does it have to do with Yan Yujin?
Gusu ponday.
He had never fathomed that a single phrase could encapsulate such a myriad of tones. That's a different price, Yan Xian remarked with a sarcastic tone, clearly unbothered by someone's indifference. Gu Su was at a loss for words. Miss Yan. He carefully chose his words, possesses quite the personality. Thank you, Yan Xian replied, offering a restrained smile. I think so too. Gu Su let out a hearty laugh, feeling the tension that had built up during the meeting dissipate considerably due to their conversation. He pushed the contract back towards Yan Xian, speaking earnestly. Miss Yan, you have greatly assisted me. This is a token of my gratitude. With such a declaration, Yan Xian had no choice but to accept. Only a fool would refuse money. Wow, such a grand gesture, just to learn the female lead's preferences? The plot has barely progressed, yet this person is already deeply enamored with the female lead? Truly a perfect match. Gu Su was taken aback by this revelation. Deeply enamored? Perfect match? Who? Observing Yan Xian engrossed in signing, Gu Su nearly succumbed to the astonishment bubbling within him. He had believed that Yan Xian was merely aware of her surroundings. Yet her words suggested she possessed knowledge of future events as well. Once she had finished signing, Yan Xian laid down her pen, gazing at her name with satisfaction. By the way, when do you typically distribute the share dividends? Gu Su promptly regained his composure the moment she spoke. Observing Yan Xian's demeanor, he had an epiphany. Suddenly comprehending why Yan Yujin, despite her desire to refuse him, had hesitated. It was because Yan Xian was a money enthusiast, and Yan Yujin was acutely aware of this fact. With clarity in mind, Gu Su produced a check he had prepared in advance as a token of appreciation on the 8th of every month. Miss Yan, this is an additional thank you for our initial collaboration as a gesture of my sincerity. So polite? Given that they had only just signed the equity contract, Yan Xian felt a bit bashful, contemplating whether to simply refuse it. However, upon casting a glance, she was overwhelmed by the sheer number of zeros on the check. A fortune. She quickly pinched herself.
Good, it hurt.
How could she accept such a generous gift? She effortlessly took the check, meticulously examining the amount and the lettering before cautiously placing it in her bag, her smile widening. Make sure to reach out to me next time something like this arises. Yan Yujin was truly her golden goose. Clutching the check, Yan Xian donned her brightest smile, bidding farewell to Gu Su as she exited the Gu Corporation. What a delightful experience. It felt as if every step was cushioned by clouds. In the car, Yan Yujin observed the dazed expression on her companion's face, instantly realizing that Gu Su had certainly offered a substantial sum. Coming back to her senses, she found it amusing. I brought you a lot of things you like. You're sure to appreciate them. It was only then that Yan Xian noticed she was not alone in the back seat.
What?
She gasped in surprise. What are you doing here? Yan Yujin had yet to voice her thoughts when she noticed a familiar yet fearful expression on the other person's face.
Yan Yujin, I am exhausted, truly.
I mean, isn't it evident how much the female lead cares? Knowing that I was meeting the male lead today, she simply couldn't sit still, anxiously awaiting my return. Ah, is this what love feels like? Yet I am leagues away from the male lead. So misunderstandings are out of the question. Rest assured, Yan Xian reassured with a pat on her chest. I am well aware of what should and shouldn't be said. Everything is perfectly fine. However, Yan Yujin, already uneasy, grew even more so. She steeled herself and casually inquired, what did you two discuss today? A mutual pursuit, I'm all in. The romantic enthusiast Yan Xian turned to gaze out the window, feigning profundity. Oh, nothing much, just some work-related matters. Before Yan Yujin could exhale in relief, she heard the inner voice echoing in her ear. Hee female lead, just wait to receive a considerate and gentle male lead. She said that to encourage Gu Su to put in more effort and to showcase himself before Yan Yujin. If spoken aloud, that sentiment would lose its charm. Yan Yujin sensed something was amiss from her mischievous laughter. Yet, she could not reveal her ability to hear Yan Xian's thoughts and could only hope that Gu Su wouldn't follow Yan Xian's lead into folly. After all, based on their limited interactions, Gu Su still seemed quite reliable. Both were preoccupied with their own thoughts, and the conversation ceased, remaining unbroken until they reached home. Upon returning, Yan Xian was nearly blinded by the expanse of blue before her. This is no female lead. She is clearly my cash cow. Immersed in luxury. Yan Xian received a call from Xia Yanfei. Her tone was cheerful. Boss, long time no see. Have you been busy lately? Xia Yanfei replied with a hint of exasperation. An alarm blared within Yan Xian, instantly putting her on high alert. Other matters are acceptable, but work is off limits. Xia Yanfei, quick to speak, asked. Then, what is there to discuss? Guanling, furious, nearly slapped Xia Yanfei into the ground. She snatched the phone, shot Xia Yanfei a glare, cleared her throat, and suppressed her anger, forcing a smile. And then, have you been busy lately? Faced with an elder, Yan Xian quickly became obedient. Hello, Andy. Not busy at all. Is there something you need? It wasn't a significant matter. Guanling controlled her tone, just that Annie wanted to invite you over for dinner.
To see when you might be free.
Inviting her for dinner? Yan Xian scratched her head, then suddenly realized. Why the sudden invitation? Sure, I'm free tomorrow. She readily agreed. Is it for dinner? Despite her unspoken reservations, Guanling paused, instinctively confirming again. You agreed? Yes, Yan Xian affirmed. I agreed. There was no need to be so cautious. She completely understood the reason for the invitation. Chapter 063. Your relationship with your butler seems quite good. Though the incident involving the airplane has concluded splendidly, and at the behest of both the Yan and Xia families, Yan Xian and Xia Yanfei have adeptly faded from the spotlight. Aside from the first-class passengers, the rest remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Those in first class, after a cordial exchange with the Yan family, pledged to keep the matter confidential. However, as one of the parties involved, Xia Yanfei undoubtedly relayed the details to her family. Consequently, Yan Xian felt it was entirely reasonable for Guanling to invite her to dinner as a token of gratitude, considering she had indeed played a role in rescuing Xia Yanfei. After all, she was not a head of state with a packed schedule. A simple meal was quite agreeable to her. All right, Guanling readily acquiesced, eager to avoid any change of heart from Yan Xian. Come to our house for dinner tomorrow. I will have Ah Fei pick you up. You can even arrive early to explore the house. You and Ah Fei can decide on the specifics. I'll hang up now. Okay, Yan Xian replied. Mom, Xia Yanfei sighed in exasperation. What exactly do you intend to do? What do you mean? What am I doing? As soon as Guanling hung up, she donned a fierce demeanor. I am concerned for my son's future happiness. Xia Yanfei responded with an indifferent, oh. She continued, you worry too much. With my wealth, I am more fortunate than most. Guanling's eyes widened. Ungrateful child. She sighed as she trembled slightly, settling onto the sofa. Mom knows you've grown up and no longer heed my words. It makes me sad. It pains me, but I shall remain silent.
Xia Yanfei retorted, no.
You are indeed speaking. Although aware that Guanling was feigning, he ultimately acquiesced. Fine, I will go pick up Yan Xian for dinner. What do you call her? Guanling inquired. Xia Yanfei paused, bewildered. Did I misremember her name? That's impossible. It's exactly how it's listed on the employee information sheet. Hopeless. Guanling pointed at Xia Yanfei. May you remain alone forever. I find it so delightful. Adopting her as a goddaughter could very well be an option. Beside them, Xia Qingdai raised both hands in enthusiastic agreement. Why are you still at home? Xia Yanfei asked her. Aren't you supposed to be heading to the neighboring province? Xia Qingdai shook her head with a smile. Not anymore. I am entrusted with a significant responsibility. After a moment of indecision, Yan Xian resolved to go directly to dinner. She also asked the butler to prepare a few gifts. The butler nodded with a smile. Of course, Mississippi. Where are you dining? Yan Xian contemplated for a moment. At the boss's house. The butler understood and knew precisely what gifts to prepare. The next day, Yan Xian set off on time, carrying an array of presents. Curiosity piqued as she weighed one of the bags. She wondered, what is this? It feels rather heavy. Unfortunately, it was a pre-packaged gift box, making it impractical to open, not to mention impolite. Rest assured, miss, the butler confidently assured her with a smile. This gift will surely delight your boss. With this statement, Yan Xian felt reassured. Just then, Xia Yanfei's car arrived at the entrance. Yan Xian waved her gifts toward him.
Boss.
As the window rolled down, Xia Yanfei lifted his chin slightly.
Get in.
The butler's smile froze. He glanced at Xia Yanfei, then at the front and back seats, and upon confirming that there was only one person in the car, his smile vanished completely. He exclaimed, Little miss, wait. Wait for me to return. Yan Xian swiftly opened the car door, got in, and shut it with a single motion. Xia Yanfei started the vehicle and remarked, Your relationship with your butler seems rather good. Indeed, Yan Xian replied with a hint of pride. I grew up under the butler's watchful eye. The butler watched the car drive away, eyes wide in disbelief. No one had informed him that the little Mrs. Employer was so young. The Xia residence was not far. After approximately 40 minutes, they arrived at their destination. Yan Xian beheld the standalone villa and exclaimed, impressive. Did you design this yourself, boss? Having seen Xia Yanfei's design drafts, she knew that both the exterior and interior were exceptional. Indeed, Xia Yanfei nodded. I too believe I am quite remarkable. Hearing the commotion, Guanling came out to greet them, eager to welcome Yan Xian. Welcome to our home, En, she said, her eyes sparkling with joy. Xia Qingdai joined her, adding, we prepared so many delicious dishes today. You must eat plenty. Thank you, Auntie. Thank you, Sister Dai. Yan Xian grinned. I will certainly feast. Just then, she lifted the bag in her hand, saying, this is a little something I brought for you. After all, it seemed inappropriate to visit without a gift. Why bring so much? Guanling quickly reached out to take it. No need to be so courteous. Come, let me carry it. Someone nearby took it from Guanling's hands. Oh, by the way, Yan Xian recalled, pointing to the silver-gray bag. That item was specially prepared for the boss by the butler. Specially? Hearing that key word, Guanling's smile widened and she patted Xia Yanfei's shoulder. Why aren't you off to fetch it? How could you let such a thing wait? The moment the bag was in hand, Xia Yanfei sensed that this gift was extraordinary. It felt heavy and substantial. The dishes were already prepared, awaiting the arrival of the guests.
Today.
It's just the three of us at home, Guanling explained with a smile. The others are busy. We can have a meal together next time. Yan Xian was engrossed in her meal, responding, sounds good. The chef at the Xia household was remarkably skilled, and since there was no custom of silence during meals, the three conversed while dining, unwittingly devouring a significant portion of the feast. A small mountain of food piled up in front of Yan Xian. Enough, enough, she exclaimed, shaking her head vigorously. I can't eat any more. So adorable. Guanling and Xia Qingdai thought to themselves, their hearts swelling with affection. Then you needn't eat so much, Xia Yanfei remarked, glancing at the remaining dishes, and promptly took 2/3 of what was left. You'll end up stuffed. Observing the leftover food, Yan Xian sighed in relief. Just enough remained for her to finish. Xia Qingdai typed rapidly. Little brother is showing concern, worried that Enan might eat too much and feel unwell. He proactively took away the extra food from her bowl. The eldest replied, ? The one at the bottom of the hierarchy? ? The second one? Surely not. Xia Yanfei even named the money he gave him? He still wants to eat? Xia Qingdai. The highest ranked one. What nonsense are you spouting? Enan is a girl. Guanling suddenly recalled that she had not informed the three men to invite Yan Xian over for dinner. Previously, when Xia Yanfei's flight had nearly encountered an accident, she had chosen not to mention it, primarily to avoid causing them unnecessary worry, intending to share the news at a later time. In the group chat, Xia Songjin remained silent, likely preoccupied with his own affairs, while the other two brothers filled the chat with exclamations. Xia Qingdai was immensely satisfied with this scene. It was precisely for this moment that she had been waiting, to astonish the three who were not present. After dining, in order to aid digestion, they strolled around the villa. Back in the room, Yan Xian gazed at the bag on the sofa, her curiosity piqued. What could possibly be inside? Guanling immediately noticed the expression on her face. Speaking of which, I am quite curious about Ah Fei's gift. And shall we unwrap it and take a look? Yan Xian's eyes brightened. Of course. In the eager gaze of the others, Xia Yanfei unwrapped the exclusive gift sent by the butler. The dazzling golden hue almost blinded the four of them. It was a reclining Buddha with a benevolent visage, large ears, and a plump figure, propped against an inscription in gilded characters that read abundant wealth. Xia Yanfei weighed it in his hands, his tone filled with delight, as if it were crafted from gold. Guanling and Xia Qingdai exchanged glances, speechless. Yan Xian slowly opened her mouth. The butler certainly knows how to choose gifts. He understands you well, boss. The butler never exaggerated. He would never let her down. As he fondled the ornament, Xia Yanfei's eye softened. Indeed, he understands me. Guanling suddenly felt a bit short of breath. The other gifts were rather conventional, lacking in flair, yet brimming with sincerity. After exchanging a few more words, Guanling reluctantly released her hold on Yan Xian's hand. And, do come again next time. Absolutely, Auntie. Yan Xian recalled the large bowl of steamed base, nodding enthusiastically. She would certainly return when she had the chance. The ride back was once again courtesy of Xia Yanfei. "Thank you, boss," she said as she alighted from the car, closing the door behind her. "Goodbye, boss." Behind her, the butler, having received prior notice of Yan Xian's impending return home, hesitated to speak. It was not until Xia Yanfei had departed that he cautiously ventured, "Miss, about the gift I prepared? Did I perhaps misjudge?" It was entirely his fault for not having understood the circumstances beforehand, assuming that the young lady's boss was a mature and successful individual, thus selecting a gift that did not align with youthful aesthetics. "Butler, you are quite mistaken," Yan Xian praised. "The gift you prepared is truly suitable. My boss adores it." The butler replied, "Miss, please speak candidly. There is no need to comfort me." "I am being candid," Yan Xian assured, nodding emphatically. "Especially the ornament you sent. My boss is very fond of it." The butler was all too familiar with Yan Xian's expression. He could easily surmise the reason for her discontent. Thus, upon realizing that Yan Xian was being truthful, he found himself unusually silent. As long as she likes it, he thought, releasing a heavy sigh of relief after a prolonged silence. "Next time you visit, do let me know in advance, so I can help you prepare another gift." Yan Xian raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Have you already decided what to send next time?" "Indeed, young lady." The butler has once again adopted his customary serene demeanor. Nodding with a smile, the ornament is a pear, with the other side inscribed with the phrase "prosperity every day." Yan Xian was left in a state of astonishment. The time of paid leave swiftly passed, and Yan Xian returned to her previous life as a corporate drone. Recently, there was a particularly significant project. The studio team worked tirelessly and finally submitted a manuscript that met the client's expectations before the deadline. Unexpectedly, the client's demands were exceedingly high, and some members of the team let out sighs of relief, lamenting that all their brain cells had perished in the process. Xia Yanfeng removed his glasses and rubbed his temples, expressing gratitude. "Thank you all for your hard work. Tonight, I shall treat everyone to dinner. Shall we go together?" He seldom wore glasses unless the task at hand was particularly challenging. Only 8 individuals remained to work overtime that day. As they completed their assignments, the time was still early, and with it being the weekend, most had their own plans. Ultimately, only 4 people, including Yan Xian, decided to go out for dinner. "Let us go, go," Tang Jiang exclaimed. "We've accomplished such a significant project. We must celebrate by treating our boss to a lavish meal." Xia Yanfeng waved his hand grandly. Eat heartily. Even if we gain 500 pounds today, we want to even consume a fraction of the profits." Tang Jiang remarked, "It seems the boss is indeed making a fortune." The dining venue was conveniently nearby, and the group strolled leisurely, filled with laughter. This restaurant was upscale, adorned opulently, with top-notch service. "Are we really going to eat here?" Although they joked about treating the boss to an extravagant meal upon arrival, everyone felt a pang of regret. The most boisterous among them, Tang Jiang, was the first to suggest, "Shall we consider another place?" "Indeed, indeed."
G?
With her 2 small canine teeth, nodded in agreement. "Everything here is so expensive, and it might not even be delicious, plus we might not leave satisfied. With the same amount of money, we could go to a hot pot restaurant and surely indulge ourselves." Despite Xia Yanfeng repeatedly emphasizing that their profits would allow them to dine here like at a buffet, the others shook their heads, adamantly refusing to enter. Yan Xian blinked. "All right, I can't argue with you all," Xia Yanfeng conceded. "Then let us go somewhere else, as both Xiao Jiang and I have driven here today." Dewey raised her hand. "I know a particularly delightful hot pot place." Standing at the entrance of such an upscale establishment and suggesting hot pot, "Dewey, you still lack taste." A chorus of mocking voices filled the air as the group turned in confusion, while Dewey stiffened, her smile appearing somewhat awkward. "You again." Tang Jiang rolled up his sleeves, ready for a confrontation. "Let us see if I don't teach you a lesson today." The newcomer, upon seeing Tang Jiang, quickly retreated a few steps, eyes wide with caution, his voice trembling. "What do you want?" "Hitting someone is illegal. Be careful or I'll report you." Tang Jiang. Dewey finally regained her composure, forcing a smile. "Forget it. Let us not let someone like this ruin our mood. Let South choose another place to eat." As Dewey spoke, Feng Xiangxiao, who had previously appeared timid, straightened her back. "At least you have some self-awareness, realizing you don't belong in a place like this." Xia Yanfeng frowned. Tears were welling in her eyes as Dewey quickly lowered her head and tugged at Yan Xian, urging, "And let's leave." "Hurry, hurry." Feng Xiangxiao scoffed, her disdain palpable. "Your presence at the door sullies the air," she remarked. Tang Jiang, Agitated, exclaimed, "You." Yan Xian felt an itch in her fists. After being colleagues for so long, she was well aware of Du Yi's character. Typically a carefree and cheerful girl, it was perplexing to see her in such a state. The fiercely protective Yan Xian decided unequivocally that the one at fault was this man. "Who is this?" Yan Xian inquired. Xia Yanfei lowered her voice. Du Yi has encountered a scoundrel. Understanding dawned. The scoundrel had returned to trample on his ex-girlfriend to flaunt his supposed success. "Darling," a sultry voice purred. "What is happening here?" She approached slowly, her gaze sweeping over the group, lingering on Yan Xian, jealousy flickering in her eyes. "Your friend?" Foam Xiangxiao flashed a sycophantic smile. "I have no friends of such low caliber, especially one who is here clamoring for hot pot."
GS Faspaled.
She did not wish to escalate the situation or have her colleagues subjected to humiliation alongside her. Just as she was about to speak, someone interjected.
"Please. We do not associate with trash."
Du Yi was momentarily stunned. Having grasped the truth, Yan Xian rolled up her sleeves, addressing Foam Xiangxiao. "So it's you? Huh?
Ha.
You dare to call us lowly, while you're merely living off a woman?" Everyone except the women around them gawked in disbelief. Yan Xian maintained her smile, however. "I must concede that in certain aspects, you outshine me." Foam Xiangxiao suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. When a man lives off another's wealth, that might be tolerable. But to use the funds given by a benefactor to support another woman? Yan Xian intentionally raised her voice, drawing the attention of those nearby.
"What?"
The woman who had just been sweet-talking him now glared. "Foam Xiangxiao, how dare you toy with me?" Foam Xiangxiao's pupils dilated. But her shock lasted less than a second before she donned a look of feigned hurt. "Darling, you would rather believe her than me? She has a grudge against me and is trying to sow discord between us." The woman narrowed her eyes. "Is that so? You can spout nonsense all you like. This sister is truly beautiful and elegant. Can she not discern truth from lies? Do not think your feigned victimhood will deceive anyone. If you are innocent, then take out your phone and enter the password 992,294. Sister?" The woman who had just looked upon Yan Xian with disdain now felt a wave of relief. "This little sister has quite the insight, but when did you change the password?" She grinned widely, turning to Foam Xiangxiao. "What are you stalling for? Quickly, show us your phone." Foam Xiangxiao's face drained of color. "I haven't changed the password. You know it's your birthday." Yet a cold sweat enveloped his back, thoroughly soaking his shirt. The woman narrowed her eyes and reached for his phone.
"No."
Foam Xiangxiao exclaimed, but when their gazes met, he froze. "My dear, you must trust me." Yan Xian's voice was icy. "The beautiful sister will judge for herself." "Indeed," the woman nodded. "Foam Xiangxiao, if you dare to keep a mistress behind my back, you can just wait to die." Yan Xian lowered his voice. "Tang Jiang. He will surely try to flee." Tang Jiang cracked his knuckles, his expression peculiar. As the woman entered the password, her face darkened upon seeing a completely different interface than usual. It was over. Foam Xiangxiao trembled uncontrollably, turning to flee, but stumbled and fell flat on his face, letting out a cry. "My apologies," Tang Jiang said with a smile, retracting his foot. "I didn't mean to." "Foam Xiangxiao." The woman screamed, hurling the phone at him. "You wear my clothes, use my things. And yet you dare to slander me in front of others. Calling me old and ugly, it's revolting. Too much." Yan Xian was filled with righteous indignation, picking up his bowl to eat, then slamming it down in anger. "How ungrateful. Sister, I suggest you reclaim every penny you spend on him. Even if it's a lost cause, he shouldn't benefit from it." Foam Xiangxiao grimaced in pain, struggling to rise, yet he forced himself to endure the agony. Gazing at the woman with affection, "My dear, let me explain."
Slap.
Yan Xian remarked, "That felt great." The woman struck Foam Xiangxiao, making him spin on the spot. "Foam, I give you 3 days to return all the money I've spent on you," she declared, shaking her hand. "Otherwise, you know the consequences." With that, she turned and got into her car, leaving Foam Xiangxiao dazed, subjected to the scornful gazes of onlookers.
D.
He shouted. "How could you be so cruel? Just because you're unhappy, you want to ruin me?" Du Yi stood in shock. In her heart, Foam Xiangxiao had always been considerate and responsible. Their breakup stemmed from her demanding job, and she had felt guilty for a long time afterward, believing she had failed in her role as a girlfriend. Even when Foam Xiangxiao spoke harshly, she endured, thinking their many years together shouldn't lead to such a rift. However, nothing that transpired tonight was within her expectations. It was only upon hearing Feng Xiangxiao's question that she regained her senses. Instead of answering, she retorted, "Did you break up with me because you thought I was too busy to spend time together, or because—" She hesitated. "Or because you wanted to be a kept man?" Tang Jiang couldn't contain himself, stifling a laugh. Feng Xiangxiao's expression stiffened. After years of knowing each other, Du Yi instantly understood his demeanor. He had wanted to end the relationship, but was now shifting the blame onto her. "I merely wished to elevate my quality of life." Feng Xiangxiao briefly felt guilty, but quickly regained his indignation. "You can't stop me from seeking a better future, can you?" Yan Xian relished the moment. "Now, your quality of life is about to plummet." Feng Xiangxiao's face paled. The woman had spent a considerable sum on him, and her brother was not someone to be trifled with. If he failed to repay her, what would happen? He simply could not repay her. So what? Feng Xiangxiao, with a defiant tilt of his neck, stubbornly proclaimed, "At least I have enjoyed myself, which is far better than the monotonous lives you all lead. You will never have the chance to witness the joy that wealth can bring." Yan Shern raised an eyebrow. "Is that so?" She produced a card she had just discovered, playfully waving it between her fingers. Feng Xiangxiao found it familiar. Before he could discern what type of card it was, a confident voice welcomed him warmly from nearby. The esteemed server, who had previously been observing the ruckus outside with a stoic expression, was now beaming with delight. "I sincerely apologize for not recognizing the aura of nobility surrounding you earlier. What delights may I offer you today? Our limited supply is at your disposal, and we can certainly reserve the finest private room for you. If the noise is bothersome, I can promptly clear the area for you." Onlookers were taken aback. Just then, a patron who had finished their meal exited the restaurant, eyes wide with disbelief. "What do you mean by limited supply at your discretion?" "I just wanted to savor your honey-glazed roast pigeon, but missed out." "Apologies, dear guest," the server patiently explained. "Our membership cards are categorized into levels. The level of this guest's card means that even if she wished for us to catch pigeons on site, it would be entirely feasible." Yan Shern remarked, "There's no need for that." Feng Xiangxiao was utterly dumbfounded. He had accompanied the woman to this restaurant numerous times, yet every visit, the doorman had greeted them with indifference, lacking any semblance of hospitality. Yet here, this woman was being treated with such enthusiasm, even to the point of having the area cleared for her. Could it be that the restaurant would risk offending others for her sake? His expression morphed into one of sheer incredulity. Yan Shern felt uneasy under his gaze, instinctively rubbing her arms. Chapter 066. Let us bid farewell and dismiss bad luck. It was only when Tang Jiang raised his fist once more that Feng Xiangxiao made a hasty retreat. "Let us dine here today," Yan Shern said with a smile. "Just arrange a private room for us." Du Yi and Tang Jiang exchanged glances at the eager young server, unable to voice their reluctance. With the privilege of a membership card, the four of them were destined to indulge in an exquisite dining experience. Tang Jiang exclaimed how delicious everything was, declaring that he would never again dismiss expensive dishes as unworthy. If something was unappetizing, it was certainly his own fault, not the food's. After dinner, Xia Yanfei and Tang Jiang first escorted the two girls home before parting ways. Initially, Feng Xiangxiao's humiliation and the looming debt to his benefactor seemed to promise that he would not reappear before them. However, the following afternoon, the company receptionist received an unexpected call from the security office downstairs. "Excuse me?" The receptionist responded, bewildered by the absurdity of the situation. After repeated confirmations, she turned and made her way to the office area. She stuttered, "Feng Xiangxiao is here to deliver flowers. He dared to return?" Tang Jiang set down his pen and rolled up his sleeves. "Was yesterday's harassment of Du Yi not sufficient?" The receptionist remained silent. "He was not here for Du Yi. He sought Shian." A heavy stillness enveloped the room. The receptionist was genuinely astounded. How could someone be so shameless? Xia Yanfei expressionlessly placed down the can in his hand. "Instruct the security to intercept him. No unauthorized personnel are to be allowed upstairs. And do not inform Yan Shern about this." He turned and returned to his office, taking out his phone. "Sister, I need a favor." When Yan Shern returned, she sensed an odd atmosphere in the office, especially in the sympathetic glances directed at her. She blinked in confusion. What had transpired? She had merely stepped away to the restroom. Was there some incident of which she was unaware? Tang Jiang spoke delicately. "It's nothing, merely an ill-omened presence." Du Yi approached, grasping her hand earnestly. "Are you free this weekend? Let us visit a temple and dispel the bad luck. Feng Xiangxiao is a walking harbinger of misfortune, Anyone who associates with him is doomed. He likely overheard them calling Yan Yujin yesterday and took note of her name. Such a scheming individual.
Is that so?
Yan Yujin felt fortunate.
Oh.
Her gaze fell upon the edge of the table, and she chuckled. Who crumpled this can so? Thinking it was empty, she picked it up and shook it, only to discover it still contained a significant amount. Dewey leaned in for a closer look. The can bore 5 distinct fingerprints. Utterly deformed. She vaguely recalled that this was placed here by the boss moments ago. As Xia Yanfei exited the office, he noticed and casually took the can from Yan Yujin, squeezing it effortlessly. Yan Yujin touched her slender neck. Wasn't that a bit too casual? Wouldn't it twist my neck right off? Xia Yanfei, why would I twist your neck?
Who knows?
Yan Yujin replied earnestly. Your expression resembles that of someone wishing to wring someone's head off. Xia Yanfei was taken aback. He glanced at Tang Jiang, who nodded in affirmation of Yan Yujin's statement. Xia Yanfei, is it truly that frightening? Don't be upset, Yan Yujin interjected. If you let your anger get the better of you, no one will replace you in your ailments. Moreover, even if you are angry, our client 1T let us escape revisions unscathed. Xia Yanfei, now I'm even more irate. Then let us produce another 5 versions, he smiled slightly, until they claim the first draft is the best.
Come on.
Let us hurt each other. The previously tense atmosphere eased considerably due to their banter. After exchanging a few more words, Xia Yanfei's mood had completely stabilized. He was not one to carry his emotions into work, so his earlier outburst was quite rare. Yan Yujin thought little of it, clutching her tablet diligently as she focused on her design work. Xia Yanfei cast a lingering glance at her before retreating to his office. Dewey looked around, her eyes slowly widening in realization. It seemed she had stumbled upon something monumental. Meanwhile, Feng Xiangxiao stood downstairs in a light gray suit, impeccably groomed, with every strand of hair meticulously arranged, exuding both vigor and charm. He possessed a certain charm that could capture a woman's attention. Dressed as he was, he appeared quite presentable. In his arms, he cradled a lavish bouquet of luscious red roses, gazing longingly at the building. Inside, a security guard stood at the front desk, engaged in a phone conversation while casting glances at Feng Xiangxiao. Sensing the guard's scrutiny, Feng Xiangxiao puffed out his chest. He was convinced that Yan Xian would inevitably come down. He understood the minds of young women all too well. The previous night, he had deliberately showcased that membership card, intending to draw her attention. Moreover, having once been Dewey's boyfriend and now pursuing Yan Xian, this conveyed a significant message. In his mind, Yan Xian was superior to Dewey. Even if Yan Xian did not yet harbor feelings for him, young women often possess a competitive spirit. Even if she did not like him, her vanity would likely compel her to meet him. Once given the opportunity, how could he fail to win over a young woman? Besides, Yan Xian was youthful and beautiful, far surpassing that older woman. As Feng Xiangxiao contemplated this, a smile crept across his face, growing ever wider. Upon seeing the guard hang up the phone, he confidently approached, asking, "Am I allowed to go up now?" He envisioned himself entering the office, presenting the delicate bouquet before everyone. Wouldn't his vanity be instantly inflated? However, the guard firmly asserted that no unauthorized personnel were permitted to approach or enter the office building, warning that if he did not leave, he would summon assistants to remove him. Feng Xiangxiao's smile faltered. "Did you miss here?" he questioned, struggling to believe that Yan Xian had actually said he could not go up. "I refuse to believe she would say that. Let me go up, and I will ask her directly." The guard remained impassive, raising a hand. 2 other security guards, who had been stationed at the entrance, quickly approached with their nightsticks in hand. Having been intimidated the previous night, Feng Xiangxiao's heart raced at the sight, prompting him to flee. How dare they show such disrespect? His expression darkened. Humiliated, he felt a sense of helplessness, unable to find an outlet for his frustration. The dazzling bouquet of red roses in his arms seemed to mock his overestimation of his own worth. He raised his hand, contemplating discarding them, yet hesitated. After a moment of reflection, he dialed a number, saying, "Darling, shall we dine together tonight? I have a surprise prepared for you." As he spoke and walked toward the small grove beside the office building, a voice scoffed nearby, shaking a metal rod. "What surprise? Let me in on it." Feng Xiangxiao was taken aback, rolling his eyes. "Who are you? Eavesdropping on someone else's call? Do you have no sense of decency?" He turned to scold the intruder, who grinned widely. "You haven't even revealed what the surprise is. How about I present you with a surprise of my own?" Chapter 067. They share a common interest. Feng Xiangxiao was stunned. Hastily hanging up the phone, he donned a fawning smile. Bro, what brings you here? I was just thinking how fresh the air is today. The man's expression darkened. My sister falls for your charm, but I don't. Speak up, how much do you owe? Feng Xiangxiao shuddered.
Assembling kasum.
Feng Xiangxiao hesitantly pleaded. Brother, grant me a little more time. The man smiled. A grace period, you say? That's easily arranged. But you can't expect me to extend it on a mere promissory note, can you? Here's the deal. Transfer all the money you have on you to me, and I'll safeguard it for you. Once you've gathered the rest, you can repay my sister together. He spoke while glancing at the two brothers beside him, clearly having no intention of negotiating with Feng Xiangxiao. Feng Xiangxiao dared not resist, helplessly watching as they seized his phone and drained the meager amount he had left. All done? The man glanced at the balance, chuckling in disbelief. Feng Xiangxiao, do you truly consider my sister a fool? This amount barely covers the interest. He commanded, take him away. With that, he turned to leave. Brother. Feng Xiangxiao tossed the flowers in his hand, clinging desperately to a tree. Didn't he say you would grant me a grace period? Indeed. The man replied, not looking back, showing no remorse. Hasn't he that already been granted? A full half-minute. No less. Feng Xiangxiao trembled, unable to utter a sound. Xia Qingdai closed the document and turned to her assistant. Have you handled it? Since her younger brother had requested her help, she felt compelled to execute the matter with utmost diligence. All settled, the assistant replied, holding a phone. I contacted that woman's brother. Feng Xiangxiao wouldn't he dare to show his face in public for a while. Xia Qingdai nodded in satisfaction. Honestly. When my brother said to handle it, did he imply that she was someone of significant influence? Naturally, it's best for them to resolve their family matters internally. She truly was a little genius, achieving 2 goals in 1 stroke. This incident did not create much of a stir, and Yan Xian continued her daily routine undisturbed. On Friday, she could no longer refuse the enthusiasm of Du Yi and the others and agreed to accompany them to the temple for prayers. We really need to pray. Du Yi murmured, having some psychological solace wouldn't he hurt. The temple, known as Jingzhou Temple, was about an hour's drive from the city center, and the 4 gathered early to set off. Boss, how come you have the time to accompany us? Tang Jiang shook his head, slacking off isn't an option. You still need to work and earn to support us. Xia Yanfei, expressionless in the driver's seat, remarked, I don't expect anything more from you. Just focus on mastering the driving. Having never driven before, Yan Xian was at a loss. Du Yi, a self-proclaimed road hazard, was equally hesitant.
Tang Ziang,
who found car ownership and maintenance exorbitant, had only obtained a driver's license without ever touching a vehicle since. Xia Yanfei began to question his life choices. What kind of boss goes to such lengths for their employees? By the way, and then Du Yi casually broached the topic, do you have someone you like? Yan Xian shook her head no. Du Yi's eyes brightened, sensing an opportunity. But liking someone doesn't he put food on the table, Yan Xian quickly added, however. Liking money certainly does, right boss? Xia Yanfei nodded in agreement. I suggest you adopt that as your life motto. Carve it on my tombstone.
Du Yi replied.
No chance of that happening. Yet, on a positive note, they shared a common interest. After parking the car, the 4 ventured into the mountains on foot. The temple was situated halfway up the mountain and was said to be particularly efficacious. With ongoing renovations, it attracted a steady stream of worshippers. Yan Xian tightened her mask. This temple seems to be truly efficacious. Besides the crowd, a special path had been established nearby. Those walking along that path bowed every 3 steps, their demeanor reverent. With sincere hearts, miracles happen, Du Yi remarked, glancing up at the mountain peak. Often, people seek merely psychological comfort. Having something to believe in is far better than harboring hopelessness. Yan Xian nodded in agreement. Indeed. However, I have heard that many people's wishes have come to fruition, Tang Jiang interjected, leaning closer. When I searched online, the accounts were quite vivid. Xia Yanfei squinted his eyes. Really? He harbored a bold idea. Oh, Yan Xian's interest was piqued instantly. Like what? Tang Jiang waved his hand dismissively. Many things, like passing the CET-6 without preparation, barely scraping through final exams, winning the lottery. Yet the most astonishing tale is about a family reunion. His eyes sparkled as he recounted. I heard that child had been missing for over a decade, and the parents spent their entire life savings searching for him, yet to no avail. When they passed by Jingzhou Temple, the parents offered a prayer. Guess what happened next? Du Yi rolled her eyes. What is there to guess? You've already mentioned it. Of course, they must have reunited with their child. Tang Zhong's expression turned enigmatic. They met, but did not recognize each other. The parents wished to reconnect, but the child was unwilling. Initially, the online community scorned the child, branding them as ungrateful and heartless, inundated with vitriol. Later, a twist emerged. The child was not lost at all but had been sold by her parents. Fortunately, she was adopted by kind-hearted individuals, and her life turned out quite well. Her parents sold her because they deemed her a burden, and at that time, they were expecting a boy, hoping to sell their daughter to fund raising their son. Tang Jiang clicked his tongue. Who would have thought that the child wouldn't survive? And the couple would be swindled out of all their savings by a so-called pregnancy protection sorceress? Left with nothing, they learned that their daughter was thriving, and they concluded that she should support them. He continued. Thus, they followed the leads to find her. Others, out of goodwill, genuinely believed they were searching for their daughter and even taught them how to live stream online, garnering donations that covered their travel expenses, ultimately helping them locate her. Du Yi was astounded. Indeed, there are all kinds of peculiarities in this world. Yan Xian blinked. The four of them chatted while walking at a steady pace. Soon, the eaves of Jingzhou Temple came into view, accompanied by the wafting scent of sandalwood incense. Du Yi inhaled deeply, invigorated. I absolutely adore this fragrance. Let us go. Jingzhou Temple did not require an admission fee, and the four followed the crowd to enter. Let us go, let us go. Du Yi tugged at Yan Xian, leading her towards a spot where one could pray for good fortune. The temple was not large, and there was much to explore. Yan Xian did not resist, allowing Du Yi to guide her through the throngs of people. Be careful, Xia Yanfei frowned, trailing behind them. There are too many people. It's fine, it's fine. Nothing will happen. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed. Xia Yanfei's expression shifted. Yan Xian. Chapter 068. Now I know whom to help. Before Yan Xian could react, she twisted her ankle and crashed heavily against a nearby stone pillar. The crowd was simply overwhelming, and despite Xia Yanfei's hurried attempts, she could not reach her in time. The force of the impact was too great, and Du Yi also failed to catch her, startled as she exclaimed, Are you alright? Xia Yanfei grasped Yan Xian's wrist, her expression fraught with concern. Does it hurt? Yan Xian waved her hand dismissively. I'm fine, I'm fine. At least I didn't hit my head. The one who collided with Yan Xian was a small boy, who, instead of apologizing, merely stared at her with an intense, fierce expression. I'm so sorry. A man intervened, grabbing the boy. He is just a mischievous child. I hope he has caused you any trouble.
G.
Somewhat irritated, retorted. What's wrong with this child? He crashes into someone and doesn't even apologize. The man repeatedly smiled apologetically. I truly apologize. Would you accept some medical expenses as compensation? Oh, it's all right, Yan Xian replied, not overly concerned. We shouldn't be rushing around in a place like this anyway. Realizing her own mistake, Du Yi said, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have dragged you into this. The man insisted on handing Du Yi several hundred yuan. This is truly a token of our apology. Du Yi accepted it, planning to give it all to Yan Xian later. The man sighed in relief as he turned to leave with the boy, exasperated yet cautious. If you run around again, I want to look after you. Tang Jiang suddenly felt something was amiss. Don't you think there's something strange about this? He mused. You might call that child mischievous, yet he remains utterly silent. And his gaze is unsettling, quite uncharacteristic for his age. Moreover, he quiets down the moment an adult speaks to him. But if you were to say he's well-behaved, he certainly lacks manners. Du Yi did not perceive anything unusual, responding, What's strange? I think everything seems quite normal. As the four of them moved to a more spacious area, Tang Jiang murmured, I can't shake off this feeling of strangeness. Perhaps it was due to their earlier conversation about searching for family, but he couldn't help but think that the boy and the man might not be related at all. He voiced his suspicions, causing a chill to creep over Du Yi. That shouldn't be the case, right? Yet, as she spoke, she found herself recalling the details from earlier.
Indeed.
The man had been rather harsh with the child. What if that small boy had been abducted? The more she pondered, the more frightened she became.
Tang Zian.
It's all your fault. The more I think about it, the more I feel they're involved in child trafficking. Yan Xian felt powerless against the unfolding narrative. The events surrounding the boy were irrelevant to her or the main plot. Even if she were to investigate, the findings would be superficial.
What?
There's actually a plot involving a small boy in this novel? She furrowed her brow and navigated the system, her expression suddenly turning sorrowful. That child indeed shares no blood relation with the man. Alas, fate can be cruel. With a heavy sigh, she closed the screen, wishing to reassure everyone that the boy was not in danger, yet struggling to find the right words. After all, when it comes to such matters, people would rather misjudge than remain indifferent. If you still harbor doubts, you may wish to investigate further. Xia Yanfei gestured towards the east, where they had just ventured. Indeed. Yan Xian concurred. Let us proceed to take a look. The eastern region lacked temples and tourists alike. Upon rounding the corner, they stumbled upon a tranquil path, flanked by lush green bamboos that stretched inward. The path offered but a single direction, and as they traversed it, they soon heard the frantic voice of the man from earlier. No, can you not be more obedient? I am not here to sell you. I merely wish for you to have a good life. Who would desire your foul temper? Be good, listen, and I shall find you a suitable family, understand? The young boy coldly retorted, You are a human trafficker. At this utterance, Yan Xian felt a gust of wind pass by her. A sense of foreboding gripped her, and her pupils dilated. Wait. It was too late. Tang Jiang had already dashed forward, shouting, Damn the trafficker, watch your feet.
Ji.
Picking up a bamboo stick from an unknown source, exclaimed, Curse be you. It is because of wretches like you that so many families are shattered. The man, momentarily stunned by the voices, had yet to react when he felt a sharp pain in his back, being thrust into the bamboo grove. Yan Xian stood in shock. Xia Yanfei's expression darkened. He too wished to assist, but was abruptly restrained.
Boss.
Yan Xian gasped, Do not act impulsively. How could such a blunder occur? Who are you? The man screamed in anguish. Enraged, Why are you meddling? I will call the police, I will report you. Tang Jiang scoffed. Are human traffickers so brazen these days? Fine. Call the police. I am eager to see whom they side with. The young boy appeared equally taken aback. He stepped forward to support the man. Uncle Yan. Are you all right? Tang Jiang halted his raised foot. Dui paused with the bamboo stick, which she promptly discarded. Now I understand whom the police will favor. Yan Xian spoke softly. And what about you? Tang Jiang stammered. Little brother. Is this man related to you? The boy, aware of their misunderstanding, clarified. He is not a bad person. After a series of apologies, the man, who had inexplicably received a kick, finally calmed down. Supported by Tang Jiang, he seated himself on a nearby chair, waving his hand dismissively. It's nothing. You are not to blame. Your intentions were noble. Truly, I apologize, Tang Jiang insisted, pressing a substantial sum of money into the man's hands, feeling somewhat alleviated. I am genuinely sorry.
Ji hesitantly inquired.
I heard you mention something about giving this child to someone else? The man glanced at the young boy, and then at their group of four. His gaze lingered on Yan Xian and Xia Yanfei before he slowly replied, That is indeed the case. The boy tightened his grip on the man's clothing. The man, seemingly oblivious, continued, This child is the only one in his family. Our village cannot support him, so I intended to find him a good family. However, he is reluctant to leave the village, and I forcibly brought him out. Today, he was brought here because a family expressed their desire to adopt him, hoping to meet him while offering their prayers. However, he inadvertently frightened them away. Dui noticed the boy's palpable resistance. Can we offer a donation? It seemed he truly did not wish to leave the village. The man's expression softened slightly, yet upon meeting the boy's pleading gaze, his countenance hardened, and his tone became icy. No, we cannot afford to take him in. The boy paused, the light in his eyes gradually dimming. How could a village be unable to care for a child? Dui felt a pang of compassion. I can support him with 3,000 yuan each month. Would you reconsider? 3,000 yuan is not an insignificant sum. Yet the man remained obstinate, insisting that the boy must be sent away. Dui and Tang Jiang felt discomfort in their hearts, but since this was a private family matter, they refrained from voicing their thoughts. Yan Xian let out a long sigh, clearly torn. If they were not present, the boy might have been adopted by a seemingly kind family. Yet this would only be a temporary solution. They sought to adopt the boy due to their own difficulties in conceiving, hoping to fill a void. However, in the 3rd year of his adoption, the foster mother became pregnant and gave birth to a baby boy. With their own child, their focus inevitably shifted. The adoptive parents' attention completely diverted. No one cared for the boy any longer. This was not the end of it. They began to regret adopting him, finding fault with him at every turn. The 8-year-old boy was forced to rise before dawn to prepare breakfast, bearing the burden of all the household chores alone. Yet this family remained dissatisfied, even wishing to curtail his education. Nevertheless, he understood that uncle was intent on placing him with a family to provide him with a complete home and a nurturing educational environment. The boy excelled academically, persisting in his studies despite his circumstances, consistently ranking at the top of his class. By the age of 18, he managed to extricate himself from his adoptive parents' household. However, due to his temperament, he had long been stifled, lacking a platform to showcase his abilities until he encountered Yan Yujin. In the original narrative, the boy's childhood experiences, compounded by subsequent suppression, molded him into an individual of absolute composure and rationality, even in dire situations. This disposition later proved invaluable in assisting the protagonist. If she were to take this child home now and alter his life experiences, could he still become her capable aide? Yan Shian was uncertain. Initially, she intended to find a way to discreetly support the boy. However, based on the man's demeanor, it appeared he preferred the boy to be adopted. Go Dan was obedient and intelligent, consistently ranking first in his school. His teachers praised his quick comprehension. The man lamented that the village could not provide him with a conducive learning environment. If he can study well, he will surely achieve great success in the future. His enthusiasm grew as he spoke, initially managing to control the frequency of his glances at Yan Xian. Yet as he continued, his gaze became fixed upon her, unmistakably communicating his intentions. Yan Xian took out her phone and asked, "May I make a call?" As for Yan Yujin's affairs, let her handle them on her own. On the other end, Yan Yujin swiftly answered the call. Upon hearing Yan Xian inquire if she had any interest in sponsoring a child, she paused for a brief second and responded, "Where are you now?" Coincidentally, Yan Yujin was nearby on a location shoot and arrived in approximately 15 minutes. They agreed to meet at a relatively secluded spot near the temple. Upon hearing footsteps, Yan Xian turned her head, her eyes brightening. Yan Yujin had already prepared her appearance, donning a refreshing and vibrant light blue tracksuit that exuded youthful charm. There it was. Yan Xian glanced at the little boy and thought, "This is the one." Finding and nurturing the protagonist's assistant ahead of time might prove beneficial in the future. After all, this child was to become a valuable aid to the protagonist. Yet his childhood had been profoundly tragic, which was quite heartbreaking. Yan Yujin felt a stir of emotion within her. Meanwhile, Yan Xian continued to chatter, but she tuned out the words and approached the boy named Dogdan. "You have 5 minutes to give me a reason to adopt you." Uncle Yan tugged at Dogdan, urging, "Speak up. There won't be a better opportunity than this." Having navigated the complexities of society for many years, he could easily discern that both Yan Yujin and Yan Xian were not ordinary individuals. The aura of confidence and wealth they exuded was unmistakable. Dogdan clenched his sleeves tightly. After a brief pause, he finally spoke, "When I am capable, I can help you earn a great deal of money." Yan Xian was taken aback. A child destined to become Yan Yujin's assistant certainly had a way with words. Yan Yujin raised an eyebrow. "Why speak of being capable instead of growing up first? I am quite intelligent and would never make you wait that long. Then, if you are so clever, why not earn money for yourself instead of helping me?" Dogdan replied, "My father said one must know gratitude. If you adopt me, you will be my benefactor, and I will help you earn money to demonstrate my worth." This child was remarkably astute. Yan Yujin handed Uncle Lian a business card from Jiangfang, indicating that he should discuss relevant matters with this individual. Uncle Lian gazed at the black card with golden edges, which bore only a name and a phone number. His lips trembled as he shakily took the card, saying, Thank you. I have matters to attend to, so I will take my leave." Yan Yujin nodded slightly and quickly departed. The group accompanied Uncle Lian and Dogdan as they awaited Jiangfang's arrival. After understanding the specifics, Jiangfang nodded. "I have already devised a preliminary plan for the child's development. There will be 1 day each month for you to return home. During the other times, you must adhere to my schedule for lessons. Is there any issue with this arrangement?" Dogdan suddenly looked up. "Return home? What's wrong?" Jiangfang set down the documents, assuring him that the time allocated was already quite generous. "If you are dissatisfied, I am satisfied." Dogdan's eyes reddened with emotion. "I am very satisfied." At that moment, he finally displayed the joy and exuberance befitting his age. By the time Jiangfang arrived, Yan Xian and the others had already departed. This time, their journey was uneventful, and they successfully acquired a talisman to dispel misfortune. This must be kept close at hand. Yi patted the pocket where Yan Xian had placed her talisman, warding off misfortune and ill-intentioned individuals. Yan Xian was utterly perplexed. Had something transpired that she was unaware of? It felt as though Yi had been incessantly murmuring about this matter recently. "No," Xia Yanfei interjected, "there's hardly anyone who would dare to trouble you. But it's still wise to carry it. It might indeed prove beneficial." Yan Shan nodded earnestly, assuring, "Rest assured, I will certainly keep it with me." After encountering trouble, Feng Xiangxiao had refrained from appearing in public for an extended period, avoiding any harassment towards Yan Xian. Nonetheless, he remained undeterred. It was unclear what he was contemplating, but he intended to hire someone to intimidate Yan Xian, planning to emerge as a hero in her moment of despair. However, just as Feng Xiangxiao had made contact with some thugs, he was discovered by Xie Qingdai, who had been vigilantly watching him. She instructed her associates to follow Feng Xiangxiao secretly, waiting for the moment he completed his transaction with the ruffians to apprehend all involved. Yet, the operational space was vast. Feng Xiangxiao would likely remain imprisoned for several years. Throughout this ordeal, Yan Xian remained oblivious. At this moment, she was preoccupied with a different concern, clutching a gold-embossed invitation and sighing heavily. Chapter 070. I was indeed not like this before. Why do you look so glum? Xiaowan inquired, leaning in to glance at the invitation, her expression revealing subtle intrigue. Are you perhaps too elated? Yan Xian was at a loss for words. She sighed again. I have finally grasped the consequences of indulging in nonsensical declarations.
What?
Xiaowan exclaimed, accidentally toppling her cup of water. You mean to say you were lying about liking Meng Danshan?
Yes, you?
Claiming to have an affinity for women would be more credible than saying I do not like Meng Danshan, Yan Xian replied, her hands raised in resignation. It seems my fabrications have indeed been quite effective. Indeed, the invitation was sent by this individual named Meng Danshan. The Meng family was affluent, though slightly inferior to the Yan family. To put it succinctly, the original persona harbored feelings for Meng Danshan, reveling in asserting her claim in front of others. However, Meng Danshan was indifferent to her affections, exhibiting the same gentleness to everyone, with a primary hobby of fishing. As the daughter of the Yan family, she held significant weight in his fishing pond. Having received the invitation, she had previously consulted with her little system. The system indicated that regardless of her success in completing the task, the original persona would not return, thus she wished to distance herself from Meng Danshan entirely. Logically, she need not attend, as in the original plot. The original persona was preoccupied with targeting Yan Yujin and had not gone. However, many of Xiaowan's friends would be attending this gathering, making her presence unavoidable. Yet, this event was hardly favorable for Xiaowan. If she were to speak up rashly, Xiaowan might choose to abstain, but avoiding this instance would not prevent future encounters. Yan Xian fell into deep contemplation, directly voicing to Xiaowan the potential credibility of her good friend wishing her harm. Was it truly so tangled? Xiaowan nodded in understanding. I believe you truly do not harbor any feelings for Meng Danshan, so why go? Affection, after all, is a fleeting and elusive concept. Yan Shuren scratched her head. Of course, we must go. I will ensure you are dressed to the nines, and make a stunning impression. Resolving this matter would also help delineate her relationship with Meng Danshan. Xiaowan was unaware of the sudden change in her friend's mind, nor did she inquire further. Instead, she complied with a respectful salute. Understood. On the day of the banquet, Yan Shuren beamed with satisfaction at Xiaowan's appearance. Tonight, you will undoubtedly outshine everyone, she proclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Xiaowan replied, I believe so too. It was not mere vanity. After all, the team Yan Shuren had hired charged by the minute, and time was indeed of the essence. Even a pig could be transformed into a beauty by their skilled hands. No questions asked. Where there was money, there were no obstacles. With a flourish of her arm, Yan Shuren declared, let us depart. The banquet was hosted at the Meng residence, and the two arrived precisely on time. By the time they reached, a considerable number of guests had already gathered. How is it, Meng Xiao? Will Miss Yan Shuren be attending today? Someone inquired, exchanging knowing glances. Meng Danshan smiled gently. Shuren mentioned she would be here soon.
Oh.
The person elongated the syllable, their tone dripping with insinuation. As expected of Meng Xiao, you have her completely under your thumb. A hint of pride flickered in Meng Danshan's eyes, though his expression remained serious. Mind your words, Shuren is a lady, and such remarks are inappropriate. He smiled slightly, adding, there's little I can do. Her attachment to me is quite relentless. The person nodded knowingly, chuckling softly. The two continued their conversation, oblivious to the surrounding silence that had settled. What do you mean by understanding? Someone questioned, perplexed. Is it not obvious? Another person turned, looking at Yan Shuren, whose expression was a blend of mirth and mystery. Leaving the sentence unspoken, Yan Shuren raised an eyebrow. Do go on. Xiaowan scoffed derisively. lacking any sense of courtesy. Your laughter is quite revolting. What unsavory thoughts occupy your mind? Perhaps I should arrange a cleansing procedure for you. She shook her head, but such a procedure comes with risks. What if you end up with no brain at all? Scattered laughter erupted around them, causing the individual to blush crimson and mutter an apology before hastily retreating. With her gaze now fixed on Meng Danshan, Xiaowan's demeanor shifted. She regarded him with disdain. No wonder Yan Yujin had grown to dislike him. His pretentiousness was utterly distasteful. Meng Danshan furrowed his brows slightly. That was a guest I invited. Is your behavior not a bit impolite? He cast a sidelong glance at Xiaowan, his tone softening. You are not always like this. Have you been influenced by others? Regardless, it matters not. You are still wonderful as you are. In the past, such words would have prompted Yan Yujin to deflect blame onto Xiaowan to preserve her own image. Xiaowan anticipated this exchange and sighed internally, choosing to remain silent. Although Yan Yujin professed her disinterest in Meng Danshan, it was evident that her fixation on him ran deep. Yet, for reasons unknown, Xiaowan, who had previously embodied this role, found herself particularly discontented today. A subtle anticipation began to blossom within her. What if, during this period, their relationship had evidently improved significantly compared to before? Was it not so? Yan Xian tilted her head slightly, affirming, You're right. I was indeed not like this before. Xiaowan felt a chill surge through her heart, tightening her fist. Meng Danshan wore a smug smile. Well, it's good that you can understand. Xiaowan was mistaken. She should apologize to that person. Yes. Yan Xian nodded fervently, agreeing that Wanwan had indeed spoken incorrectly. The individual, who had just fled like a frightened dog, had been quietly observing the situation from a distance. Seeing that the current circumstances were favorable to him, he swiftly turned back. Miss Yan is quite sensible. This person has thrived on others' misfortune. A simple apology will suffice. I am not a confrontational person. Xiaowan stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Did you hear that, Wanwan? Yan Xian looked at her, displaying a frown. What are you hesitating for? Did you not hear him say to give him a slap? Xiaowan's mind went blank. She was dazed, unable to comprehend the situation at hand. Nevertheless, she always heeded Yan Xian's words. Though her mind had yet to catch up, her hand was already raised high and swung outward.
Slap.
As a side character in the original narrative, Xiaowan was well-versed in the art of slapping. The nuances of delivering a painful strike with the utmost elegance and force were subjects she had meticulously studied. The individual was immediately spun around by the force of the slap, his face swelling rapidly as he became disoriented. Meng Danshan's expression shifted slightly. This slap not only struck him but also delivered a resounding blow to his pride.
Xiaowan.
Meng Danshan's expression darkened. This is my banquet. Do not overstep. Yan Xian scoffed coldly, pulling the person behind her. Is that so? I find it rather insufficient. It does not relieve my anger. She had just stated that Xiaowan had been too lenient with this person. What do you think, Meng Xiao? Xiaowan's heart tightened. Anan. I will diligently learn the art of conversation. Yan Xian replied, Let us not get caught up in such trivial details at this moment. Chapter 071, because I was not very clear-headed before. Meng Danshan was bewildered by this scene. But you just said you were indeed not like this before. Wasn't that affirming his words? Why did she suddenly oppose him? Yes, Yan Xian nodded, because I was not very clear-headed before. Now I am. What's wrong, Meng Xiao? Are you unhappy? Meng Danshan choked slightly. It truly was my fault before. Yan Xian sighed deeply, a bitter smile gracing her lips. In my youth I was naive, unable to read the room, and I must have caused you much distress, right? Meng Danshan stammered. No, so when you said I was pestering you, I can understand. I do not hold it against you. Yan Xian interjected, not allowing him a chance to speak. She continued, her voice tinged with a slight tremor. After all, you just said to prevent this person from speaking recklessly. I am so domineering, yet you still think of me. Meng Xiao, you are truly a good person. Meng Danshan froze in place. Until now, he had only begun to vaguely realize that matters seemed to have spiraled beyond his control. From the very beginning to this moment, every response from Yan Xian had evaded his expectations. No, Meng Danshan wished to explain. It is not that you pursuing me is wrong, rather. What I mean is Yan Xian blinked. But if someone I do not fancy were to pursue me, I would find it quite distressing. Does Meng Xiao not feel troubled? Simply because he harbors affection for me? If you dare to admit it, I would regard you as a true man. Mo Chun raised his glass, the familiar sound providing him with a sense of reassurance. You deceitful man. enjoying the benefits conferred by my identity while misleading other girls into believing you are merely pretending to placate me out of fear of offending the Yan family. When in truth, you do not like me at all. Admit it. Admit it. How could Meng Danshan dare to acknowledge such a thing? Ironically, in his eagerness to flaunt, he had invited numerous individuals. Thus, many of the girls present shared an ambiguous connection with him. These were not the sort of gold diggers who sought to cling to him. Once admitted, should anything amiss be discovered, his downfall would be assured. Moreover, he could not bear to jeopardize the carefully cultivated relationships he had established. The current situation clearly did not permit him to appear overly intimate with Yan Xian. Thus, he resolved to communicate with her privately later. How could this be? Meng Danshan took a deep breath, forcing a smile. I merely regard you as a sister. Yan Xian waved her hand. There is no need for that. I hope you will consider me a stranger from now on. After all, I have caused you considerable trouble in the past. And you would surely prefer not to see me. After uttering this, she turned to address the others. Did everyone hear that? I hope we can refrain from speculating about our relationship as we did before. Otherwise, it would upset both Meng Xiao and me. The others dared not contradict her, nodding in agreement. Indeed, Miss Yan, it must have all been a misunderstanding on our part. That's right, our eyes were merely deceived before. We won't make the same mistake again. What are you all talking about? When has Miss Yan ever been involved with Meng Xiao? Upon hearing this, the others widened their eyes in shock. Oh no, this truly seemed aimed at ingratiating themselves with the Yan family. With just a few words, Yan Xian had cleared the air regarding her connection with Meng Danshan, lifting her spirits and granting her extra patience towards those who came forward to greet her. And then, Xia Wan, noticing someone beside her waving, lowered her voice. I'm going to greet some friends. Yan Xian nodded. All right. Xia Wan sighed in relief. Not all of those individuals were her friends. She was merely close to a couple of them. The others, seeing her rapport with Yan Xian, sought to ingratiate themselves, hoping to forge connections with the Yan family. She knew that Yan Xian despised such individuals, so she refrained from dragging her along and certainly would not bring them to bother Yan Xian. Furthermore, wasn't it enough for just her to be the sycophant? Did they dare to dream of sharing in her benefits? Wan, Qin Ruichu affectionately grasped her hand. It's been ages. What have you been busy with lately? Before Xia Wan could utter a word, a girl beside her sighed and leaned in. Are you once again suffering at the hands of Miss Yan? Qin Ruichu had just arrived and was unaware of the situation. This girl, coming from a modest background, dared not push to the front. Thus, she was oblivious to the recent events and merely formed her judgment based on past experiences. She exclaimed indignantly, I saw it all. Meng Xiao and Miss Yan were over there, and won't has surely become the target of their ire again. Qin Ruichu's expression changed slightly. Did she bully you again? Wan. I must say, you are the eldest daughter of the Xia family. Yan Xian's behavior is utterly excessive. Sighing, she continued, if you ask me, Qiao Jian treats you the best. I heard you haven't been in touch with him lately? I heard he still holds you in high regard. He even dated you to make you jealous. The girl beside her chimed in occasionally. Indeed, Qiao Jian is quite a good person. As their conversation grew more animated, they remained oblivious to the coldness creeping into Xia Wan's demeanor. The few girls nearby exchanged glances, instinctively inching back. Xia Wan's expression was truly fearsome. Have you said enough? Xia Wan withdrew her hand and glared at the most vocal girl. Which of your eyes saw me becoming An's punching bag? The girl, clearly oblivious, still hadn't grasped the gravity of the situation. Do we even need to see? Wan, this is common knowledge. I merely, a sharp slap echoed. As Xia Wan shook her hand, her eyes filled with disdain. You dare to call me Wan? The girl was taken aback by the sudden strike. Qin Ruichu could no longer maintain her smile. Wan, what's wrong? Even if Yan Xian has given you grief, there's no need to explode in such fury. Isn't that misdirected anger? Indeed, it was misdirected anger. Xia Wan pulled out a tissue and meticulously wiped her hand, not due to an but because of you. This girl was a complete stranger. How could she make such a judgment? Qin Ruichu's face paled. You told her, didn't you? Xia Wan scoffed. So in your eyes, you have tacitly accepted that I am an scapegoat? I'm sorry if calling you a scapegoat sounds harsh, but Yan Xian never regarded you as a friend. In the past, who has always taken the blame if not you? Why, who says she never considered me a friend? Xia Wan interjected coldly. You are simply envious of me. Yan Xian, observing the scene quietly, thought. Honestly, she is quite adept at self-victimization. It's quite amusing. In truth, Qin Ruichu was not wrong. Previously, Xiaowan had indeed been the original's punching bag and scapegoat. However, upon her arrival, even a slight gesture of kindness moved Xiaowan deeply, rendering her somewhat foolish. Thank goodness it was her, otherwise, this Navi girl would continue being used as a pawn. And what do you mean, Xiao Jian is a good person? Xiaowan chuckled in anger. Do you want such a blessing for yourself? Wanwan, are you really trying to push me off to someone else? Chapter 072. Things are different now. Xiaowan rolled her eyes, not turning away, but continuing to gaze at the person before her. And what of being the scapegoat? With a single word from me, our family could earn billions more. My allowance could increase by several million. Would you take on the role of a scapegoat for that? The girl who had just been slapped suddenly brightened her eyes. Xiaowan let out a soft huff, truly allowing you to indulge in fantasies. How naive of you. Xiao Jian's voice was filled with pity. Wanwan, I never expected you to be such a vain person. Xiaowan could no longer contain herself. She strode over to Xiao Jian in her high heels. Me vain? Xiao Jian, you who pretend to be poor, are the last person I would want to associate with. However, you must find it difficult to be vain now, given your current status. How could you even enter a place like this? Where is you? Let me guess. Qin Ruichu must have brought you here. Her eyes brimmed with mockery, calling him a pretentious man who used fake cards. Yan Xian chuckled. The commotion had attracted quite a few onlookers. Xiao Jian's face turned crimson. Xiaowan was correct. He had indeed been brought in by Qin Ruichu. After Yu was exposed for using a fake card that day, she broke up with him. Their family's business had been severely impacted by the Yu family, burdened and deteriorating. It was a far cry from being wealthy. He was fortunate enough not to be begging under the overpass. During her first love, Xiaowan had wished to maintain trust in her partner, and hadn't he investigated Xiao Jian's family situation? Who would have thought that this one instance would lead to a heartfelt mistake, entangling her with a scoundrel? Wanwan, please don't be so aggressive. Xiao Jian's voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Didn't he used to have feelings for me? We could still have a proper conversation. Xiaowan tilted her head. What did you say? Xiao Jian fell silent, feeling a bit flustered. In the past, Xiaowan had adored him, always prioritizing him, never showing such a fierce side. As the situation grew increasingly dire, Qin Ruichu stepped in to mediate. Wanwan, don't be like this. Xiao Jian simply misses you too much. Why don't we step aside to talk, so others don't see us making a scene? Meng Danshan also approached, displaying impatience. Xiaowan, this is my gathering. If you insist on causing trouble, then you are not welcome here. Come on, Wanwan. Qin Ruichu said as she reached out to take her hand. Let us talk over there. Had Yan Xian not been present today, Xiaowan, feeling pressured by the crowd and caring about her image, would have allowed Qin Ruichu to lead her away to resolve the matter privately. After Qin Ruichu and Xiao Jian had lowered themselves to appease Xiaowan, they began to scheme. The Qiao family was under pressure, and they could only rise with assistance. Thus Xiao Jian recalled his ever-obedient girlfriend. Realizing that Yu never truly cared for him, merely relishing in opposing Xiaowan, he clung to her even more tightly. Initially, Qin Ruichu genuinely had Xiaowan's best interests at heart. However, as Xiaowan's bond with Yan Xian deepened, leading to increasing benefits for her, their friendship soured. It was difficult to distinguish whether it was jealousy or envy. She simply could not bear to see Xiaowan prospering more than herself. Therefore, upon learning of Xiao Jian's intentions, she brought him into the gathering, hoping to find an opportunity to undermine Xiaowan, allowing everyone to witness her and Xiao Jian together in such a setting. In the original narrative, they indeed succeeded. For Xiaowan could not bear to lose a good friend like Qin Ruichu. After the matter was accomplished, Xiaowan was cast aside by the Xie family, and Yan Xian's attention was no longer on her. Xiao Jian, perceiving her diminished value, brushed off his trousers and dismissed her from his mind. Qin Ruichu, having achieved her aim, refrained from confronting Xiaowan immediately, instead continuing to play the role of a close confidant. Ultimately, when Xiaowan found herself alone, Qin Ruichu delivered her final blow, declaring that Xiaowan's current plight was entirely a result of her behind-the-scenes machinations. This revelation shattered the last remnants of Xiaowan's sanity. However, the situation had transformed. Qin Ruichu attempted to pull Xiaowan away, but was unsuccessful. What is the joke here? Yan Xian interjected, seizing Qin Ruichu's hand, raising an eyebrow, and speaking languidly. Who is unwelcome? Come forth, one by one. The murmurs ceased abruptly. What joke? I see only Miss Xie fiercely vanquishing her foes and tearing apart a scoundrel. One spectator proclaimed, leading the applause. Bravo! Yan Xian remarked, a voice so familiar. Following the sound, she spotted a well-known face, the individual who had previously inquired about when Miss Yan had been associated with young Master Meng. He was indeed a remarkable character. Upon noticing Yan Xian's gaze, he beamed even wider.
Ha!
I've garnered your attention. With newfound support, Xiaowan pushed Qin Ruichu's hand away, pouting. They're all bullying me. In the past, she would never have dared to act so boldly, fearing Yan Xian's irritation. But circumstances had changed. Just moments ago, Yan Xian had decisively humiliated Meng Danshan on her behalf. What have I taught you? Yan Xian sighed, shaking her head. You must return 100-fold what others do to you. Do you remember? Xia Wan's eyes sparkled with realization. Seizing the moment, she grasped both Qin Ruichu and the girl from earlier. Didn't you just say Qiao Jian was excellent? You both should date him together. Wan. What are you saying? Qin Ruichu exclaimed. How could I possibly date someone like him? Feigning innocence, Xia Wan replied. What kind of person? Did you not just say he was wonderful? Suddenly, a thought struck her, and her expression shifted. You don't actually think he is good, do you? Were you trying to push me into a pit of fire? Qin Ruichu looked taken aback. No, that is not it. She waved her hands. What I meant was, he is so good that he would be best suited for you. Of course, he should be paired with my good sister, Xia Wan interjected. You three should focus on living well together. That is far more important than anything else. With a smile, she leaned toward Qiao Jian, a sly grin forming on her lips. The Qin family isn't too shabby. You understand my meaning, right? Let these two stop troubling me. Let the dogs bite each other. Qiao Jian instinctively rolled his eyes. Yan Xian spoke up, and no one dared utter another word. It became evident that Yan Xian was openly supporting Xia Wan. What position did Yan Xian hold? Even the return of the biological daughter could not shake her status. She had also secured shares in the Yan family. The Yan family made it clear to all that Yan Xian would always be their esteemed daughter. Is everything settled? She inquired. Xia Wan obediently nodded. All settled. Originally, today was intended for a nostalgic reunion with Qin Rui, but unexpectedly, the other party plotted against her in such a manner. Fine, Yan Shuren nodded. Let us proceed.
Wait.
Meng Danshan stepped forward decisively. Shuren, you have only just arrived. Yan Shuren paused momentarily, nodding. Indeed, it would seem rather impolite to leave like this. Meng Danshan's expression softened slightly, just as he was about to speak. He noticed Yan Shuren had approached someone. Chapter 073. When the price is right, everything is negotiable. Yan Shuren stood before this individual. Do you have anything on you? This person, who had just attempted to attract Yan Shuren's attention, was named Zeng Jing. He was momentarily taken aback, patting his pockets before finally producing a lighter, sheepishly asking, Is this acceptable? The suit was not conducive to carrying items. Apart from his phone, he only had cigarettes and a lighter.
All right.
Yan Shuren extended her hand to take it, shaking her phone. Let us add each other on WeChat. I will transfer the money to you shortly, as if I were purchasing it from you. Zeng Jing beamed widely. Sure. While he certainly wouldn't accept payment, he was eager to exchange contact information. He was not foolish. It was evident that Yan Shuren wished to cultivate a friendly rapport, otherwise, a direct transaction would suffice. After receiving the lighter, Yan Shuren approached Meng Danshan, extending her hand. Here, a gift for you. Meng Danshan was taken aback. He pointed at the lighter, his voice trembling. This is something you just bought from someone else, a second-hand item. It seems you do not appreciate it. Yan Shuren shrugged. Then I shall refrain from giving it. Having arrived and presented a gift, she decided not to linger. With a glint in her eye, she leaned in to whisper. Ensuring only he could hear, You wouldn't want me to expose the fact that you are juggling multiple relationships, would you? Countless words of reproach lodged in Meng Danshan's throat. His eyes widened in terror. Not wanting to intrude, he managed a strained smile. I actually quite like that lighter. Yan Shuren tossed it directly into his hands. Then keep it. Within half an hour, she had resolved 2 matters. Perfect. She took Xia Wan's hand and turned to leave. But just as they reached the door, she spotted a familiar silhouette lurking in the shadows. She hesitated for a moment. The figure paused, then turned to exit. What is the matter, Anin? Xia Wan inquired, puzzled. Did you forget something? Yan Shuren felt an inexplicable emotion swell within her. It's nothing. Nothing at all. Your driver is waiting outside, right? You should head back. I have a few matters to attend to. Xia Wan nodded thoughtfully. All right, I'll return then. Yan Shuren watched her get into the car before following the direction the silhouette had taken. She did not have to search for long. As she rounded the garden fountain, Xia Yanfei stood beside it, quietly observing the fish swimming within. Good evening, boss, Yan Yujin approached, tiptoeing to peer into the pool. What are you watching? Xia Yanfei replied earnestly. Look at that fish. No sooner had he spoken than a plump golden carp splashed its large tail, sending shimmering droplets flying. How festive! Yan Yujin exclaimed, feeling that having such a fish in the company would surely bring prosperity. Xia Yanfei's eyes brightened. Do you think so? I will have Tang Jiang bring one over another day. The two engaged in a casual conversation, and suddenly, Yan Xian recalled the earlier scene and posed a question. Boss, were you not attending the banquet? Why did you leave so abruptly? The truth was, she had no intention of attending the banquet, which explained her early departure. Xia Yanfei paused momentarily in his act of feeding the fish, quickly regaining his composure. To be honest, I possess little interest in such gatherings. He then casually inquired, so, you were quite close with Meng Danshan before? There was no denying it. Yan Xian touched her nose. Feeling an unexpected pang of guilt, we did have a decent relationship in the past. Perhaps it was due to her previous naivety that she failed to recognize him as a notorious scoundrel. She spread her hands, now enlightened, having escaped the pitfall. With only the two of them present, she felt unrestrained. Xia Yanfei's interest piqued. A scoundrel? How did you come to know this? How could I not know? Yan Xian replied with a heavy tone. I was merely a fish in his pond. She continued enthusiastically. I even know many of his scandals. Once, he took the younger sister of the Gu family out, only to run into another romantic interest, and he told one party that the other was his sister. She laughed. And there was that time he forgot the birthday of the young daughter from the Fong family. When they called him, he was waiting for someone else to watch a movie, yet claimed he was in a meeting. Yan Xian recounted a series of gossip, reveling in it. Imagine if he were to be exposed at the banquet. Wouldn't that be spectacular? Just as she was delighting in the prospect of sharing her plans to unveil Meng Danshan's true nature with Xia Yanfei, the bushes nearby rustled. Startled, she stepped back. A girl in a dark green evening gown emerged from the underbrush, her complexion pale. It was none other than the very subject of her earlier remarks. Miss Yan, is what you said true? Fong Ren asked, her figure swaying. Meng Danshan was not in a meeting that day. He was at the movies with someone else? Yan Xian's expression grew somber. I can reveal the truth to you. But will you promise me one thing? Please speak, Miss Yan, Fong Ran replied with a forced smile. Though, to be honest, I already understand. You simply wish for me not to disclose to Meng Danshan that I learned this from you. To her surprise, Yan Xian responded cheerfully, when you expose his true nature, please be sure to take me along. There's nothing more delightful than witnessing the drama unfold firsthand. Fong Ran paused, glancing between Yan Xian and Xia Yanfei, envy evident in her eyes. How wonderful. I am off to confront him now. If Miss Yan is interested, you may accompany me. With that, she dusted off her clothes and headed toward the banquet hall. Yan Xian chose not to enter, given Meng Danshan's proximity to the entrance. This location was, in fact, the prime vantage point for observation. Mo Chun, disinterested in the romantic entanglements surrounding him, surveyed the chaotic scene with disdain, preparing to make his exit when he heard Yan Xian's voice. Wow, look at Fong Ran, so petite. That slap would surely leave an impression. Indeed, this is escalating. Soon, Meng Danshan will be beaten to a pulp. It is indeed a splendid day, for I have once again rescued a deceived young maiden. Mo Chen stroked his chin thoughtfully. This ability seems exceptionally useful. Following the whispers of Yan Shuren's heart, Mo Chen accurately located Yan Shuren, who was hiding by the door. Why are you hiding here? He inquired, puzzled. Why not go inside and take a look? Yan Shuren gasped in astonishment. You found me even though I was hiding so well? I can find you no matter where you hide, Mo Chen replied, bewildered. Xia Yanfei redirected her curious gaze towards Mo Chen. Let us discuss serious matters, he said with a smile. I have a collaboration proposal for you. Would you care to hear it? Yan Shuren's expression turned perplexed. What could they possibly have to discuss? Yet, in the next moment, a strange glint sparkled in her eyes as she raised her right hand, pinching her thumb and index finger together. As long as the price is right, everything is negotiable. Mo Chen suddenly sensed something amiss. Chapter 074. Is today a masquerade? So, Mo Chen has liked the heroine for quite some time? Yan Shuren chuckled. This is not merely a suitor of the heroine. He is clearly my benefactor. Who? Who likes whom? Mo Chen's face turned pale with terror. The matter for which I sought your assistance concerns only myself. It does not affect anyone else. Yan Shuren replied. Yes, you are correct. He is still a pure-hearted youth, rather bashful, she teased. Increase the payment. Chen leaned against the wall, trembling. You must believe me. He absolutely adores her, truly. Xia Yanfei's gaze flitted between the two, her brows knitting momentarily before relaxing. Chen's explanation faltered, leaving Yan Yujin skeptical. Then just tell me directly, what is it that you need from me? Chen perked up. It is a wonderful opportunity. There is money to be made. You simply need to stand there.
Ah.
Yan Yujin's eyes lit up with joy. Can I lie down while doing it? The greatest pleasure in her life was to lie back and receive money. You can even stand on your head. Come, let me tell you, Chen exclaimed animatedly. You will definitely be intrigued. After much animated discussion, Yan Yujin widened her eyes. Is this for real? She was indeed somewhat interested. Chen nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grain. Absolutely. You can rest assured about that. After a moment's hesitation, Yan Yujin nodded. All right, but this is your promise. Wait, which day? It won't interfere with my work, will it? My current worth has changed. Taking a day off means a significant loss in wages, she added. Chen displayed an expression of exasperation. You are not short of money, so why be so stingy? Where's your boss? I will personally speak to him and see if he dares deny you leave. He feigned bravado, but he was aware that he needed Yan Yujin's assistance, and thus would not cause her any trouble. Little did he expect that Yan Yujin would take a step back and gesture invitingly. My boss is right here. Xia Yanfei smiled subtly. Chen felt as if struck by lightning, taking a moment to regain his composure, his expression one of disbelief. Wait, Yan Yujin. Have you truly become a servant? I thought you were attending a banquet. Do you still have to work overtime? Xia Yanfei pointed to herself. Are you referring to me? Chen promptly fell silent. It was merely a chance encounter. Yan Yujin was overjoyed, stating, My boss is quite generous. Chen, this Saturday. I will pick you up at 7 p.m. It's merely a small gathering. After exchanging contact information, Chen uttered a few more words before turning to leave. Xia Yanfei looked at Yan Xian and inquired, Are you quite close with him? She was aware that Chen was not only acquainted with her, but also held the esteemed position of heir to the Mo family at such a young age, promising a remarkable future. It's nothing extraordinary, Yan Xian responded nonchalantly, noting that her relationship with her sister was decent enough, and they occasionally exchanged a few words. She contemplated. After all, she had previously watered his money tree, hot water, to be precise. Xia Yanfei observed Chen's departing figure, a look of admiration crossing her face. He possesses quite a good temperament, she remarked sincerely. At 7 p.m. on Saturday, Chen arrived punctually at the Yan residence. Yan Xian had already informed her family of her plans and cheerfully entered the vehicle. No, Miss Yan, what are you wearing?
Chen exclaimed in astonishment.
Is this truly what you are donning? Yan Xian maintained a serious expression. I find casual attire quite satisfactory. Wearing anything else would cost more.
Besides,
wasn't it you who said that even doing a handstand is permissible? Evening gowns would hinder my ability to do so. Chen fell silent, fearing she might actually attempt a handstand, and the onlookers would mock him. Nevertheless, it was merely a small, private gathering. The host, a person from their circle, intended not only to socialize but also to showcase their collection. To enhance engagement, it was rumored that the host had prepared a small activity, displaying items for attendees to discern their authenticity. Those who could identify all correctly would be rewarded with a prize. I don't want a single cent of the prize. It's all yours, Chen declared, gritting his teeth, determined to humble that young man today. Yan Xian, perplexed, asked, So, you brought me along just to share the prize money? Chen cleared his throat. Well, sort of. The main motivation is to rely on your insights to discern the genuine from the counterfeit. Otherwise, how would I possess such capability? So Chen is indeed attending this gathering as well. How intriguing. Is this akin to a banquet of intrigue? Chen perked up, sensing an impending challenge. Who is targeting him? Golly, these individuals are deliberately exploiting Chen's competitive nature to lure him in, snatching victory from the jaws of defeat. Chen was in a state of frantic anxiety, while Yan Xian remained unfazed, her mind untroubled. The car came to a steady halt at the venue's entrance. Yet Chen hesitated, reluctant to enter. Even as Yan Xian exited the vehicle, she noticed him still firmly seated in the driver's seat. What's the matter? She leaned against the window, raising an eyebrow. Is today a masquerade ball? Chen appeared momentarily bewildered. No, it's not. Then why are you still seated? What are you doing here, playing the part of a ninja turtle? Get out swiftly, Yan Xian urged, tapping the car door. Don't intimidate me. I must attend this gathering. Imo-chan gazed into her sparkling eyes, suddenly feeling even more apprehensive. Although it is unlikely that anything life-threatening will occur, the sight of Yan Xian reveling in the chaos fills him with trepidation. Eventually, he can no longer delay and slowly exits the vehicle. The gathering is modest, comprising familiar faces from their social circle, though perhaps they do not interact frequently. Upon seeing Yan Xian, the attendees express surprise, soon raising their glasses and approaching her. What brings the esteemed Miss Yan here? Such a radiant presence. Ha ha ha, Miss Yan grows more beautiful by the day. No wonder my vision is suddenly brightened. Yan Xian gestures towards Imo-chan, stating, he summoned me here. I am merely a backdrop today. Feel free to enjoy yourselves. The notion that Imo-chan could entice Yan Xian is met with shared glances of contemplation among the group. With the initial pleasantries established, no one dares to provoke Yan Xian. Imo-chan, initially apprehensive, gradually relaxes as time passes without incident. Hey, brother, he nudges a companion's glass. When does the activity commence? The other man appears puzzled. What activity? Imo-chan is taken aback. The exhibition identification activity. Aren't you aware? The man's expression shifts to one of incredulity. Mr. Imo, might you be in the wrong place? Today is merely a casual gathering. There are no activities.
What?
Imo-chan, incredulous, responds. That brat Qin Zhao specifically mentioned it and claimed he wished to compete with me. You all didn't know? The man pauses, silence enveloping them for a few seconds. I genuinely had no knowledge of this. Perhaps you should consult others? Imo-chan inquires with several attendees, only to receive denials, leaving him bewildered. Only now do you realize something is amiss? Too late. Yan Xian raises her glass, a smirk of schadenfreude gracing her lips. Imo-chan, a female voice calls out, causing him to freeze momentarily before bolting away. Two figures dash out of the room, eliciting a mixture of astonishment and intrigue from Yan Xian. Miss Yan. Qin Zhao raises his glass. Do you believe Imo-chan can escape? Yan Xian shakes her head in earnest. I noticed she wore sneakers today. Imo-chan is unlikely to evade her. Qin Zhao's face lights up with delight. If that is the case, I can rest easy. The imminent confrontation between Imo-chan and Qin Zhao promises to be a spectacle, and he eagerly anticipates the outcome. The girl pursuing Imo-chan has harbored feelings for him for many years. His charm and generosity leave her utterly enchanted, and he finds himself unable to resist her advances. Unbeknownst to Imo-chan, Qin Zhao has cunningly orchestrated this encounter to create an opportunity for her. After a fit of laughter, Yan Xian turns to Qin Zhao, her brow furrowed. What troubles you? Qin Zhao, perplexed, feels a chill under her gaze. Yan Xian lowers her voice. Do you know? I have recently learned fortune-telling and can discern a person's recent fortunes. You. She hesitates, her voice dropping further. Has anything peculiar happened to you lately? A jolt of anxiety courses through Qin Zhao. Despite the lively atmosphere surrounding them, Yan Xian's words send a chill down his spine. He tugged at the corner of his mouth. Why are you acting so mysteriously? What peculiarities do I possess? He intended to elaborate further. But as he gazed upon Yan Xian's increasingly grave expression, his words faltered. Despite the comfortable temperature within the room, he felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Amidst the turmoil of his thoughts, Qin Zhao genuinely sensed that something was amiss.
Today,
items in his home had been carelessly misplaced, causing him to search extensively for his belongings. Ordinarily, everything in his abode was arranged according to his own preferences. The items in my home are out of place, he stammered. Could it be? Is there something sinister in my house? Yan Xian produced a payment code. I will take care of your worries for 50. Qin Zhao, momentarily dispelling his earlier tension, speechlessly transferred 50,000 to Yan Xian. Sister, you are truly my dear sister. Were it anyone else, I might have mentioned that they changed the cleaning staff. Yan Xian tucked her phone away. But if it were you? She scrutinized Qin Zhao. Young Master Qin, do be cautious. You wouldn't even know if an outsider entered your home. Qin Zhao felt as if struck by lightning. His mind went blank as he hurried towards a quiet corner, trembling as he dialed his mother's number. Mother, have you recently hired someone to clean my apartment? They were well aware of his preferences and would not easily change the cleaning staff. Moreover, the person who typically cleaned for him had never made such careless mistakes. On the other end of the line, his mother scolded him. You rascal. I knew you weren't taking my words to heart. I already told you that Annie Jia is on leave. You don't like others cleaning for you, so I suggested you find someone yourself. Have you not done so? Hurry and get someone to tidy up your pigsty. With that, She abruptly hung up. Qin Zhao felt his legs weaken. No one had cleaned in days. Yet his room had remained impeccably tidy. A shiver coursed through him, and he dashed back to Yan Xian. Sister, save me. Yan Xian replied, calm down. It would suffice to have someone check the surveillance footage. This matter is not overly serious. Qin Zhao possessed the common flaw that many affluent individuals share. With wealth at his disposal, one might be tempted to engage in multiple romantic pursuits, seeking mutually agreeable relationships. Yet he was not a cad. He had never juggled multiple partners at once. When involved, he was generous, and even after parting ways, he would provide substantial compensation, ensuring that most of his relationships ended amicably. However, the most recent affair was distinct. This time, he had genuinely invested his heart, believing that he could change for her, only for her to cast him aside instead. Heartbroken, she seized the opportunity of Qin Zhao's inherent compassion to invade his home, secretly acquiring a key. For several days, it was this girl who had been tending to the cleaning of his room. This arrangement persisted for quite some time until one day, it was ultimately uncovered. One night, Qin Zhao awoke to find someone seated at the head of his bed, staring intently at him. He typically slept soundly. However, on that particular night, having consumed alcohol, he awoke in the middle of the night, suddenly feeling parched. The girl had not anticipated such an occurrence, and there was no way to evade it. They encountered one another on the spot. Qin Zhao was so startled that he nearly developed an affection for men. Yet, given that this situation was discovered prematurely, it was not as dire as it could have been. Due to subsequent events, Qin Zhao found herself the target of unfounded accusations, tarnished by slander regarding her treatment of female colleagues. After Yan Xian uttered this remark, she departed, leaving Qin Zhao disinterested in amusement. She hesitated for a mere moment before following suit. The details that ensued remained unclear to Yan Xian. Once the weekend passed, she resumed her diligent work routine. Recently, the workload had been somewhat lighter, resulting in a more relaxed atmosphere among her colleagues. Hey, Xiaoan. Tang Zhang suddenly recalled something. How is Dogdan faring? Dogdan was the young boy whom they had encountered at Jingzhou Temple, later supported by Yan Yujin. Rest assured, Yan Xian replied, her voice muffled as she bit her pen. Zhang Fong is quite reliable in his duties. Xia Yanfei extracted the pen from her grasp. When did you develop this bad habit? Du Yi, internally crowing like a rooster, remembered something else. By the way, you still have that good luck talisman, right? Indeed, Yan Xian responded, pulling out the folded charm from her pocket. Should I buy a lottery ticket? Du Yi expressed her disapproval. Luck shouldn't be squandered on such things. The group shared laughter until they heard a knock at the office door. Yan Xian turned to meet the anxious gaze of the newcomer. Boss. The individual spoke in a hushed tone. I have something to discuss with you. Xia Yanfei maintained an impassive demeanor, then let us move to my office. Once the two had exited, Du Yi vented her frustration. What does he mean by acting like that? We all work in a shared space. He comes and goes, yet pretends as if he is unwelcome. Yan Xian felt a twinge of curiosity. Is something the matter? Does he dislike me? Tang Jiang scratched his head. Song AI wasn't like this before. To clarify, when you first arrived, the project you took on was originally his responsibility. However, during that period, he was not in a good state, and the boss, concerned, withheld it from him. Coincidentally, you appeared and the boss entrusted the project to you. It's likely that Song AI feels a sense of imbalance, believing you have usurped his opportunity to shine, which has led to his sour demeanor towards us. Yan Xian sighed. Navigating workplace relationships is truly challenging. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, a series of sounds erupted from the office. The three turned in unison, witnessing Xia Yanfei's ashen face, papers strewn across the floor. Chapter 76. Worthless Things. They were not the only ones outside. The employees had never witnessed Xia Yanfei express such fury. The previously jovial atmosphere turned silent. That day, they learned that the individual named Song AI had tendered his resignation. The boss remained in a foul mood throughout the morning, and Xia Yanfei's assistant whispered to them, "He is really furious." "Indeed, he is," Yan Xian nodded. "He didn't even notice when a leaf fell from the money tree." Du Yi countered, "Isn't it also because the boss hasn't eaten, which exacerbates his bad mood?" She rolled her eyes and proposed, "And why don't you take some food to the boss?" Yan Xian widened her eyes in disbelief. "You want me to do such a thankless task?" Du Yi sighed, "Consider it. If the boss collapses from exhaustion, who'll earn a living for us?" Yan Xian's mind raced with alarm. The urgency of delivering the meal compelled her to hastily consume a few bites. "You all take your time." I shall be on my way, she said. It was indeed a break period, and since their resting and working areas were separate, the office was relatively empty at that moment. Yan Xian knocked on the office door, while holding the lunchbox.
Come in, came the response.
Xia Yanfei exhaled deeply. Isn't it supposed to be a break? Why are you here? As an employee, one could argue that she maintained a clear distinction between her work and personal life. She would complete tasks even while working from home. Conversely, if one were to claim that she couldn't separate the two, she would never set foot in the office during her break. I brought you lunch, boss, Yan Xian said, shaking the lunchbox in her hand. A person is like iron, and food is like steel. One feels restless when a meal is missed. It's just an unsuitable employee anyway. He resigned. And we can find someone better. Don't be disheartened about work, she sighed, speaking earnestly, otherwise, you might realize too late that you were troubled prematurely. Xia Yanfei remarked with genuine sentiment, you truly have a knack for comforting others. If it were someone else, I might have just let it go.
Ifonaken jest.
Then surely, there's not much to worry about. Yan Xian did not pry into the matter. She placed the lunchbox on the table and reminded Xia Yanfei to eat before leaving the office. Xia Yanfei watched her depart, lowering his gaze. Such matters need not concern her. Meanwhile, Yan Xian considered making a detour to the tea room to brew some tea. While waiting for the water to heat, she casually surveyed the tea room, unexpectedly spotting Song Ai curled up on the sofa, staring intently at her. Her heart raced, nearly causing her to cry out. How frightening! Yan Xian, Song Ai spoke slowly. Are you feeling quite proud of yourself? Yan Xian was taken aback. What? Song Ai continued. You swooped in and took the project that rightfully belongs to me. That was supposed to be my undertaking. The commission from that substantial order should have been mine.
Oh.
Yan Xian replied as she placed some tea leaves into the pot. Do you think I did a good job? Song Ai was momentarily at a loss for words. Undoubtedly. Yan Xian's proposal was exceptional, but he was no slouch either. Moreover, a hint of sarcasm gleamed in his eyes as he remarked, who knows? In some respects, it truly is a result of your efforts. He scrutinized Yan Xian with a look that was hard to decipher. Yan Xian furrowed her brow. What do you mean? There's no need to play dumb. Song Ai chuckled slyly. You know full well whether those design proposals were your own work or if Xia Yanfei assisted you. The expression and tone of the other party were too lewd, and Yan Xian immediately understood.
Oh.
You mean to imply that I seduced Xia Yanfei to steal your project while claiming his work as my own, correct? Yan Xian asked. Song Ai was taken aback. He did not anticipate Yan Xian's forthrightness, leaving him slightly bewildered. However, he quickly recovered with a smile. Who knows? That's what you said. Outside, several colleagues who had been chatting while fetching water suddenly fell silent. Although the studio was not large, those who collaborated with Yan Xian were relatively fixed, and the others were indeed unaware of her true capabilities. She had only just arrived and was already entrusted with significant responsibilities, successfully securing numerous major contracts. Much to their pride. What is the current situation? Were those proposals actually crafted by the boss? Yan Xian began to understand why Xia Yanfei was so furious. She glanced around, picked up a cup of cold water, and drenched Song Ai with it. Cleanse your filthy mind, she said, her expression troubled. It was concerning that at such a young age, his thoughts were so shallow. No wonder he could not measure up to her capabilities. Song Ai stood there, stunned. He abruptly rose, his demeanor twisted with rage. How dare you be so arrogant? After doing something like this, you still expect not to be criticized? Yan Xian assessed the height difference and climbed onto the adjacent table, pouring the remaining cold water over him. Yan
Xian.
He trembled with anger. With Grandpa here. Yan Xian smiled sweetly. How is it that you are now so fierce? This morning, you were the picture of a pitiful soul, as if we all conspired against you. Displaying her disdain, she remarked, those who criticize me will only increase. Onlookers were astonished, gazing at Yan Xian standing on the table, their lips twitching in disbelief. It's true. Song Ai grew even angrier. Do you dare swear to that? Of course, Yan Xian shrugged. If I did not reach this point through my own abilities, I would be bald, forever unable to save money, never achieving wealth, stepping in dog feces, eating instant noodles without seasoning, and working overtime without compensation. The crowd shuddered at her harshness. It was too ruthless. Just a gentle touch, and it felt as though their hearts would shatter. But if I truly achieved this solely by my own merit, Yan Xian's smile faded. Then you, Song Ai, will never accumulate wealth, remain unappreciated, and be perpetually overshadowed. Song AI. Do you dare acknowledge that? Song AI was at a loss for words. The onlookers exchanged glances, noting Yan Xian's unwavering stance and Song AI's shocked expression. And they understood. You don't dare, Yan Xian scoffed, because deep down you know you are speaking nonsense. You cannot stand my superiority and refuse to believe it. Individuals like you, when faced with adversity, only resort to the greatest malice to speculate about others, like a foul rat lurking in the shadows. Each word was deliberate and cutting. I can't take it anymore. Dewey leaned against the wall, feeling weak. Yan Xian is so cool. The crowd continued to swell. Unable to withstand the peculiar gazes directed at him, Song AI shouted, "How can you prove you didn't do such a thing?" Exactly, she cannot prove it at all.
Hey, do you know?
Yan Xian suddenly turned to her colleagues in the crowd. I really didn't want to say this, but I can no longer tolerate his slander. Song AI has a boyfriend. And to top it off, his boyfriend is married, with a wife and children. It's utterly shocking. The reason he targets me is that I witnessed this affair. He fears I will speak out and thus seeks to tarnish my reputation first, so that whatever I say will be dismissed. Huh. Chapter 077. Do you know what it means to bully others with power? Song AI's mind went blank, and it took him a long time to process the situation. However, the crowd's gaze upon him was filled with a peculiar disdain, piercing him like slender silver needles, causing him unbearable pain. What nonsensical things are you spouting? He was on the verge of fury. I am straight. Yan Xian leaped off the table. Is that so? How can you prove that what I said is false? Why should I have to prove something I didn't do? Song AI spoke until his throat was parched, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, yet the looks directed at him grew increasingly unsettling. He felt himself unraveling. The focus should rightfully be on Yan Xian. Why, oh why? Did everyone now regard him with such strange eyes? It's clearly you. Yan Xian interrupted. Dare you swear? Song AI's face paled. I'm not that superstitious. Then swear. Dewey rolled her eyes, chattering incessantly. You're asked to swear, yet you don't dare. Someone could no longer contain themselves. Yan Xian. Is what you said true or false? This is utterly explosive, shattering all perceptions. Who knows? Yan Xian replied with a smile. I merely spoke off the cuff. Even if I misspoke, Song AI is someone who enjoys gossiping behind backs. He should understand my position. Tang Jiang stifled a laugh. One should learn and practice more. Instead of resorting to underhanded tactics, Yan Xian met Song AI's gaze, reiterating, I dare to swear. Do you? At this point, the situation had become clear to all. The project had been snatched away and Song AI, unable to bear the loss, sought to tarnish Yan Xian's reputation. It is said that spreading rumors is easy, but dispelling them requires great effort, especially when the gossip concerns scandalous affairs that can destroy one's reputation. Unfortunately for him, he was now ensnared in his own trap. Left with no defense. Song AI, unable to argue back, stared at Yan Xian, his eyes reddened with anger, remaining silent as if he had suffered a great injustice. Some felt pity. Why not let it go? They thought Song AI appeared somewhat pitiful. Surely this matter could end here. Song AI, who was never eloquent, now found himself tongue-tied under such scrutiny, quite tragic indeed. Pitiful? Yan Xian found it amusing. I think the one speaking on his behalf is the truly unfortunate one. Song AI is quite clever, fully aware of how to ruin a person's reputation and hard work. He understands that he is speaking nonsense, but dares not confront me directly, choosing instead to mock me insidiously in this manner. If this matter remains unresolved, no matter what I achieve henceforth, it will be attributed to the boss. Consequently, you all will perceive the boss as someone who prioritizes personal relationships over professional merit. A single rumor can obliterate two individuals. She turned her gaze towards Song AI. If you could apply that wit to your work, you wouldn't have been making frequent errors lately, to the extent that clients have requested to no longer work with you. The boys were still in shock, while the girls could deeply empathize. It was their own achievements that were being undermined by a few ambiguous rumors, rendering their efforts futile. Why should this be the case? He had already resigned. Yet someone still felt aggrieved, claiming he was being bullied. With such behavior, she was pouring water onto the flames of this workplace bullying, wasn't she? Bullying? Yan Xian nodded. You are quite right. Do you not wish to wield your influence to bully others? One might think so, yet the power is lacking. The individual choked momentarily. You lack it as well, so why act so arrogantly? Yan Xian offered a subtle smile. That may not be the case. In truth, She had long yearned to express her thoughts. Have you all seen that anti-fraud promotional video? The one featuring Yan Yujin? I have always felt that her partner bore a striking resemblance to me, and they even share the same name. However, the speaker pondered in vain how such a person could possibly engage in labor, deeming it mere coincidence. Upon overhearing this conversation, a colleague quickly retrieved their phone to search for information, ultimately gasping in disbelief. This was not merely a resemblance. They were evidently the same individual. I can't believe it, Tang Jiang exclaimed in astonishment. Yan Shian is the daughter of the president of the Yan Group. Wait, does anyone understand? Yan Shian is not only wealthier than us, but she is also far more industrious. Song AI, do you comprehend what it means to bully others with your status? Yan Shian observed his panicked expression, finding it amusing. As for today's incident, I shall remain silent, yet many would be willing to target you to gain my favor. Song AI was thoroughly frightened. The person who had previously defended him wished they could seal their lips and apply a layer of glue. No, you cannot do this, Song AI stammered, his nerves causing his words to falter. I was wrong. I should not have spoken out of turn. It was all my fabrication. I apologize. Is that even necessary? Yan Xian gestured towards those nearby. Surely everyone here is astute enough to discern the truth? The crowd could only feel a sense of admiration. She was not only affluent, but also exceptionally intelligent and industrious. Moreover, she exhibited none of the airs typically associated with a wealthy young lady. Her demeanor was remarkably approachable. And what of the Yan Group? Did she truly need to resort to leveraging her appearance for gain? While their boss indeed possessed striking looks, what handsome man had she not encountered? Furthermore, they had never witnessed her in private interactions, nor any overly intimate behavior. After all, who expresses affection with such fervor as Yan Xian, striving tirelessly? It was evident that her ambition was not to become the boss's wife. Rather, they perceived Yan Xian as someone eager to be the most adept at flattering him. Yan Xian brushed off her sleeves. This matter ends here. No one will target you. However, Song AI, you have truly disappointed me. With that, she cradled her cup and leisurely departed. As she passed by Du Yi and Tang Jiang, she inquired with slight puzzlement, "Are you not returning to rest? The lunch break will soon conclude." Du Yi suddenly snapped back to reality. Rest? If I don't, I shall be utterly exhausted this afternoon. The onlookers merely watched as the three individuals walked away, bewildered. Why did Yan Xian adapt to the identity of a worker so swiftly, without a hint of hesitation or discomfort? One mused. Sometimes, I find myself laughing at my own poverty, another remarked with a faint smile. Though I know I shouldn't, I feel a surge of motivation to work harder. Who understands? I have been inspired by the second-generation wealthy. The crowd, satisfied with their gossip, dispersed after filling their cups, none casting a glance at Song AI. Ironically, this neglect only heightened his discomfort. He would prefer if they hurled more insults his way. As the crowd began to disperse, the HR representative finally entered with the necessary documents. There was no need to wait a month. You are to gather your belongings today and proceed with the resignation formalities. Your responsibilities will naturally be handed over to someone else. Song AI widened her eyes in disbelief. I requested a month's notice. The HR representative remained impassive. I possess considerable influence and have already recruited someone to take over your position. Please ensure you pack your things. Your salary will be settled today. Chapter 078. Do you have any place in mind? Time slipped by swiftly, and the vibrant green leaves along the roadside gradually turned a crisp yellow as the temperature dropped. It felt as though just yesterday was sweltering, yet today marked the onset of autumn. Dewey wrapped her coat tighter around herself and suddenly recalled something. Looking eagerly at her boss, Xia Yanfei raised her eyes. It's already September, and we haven't planned a team-building event yet, Dewey said, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Where shall we go this time? Xia Yanfei, ever generous, acknowledged that every team-building event had been thoroughly enjoyable, leaving everyone eagerly awaiting the next outing. Tang Jiang counted on his fingers. This time last year, we went to a resort. The year before that, we traveled abroad. And the year prior to that. He relished the memories, reveling in the generous benefits provided by the company. And then, Du Yi turned to Yan Xian. Do you have any place in mind? Yan Xian shook his head honestly. However, this year, the onset of winter seemed particularly early. A colleague nearby leaned in, eyes sparkling, suggesting, what if we wait for the weather to get colder and then go soak in hot springs together? Another colleague enthusiastically nodded. I think that sounds wonderful. It would be so relaxing. I know of a newly opened hot spring resort. Let us suggest it to Ling Ling, who handled the administrative and logistical tasks for the studio, would be responsible for arranging this outing. The group buzzed with suggestions and ultimately, the hot spring resort received unanimous acclaim. The location was nestled among tourist attractions, boasting excellent surroundings and air quality, with comprehensive hotel facilities that included not only hot springs, but also various entertainment options. It was said that the chef in the restaurant was quite skilled. Having settled on a preferred destination, everyone looked expectantly at Xia Yanfei. Du Yi scratched her head. I'm not trying to dampen the enthusiasm, but it seems this resort operates on a membership basis. We might not be able to gain entry. The initial proposer paused, momentarily taken aback. Regaining her composure, she quickly scrolled through the promotional video and indeed spotted a small note in the lower left corner. This attraction is membership-based. I looked into how one can become a member, but it didn't specify. It seems it's not something that can be resolved with money, she lamented, the excitement dissipating as swiftly as it had arrived. Yan Xian leaned in for a closer look. What is the name of this resort? Yudong Du Yi replied. It sounds lovely, doesn't it? Very melodious, and it resonates similarly with sleep therapy, Yan Xian remarked while flipping through the information. As expected, it was yet another enterprise under Chang Ju's umbrella. The studio was filled with groans of disappointment, yet no one urged Yan Xian to find a solution. This was partly due to everyone's understanding of boundaries, recognizing that it would be inappropriate to put her in a difficult position. On the other hand, despite being the daughter of the Yan family, it was unlikely that she could bring them along for a team-building event at such a place. Do you really want to go? Yan Xian tilted her head. Not particularly, Du Yi admitted shyly. It's mainly because their promotional video was so beautifully crafted. Human beings are often intrigued by matters they have yet to encounter. Tang Jiang leaned in and inquired, what happens after you've been involved? Retain the good. Discard the bad, came the response. Yan Xian pondered for a moment before raising her hand to send a message to Yan Yujin, inquiring whether it would be possible to take her company members to the Yudong team-building event. Yan Xian wrote, I am reaching out as a courtesy. Do not be unappreciative. Make the necessary arrangements, understood? After perusing the message multiple times, she sent it with satisfaction. Could Yan Yujin possibly agree? The reply came swiftly. Certainly. But I have one condition. Yan Xian's spirits lifted, and she began to compose a barrage of provocative remarks. However, before she could hit send, she noticed another message from the other party. Yan Yujin stated, accompany me to sign the contract. The profit sharing remains unchanged. After a brief moment of silence, Yan Xian hastily deleted her previous message and typed anew. Very well, I reluctantly acquiesce. Upon receiving the response, Yan Yujin smiled and relayed the matter to Jiang Fong. There was no need for excessive formality. They could simply treat them as ordinary guests and assign someone to liaise with them. In the past, Jiang Fong might have found this perplexing or objectionable. Yet, after a series of prior events, he had become entirely convinced. Every contract Yan Xian had selected had encountered issues. Even that spokesperson he had deemed reliable had succumbed to misfortune within less than a week. Upon hearing Yan Yujin's arrangements, he did not inquire further. Instead, he suggested, if there are others present, it may not be as relaxed. Perhaps I should clear the space? He proposed to expedite training for the staff in the coming days to ensure a complete experience for the guests. Yan Yujin paused, her brow slightly furrowed. Jiang Fong's heart raced. Had he perhaps been too indulgent? You are right, Yan Yujin nodded. I worry that some inconsiderate individuals might cause discomfort for them. Let us proceed as you suggested, clear the area. Jiang Fong perked up. I will take care of it immediately. Meanwhile, Yu Ling, although aware that the likelihood of their participation in the Yudong team-building event was slim, was encouraged by the group's enthusiasm and sought to reach out to the other party. After contacting customer service through the official website, she inquired about membership and whether their group could attend the team-building event. Customer service replied, I apologize, but we operate on a membership basis and cannot make exceptions. Yu Ling thanked them, understanding she was demanding the impossible, and after receiving a definitive answer, she refrained from pressing further. Just then, her WeChat notification chimed. Yan Xian messaged, Ling, this individual is the head of Yudong. If everyone wishes to go to the hot spring resort, I would appreciate your assistance in arranging the follow-up details. Yu Ling's eyes widened in surprise. Her immediate reaction was not one of joy, but rather concern. She discreetly approached Yan Xian and pulled her aside. The truth is, we do not necessarily have to go to this particular venue. Our employer is willing to invest, and we could just as easily enjoy ourselves elsewhere. Although she was not wealthy, she understood that establishments with membership policies rarely make exceptions. Otherwise, once this precedent is set, how will the hotel respond to similar requests from others in the future? Will they acquiesce or refuse? The fact that Yan Xian managed to extract a concession from the other party suggests she must owe quite a significant favor. Yuling pressed her lips together. No. Perhaps you should inform them that we won't be attending? Her concern was evident in her eyes. Yan Xian took her hand reassuringly. Do not worry. This will not affect me in the slightest. Remember, I am but a working person, deeply concerned about my own finances. Her tone was low. No one shall take a single penny from me. Furthermore, I have already reached an agreement with them, and it would be rather inappropriate to suddenly retract. Yuling concurred. After confirming that Yan Xian would indeed remain unaffected, she sighed in relief. I will inform everyone about this. They will surely be delighted. She tugged Yan Xian to head back. Wait, Yan Xian shook her head. I prefer that no one knows this is related to me. Yuling paused, feeling that taking undue credit was wrong, yet she understood Yan Xian's perspective. Suddenly inspired, she patted her chest. Rest assured, I will handle this matter. No one will ever suspect you. She truly was a little genius. Chapter 079. She admired such individuals. Before long, Yuling sent a message to the large group. The location for this team-building event is set at the Yudong Hot Spring Resort, with a time to be determined. Let us all express our gratitude to the boss. The atmosphere in the studio erupted with excitement. Our boss is so generous. I want to change their contact to hidden rich second generation. This is wonderful. My loyalty to the company has deepened immensely. The mood brightened instantly. Yet Xie Yanfei felt somewhat helpless. He had merely paid the bill. The choice of location had nothing to do with him. However, with a little thought, he could discern the underlying situation, which amused him. On Saturday, a day that should have been spent lounging in bed until noon, Yan Xian had no choice but to rise and venture out. At 10 in the morning, she arrived punctually at the base of Changji Building. The receptionist, recognizing her, greeted her with a platter of fruit. Good morning, Miss Yan. Would you like some fruit? Good morning, Yan Xian replied, still somewhat taken aback. Isn't today Saturday? The receptionist puffed out her chest. Indeed, but we earn double pay for overtime. This is an opportunity one fought hard to secure. Working on weekends is not only relaxed, with fewer tasks, but also free from excessive supervision from the higher-ups. It is simply too liberating. Yan Xian lowered her voice. Is your company still looking for a receptionist? Jiang Fong, feeling exasperated, replied, Miss Yan, please head upstairs. Yan Xian felt a tinge of regret. The signing of the contract would take place in Yan Yujin's office. The desk was piled high with contracts, while the coffee table was laden with an assortment of snacks, cake, fruit, milk tea, and fruit tea. Each portion was modest, just enough for a single bite, perfect for sampling flavors without overeating or wasting food. Yan Xian stared, momentarily stunned. These can't possibly be prepared specifically for me, can they? Indeed, Jiang Fong instinctively straightened his posture. These are all the latest trendy foods. Please let me know if they suit your taste. If not, I can have someone fetch a different selection. He may not comprehend the intricacies, yet he can delegate the task of seeking strategies to those beneath him. Yan Xian mused. Now we've eliminated yet another avenue for criticism. With a sigh, she quickly revived her spirits at the prospect of earning a substantial sum of money. Let us begin. She raised her hand, exclaiming, Charge forth. As long as I don't get swept away, I shall push ahead with fervor. Yan Yujin chuckled softly. Come sit beside me. In truth, Yan Xian found it perplexing why Yan Yujin insisted on her presence while signing the contract. Our relationship is rather tenuous, isn't it? What makes her so unafraid of potential information leaks? Though puzzled, she chose to remain silent. The opportunity to earn such a handsome reward simply by observing was too enticing for anyone to decline. Let me see how today as contract fares, she said, craning her neck. Jiang Fong wiped the sweat from his brow, holding his breath and refraining from speaking too loudly. Having learned from prior missteps, he now approached collaborative projects with utmost caution. Regardless of the project scale or the sums involved, he meticulously scrutinized every detail, wary of encountering past predicaments.
Meanwhile,
Yan Yujin feared she might miss Yan Xian's unspoken thoughts, thus she refrained from voicing her own. Consequently, the expansive office was engulfed in an oppressive silence, broken only by the rustling of Yan Yujin flipping through the contract, creating an atmosphere that felt almost suffocating. Initially, Yan Xian intended to provoke a response. Yet the peculiar ambience rendered her hesitant. She lowered her gaze, wishing to affix her eyes to the contract, too intimidated to utter a word. So, why did you summon me to review the contract? This contract is significantly more reasonable than previous ones, devoid of any potential pitfalls. And I might even earn a little extra, she thought with a smirk, proceeding to scan the system once more. Wait, why is there no collaboration with that young pup for the sportswear endorsement? Who? Yan Yujin inquired, having clearly heard her inner voice but unaware of whom she referred to. TSK, that little dog, Duan, is utterly unfortunate. He is currently enduring online harassment. How tragic. Though he did nothing wrong, he faces slander from friends. With no one to vouch for him. No wonder there hasn't been any collaboration. He has become the pariah of the streets. However, he is likely to find himself in desperate straits soon enough. After all, this situation will undoubtedly take a turn. The uninformed perceive Duan as a villain, while those in the know see him as a pitiful figure. Only I realize that Duan is cleverly leveraging this incident to gain notoriety, planning to reveal the truth at the peak of the drama to secure a surge in popularity, all while distancing himself from the unscrupulous company. When the time comes to collaborate with Duan, the endorsement fee will be far more substantial. Besides, aiding him in his plight will be exceedingly rewarding. Though the next few months may prove arduous for him, and he narrowly escaped with his life, fortune will eventually favor him. He is destined to ascend to the pinnacle of the entertainment industry, sharing the same realm of entertainment and bearing the surname Duan. It was clear to Yan Yujin who Yan Shian was alluding to. Duan Qinhong, the rising star, once basking in the glow of fame, found himself ensnared in a web of accusations from a so-called friend, branding him as disrespectful to women, leading a chaotic private life, coercing his girlfriend, and engaging in acts of violence fueled by alcohol. Countless fans swiftly withdrew their support, while passers-by hurled scathing criticisms, and his agency contemplated severing ties with him. He was not only at risk of obliterating his career but also faced the burden of losses incurred by his agency and collaborators due to the tarnishing of his reputation. In simpler terms, he was losing both his career and financial stability. Yet, upon hearing Yan Xian's perspective, it became evident that Duan Qinghong was a victim of slander, and he possessed evidence to mount a counterattack. Intelligent, patient, and ambitious, she held a deep admiration for such qualities. What about the contract that was previously established with Duan Qinghong? She inquired. Zhang Fong, upon hearing this, immediately straightened his posture and asserted with conviction, "Rest assured, Ms. Yan, we certainly will not collaborate with someone of such questionable character. I have already instructed my team to terminate the contract." Oh, dear, the cash cow has fled. However, Zhang Fong's course of action was not without merit. Regrettably, losing this endorsement left Duan Qinghong in a precarious position, devoid of his last bastion of support. Just endure this phase, and it shall pass, Yan Xian lamented. Yan Yujin tapped the table lightly, inquiring, why not continue the collaboration? Zhang Fong, puzzled, questioned if he had misheard. Yan Yujin articulated each word deliberately. I said, we shall continue our partnership with Duan Qinghong. Her intention was not merely to provide assistance in a time of need. She believed that Duan Qinghong's worth would significantly increase following these events. However, the pressing concern was that his agency lacked integrity. Without this endorsement, it was likely they would disregard him entirely and exert further pressure. Thus, he found himself in a dire predicament. Yan Yujin's desire to continue the collaboration stemmed from a deeper consideration. Individuals who can endure, with clear objectives, often achieve great success. Moreover, having experienced hardship, they are less susceptible to being swayed by mere gestures of goodwill. Yan Yujin reasoned that while this endorsement might not elicit gratitude, it would at least avoid inciting animosity. Having more allies or fostering goodwill was undoubtedly preferable to contributing to his downfall. Zhang Fong questioned, are you suggesting we continue working with Duan Qinghong? You heard correctly. Yan Yujin affirmed, send the endorsement over. Proceed with a normal shoot, but remind those who are overly ambitious yet lacking in skill. Zhang Fong instantly adopted a serious demeanor. Receiving specific instructions from Yan Yujin was indicative of the matter's significance. Yan Xian, somewhat dazed, mused, is this what it feels like to possess the instinct of a protagonist? Such audacity. Immersed in shock, Yan Xian failed to recognize the abruptness of Yan Yujin's proposal. Despite the myriad questions swirling in his mind, Zhang Fong would comply, without hesitation, even if it meant endorsing the sportswear. As he exited the room, only the two of them remained. Yan Yujin closed the final contract and queried, do you have any investment ideas lately? Investment? Yan Xian paused momentarily before shaking her head, no. Although I possess an understanding of what may ignite fervor, such matters pertain to others and bear little relevance to my own existence. I dare only to grasp at minor opportunities here, hoping to enhance the quality of my modest life. Sometimes, when small prospects go unnoticed, I discreetly vie for them alongside the female protagonist, which is not entirely out of the question. On the other side, Duan Qinghong sat upon the sofa, his expression devoid of emotion. His manager flung the contract onto the floor, exclaiming, "Duan Qinghong, what is this attitude of yours? Your reputation is in tatters, and numerous collaborations have dissolved. The company has been exceedingly lenient by not pursuing compensation for the damages. Who do you think you are putting on airs for? If I were in your position, I would be more sensible. It's merely a meal. It's not as if you are being asked for a monumental sacrifice. You still have a chance to make a comeback, so why be so obstinate? A comeback? Naturally, this was merely a ruse to manipulate Duan Qinghong." The manager harbored a profound disdain. Duan Qinghong was akin to a salted fish trapped in the mud, with no hope of rising again. It would be a feat merely to avoid being trampled further, let alone aspire for a resurgence. However, with interests at stake, a bit of coaxing was necessary to avoid a rebellious spirit that would be difficult to manage. With this thought, the manager softened his demeanor, speaking gently. "Do not take offense at my earlier tone. My intentions were solely for your benefit. Reflect on it. I have been by your side since your debut. Have I ever acted in a manner detrimental to you?" Yet, Duan Qinghong remained silent, seated vacantly on the sofa, seemingly affected by the online turmoil. The manager, suppressing his frustration, thought of the benefactor awaiting Duan Qinghong for dinner and forced a smile. "Do not worry about the online matters. The company will handle them. However, you must understand, it is better to address issues proactively rather than reactively. Keeping you trending is not a viable solution, and given your current circumstances, the company cannot afford to expend much more on you. Others, however, are in a different position." He shifted his tone. "If you obediently accompany me to this dinner, there will undoubtedly be others who will divert the public's attention with different matters, quite simply. Once you regain your former glory, no one will dwell on your past misdeeds. They will be eager to support you." The manager spoke with a fervor that nearly dried his throat, each word seemingly crafted with Duan Qinghong's best interests in mind. Even though Duan Qinghong remained as motionless as a statue, the manager fought to suppress his rising anger. Yet, for the next hour, Duan Qinghong maintained his stoic demeanor, and the manager found himself thoroughly exasperated. "Do not test my patience," he gritted through clenched teeth. As the last remnants of his forbearance evaporated in the face of Duan Qinghong's obstinacy, "I will say this once more, you are no longer the Duan Qinghong of the past. No one will be there to support you now. There are those." Duan Qinghong raised his gaze, "who will always cherish me." The manager was momentarily speechless with frustration. Duan Qinghong continued, "Moreover, do not forget that I hold an endorsement with Changju. The agreement has been signed. They will not retract it, nor can they replace me. If they violate the contract, the responsibility for compensation lies with them. The company is well aware of its own circumstances. They would never engage in such a futile venture." The agent, trembling with anger, pointed at Duan Qinghong, laughing in disbelief. "Ah, so it turns out I misjudged you. I thought you were highly cooperative, but it appears you are quite the pretender." "Where?" "I am merely being modest," Duan Qinghong replied with utmost humility. "You wield your insignificant authority as if it were a scepter. How could I possibly match your prowess in pretense?" The agent, however, recognized the truth in Duan Qinghong's words. As long as the endorsement remained, they could not take any adverse action against him. Otherwise, the company would incur losses. Moreover, their contract with Duan Qinghong was nearing its expiration, naturally prompting them to extract greater value from him during this period. "Very well," the agent scoffed, "I shall see what abilities you possess after this endorsement." Just as he finished speaking, his phone rang. Upon noticing the caller, his expression shifted, and with a warning glance at Duan Qinghong, he answered the call, adopting a sycophantic tone. "Mr. Qing, please command me."
"What?"
"The people from Changju wish to terminate their collaboration with Duan Qinghong?" he exclaimed instinctively. A heavy sensation gripped Duan Qinghong's heart. "All right, understood." The agent wiped the sweat from his brow. "Rest assured, I will certainly manage the artist well." After the call ended, the agent inhaled sharply. "Duan Qinghong, you truly are something else. The head of Changju personally called to suspend cooperation with you.
"Now."
You must either attend the banquet or terminate the contract immediately. You must think this through." His tone carried an underlying threat. Your situation is dire. Unless the company assists you with public relations, you are utterly powerless. You should be able to discern what is of greater importance. Perform well, and I may advocate for your renewal. Do you realize that Mr. Cheng just instructed me to terminate our contract immediately? Right now, you are at fault. And if we dissolve the contract, we owe you no compensation. Without us, you are nothing. He assumed that Duan Qinghong would yield. Yet, half a minute later, Duan Qinghong spoke calmly. Then, I choose to terminate the contract. Fine. Your stubbornness only proves your resolve. The agent stared at him incredulously. What did you just say? Duan Qinghong maintained a composed demeanor. I said, terminate the contract. Chapter 081. Do you know why I didn't leave directly? The agent laughed in anger.
To him.
Duan Qinghong had lost much of his value. Moreover, the current Duan Qinghong was akin to a hot potato. Whoever touched him would surely face misfortune. Since the leadership had spoken, and this individual showed no sense of decorum, there was no need for further flattery. Very well, you have some guts. Just sit there and wait. He gestured towards the sofa. I'll have the termination contract brought over right away. The contract arrived swiftly. The agent tossed it before Duan Qinghong. The contract is prepared. The seal affixed. Do you dare to sign? Duan Qinghong took the contract, not allowing the agent's demeanor to stir any significant emotion within him, directing all his focus to the document before him. The termination of the contract was rather straightforward. In summary, Duan Qinghong was required to compensate the company with an amount equivalent to 40 of his earnings over the years. While this sum was substantial, it paled in comparison to the original compensation stipulated in the contract. Ironically, it constituted all the assets Duan Qinghong currently possessed. He smirked. You truly have me under your thumb. You know exactly how much I have in my pocket. The agent laid his cards on the table, dropping the pretense. Duan Qinghong, do not think me heartless. Have you considered the losses the company has endured because of you? Not requiring you to cover these losses is already an act of mercy on our part. You ought to empathize with our position. He settled onto the adjacent sofa and poured himself a glass of water, leisurely adding, You wish to terminate the contract, do you not? Sign here, pay the compensation, and we shall sever all ties. On the surface, the company seemed to have a change of heart, yet Duan Qinghong was acutely aware of their ulterior motives. Their aim was to leave him destitute, hastily disassociating themselves from him, only to subsequently release a statement attributing all faults to him. By garnering public sympathy, the company would extricate itself from the situation unscathed, thereby extracting every last vestige of value from him. However, Duan Qinghong did not hesitate long. He lifted his pen and inscribed his name. There was no need for hesitation, for this was precisely what he desired. Otherwise, with 2 months remaining until the contract's termination,
Who knew what actions they might take?
losing his job was merely a setback. He still had the chance for redemption. Yet, there were certain principles he could not compromise. In Changju, Zhang Fong hurriedly arrived, albeit a moment too late. Have you informed the other party of the cancellation of our collaboration? Yes. The person responsible for liaising with Duan Qinghong stammered. It was my oversight. I failed to conduct proper due diligence. He assumed Zhang Fong was there to hold him accountable. It is not solely your fault, Zhang Fong replied, his brow furrowing slightly. Are there any other endorsements? Preferably something better than this. After a moment's consideration, the individual sifted through a pile of contracts and produced one. This. Zhang Fong perused the document, his expression relaxing as he nodded. Very well. Contact Duan Qinghong again and offer him this endorsement. The individual was momentarily taken aback, but after confirming the details, he picked up the phone.
Meanwhile,
the agent observed Duan Qinghong's actions with surprise, yet remained unconcerned. After all, beyond Duan Qinghong, he had other viable options. There was no need to squander time here. The stress of managing Duan Qinghong's affairs had added considerable gray to his hair, and now he felt a sense of relief. Is everything signed? He inquired, scanning the contract and nodding in satisfaction. Considering our lengthy collaboration, should you find yourself in dire straits, you may reach out to me. After all, he appraised Duan Qinghong with an inscrutable smile. There are still many who appreciate your type. Clutching the contract, the immense burden on Duan Qinghong's shoulders finally lifted, and he exhaled deeply. Upon hearing those words, he could no longer contain himself. Is that so? In fact, I believe there is a position that would suit you perfectly. Should you find yourself unable to continue as an agent, perhaps you should consider a career change. The agent, intrigued, inquired, What do you mean? Du and Q and Jieching. The sight of soliciting on the roadside is equally repugnant. utterly nauseating. The agent's expression resembled one who had just consumed excrement. He promptly retrieved his phone, deliberately elevating his voice, immediately informed the company's public relations department that Du and QNGH has terminated our contract. Do not concern yourselves with any further matters. With a decisive click, he ended the call. Feeling a sense of triumph, I shall see how long you can maintain your facade. As always, Du and QNGH was unfazed, shrugging nonchalantly. What can I possibly feign that you cannot? Had this individual always possessed such a venomous tongue? The agent pointed at him, intending to unleash threats insinuating that they had been offended and that he would struggle to survive in this industry henceforth, when suddenly, his phone rang again. It was still the familiar number. He answered the call. Hello? Mr. CH Ing, I'm here. He gestured for those nearby to escort Du and QNGH out, fearing this individual might cause a disturbance. Just as Du and QNGH stood up, he noticed the agent pause, seemingly unable to believe his ears. What? You say you're looking for Du and QNGH? Surely there has been a mistake?
No.
No, I'm not doubting you. My hearing isn't quite right. He glanced at the halted Du and QNGH, swallowing hard. May I inquire what you need him for? I'm not prying, merely hoping to be of assistance, huh? You mentioned CHNGJ intends to collaborate with Du and QNGH on another brand. Something even more upscale than that sportswear. His voice became shrill, slightly distorted, and exceedingly grating. Indeed, this endorsement is of utmost significance. The other party has specifically requested Du and QNGH's participation. Mr. CH replied impatiently. Why are you making such a fuss? The agent quickly covered his phone and dashed out of the room. Du and QNGH remained seated. He would not depart. Having inadvertently revealed this matter, if Du and QNGH learned of it, he would be placed in a most precarious position. Retreating to a corner, he inhaled deeply. Mr. CH, did we not just agree to terminate our contract with Du and QNGH? Why the sudden change? Such matters could easily be dismissed, could they not? Terminate? What termination? I am not aware of any such discussion. Mr. CH feigned ignorance. In any case, this endorsement is crucial for the company. You must resolve it yourself. If you cannot manage such a trivial matter, perhaps a change in your position as an agent is in order. The call was terminated once more, leaving the agent on the verge of tears. He understood. He had once again become the scapegoat. After treating Du and QNGH so dismissively, there was no way he would acquiesce unless he were utterly deranged. Turning back into the room, he found Du and QNGH still present. The assistant, perceptive and astute, had sensed from mere fragments of conversation that Du and QNGH could not depart just yet, and thus he smiled apologetically, ensuring the individual remained. The agent forced a smile. Little Du and, allow me to explain the situation. He recounted the events once more, speaking earnestly. This matter is mutually beneficial for us. I trust you understand? Du and QNGH fell silent for a moment before suddenly breaking into a smile. Dear agent, do you know why I did not leave forcefully? Chapter 082. What are you afraid of? Because I wish to witness your remarkable skill in changing faces. I am utterly astounded. Everyone says you are the master of this art, and today I finally have the opportunity to behold it. The agent's face contorted in distress. Although he detected the sarcasm in their words, he dared not retort as he once did with reckless abandon. The contract had been terminated, the dissolution statement issued. Duan Qinghong was no longer entangled with them in any capacity. He found no interest in prolonging the conversation. Casting a glance at them, he remarked, "You should focus on how to report to President Zheng." With a wave of the contract, he bid them farewell, for his objectives had been accomplished, and the desired outcome secured. To linger here would only serve to aggravate himself, and he was not so frivolous. His agent watched helplessly as he turned to leave, sensing a bleak future ahead. The matter of a new endorsement collaboration with Changju was known to only a select few. To others, Duan Qinghong was akin to a discarded soda can on the roadside, an object of scorn, inviting the urge to trample upon it. As he exited the company building, countless individuals hurled barbs of mockery in his direction. Duan Qinghong, why the long face? What's the matter? Isn't ta down and out dog supposed to look this way? They jeered. Look at how haughty he used to be, and now observe his current plight. What's that in his hand? Surely it's the contract termination. They were adept at striking where it hurt most, and indeed, it was. Let us see how he flaunts himself in the future.
A boy.
Closely aligned with Duan Qinghong in status and style, feigned sympathy, Duan Qinghong, if you find yourself truly desperate one day, starving, do come find me. I still have a vacancy for a garbage collector in my neighborhood. Though the pay is meager, it offers stability, so you needn't starve. Laughter erupted around them, rife with derision. Duan Qinghong halted. He fixed his gaze on the one who laughed the loudest and approached him slowly. The laughter ceased abruptly as the young man instinctively recoiled. What do you want? I'll have you know, hitting someone is against the law.
Besides,
You're of no value now. The company won't favor you. Duan Qinghong chuckled softly. If the company won't favor me, what are you so afraid of? I seem to be utterly devoid of anything in your eyes, am I not? The young man quickly regained his composure. Embarrassment and anger flaring within him. What else with your arrogance? He was genuinely unsettled by the seemingly destitute Duan Qinghong. As he prepared to deliver a retort, he was met with a heavy sigh from Duan Qinghong. How pitiable! Duan Qinghong shook his head. Do not doubt it. I am indeed speaking of you. You are truly pitiable. Our situations are quite similar. Tell me, who will be next after me? The young man's face paled. Retreating a step. Do not attempt to sow discord here. I will not fall for your tricks. Once you leave, the company will surely elevate me. Duan Qinghong nodded. Seeing you so confident gives me solace. I hope you can maintain such an optimistic outlook. As he turned to leave, he seemed to recall something and turned back. Oh, right. Since you're so assured, why not see if things unfold as you anticipate? Changju has cancelled their collaboration with my sportswear endorsement, but has offered the company an even grander endorsement. Perhaps you should inquire whether you can secure it? With that, he ambled out of the company, his steps light and unburdened. The individual stood rooted in place, their expression fluctuating between joy and despair. In November, the weather was fair. The sun blazed brightly, yet it could not dispel the biting chill in the air. As the year's end approached and business slowed, it was an opportune moment for team-building activities. Buses rolled into the winter retreat, finally halting at the entrance of the lodge. Having endured a long journey, the attendees were greeted by the organizer, who had already received word of their arrival. She stepped forward to welcome the disembarking guests, advising them to first collect their meal cards, assuring them that dedicated staff would transport their luggage to their rooms. With a smile, she pointed towards the right side of the lobby, where lunch was prepared and would be served promptly upon seating. The crowd cheered as they alighted from the bus. Following the staff's directions into the lodge, the organizer noticed the last two girls to disembark and raised her hand. Allow me to assist you, Miss Yan. Miss Yan Shian? Yan Shian looked up in surprise. You recognize me? Of course, replied the organizer, her excitement evident. All employees under Changju must remember your face. Wherever you go, you are our esteemed supermember. Thank you, Yan Xian replied, her eyes crinkling with a smile. But I'm merely here to enjoy some leisure time with my colleagues. No special treatment is necessary. Understood, no special privileges, the organizer responded, quickly grasping her intent. Please hand your luggage to the staff nearby. You are the last guests to arrive, and I will escort you to the dining area. What do you mean? Didn't you say the hot spring resort is closed today? What about all those people? Her tone sharpened, causing discomfort to those nearby. Yan Xian found the voice somewhat familiar and turned to look back. Indeed, it was a familiar face. At the perimeter of the lodge, the security guards stated sternly, "The resort is indeed closed to the public today. You may only admire the scenery from the outside, as previously communicated. Your disruptive behavior is causing us considerable inconvenience." Tianlin, her neck craned defiantly, retorted, "But I just saw many people enter. You must provide a reasonable explanation today." Recently, her life in the Tian family had been turbulent, and upon hearing good things about this resort, she had hoped to unwind here. Little did she know that upon arrival, she would be barred from even crossing the threshold. The organizer glanced at Yan Xian, her brow furrowing slightly. "I apologize for the unpleasant experience. We will resolve this matter promptly. The environment here is quite unique. The perimeter is only semi-open to the public. And since we are not the primary investors in its construction, we cannot restrict access entirely. Therefore, only the hotel itself can be completely secured today. Thank you for your understanding." Yan Xian sighed in acknowledgement and led Du Yi into the hotel. As Tianlin continued to speak, she peered inside, catching a glimpse of Yan Xian's beaming profile. She was taken aback, her voice suddenly dropping in volume. Turning to the approaching organizer, she inquired, "Is Yan Xian among today's guests?" The smile vanished from the organizer's face, replaced by a stern demeanor. "Miss, you are to leave immediately, otherwise we will be forced to contact the authorities." They would never disclose guest information indiscriminately, hence she had no intention of answering Tian Lin's query. Tian Lin stared at the doorway for a while, uttering not a single word, and decisively turned around to leave. Chapter 083, Team Building Suspended. Tian Lin harbored an intense hatred for Yan Shian and Yan Yujin. Due to the prior incident involving sleep therapy, the Tian family could no longer accommodate her. Tian Chuan no longer trusted her, stripping her of opportunities to engage with influential figures, which consequently brought misfortune upon her family as well. Tian Chuan despised her and no longer allowed her to manipulate her. The family members expressed disdain for her lack of awareness and claimed she was a burden. How ironic it was that they never voiced such sentiments when they benefited from her connection with Tian Chuan. Now, she found herself caught in a predicament. All her new bags, jewelry, and clothes were gone. She attributed all of this to the two individuals from the Yan family.
Yet, what could she do about it?
Was she to seek revenge? Impossible. Currently, she was merely enduring a difficult existence within the Tian family, and should she dare lay a hand on those two, she would undoubtedly be sent abroad by her family. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, and as she walked, she kicked at the grass by the roadside. Desiring to conceal her disheveled appearance from others, she wandered further off the path until she realized she had ventured deep into the woods. Observing the destruction she had wrought along the way, she pouted and pressed on deeper into the forest. After all, she couldn't get lost, and the scenery was rather pleasant. Perhaps there were even more beautiful sights within. Yan Xian paid little heed to this interlude. The chef here was indeed quite skilled. The establishment specialized in Chinese cuisine, and it seemed they had confirmed the flavors in advance, as many of the dishes served were homely, yet surprisingly delectable. The simpler the dish, the more challenging it was to perfect. Tang Zhang's mouth was stuffed full, pondering how his pickled fish could taste so exquisite. Du Yi laughed and scolded. You can't even keep your mouth shut while eating. However, Tang Zhang was not entirely wrong. Yu Ling joined in, affirming his words. I enjoy cooking, yet it is evident that there is a distinct difference between passion and expertise. A voice of contentment arose. This is wonderful. You have no idea. I am not particularly fond of Western cuisine. I just crave this warm meal, which is pure bliss. In truth, Western food was acceptable. But I could never acclimatize to Japanese cuisine. I can tolerate what you all mentioned, but I cannot accept Korean bibimbap. A group chattered joyfully, their expressions reflecting utter satisfaction. Why, ISN Tianan speaking. Are you secretly indulging alone? Du Yi exclaimed, eyes wide, as she reached for the nearly empty plate of stir-fried meat. Leave me a bite. It was not until they were full and content that Yan Xian wiped his mouth and slowly spoke. It is indeed important to refrain from talking while eating. Do you know why? The chatter around him subsided, and the others instinctively fell silent. He assumed it was due to the custom of his family, thinking that there was no harm in remaining quiet, but Yan Xian continued. If one is preoccupied with conversation, the delicious food will be consumed by others, leaving little for oneself. One person mused, that seems to make a certain amount of sense. In the past, I regarded the adage of refraining from speech while dining with disdain. However, I have now adopted it as an unwavering principle, intending to make it my life's guiding maxim. With the last shrimp on the table, I declared, allow me. The journey was not long, and few experienced motion sickness. Everyone's appetites remained commendable. Most importantly, the cuisine here was exquisitely tailored to their tastes. After satisfying our hunger and thirst, we had the option to explore the hills behind or stroll through the nearby scenic area. The staff served fruits and snacks post-meal, and the picturesque surroundings beckoned for some physical activity, reminding us not to overindulge before enjoying the hot springs. The group unanimously agreed. Let us first deposit our belongings in our rooms, Du Yi suggested with enthusiasm. On our way here, I noticed what appeared to be a greenhouse. Shall we go take a look? Yan Xian nodded in agreement. Indeed, there was a spacious greenhouse, nearly 200 square meters, filled with flowers that were no longer in bloom this season. It had been meticulously sectioned to prevent the mingling of various fragrances, which could be overwhelming.
Outside,
a lush expanse unfolded. The bamboo groves rustled gently, and the welcoming pines loomed like towering giants, each scene a rare spectacle. Dinner was lavish, and given the chilly weather, the hotel had thoughtfully prepared soup, warming everyone thoroughly. As we finished our meal, the group was contemplating where to venture next when the manager entered the hall, visibly anxious. I apologize, everyone, but tonight you will not be able to roam freely. Please return to your rooms promptly after dining. Only venture out if absolutely necessary. Should you require assistance, you may contact us via the room telephone, and we will arrange for transportation later. A chorus of discontent arose, and Yuling furrowed her brow as she stood to negotiate with the manager. Yan Xian observed their interaction with concern. This was not a scenario that had transpired in the original narrative. The system could not discern the details, only grasping the broader strokes. It was akin to a mathematical problem where the answer was merely a number, devoid of the crucial steps that led to its conclusion. In the original storyline, Xia Yanfei and her companions did not come to the hot spring resort for a team-building event, nor did Yan Yujin and others, leaving this segment unaddressed in the plot. She was currently at a loss as to the situation's nature. After her discussion, Yuling was dissatisfied with the hotel's explanation, though they promised a full refund of the expenses for this gathering. There were indeed reasons behind the decision, though the specifics were deemed inappropriate for disclosure. The manager was in a difficult position, acting in consideration of everyone's safety. Yuling's heart sank heavily. "All right, we will cooperate fully. You need not worry," she assured. The atmosphere grew tense. Although the others were reluctant, they understood the gravity of the matter. No hotel would make such a decision, risking its reputation, without substantial cause. As the manager exited, he leaned toward the intercom, stating, "It has been confirmed. All guests are accounted for, with no omissions. The request for everyone to return to their rooms immediately after dinner has been relayed. Please expedite your arrival." A wave of unease washed over Yan Xian. Chapter 084. Do you know her? After the meal, Yuling wore a serious expression. The situation remained unclear. Yet she urged everyone to cooperate to the best of their abilities. This time, the expenses would be fully reimbursed, and each individual would receive a gift, along with a complimentary opportunity for one person to stay, regardless of their membership status. As she spoke, a sense of nervousness crept into her voice. What could have happened to warrant such generous compensatory conditions? Steeling herself, she continued, "Once we return, do not venture outside unless I call for you." Initially, the crowd felt uneasy, but upon hearing about the bountiful compensation, their complaints dissipated. "Rest assured, Ling, I won't step outside today," one person declared. "Given the unusual circumstances, it's understandable." Another chimed in, "Indeed, it's as if we're getting a whole day of free enjoyment. What a tremendous deal." The group shared their thoughts, and while some expressed a tinge of regret, discontent was minimal. "All right," Yuling nodded, "if everyone cooperates, perhaps there will be even more privileges upon our next visit." After finishing their meal, they each returned to their rooms. Du Yi initially thought the hotel was quite adept at handling situations, yet upon encountering the security personnel along the way, she felt a wave of anxiety. And then, she tugged at Yan Shian's arm and whispered, "What do you think is going on?" The atmosphere was excessively tense. On their way back, they had intended to chat and share jokes, but the somber scene silenced them. Yan Shian shook her head. "Perhaps something has occurred, but it's nothing to worry about. We should trust the hotel's arrangements." Dewey felt a flicker of fear, yet seeing Yan Shian so composed calmed her nerves. "You're right. It should be fine," she joked surely. "There can't be any terrorists creeping into our vicinity." Tang Jiang raised a hand to cover her mouth. Such talk is ill-advised. At the entrance of Yudong, soft footsteps echoed along the quiet path, causing the head of security to feel a chill run down his spine. He abruptly turned, gripping his electric baton tightly. "Who goes there?" No response came. Tension mounted among the few individuals present as they exchanged anxious glances, cautiously approaching with their weapons drawn. One of them unfastened a walkie-talkie, ready to speak. "It's me." Tian Lin stumbled into view, panic etched across her face. "Don't make any sudden moves." She appeared disheveled, her meticulously styled hair now a chaotic mess, resembling a bird's nest. The once expensive hem of her dress was tattered, marred by numerous rips. Having lost her shoes, she stood barefoot on the ground, wincing as the stones pressed painfully against her soles. "Are you a tourist?" The leading security officer frowned. "Haven't we already evacuated the area? What are you doing here?" Tian Lin clutched her jacket closer, tears streaking her face. "I don't know. I just thought the remote areas might offer better scenery, so I ventured a bit further in. Whoever knows how one can lose their way while strolling, only to find the sky darkening, leaving one unable to discern the direction amidst the shadows. After wandering for quite some time, I finally glimpsed the lights in your vicinity, prompting my hurried approach." She raised her hand to wipe away her tears, lamenting the evacuation of the scenic area. "Why didn't you send anyone to search again? There is a complete lack of responsibility." The security guard was at a loss for words. It seems that despite the warning signs instructing not to venture deeper to avoid getting lost, these individuals paid no heed whatsoever. In any case, the area was being evacuated. The security guard patiently explained, unable to scold her when faced with her pitiable appearance. "Are you alone?" Tianlin replied with a tone of despair. "Yes. I am all by myself. I understand that you are clearing the area today, but I truly cannot bear to go out alone at this moment. I am also a member. Could you allow me to enter?" The security guard hesitated. Although this woman appeared to pose no threat, in fact, she seemed rather unfortunate. There was still a pause. "I assure you, I will not cause any trouble," Tianlin vowed, raising a hand in earnest. "I remember this individual. Earlier, a security guard had detained a fellow officer, recalling how she had insisted on entering during the day and had only reluctantly left after much persuasion. He furrowed his brow again, sensing something amiss. Tianlin, with keen ears, caught the guard's words and nodded vigorously. Yes, it's me. I sincerely apologize for my rudeness earlier today. All I wish now is to rest inside." She choked on her words. After a moment's hesitation and consulting with the supervisor, they ultimately decided to let her in. Yan Xian and Du Yi were gossiping in their room when suddenly there came a knock at the door. "Miss Yan, may I inquire if you are resting?" Yan Xian was momentarily taken aback, remaining silent as she rose to approach the door, peering through the peephole. She beheld the hotel manager, whose face bore an expression of helplessness. Since the hotel had only received this group of guests that day, all of whom were on the same floor, most of the security personnel had been assigned to guard duty. However, Yan Xian felt no fear. Having confirmed that it was not a dangerous visitor, she opened the door. "What seems to be the matter?" "It's a bit complicated." The manager sighed heavily. Recounting the situation, a security guard had just escorted a distressed girl into the hotel. She appeared utterly disheveled and in poor condition, leading them to consider allowing her to rest indoors. Especially in such unusual circumstances, it would be unthinkable to leave a lone girl outside. Initially, she had been fine, but upon entering, she began to cry incessantly, and no amount of coaxing could soothe her. Having brought her inside, they certainly could not then dismiss her. The young lady introduced herself as Tianlin, seemingly aware of your presence here today, as she continued to weep and insist that she wanted to be with you. The manager, left with no other option, asked if she was known to you. "If you are willing, I could arrange for her to stay with you or in a room nearby." Already busy, the manager felt compelled to interrupt Yan Xian to quell Tianlin's commotion. As otherwise, she would be shouting in the lobby, fervently calling out Yan Xian's name, which was simply too much to bear. Yan Xian had a recollection of this individual, having encountered her earlier that day. However, due to the circumstances surrounding her treatment, her impression was far from favorable. Although she was familiar with the person, she firmly declined to cohabit with her, as their relationship was strained. The supervisor exhaled in relief, stating, "Very well. I shall arrange for you to be placed adjacent to her." "Thank you." Given the special situation, it was deemed more convenient for everyone to be together for better care. After the supervisor mentioned that they would inquire about Yan Xian's opinion, Tianlin fell silent. She sat quietly on the sofa, enveloped in her coat, appearing both pitiable and helpless. A nearby staff member, unable to bear her desolation, brought her a cup of warm water. "Miss Tian," she said, and Tianlin perked up. Chapter 085. "You're Yan Xian? We will ensure your arrangements are satisfactory, but please refrain from shouting indiscriminately," the supervisor said with utmost seriousness. "Otherwise, we may be compelled to take more drastic measures." Startled, Tianlin instinctively sought the comfort of familiar faces, which they could surely understand. Nevertheless, comprehension did not exempt anyone from their duties. "Am I to be placed next to her?" Tianlin asked cautiously, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. "She is the only person I know. I wish to be closer to her." The supervisor nodded in resignation. Indeed, there happens to be an empty room beside hers. Tianlin fell completely silent, obediently trailing behind the supervisor without uttering a sound, as if the previously loud individual were a mere stranger. Upon entering the elevator to the designated floor, she stepped onto the plush carpet, her gaze trembling at the sight before her. "Are there really this many security personnel?" "Yes," the supervisor affirmed. "We prioritize the safety of our guests. They are here to protect you, so there is no need for fear. Should you require anything, feel free to communicate with us, either by phone or directly with the security staff." Tianlin nodded, sniffling slightly. "Thank you," stopping at the door of her room. She glanced at the door plate. 0804. "Ah, is Yan Xian in 0806? She pointed to the room adjacent to hers. Yes, the supervisor confirmed without reservation, however. Miss Yen prefers not to be disturbed, so you may remain in your own room. There was a hint of warning in her tone. Had the circumstances not been exceptional, she would typically have had someone remove such individuals. Following today's incident, she would request the revocation of Tian Lin's membership status. Inside 0806, after assuring Du Yi, Yan Xian picked up her clothing. Do not worry excessively. There are those who will watch over you. If anything arises, simply call out to the people outside, she consoled. I will take a shower and be quick about it. If you feel anxious, you may leave the door ajar or invite someone in for company. Du Yi shook her head. I'm not that frightened. Just go ahead. I will join you once you are finished. With the bathroom door closed, the sound of the shower cascading down filled the air. Du Yi took a deep breath, feeling a bit stifled, and contemplated lowering the temperature of the air conditioning. Just as she reached for the remote, a knock echoed from the balcony door. The curtains were not drawn, and she startled, turning abruptly to find a girl. Her expression one of sheer terror, frantically rapping on the balcony door. It was the girl who had been shouting at the entrance during the day. Du Yi instinctively took a step back, intending to call for help, when she saw the girl close her eyes and collapse softly onto the ground. Could something terrible have happened? Her mind went blank, and in a state of utter panic, Du Yi rushed toward the glass door, pulling it open. Are you alright? Do you have any medication on you? I will go get help right away. Before she could finish her sentence, her words abruptly halted. Du Yi was met with a pair of suddenly opened eyes, sending a chill down her spine, akin to being doused with cold water in the dead of winter, leaving her limbs aching with the cold. A shiver ran down her neck, and she trembled, her face turning pale. With a rustle, the shower curtain was drawn aside, and Yan Xian, while drying her hair, opened the bathroom door. I'm all done washing you, and then run quickly. A piercing scream erupted, startling Yan Xian, who jumped at the sound. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a figure rushing towards her, her heart nearly leaping from her chest. Yan Xian threw the towel aside and grabbed a decorative vase nearby.
Crash.
The vase struck the intruder with force, leaving a gash on his forehead from which blood gushed forth. The crimson streaks were glaring. He wiped his hand across his brow in fury, preparing to seize Yan Xian by the throat. Du Yi was terrified, her heart racing as she attempted to rush forward to help, only to be tackled from behind and pinned to the ground. The impact left her dizzy and disoriented, and it took her a moment to regain her senses. She turned to look at Tian Lin. Are you crazy? She wanted to scream, but Tian Lin held her down, firmly covering her mouth. The collision with the wall caused Yan Xian to burst into tears, the pain nearly robbing her of her ability to think. After blinking a few times, she felt the grip on her loosen somewhat. Be obedient, the man growled menacingly. All right, Yan Xian immediately softened her tone, her voice trembling. I won't move. Please don't kill me. Afraid of dying? Good, the man replied, shaking his slightly dazed head and warning again. Stay still, and I won't harm you. With tears in her eyes, Yan Xian nodded. The moment he released her, her legs turned to jelly, and she collapsed onto the floor, accidentally knocking her bag off the table. Its contents scattered everywhere, and with a terrified expression, Yan Xian quickly bent down to pick them up. I didn't mean to. I'll clean it up right away. The man glanced at her, but didn't seem to care much. The soundproofing in this type of hotel was excellent. The earlier commotion had not attracted any attention from the outside, rendering this minor disturbance insignificant. Tian Lin was in a frenzy, wanting to scream but too afraid to do so, limiting herself to a whisper. What does this mean? Weren't you supposed to come for her? Why not just kill Yan Xian directly? What if she exposes us? The man rolled his eyes in annoyance. If you keep yelling, I'll be the first to stab you. He shook the knife in his hand menacingly. Catching Yan Xian's gaze, Du Yi wiped her tears and ceased her struggles. Tian Lin was too strong for her to resist. Her futile attempts at escape only earned her a few slaps, and some of her hair was pulled out. So you are Yan Xian? The man scrutinized her from head to toe. Is she truly that important to the Yan family? Yan Xian hesitantly nodded, curling up in the corner. I am. The man gazed at her, and his expression suddenly shifted. Yan Xian had just finished bathing. Her damp hair clung to her skin, her clothes clinging to her form in a revealing manner, coupled with her delicate features. The man's throat bobbed as he squatted before her, chuckling softly. You're rather attractive. Yan Xian's eyes widened in shock. The man, unfazed, smiled and extended his hand, taking a little advantage one to kill you. If you behave, you might spare yourself some suffering. Tears welled up in Yan Xian's eyes immediately. She suppressed her humiliation, biting her lip fiercely, her face a portrait of unwillingness, yet she dared not utter a sound. Tianlin found it utterly satisfying. So, what if she was the esteemed Miss Yan? After today, she would be even worse off.
Thud.
Someone collapsed heavily onto the floor. Chapter 086. We also have assessment requirements. The man convulsed on the ground, attempting to raise his hand. But Yan Xian stood up and firmly placed her foot on his head. A dull thud resonated, sending shivers down the spines of onlookers. The sudden turn of events left Tianlin in shock, while Du Yi seized the opportunity to spring up, forcefully toppling Tianlin, whose head struck the railing with a sharp crack. Yan Xian immediately dashed to the door, unfastening the various locks and chains, shouting, "Someone's entered the room." The security personnel wasted no time, rushing in to pin the struggling man down. As he writhed, a delicate handgun slipped from his grasp. Yan Xian gasped in horror. Could this place still pose a threat to personal safety? If I perish, can I ever return? The system chimed in at the right moment. No. But we are a principled system. If the host is on a mission, we will never allow them to fall into danger. Yan Xian. Should I mention it? She didn't dwell on it too long. Pulling Du Yi along, she pointed towards the balcony. There's another person out there, but I advise you to be cautious when approaching her. No matter how deranged Tianlin was, logically, she shouldn't ally with such dangerous individuals. Otherwise, if this matter were to be exposed, not only would she suffer, but the entire Tian family would be at risk, unless she was under some lethal threat. If that were the case, Tianlin might not feel gratitude towards those who could assist her, but rather anger and shame. Given the numerous unexpected incidents previously, when CI had equipped her with various specialized self-defense tools, and today's events could unfold in any number of ways. A single shock from that stun baton could leave even a 300-pound man momentarily dazed. The security nodded, his expression grave. Understood. The hotel was equipped with doctors. And when they arrived, Yan Yujin and Yan Shishuan also came with bodyguards. Simultaneously, the outer perimeter of the resort was surrounded by blaring police cars. The flashing lights cast a heavy shadow over the scene, and the person in charge was genuinely on the verge of an explosion. Their family's hotel follows an upscale model. Even a mere security guard is a retired special forces soldier. How could such a place allow intruders to breach their rooms? It gets even more outrageous. The individual on the balcony was bound with explosives. The security personnel, with grave expressions, restrained the individual there. The ensuing moments were filled with the urgent evacuation of hotel guests, and Yan Xian learned the truth from her elder brother. This group consisted of criminals with blood on their hands who had infiltrated the city. Upon receiving the news, they swiftly evacuated the tourists from the scenic area. As the assailants were armed with highly lethal weapons, refraining from allowing anyone to leave recklessly, opting instead to gather everyone in one place. Yan Shishuan exhaled a long breath. They likely knew her location and intended to use her as leverage to negotiate their escape from this predicament. Yan Xian felt a chill run down her spine. Their ability to collaborate with Tianlin indicated that they were aware of the situation's failure. Little system, do you require me to disclose the positions of those individuals? To eradicate future threats, of course. Yan Xian remained cautious. Are you truly that generous? Upon reflection, she sensed something was amiss. Our nation's governance has always been exemplary. How could such individuals possibly infiltrate this area? And what a coincidence to encounter Tianlin, who is aware of my presence here. She exploded with indignation. These individuals can't possibly be your doing, can they? Yan Yujin paused, her expression darkening. Little system, this is inconsequential. If we do not eliminate future threats, those individuals will inevitably target you again. So, do you need this information? Yan Xian glanced at the furrowed brows of those around her and took a deep breath. What do you need me to do? Little system, the female lead will soon participate in a live variety show. Your task is to create chaos. Any form of disruption will suffice, as long as it catches them off guard. In the original narrative, Yan Yujin garnered countless fans from this variety show. It was hard to believe that after Yan Xian's interference, Yan Yujin would still harbor any dislike towards her. At this juncture, the system did not conceal its thoughts. I have never encountered such a dilapidated host. Do you think I am here without purpose? We have performance requirements to meet. It certainly did not wish to return and be ridiculed by others. Since gentler methods had failed, it resorted to a firmer approach. Yan Xian retorted. Then the system is rather pointless. You might as well self-destruct. Little system, Ultimately, you have no choice but to follow my directives. Otherwise, Even if the bodyguards encircle you like a swarm of bees, I will find an opportunity to create trouble at your side. Stop being obstinate. Just answer, are you in or out? How could she refuse? Yan Xian clenched her teeth. Fine, it's merely a task, right? I agree. But you must disclose the locations of those individuals to me. The little system slipped a map into Yan Xian's pocket. The individuals are already incapacitated. You can call for assistance directly. The explosives on Tian Lin pose no significant threat. Do not think me fickle. We genuinely do not compel our hosts to undertake tasks, but those individuals, even if they abandon their plans, will have struggled beforehand, while you, on the other hand, have simply given up. Yan Yujin has begun to question her existence. What could possibly create such a commotion, merely to compel Yan Shuren to undertake a task? Yan Shuren, clutching the map, pondered the next conundrum. How can I phrase this without arousing suspicion? The small system responded, that is the very question you must contemplate. 886. With that, it once again feigned silence, remaining unresponsive to Yan Shuren's calls. Time was of the essence. Yan Shuren took a deep breath and retrieved the map from her pocket. Brother, this item fell from that man's pocket amidst the chaos just now. Could it possibly be their lair? Yan Shuren paused for a moment, then accepted the map, reflecting in silence. I believe it is quite likely. Yan Yujin remarked after glancing at the map. Having a direction is certainly better than being lost. I shall inform them. The entire situation was fraught with absurdity. After obtaining the map, the officials remained silent for only a few seconds before dispatching personnel to the designated location. They successfully apprehended a bewildered group of unconscious individuals at that very spot. For reasons unknown, they were all captured. Yan Shuren observed the bruise encircling Yan Shuren's neck and wondered if it pained her. The man had initially intended to coerce Yan Shuren into submission. Though not aiming for her life, he had indeed applied considerable force. Yan Shuren had not felt much discomfort at first, but as time passed, a sudden pain in her throat left her voiceless, unable to utter even a sound. At this moment, she could only gesture to indicate that she was all right. A hand reached out before her, holding a box of ointment. Yan Shuren blinked in response.